Hello Counter-Strike fans, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. Today is the last day of the Legends stage, but before we start talking about that, yesterday was a day of high emotions as teams fought and clawed to book their position at the Avicii Arena. Here's how it all happened.
Trying to hold on now. Sees the third player and he's still got bullets.
It's a good angle here. Such a superior angle for Keserato, who'll take down both players. And again, Nickelback, good for the multi-kill. Yuri left now. It's going to be a tough one. There's the first frag, though. 3 more to go for Yuri to pull this one off. Oh, this player's all over the place. Yuri somehow dodging his bullets. Hitting the shots! My God, Yuri looking for the last one now. Elliot coming quickly, but Yuri has just nailed him. How has he done that?
Crossfire in mid, no utility used. Olaf's got a clear line of sight. Twist as well, nothing to bother him. It is an absolute massacre up mid.
Bomb has been planted.
With a kill on Axel. Speaking of which, he's having a good time. Nice clicks coming out. Sal coming in with the kill on Linus, and now they're both start shot in the back of the head. The Fanny coming in, and that's absolutely everything they needed. A triple.
God, Apex is there. He's picked up the pieces. Trying to run with the AK. Dupree and Lucky turn up the pace, and Apex turns up the heat. Switch and swing. Threat of the scout. Nice flashes for his 3 peaks. He is posting numbers necessary. ZywOo just has a lovely shooting gallery cleaning up.
So Nico now with the angle on yard. Smoke should be coming down to block off Garrett. He's gonna catch Katie now for free. The trade kill whiffed. There was a chance there to bring it back.
Yes, there was. He's reading this so well. Yeah, he was in Tess's mind. Bomb is dropped really far outside. Cadian was carrying that along when he got picked off. So Dakota's going to continue with the triple there on refresh. He's picked up every single shot outside. That's fine. Jabby, almost. Stout comes up, sprayed down. Oh, wait. Still a 1-2. Oh my God! Are you kidding me, Dakota? Quad kill for the win!
Dexter does react and takes them both down. Dexter safe, Buster does deliver just the one, but these low HP players, what are they going to do to contest it? Kicker better have his lineup perfect. He planted for this spray, and Pyjamas fakes it out, baits it out. Dexter confirms that James is down there, and there's 15.
With all that action, that sets us up for today. It really is the last chance saloon. The teams that lose today will go home. They will feel all those raw emotions pouring out of them. Those who win, they're going to go through to the Avicii Arena, top 8 at a major. The stakes couldn't be higher, and joining me to talk about those and what they mean, we've got a great desk for you today. First of all, he's a maniac on the floor, and he fanboys the French like never before. It is Maniac.
Glorious.
An absolute, I can't really sing.
It's now my, most preferred intro I've ever had in my life.
Good.
There we go.
Well, that'll go. That's off to a Twitch cringe compilation as we speak. But it is great to have you here, especially with Vitality playing, and of course our boffin Blair, who's been breaking down all the tactics on the Telestrator. So happy to have you here this morning. Let's just talk a little bit about yesterday and the big storylines first. I mean, you can't get past the fact Astralis are not going to be in that top 8. That's where we have to start.
Yeah, Astralis getting knocked out. Look, let's be real, right? Like, I feel like quite a few of us fell into the pit where we kind of lie to ourselves that this is an Astralis who's still going to be defending the major, but let's be real, they've been looking deflated all throughout. But then, yes, still, when it came down to it, man, watching Vitality against Astralis, that wasn't a pretty game to watch. But in the end, Vitality, they managed to scrape through. And ZywOo, I'm sure you're going to be happy about this.
We have time for ZywOo.
He woke up.
Look,
yeah, we're going to get into that.
We can talk about how deflated Astralis might have looked before this tournament, but they did put up a hell of a fight against Vitality. And it came down to the nitty-gritty. It came down to a few rounds. Unfortunately for them, legends of the game won't get to see another day on the stage in Stockholm, and for that Counter-Strike, I'm sure more.
And look, flip side to it, I almost feel it's good in a way. I'm just going to say it. They're back-to-back major champions. They're the greatest core to ever do it, with the greatest IGL to ever do it. Time for a rebuild, time for new blood. I'm sure the fans that love Astralis are obviously disappointed, but they were not the same Astralis. You know, Glaves just had a kid. He came in sort of like last minute trying to prepare. Yep. Majus was doing some IGL, and before that, you know, I'm happy they now get some time out of the spotlight to decide what they want to do with their futures. And obviously, of course, betting in Lucky as well, you know, kind of thrown in at the deep end. I hope he gets some time to reflect and develop.
And you're absolutely right. And look, if we're talking about new pages turning in Counter-Strike, then Liquid as well, being pushed out of the tournament. Unfortunately for them, the feeling is a little bit different than the Astralis one. Because with the Astralis, we can come up with a narrative, with a context, with a story that could explain why it wasn't exactly what we were hoping. But for Liquid, you must feel like everything was coming together for a great result. They've been together for 9 months. They had to figure out, through trials and tribulations, how they wanted to play Counter-Strike with Fallen, with Stewie by his side. And it's just not enough. And it left me, I guess, left the community with a feeling that something is wrong. What is that something? And it's a very uncanny feeling. I don't like it. Makes me feel uneasy. And there must be some changes on the horizon for that lineup.
I think so. Blair, do you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel that particular game, if I just go back for a couple of seconds at Vitality Astralis game, right? Everyone expected Vitality to win. Because let's be real, Astralis has been struggling. Vitality have been a team looking very good till they came into this major. You have ZywOo in the team as well, right? But you look at the FaZe Liquid game, it was, it's rough. Which team goes out? If FaZe goes out, we're going to be like, what's happening with that team? What's happening with Carrigan over there? With Twist coming in, they still seem not to have figured out what they want to do with it. With Brokey still delivering on LAN as well. So yeah, questions will be raised, and I think we spoke about this yesterday as well. Liquid, there are going to be some changes here.
I want to talk about MOUZ as well, because, you know, listen, I don't think there was more sort of a sadder exit in a lot of ways. I mean, like Astralis, they don't need to worry. They're legends. They're goated. You know, MOUZ, on the other hand, if they'd made it to the last 8, they would have defied all odds and expectations, and they were this close.
And I think this is why it hurts for them, Richard.
Yeah, of course.
This is why it hurts, because if you'd asked me before that game against VP, I'd say, they don't play in the same category. They don't play in the same level. VP should outclass MOUZ Sports, but actually they put up a fight, a great fight. They're in that great position
down
on the last map.
That last map is one of the best ones we've had at the Major.
I promise you, I guarantee you, unfortunately for the worst reasons, they're never going to forget that game. These are one of these games as a player that you keep within yourself, you keep it in your heart and in your memory, and you just try and push it away because you see it happen over and over again. You rethink all the decisions you've made, you rethink the clutches you've let go, the situations you mishandled. And as a player, obviously, you learn and you grow through that, but it is a painful process.
I'm going to say it on the flip side, this is what will, accelerate the growth for some of these players. They're going to be remembering, like you said, that particular map. They're like, we're never going to let that happen ever again. But then I have to say, with MOUZ Sports, I didn't really have much expectations about them either. They managed to somehow deliver, mount an incredible comeback, 1 round away. Couple of mistakes. There was one round where Robs had a perfect flank, team flashed, and they wound up losing in overtime, right? It was just a game of inches and millimeters. And unfortunately for them, I feel like changes are kind of on the horizon. Is Robs going to be sticking around with that team,
I'm just going to bring up the schedule while we keep talking. Robs obviously, just tweeted out a single word after he exited, just said depression. I'm going to tell you, keep your chin up, King. You're a star player. You're going to be anywhere you want to be in World Counter-Strike. We're going to see. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. Let's talk about the schedule. This is what's coming next. Entropiq versus Vitality to start out the day. We deliberately put Maniac on the desk, as you'll see why when we talk about it. Virtus.pro versus FaZe. Can't believe FaZe are in this situation. Can't believe Virtus.pro somehow keep grinding and just surviving. It's crazy, so tenacious. And of course, Copenhagen Flames looked like they were going to go through. Cinderella story, they're taking on NIP. And as I've said, sometimes the Cinderella story just ends with everything turning into a pumpkin. So be very careful. Keep your eyes on that one. Let's start by talking about this game. I know you didn't really want Vitality to play Entropiq, right, Maniac?
I mean, Entropiq is not an easy opponent by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't want Vitality to go into this game thinking they have done the hardest part of the journey. Because if you think about it, right, let's just put a context to this journey for Vitality here. They lost the 3 first maps they've played at the event. I was full of doubt. I didn't know what was going on. They even lose a map to EG in their game. They're already facing elimination. They lose the first map to EG, and they bounce back. Then they have a reaction. Finally, they start playing. Stars start doing what they are supposed to. ZywOo shows up. Apex plays well. So now the trap for them is to think that it's already done, that they have done the hardest part, and to somehow disrespect Entropiq, which you cannot do. You can absolutely not do it. This is gonna go to hell if you do it.
Yeah, I mean, like Mano just pointed out as well, like you lose your best of 1s, fair enough. Then the best of 3s they've had to win. Look, you have to beat the teams you're given, right? It's not like they have a choice about it, but losing a map to Evil Genius, as he pointed out, and even a couple of those maps were kind of close, and beating Astralis, fair enough, back-to-back defending champions, you knock them out, but this is a limping, struggling, bleeding Astralis. Now you're going up against a team like Entropiq, who, well, they have a bit to lose here, obviously, they want to make it a legend stage, but they have knocked down so many heavy hitters thus far. And I gotta say, this is going to be the toughest test Vitality have faced thus far in the legend stage.
Well, let's talk about Vitality. There's 2 big storylines for me. The first is obviously the fact that, we've ZywOo. A lot of people feel he is the only player with the raw skills, the raw talent to even touch Simple at the moment. And on day 1, he was ZywOo. Day 2, day 3, he's ZywOo. And last night, he was ZywOo. He's actually back to his best.
Oh, we absolutely need it. Look, there is no hiding from the fact that when you have the best player in the world back-to-back in your team, you expect much more from him than the average Joe. You expect the exceptional coming out of ZywOo, because this is the only thing that is acceptable when you're ZywOo on the server. You have to take over games. You have to give rounds to Apex, your IGL. You have to rally the troops behind you. And I just want to tell you, Richard, I've had the pleasure in my career to sit next to a very good player. I had Kenyas by my side. And when we'd start a game, when we'd start an event, and he would not be in his form, I was trembling. I was shaking because I knew how important he would be for our success. This is not evenly spread across. This is not evenly distributed. It is unfair in some regards, but ZywOo has to carry Vitality. And now if you are the members of the French squad, you see him rise to the level he's supposed to have, and that fills you with confidence.
Well, let's talk about Apex as well, because, you're talking about sitting next to great players. You've obviously played with Apex. You were in LDLC with him. You were you coached him in Envious.
Titan with him as well.
Titan, of course. So you know all about this guy. Now, I just want to pick your brains a little bit. First of all, I've always loved him as a player. I thought he was one of the best entry fraggers in the world for a prolonged period of time. But he's become a leader now, and you know his personality. You've played with him. What are the skill sets that make him a good leader?
I think I have to start with the fact that the love that Apex has for Counter-Strike is endless, is bottomless. His dedication is second to none, and you can see it, you can feel it bodily when you look at him, how he reacts. Apex is in the game. He gives everything he's got to the game, and we have to take a second to appreciate the journey he's been on. Being thrown in that position to be an IGL, the community, a lot of people had questions about his characters, his trait. Are you going to be able to carry that weight on your shoulder? You're an emotional player, you're hyperactive, you're very into the game. Can you maintain, you know, your composure when it matters the most? And I feel like he's been doing better and better and better, and at this event he's delivering.
Yeah, well, Blair, I mean, obviously there's a little discussion kind of percolating away, and it's not a big one, but some people have speculated that him being so emotional, so clearly emotional, sometimes that can sort of maybe hurt the team, maybe impact on your composure because you're worried about getting chewed up. If you make a mistake, it can make you a bit anxious. Other people say he's a hype man like Cadian, probably the best hype man we've got, or second best, depending on which school of thought you fall into. What do you think?
I think extremes in general can be detrimental to a team, right? Like either way you swing. But I got to give credit to Vitality. I've been watching, obviously, let's be real, like watching Apex in a Counter-Strike game, a camera on him, it's just so entertaining. But one thing I've noticed thus far for the entire team as a whole as well, and I'm sure you've seen this as well, Matthew, is how they seem much more composed. They seem, even when things are looking rough, even Apex, sure, he celebrates the round wins and whatnot, but he's not as emphatic with his expressions, so to speak. So I do feel like they've done a little bit of talking. They're like, listen, it's great to be excited about the game. It's great to feel emotional about the game. You can't take that away from a player like Apex. You take that away from him, I feel like he would become a shell of himself, right? So, but he's been tempering it. And honestly, like we've been talking about, he's been leading by example, some great calling as well. And when they're in the dumps, he's been kind of leading the charge alongside ZywOo. I just want to add one more final quick thing. I'll appreciate the honesty coming out from Apex, where he's like, he gave an interview in HLTV where he said, I told ZywOo, we're not going to make it without you performing, right? He's not pretending that, oh, as we as a team can just carry the load without ZywOo.
Which, to be fair, back in the Alex era and a little bit afterwards, they did say, you know, we're all equals on this. It's like,
no,
come on.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You had the second best player in the
not
server,
really.
in the team, and you know he needs to deliver, and he's being very honest about it, and I think that is a good sign.
We're talking about emotions. Let's talk about an emotional roller coaster. Entropiq, massive underdogs coming into the tournament. They've exploded out of the traps. Obviously got a win against Gambit, you know, had some incredible results, incredible stories. Elian has proven himself to be legitimately a world star, an incredible talent. But here they are on the brink of elimination.
This is the final test.
Yeah.
It absolutely is the final test for Entropiq, because if you scroll back to before the best of threes, everything was looking absolutely fantastic for them. They start, they bid Liquid, they go on, they bid Gambit on Vertigo. At this point in time, everyone is celebrating how great Counter-Strike they play, and I'm sure the emotions are high, and it's full of adrenaline, and it's high fives all around. And then suddenly clouds start to appear in the sky. They lose that game against G2. They look a little bit defeated on that second map. You move on to FURIA, an opponent you might be supposed to beat at the time. You get completely slacked on 2 maps, and now you are facing elimination.
I'm loving it though. Look how relaxed they actually look. Fist bumping, the cameraman laughing, the hot hands are out. You know, I'm sure they're really nervous inside, but it's great to see an inexperienced team embrace the occasion and sort of have that maturity.
That's because there's a gentleman, I think the camera, if it pans a little bit to the left, Hooch, sitting right behind them. I think we've touched upon him a couple of times.
Mentioned him a few times.
The guy's a legend. The guy's been around since the beginnings of Counter-Strike. Would have someone like him sitting behind you. I'm sure he's going to be such an important intangible for the team to kind of deliver and remain calm. And like you said, Richard, like the pressure is on right now. And the worrying thing for me for Entropiq is they have an incredibly deep map pool. They can seemingly play almost any map. The problem is I don't see one map where it's a guarantee win for them, where I'm like, you saw them beat beat Gambit on Vertigo rather, and I'm like, this map must be the best map they have, and then it proceeded to just capitulate. I do believe it was against FURIA. And that surprised me quite a bit, because FURIA, they can play the map, but they're not the best on it, right? So some question marks coming into this game here.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I think the other thing we have to consider is, you know, just the landlocked component to this earlier, you know, part of the year, where, you know, they're very familiar with some of the better CIS teams. Probably can do a number on Gambit. Probably could give Na'Vi a game. Honestly, they're that familiar with how they play. When you start coming to these big global events finally, and we're all playing each other in a LAN environment, you're like, why are FURIA doing this? Why is Art doing this? You know?
And if anything, it is also a testament to the high level that the CIS region has reached
Oh,
now. Because
it's
you have
insane.
Entropiq coming in at the major. No one would put them at the top of CIS.
Hell no.
Right? There are plenty of other teams up there, Gambit, Navi, and still they are out there. They are contenders. They make life hard for any favorites. So lucky for them, they got landlocked, but in an absolute time machine
yeah,
of
the best
Counter-Strike.
place to be.
Absolutely. If you got to
Yeah.
practice against Navi and get on the daily, and you got to compete against them for all these CIS events, I guess that's going to be a good preparation for the high
And
level.
I'm just going to throw in VP as well. Imagine practicing in VP. Your mental is going to be so strong after
yeah.
playing against.
Yep, and it's 10 seconds, isn't
They're
it?
saving
Right, look, let's see if that deep map pool is going to come into play. We've got the veto coming at you now. Let's have a look. Maniac, I want your immediate reaction to this.
Okay, the
From a
first thing I'm
biased
going to say,
perspective.
look, the
I
first
like this.
veto wave was quite clear. Inferno and Ancient out, no surprise on that, and
Yeah.
Entropiq not able to punish on Ancient. Then they go for Mirage, but the problem with Mirage is that it used to be a weak map for Vitality, and I'm using the past tense, very important, because people have abused Mirage against Vitality for months and months and months, up to the point where now their guard is up. Vitality know how to play Mirage. They are not the weakest team they used to be. They go for the overpass on the side of a Frenchman. To me, it was either going to be overpass or nuke. I thought that the nuke against Astralis was very convincing. I thought that could be a pick. They stick with the overpass, and we go to Dust 2 towards the very end, which, if we do, is a good map for both teams.
I really like the overpass pick coming out from Vitality. In a way, it feels like it's a confidence pick, right? It's a map. Look, they could have gone for some somewhat cheeky map picks coming in, trying to punish pick against Entropiq, because Entropiq like picking overpass. Entropiq love playing overpass, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that Vitality have taken this as their map pick, it's kind of like a statement saying, listen, we're going to beat you on this map. This is our pick. This is our playground. We're going to take you down, and we're going to take the lead in this one. But then again, Entropiq, man, like, Mirage, like, we saw them against, I think it was G2, where they made it so very competitive as well. 16-14, right? 16-14. Yeah. It's a map with G2 pick. G2 have looked fantastic
and it was a
on
comeback to 16-14.
It was a comeback as well. This team doesn't make sense to me. Like, the depth of the map pool, the mentality they have to come back in, the star power coming in from some of these players, it's an anomaly, but it is an anomaly that is delivering.
But I'm just going to say it now. I think, you know, Mirage is absolutely key. You know, my gut feeling before we even saw the veto last night, we were talking about it over drinks in the hotel when we were watching VP and MOUZ go late, right? On our laptops like geeks. We were saying, you know, whatever map Entropiq picked, I mean, I felt they were going to have to go 2-1 here. And it all comes down to Mirage. It's so unbelievably important because you know, they've already lost on it to top tier opposition. It's not a particularly strong pick, but it's a good
It's
pick.
not a punish.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to punish Vitality on this map, and unfortunately, you could be staring into the abyss of a 2-0 because I think Vitality will win overpass, and if it goes to Dust 2, I mean, I favor Vitality on that. ZywOo just destroys people on that map for fun, so they absolutely need to win Mirage for me.
I favor Vitality for the simple reason that nothing ever prepares you for a 2-2 game at the major. Absolutely nothing.
True.
You can theorize it, you can talk about it with your coach, you can dream about it in your room, but once you actually connect, once you get onto the server and you have 3 maps ahead of you who are going to decide if you make it to the first major in the history of Counter-Strike in 2 years or not, it's all out the window. It's all out the window. It's a unique situation to be in.
I agree with you. I feel that could be the X factor here, the deciding factor. But I'm going to give credit to Entropiq for what they've done thus far, right?
No,
like,
absolutely.
I want to go back to another Mirage game they had earlier. They broke Heroic on Mirage.
Oh,
16-4.
sure.
They broke them. And that's a map where Heroic are very comfortable. They've won some big tournaments, entire tournaments hinging on the map, and Heroic have stomped other teams, right? So this is a team who can really deliver. But as Maniac said, when it comes to the pressure, the breaking point, like we saw against MOUZ and VP in the final map yesterday, that could be the deciding factor. Because when you have Apex, you have Shocks on the other side, they could be the ones who
Major
make the
winners.
Major winners, there we go.
But also as well, you know, one of the narratives we've talked a lot about in all of these teams, yes, we've got major winners here, we've got experience here, Vitality has it in spades, you know, it's an incredibly experienced team, and then you've got a phenom like ZywOo, but we also seem to be forgetting, why are Vitality in this situation in the first place, right? I mean, they have had some stinking games here at the major. They've been very slow starters.
And to be fair, yes, the Vitality that started this major was a very worrying one. I was concerned to the hell But
I saw it.
I was very concerned. It was physically in the green room. I was losing my shit. Anyway, the fact that they actually bounced back, to me, is a great one. Because I know these players. I know them, how they are on an individual level. And they gathered that confidence game after game that they were going to do it. The game against Astralis is a good example. The vitality of yesteryear, after losing the second map 16-14, could have disappeared into a puddle of despair. I promise you that they could. But they actually bounced back. They make it on that third map. You see the reaction coming in from Apex. He's slamming the desk out of happiness, out of relief.
Another
right?
classic picture, mind you.
Oh,
that is so insane to see that. And unfortunately for Entropiq, you're meeting Vitality now, who've kind of overcome their demons, right? They could have completely boggled this major. They could have gone out 0-3, and that would have been an absolutely ridiculous situation. But no, they fought back. They beat EG. They beat Astralis. And now you get to face them where they feel like they can come back from any situation. And that is a very good asset to have in your pocket.
I'm only going to say this, man. Sitting in the green room with you for the next couple of maps, I'm going to be feeling the anxiety rubbing off on me as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's not just about, you know, what Vitality can do, obviously. I mean, we're talking about nerves. It's nerves at different ends of the spectrum, because it's like, say, do you want to make history for your organization? You know, Entropiq been around a while, you know, and you know, this is the first time they've really been in contention for this. So, you know, you're going to see mistakes. It's not going to be great Counter-Strike, but it's going to be exciting Counter-Strike. Gentlemen, we are ready for the game. I can't wait for this one. Let's start the action. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, this is going to be absolutely amazing. Entropiq, if they qualify, it's going to be the first time they touch foot on a massive stage filled in an arena filled with an enormous degree of impassioned fans screaming at them. That's like going to be the pinnacle of their careers. For Vitality, they've been here before, James. The last major that we had in Berlin, they managed to get to the quarters. They got knocked out by Avangard and now VP. So Vitality, they're looking to get deeper than just the quarters.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting day of Counter-Strike. On a personal point of view, I need one of 3 teams to go through for my pick'ems to be good, but none of them are playing against each other, so it's going to have to be the hard way. But I think in all these series, that I think both teams are very capable of winning these matchups. So it's going to be a very nervous day if you're a fan of these teams. I think it's hard not to be a fan of Entropiq with the way they've been playing at this major so far. Again, they're definitely up and comers versus Vitality, who have had a big struggle in this tournament so far. But maybe the worst is behind them. Maybe we'll have to see. Mirage, the opening map of the series, will have Vitality on the CT side, looking to start off on the right foot with a successful pistol round. We've got 5 Entropiq players on the way now, and they may have a focus on CT, as we can see that jungle and stairs has been smoked, but not this area. ZywOo and Kyojin, however, going to hold things down for the time. Big bomb's been spotted, and there's not much answer from Entropiq just yet, losing all the players.
Yeah, so far not too much to work with for Entropiq, so they are going to press the big red abort button, and they're going to run over towards the B site and take their chances there, or at least suggest that that's the case. We've got Craddy's going to go for the hero plant on the A site. Only 5 points of health, and Vitality are doing the intelligent thing here, although that's a close one. Nickelback almost finding the kill there on to ZywOo, and if ZywOo had missed that, I think that would have solved the rotation. However, Krads, they know what's up now, and there we go. Not really all that much that Krads able to do. So good on ZywOo winning that battle. And that will be the pistol for Vitality here.
Successful start for them. Such a difficult run to get to this point, and they haven't even made it to the champion stage just yet. People very expectant of this Vitality squad. Rank 3 at present. Doesn't feel like that, though, with the matches that we've seen so far. Oh, I can hear myself. That was so strange.
That was very interesting.
Well, Entropiq, again, it's great. What they've been able to do so far has been awesome, and the style in which they've done it as well. Not been afraid to play their own style and take things into their own hands. This is a great series of maps to try and do that once they get on the buy. This round, though, they're not going to get much done with it. We can see Elian now with the P250. Last man standing, and down he will go. Well, the AKs will be out now for Entropiq. That was a eco round from them, just the odd pistol, but now the big guns will arrive.
Yeah, so this will be really interesting, because I don't think that I've seen too much of Entropiq on Mirage of late. Of course, they're a team that have played this map a lot in their history, but at the major, I'm not sure how many times they've actually played this. I think it's going to be interesting to see the look that they have when they're playing against Vitality here. And Vitality are going to be, of course, with that economic lead. And so we get the AKs coming out. And this is a small opportunity for Entropiq, given that they have the AKs against, there being an MP9 on the field, the FAMAS and so on. And they start things off with mid control here. And Vitality are playing somewhat passively. They only have that A-ramp control at the moment in terms of their most forward play.
That deep smoke can be quite useful as you can look over the top. So if people are lining grenades up, you can cause them problems. It was a bit too deep though, so there was a gap. They would have exposed themselves. So things become more traditional for Vitality. They move away from the ramp. No surprise to see a CT from any team in that shadow position. We can see Kyojin is there. Very difficult to fight from, very difficult to survive. Sometimes 2 kills can be enough. 4 players we can see now towards Palace. Krad's lurking towards B with no grenades, so he may look for a rotation towards short later on. They're going for those dry peaks. Zywu gets taken out. Kyojin's on an island now. Apex, I don't know if he can get there in time. Kyojin, he needs to, ideally. Looking for that second one, he finds it as well. Bomb drops at his feet. He has delayed, and now Apex has some angles.
Yeah, but what does Apex decide to do? Because Shox is quite far away. If Apex dies early, if he goes too aggressive, then it will not really be all that doable for Shox. But if he stays alive here, might be able to make something happen. Can try to learn what he can, hearing information. Maybe there's an opportunity.
Ooh.
There's a plant. Is it open to him? Oh, some free spray. Does get dinged somehow. Doesn't go down. Doesn't get the kill on the planter either. Apex now under a lot of pressure, and Shox is not here just yet, so Shox can't capitalize on Apex's distraction.
We'll see if he can clutch it. 1 versus 3. He is carrying a kit. Shox. Oh, I think he may have seen Krad there. I'm not 100% sure. He's certainly seen him now. That's going to be that. So he was top mid with about 17 seconds on the clock. If he went towards connector, I think they would have had, in theory, every angle for a bomb plant covered. Obviously, there are 3 players alive and there will be guns trained, but you see Apex unable to find a connection on Forrester through the smoke. Allowed the bomb to get planted, and Entropiq will be on the board early. Round number 3, and they're proving successful already.
Yeah, we can take note as well as to the decision that they made in terms of strategy and tactics, whereby we have that slow opening, and it's the default.
How long can you go on for? Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's just us I can hear it actually. So I'm not sure if the stream can hear it either. But I'm going to do what I can. It's almost an interesting challenge. If they can't hear it, they have no idea what we're talking about. But anyway, okay, it's gone away. It's gone away again. Entropiq are on the board early, as we mentioned, and now they have an opportunity to break Vitality early, and they look to respond to that. The French squad, as we can see, there is an aggressive play, trying to catch these players as they're throwing grenades. So far, so good for Vitality. 2 kills, 1 dropped. Shox will fall back, so they can't tie the numbers up. That's going to handicap Entropiq early.
Yeah, and it really sucks for Entropiq, because one thing you'd want to do in a moment like that is take parts of the map where those players are not, and they were not ready for this. They weren't in a position to do that. Krad is going to spot Apex on Catwalk. Nice trade coming in from Shox. They've got to take Shox down. That's a big frag from Forrester. That opens up the round now. A minute to go. They have the bomb. They've got loads of time and space to work with, but they're going to go quickly in towards the A site. Kyojin holds it down. 8 points of health remaining. And here goes Forrester for that late trade.
He may be seen on the kill feed going back in towards the jungle position. There's an instant move in that direction from him, and Masuuta's looking for it. Off the angle of short now. Forrester with 13 HP, just trying to figure out like where Masuuta is or catch him on the rotation. Looking for the bomb plot now on default. Not sure if Masuuta can hear it from that distance. Indeed he can't, but he should have the information now, although actually I don't think he's clear as to which bomb site it's on just yet. He's so far away from either one he couldn't figure it out, but now he realizes it is the A bomb site. He doesn't have a kit. There is one in connector, as we can see on the X-ray. Collected now by Masuuta. But where is Forrester? Shift walking. That's a great gap for Forrester. I'm not sure if he found anything from it, but he's certainly got the sound cues. He's going to be quick, and he's going to be straight on the head again. 13 HP.
But Entropiq with some great clutch play in the late round there. We got some guns brought up. Here it is going to be forced up by Vitality. And they're not offering any aggression towards mid this time. In fact, they've got a double shadow setup at the moment on the A site. And 2 players on B. So they've given up a lot of map control to Entropiq here. That shadow position is quite vulnerable if Entropiq go out through connector. They get great angles onto those players. Where do Entropiq decide to go? They're not getting any info because of how passive Vitality are playing, and it looks like they're going to go ramp. This shadow setup will actually be quite good considering that most players will be coming from ramp.
See if Kyojin plays the bait for Shox, who has the M4 in the hole. You can see him holding in the corner, so it does look like a bait setup. Frag Kyojin, maybe Zywi tries to run distraction and Shox cleans up unless they get Molotoved. That would change things dramatically. Kyojin has the smoke though to deal with this. You can see he was about to deploy it, but the Molotov's mostly upstairs. So this could be very painful for Entropiq indeed. There is some spray though. Zywi's got to choose the right time to go in. So Kyojin's been dropped. Shox now, the trigger discipline, waiting to get the multi-frag there, but he's got to take out Lackey before he starts planting the bomb. Lackey just checking the smoke there quietly. Down goes the bomb. Nickelback's got terrible range now with the MAC-10. Still getting a kill onto Masuta, however, and there's an instant trade for the final frag as Entropiq prevail. 3 players alive and 3 rounds on the board.
Shox did squeeze down extra kill though, and that's some extra damage. So that's something at the very least. So it's going to be the case now that we have that eco from Vitality, and so far a great job in the ability to just make sure that they keep the pressure on. They've taken the guns out of the hands of their opponents, and now they get to really reap the rewards. This is kind of scary actually, how good Entropiq are looking. They've definitely been hitting that DM before going into this one.
Yeah, well, I'm a fan of Entropiq. And if you are as well, you're getting some of those stickers. The Sword Off First Class is a great place to put them. Just let me know if you do the holos or the foils. Shox not done with this round just yet. Now he is, because Crad has fragged. Oh, I was going to say he's much better equipped versus Masuta, but a jumping dink with the USP is followed up on. I wonder what it does at that point-blank range, like maybe for somewhere between 40 to 60, I would imagine. Not the armor penetration stopping power of the P250, so it requires a few shots, even with the dink up close like that. 3 players remain for Entropiq, but they are heavily armed versus some naked Vitality players who are completely armorless. Aim punch could be an issue for them as well, so still don't expect them to be successful here. 40 seconds on the clock for Entropiq to clean up on this A-bomb site.
Yeah, looking really good so far. Kyojin makes it a little bit scary, but ultimately it will end as it should. But the damage, not bad at all. Again, Vitality are getting the kills, even though Entropiq are winning these rounds. Vitality are keeping their economy, reasonably honest. So that is consolation in the face of these lost rounds, and we'll be back on the buy shortly here for Vitality. And Mirage is an interesting map because it does offer a lot of opportunity for the CTs to get aggressive. And they've got double orbs. They're going for the classic French double orbs, ZywOo and Shox. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
That's a meaty grenade top mid, landing at the feet of Entropiq. They'll fall back, but it's all too late. Not swinging towards top mid, but simply waiting. And in these early rounds, we've already seen a 2-man aggressive play from Vitality up mid. Maybe Entropiq fearing that once again. Rotating off mid completely, actually, heading towards A, again with the numbers. And Kyojin feeling a little brave, but this is a very committed position. And again, I think you have to get at least 2 from this spot. Is 1 really enough? He has 2 players behind him, though, further back on the A-bomb site. There's Lackey, and there's Nickelback as well. Bomb at his feet, and he's able to fall away as well. I mean, you have to expect to die at some point, but he just falls back for free.
Yeah, that's kind of outrageous. Forrester will try to make a peek here, but they don't... At this point, Vitality have all their crosshairs on this A site, on every single entrance. So it's going to be very difficult to get in. Crad, it's a nice spray down. Doesn't take any damage really in return. So that might afford opportunity here for Entropiq, given that Vitality are fully rotated, essentially, towards this A site. And Crad will make his way through connector. And again, we'll have to hit a series of excellent shots. And oh, well, it's starting to happen. 2 versus 2 now, in spite of all of the early success here for Vitality.
Yeah, and that's the bomb that Vitality can see. They've got complete tunnel vision on that bomb. There's a flashbang. They're lining up for Crad. Beautiful outmaneuvering from Entropiq. They left the bomb vulnerable and exploited the tunnel vision from Vitality. Great spray from the connector position as well. Because there was a little jiggling, but they didn't come off the spray at all. It was just full spray. Landed the shots. Man, there was a lot that happened in that one round. Again, the overperformance on the ramp from Vitality in the first place to get 2 kills and not lose a player. Fall back into a very tricky position on the boxes, but then for Entropiq to come back from that, to dig deep. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like if, you know, Vitality, I think, are a favorite for most people coming into this one. Obviously, you've got the fan favorites and the player profiles and so on. But I think if we were to lose Entropiq at this point, it would be a shame for the champion stage.
It's kind of crazy because Crad, it felt like he disappeared on the map because there were so few players for Entropiq and Vitality have players to cover every position. It seems so strange that Crad was able to find the backs of so many players, but he does, and it's a 5-2 start here for Entropiq. They're looking really great right now, and they're going to a slightly quicker mid-take than we've come to expect, and a pretty fast movement from Crad up the B apartments as well, just getting the nades in there, getting the pressure on that B site. So again, another typical default coming through from Entropiq with a slightly faster pacing. Now, are they going to go for the full mid-take? They know that they're against an eco. So we'd expect to see those anti-eco protocols coming through, and they will now, after that early mid pressure and B apartments pressure, come through to that A rotation. It's hard to see Vitality stopping this.
We have that denial of information in the mid-area, almost inviting Vitality to make a play there. Great elevation from Forrester. Just making it harder with that initial swing from Kyojin to land the headshot. Apex fishing with the scout. No connection made just yet. Doesn't get a second opportunity because Forrester will bleach the floors where Apex is standing. Off he goes. Shock's now the only remaining bacteria for Entropiq to deal with. Don't lose a player on this occasion. Forrester's heading towards $14,000. Vitality only have 2 rounds on the board, so there's going to be plenty of pressure for Vitality to win not one but consecutive rounds without breaking Entropiq.
Yeah, Forrester is casually 13 kills, I believe, and 2, and he's you know, it's only the qualifying best of 3 to the new Legends phase for your first major arena ever. So it would be amazing to see if Entropiq can keep up this level of individual performance and focus. So far, so good. And we've got a very fast action towards mid here. Trying to get through underpass, but it looks like Entropiq are slowing things down a little bit. Just a single AWP hit this time for Vitality's defense. Vitality not really challenging mid too much in the early rounds of late.
Yeah. And they don't know if anyone's in the ladder room right now. I think, yeah, Shox was playing an off angle in case they went for a B push, so he may be going to investigate this, but that is a defensive smoke grenade. So, as far as Vitality are concerned, the window could soon be compromised. Apex watching that for now, but it is something they're going to have to deal with. You can see him looking for some information. Spotted Crad heads for a little bit. Apex considering trying to find something, but that's a very, very awkward angle indeed. And now Shox is getting some much needed information. It's a very important spot to hold.
And you can see that also Entropiq have done a decent job of removing the utility from Vitality. That said, 30 seconds left in the round. They've got to get their skates onto a plant. They're moving up the B apartments, looking to go into B. And man, what a great choice here. We've got effectively an A setup, and that is the expected finishing move here for, as far as Vitality are concerned. It's just Masuta here. He does have now the attention of Shox also, but just the M4's tapping away. Entropiq will be making their way across here, and so far it's not working out too well. The defense is finding its frags, and now it's just Forrester left, and it's not too much to be done with that Mag-10.
I love that duel that Shox had with the second last player, just jiggling, making him dance a little, unable to settle and find his aim as he out-duels him with the silenced M4. Much needed round for Vitality. Denial of information for Entropiq, but you've got to take those risks, try and get the info. figure out if they're splitting B, for example, or if anybody's going for the window, etc.
Yeah, they did a great job considering the fact that it was just those 2 M4s and there was no nades. Insane that they win that so convincingly.
Yeah. Really got to try and take the fights as best you can. ZywOo misses a flick top mid. That's a big win for Entropiq. Moving very quickly towards the A bomb site now, and they're going to go straight through connector with that second kill onto Shox. Well, that is quite the response from Entropiq. You've got to land your shots. Last series we did with ZywOo, he started pretty cold on the first map, and you do wonder now if that's going to be the case here as well. Because that is a, well, I mean, it's unfortunate timing with a 3-man swing from Entropiq, and with all that presence seen on the kill cam, taking more risks on A ramp, getting a kill on the A bomb site, and that's an instant split of A. As soon as that kill comes through, that's all the green lights you need.
Yeah, and it's a really, really awesome timing for them to win another round because, of course, Vitality had just kind of picked one up after, you know, losing quite a few in a row. So in terms of the economy, their loss bonus gets reset. They didn't get an opportunity to really build up any money, so they're back in the doldrums once more. So not, I mean, a really dismal start for Vitality at the beginning of Mirage here, which certainly is a great prospect for the likes of Entropiq, who are looking really confident at the moment. This is definitely a map, though, that, you know, of all of the maps in this series, at least on the statistics, is going to be the best shout for Entropiq. So, you know, with that said, Vitality, in terms of the veto, looking good, but Forrester, Nickelback, the individual's looking dangerous. We haven't seen anything from Elian on the AWP just yet as well, so we can certainly expect him to be lighting up the server soon enough.
Yeah, they've got different gears if they need them, one of which is Elian. He's got a better spawn for the mid position, looking for the wallbang. We never really see a wallbang in that position, but it's certainly a thing. There are proper lineups for it, but in pro matches, on the right-hand side sometimes, on the left-hand side, practically never. ZywOo will be going for the AWP again. There are the flicks we're looking for. See what he chooses to do now. Kyojin holding down that ramp position, and we've seen those fast plays. Saw it in the round prior. He's expecting it now, looking towards the smokes, but there's a lot of Entropiq players trying to make risky plays now, and another one spotted by ZywOo, reading how they will respond and dealing with it. Now Elian needs to activate. 1 kill so far. 2 on the board in total. I'm not sure if there's anything else for him to do now. This is an AWP you do want to save because they will take it and use it in the next round if they can. However, he is carrying the bomb, so you never know. A minute on the clock, but as we can see, Apex is making his way towards T-spawn. And I'm not sure if either of them got the sound cues there.
Oh, it looks like it's, yeah, it looks like not, but Apex looks to be likely very good for this. Oh dear. Unfortunate.
Double AWP? Yes.
They love it. Straight to shots.
Look at the pop-offs.
Apex is the most like memeable pro for sure with all of his pop-offs. It's amazing. Oh, the double up is online once again. The interesting thing is that Entropiq will know that the double up is online. They'll have money for, you know, a full buy. And I'm curious, how will they play against the AWP full buy? Because, you know, what is it, we know that that's I almost called them G2. We know Vitality goes to this quite often. So normally when a team, you know, has double ops setups, it kind of constrains their decision making a little bit because you want to have the ops kind of doing what they do well, which is, you know, anchoring certain positions like, you know, B apartments and maybe, you know, another extremity or supporting a mid push. That it becomes a bit more predictable how a team might play with it. So I am curious if Entropiq have a sense of the best strategic approach against that, and if we're going to see that this round, like a quick set piece, for example.
Part of me wondered if they would go for a 3-man swing in mid once again, but I feel like part of that, which Vitality reading, is a player on ramp going fishing aggressively for something, so they could try and go for a fast split. But I feel like Vitality have already adjusted to that, as we saw in the round prior, and then they were reading the smoke plays for Entropiq to try and play lower percentage plays, since they were further back in terms of personnel in that round. We can see them creeping towards B initially, not getting anything early. So if a sniper has a nice spawn towards mid and or B, sometimes they'll make a play towards the apartments and try and catch somebody jumping on the van. The timing is favorable to catch a CT off guard, which is why You want your teammate to boost you where you jump from the site onto their head, where there's a little divot in the ground under the window. Got to play top mid from Masuta and co. Elian will be able to respond, but there is a molly. I think Kyojin was maybe trying to... I don't know if he could see the bomb actually, but either way, that is a great situation for Vitality. Minute on the clock. Entropiq 3 versus 4.
Yeah, you can really see the power of the double orb setup. You have those 3 rifles that can be very active around the middle of the map as the orbs lock down the long channels into the actual sites. And 30 seconds to go. Entropiq need to make the move. They've left Krad towards the B site to possibly take an AWP out of the hands of one of these players. Let's see if he's able to do that. The bomb's actually going to come back as well. So trying to fake this one out, and Krad unable to find the kill on Shox. That's unfortunate. Shox poses a great amount of trouble here. And it's actually Kyojin. He's really hitting his shots right now. Nice connection from Elian, but at this point, there's not anything left to do in the round as time has run out.
Money's running out as well for Entropiq. And that was a big test for Vitality, who could still get 8 rounds out of this half. We can see that the fake was almost working. Kyojin started rotating towards that A bomb site, but as soon as they saw a player towards B, they realized what could be happening. Molotov didn't quite land where Shox was standing behind the empty pillar. But I like the idea of that, Molly. You've got to learn that one. There is maybe the cleanest jersey that remains at the major. Let us know your opinions.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. The interesting thing here is, do Entropiq just like really meet? Yeah, they're going to try to meet the action in mid here. Given that they have worse weapons, you do want to try to find a pick early on, and they've absolutely found one. Apex going down, not reading the pacing. It's so quick now from Entropiq. Shox is coming to try to support and answer this, but he will be denied. Great Molotov. The timing of that's brilliant as they make their way towards stairs. Enzayu with that whiff. That's opportunity. That's ground game. They're closing in on him.
Kyojin dropped in BAPS as well, so there's only 3 Vitality players remaining versus the 4 of Entropiq, and they've all got rifles. Bomb planted as well. Zayu needs to start delivering before this half starts to slip away from them. Huge opportunity for Entropiq, and then there were 2, Shox and Zayu. Shox creeping past the, or maybe into the crawl space, but Forrester's waiting for him. Very hard to retake from that position. You really need your teammates to distract elsewhere, but it's Zayu alone now, so that's not so easy. Shox has certainly been hurt. He's also being hunted. 8 rounds for Entropiq. Very difficult round for Vitality to lose. Their economy hangs in the balance now, and they can reach 8 in this half no more.
I love that move. Just that fast mid aggression again. You want to try to find the early action. And with the double orb setup, we've seen that Vitality, just using mid as an opportunity for themselves to kind of work those dynamic riflers. They can work together to get information, to make plays. And Entropiq gambling that they could meet those riflers and get some frags in mid. And, they find an even bigger kill. And now Zayu is going to be angry. He's going to pick off one. Shox as well getting into the action. Both pickups will make life very difficult now for Entropiq. They're trying to get into this A site, but they're being utterly denied. Oh. 1v5 for Krad. It's a lot of time on the clock. The flank as well. Very difficult here for Krad. Time is against him in more ways than one, with the ever closer Apex moving in. Timing still works out, moves into the crossfire. Good effort from Krad. I feel like a round is always alive when Krad is still breathing.
Yeah, we've got a fight in our hands. Closely matched, it looks like, at least in the first half, Vitality and Entropiq, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some real aggression from Entropiq in the second half. So it's important for Vitality to really do the best they can in this half. Last round, in fact. Last round of the first half, so they'll want to keep it as close as they can. You can see that Lackey's down to a P250 and Krad with a Mac 10, so perhaps we'll see a faster play towards this, this B bomb site. An exchange of utility, though. We can see Lackey creeping close. Continuing to pursue now. He's going to try and make his way in, get stuck in the window though. Isolated fights for Masuta, and this round is not going to go the way of Entropiq, surely. 2 versus 4. Forrester with 8 HP. Would be a miracle to make something from this. Not quite looking like chicken salad right now.
I don't know what that means.
Some people will.
Well, it's yeah, rough one for Elliot. Last player left in the 1v4. Last round of the first half, and Vitality looking good for the 7-8 right now. At least a minute for Elian to try to figure this one out, but of course, once again, Vitality closing in around Elian. There's nowhere to go. Come out with your hands up.
Sometimes you've got to make chicken salad from chicken poop, let's say, to replace a different word, Dan. And that was a chicken poop kind of situation for Entropiq.
All right.
So it will be 8-7 at half-time. The score is kept close. Both teams looking confident, but the roles will change now, so we'll see if it remains that way. An exciting pistol round to come. First map of the series. Winner goes to Stockholm. Loser goes home.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what we get from Entropiq on the CT side. They looked really good individually on the first half, but it seemed like Vitality were definitely struggling here and there, and we're getting the worst end of the stick in some of the more, let's say, losing the wrong rounds and so on. But they somehow still managed to pull out 7, and they pulled out 7 whilst not looking anywhere close to their best. And we know both of these teams have a lot of different gears to go to, so I cannot wait to see how this one heats up as we go into the second half of the first map of this best of 3. And Vitality have their eyes set on the A bomb site.
I quite like this second angle Shox is holding, especially with a rifle. Trying to catch a stairs player off guard, looking for info towards T ramp. And there's a lot of info at T ramp, as we can see 4 players moving. It's Kyojin's job to be Super Mario Brothers. Jump, take the crosshair away to allow his teammates to at least trade, and that'll happen. Elian looking fast, looking sharp from jungle, trying to plant a bomb. Got to come off it. The one tap from ZywOo. P250, of course. 1 versus 3 now as Apex is lost.
How does he do this? They have every single avenue cut off. ZywOo cannot get to a site without crossing an angle that is held by an Entropiq player. First contact from Laggy. He doesn't have to commit to a fight here. He could allow ZywOo to pass so he can not be isolated in the 1v1, and he goes for the fight, and ZywOo kills him. So 1 versus 2 now for ZywOo after plant.
He's heard the rotation as well. He knows that one is going towards the apartments area. And Nickelback's already there. ZywOo! Surely he heard that. Maybe he thought it was short. Looking for the second player now, just playing off the information. Nickelback is going to feel a bit scared, but Elian's here. He was fast on the first shot, fast on the second one as well. 2 kills for Elian in the pistol round, and he will get the defuse bonus for the AWP, of course. Attention to detail. Very good. ZywOo in the clutch, you know that he's capable.
Yes, when Laggy was just standing there, I'm like, please don't take the 1v1. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it.
You don't have to, and you don't want to, not versus him.
Exactly.
But then again, maybe they do.
I mean, how do you lose a round to ZywOo? Give him 3 1v1s. That's how you lose a round to ZywOo. Well, it's I mean, Entropiq off to a good start, presumably in the second half. I mean, Vitality did win the first half pistol, I do believe, but they only managed to convert, the anti-eco before Entropiq got back on the action. And there's a force buy here from Vitality, and they're going straight into A.
Oh, timing. That is such an opening. That really gives them so much real estate. Look at the positions of Entropiq on the radar. They don't really have anybody on the B bomb site, but from this jungle position, especially with an AUG, you can try and cut down these Ts as they cross to the site, but now jungle's been smoked. They start to look for a lurker. There is a pain point around that mid position, and it's Shox in the underpass.
This is really difficult because they don't have retake utility. They opted to buy the more expensive rifles, and that coming at the sacrifice of retake utility. So this is going to be very difficult as they begin to move in. Vitality have a lurk as well in mid. Shox on the Mac-10. They are periodically checking for this, but the timing's not going to work out for them. Shox there doing the damage, and it's going to be very nasty from Shox. The jump Mac-10. Yikes.
He has to be so patient to lurk for that long, only emerging once they stop looking for him, because obviously the urgency is rising to a point where they have to deal with the players on the site, but they know it's going to be no surprise if there is a lurker in mid. So the timing from shots, the experience in the mind really coming to play there. Abusing the weapon as well. Close range, fire rate, air strafe shocks.
Yeah, and that's a great way for Vitality to get right back in it. Off of the force buy again. Entropiq, they didn't have nades. That was the sacrifice. And going fast for an A-take like that, a fast contact burst from Vitality, was absolute genius. Just such a great call. I mean, I don't think you could make a more ideal call with, you know, given what we saw of the buy of Entropiq. And now Vitality firmly in the driver's seat in this half. We'll see what Entropiq can do. Will they decide to force buy back? Could very well be the case.
It is the case, Dan. I can confirm Alien's got 1,500 in the bank, and so does Nickelback at the moment. As I say that, he'll pull out the Desert Eagle and some Kevlar. So we've got 2 Deagles on deck, a P250 for Krad, a CZ75. For Forrester, so we'll see what the plan is. I do wonder if they're going to go from like a default formation with this mixed bag of weapons. I mean, the bag's pretty light for the most part. Mainly that AUG. Now, if Apex spotted that smoke under the window, he should know exactly what that is.
Oh, dear.
He's been deleted in mid, and so I was going to find Krad on the ramp, maybe seeing a leg or something. Alien's got the main heavy artillery here with the AUG, trying to get that kill, but forced further and further back. Well, the Suitor's been fragged at the very least. We might see a smoke push here. Forrester with the CZ, we dropped in CT spawn. That leaves 3. Nickelback with a silenced M4 and Alien with that AUG. Now, they may end up losing everything here, but they are going to make a play. Alien's got a pop flash, and here it comes. But Kyoshi's going to see them just before. Get one and some information. 2v2, no kit on the remaining players. They are pursuing it, though. You can see Zywu now. He's going to get a nasty frag from that sandwich position. And there goes the last one. They'll lose everything after all.
Yeah, as I was coming online, he just said enough. That's enough, isn't it? So he's 17 for 9 right now. Zywu is starting to frag. And I feel like he's really dialed into this one now. And Entropiq, it's going to get harder and harder and harder across this series as the Vitality side start to, you know, ramp things up. And we're going to be moving to a 9-9 scoreline and save time for Entropiq. They did do quite a good amount of damage in that last round, but Apex will spot the majority of the setup here, so Vitality know they can just safely move into the B site.
Nice and safe from Apex. Area control, denial of information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Entropiq are concerned, it would be beautiful if you could isolate some of these T players, you know, pick up some, you know, swarm them, pick up the guns after killing them and save those guns. However, by design, Vitality have their roaming players on the outskirts with MAC-10s. So it's not really a desirable weapon going into a buy round to save. So, and it's obviously very cheap as well, making those players more expendable. So, you know, in that sense, Vitality have done a great job in protecting their valuable weapons with those MAC-10s as they roam the perimeter. So really not allowing Entropiq to find any amount of value at the end of this round. Got to be careful. Not worth going for that one from Masuta. And back on the buy once again for Entropiq.
Alien will pull out the AWP for the CT side. 1 round behind now. Looking for their second round in this half. Zywu 17 for 9. So even though we saw him a little cold in the first half, missing some flicks and so on, he's still top fragging, save for Forrester. At least for Vitality, he's at the top. Forrester, though, with 21 kills so far. Lackey now looking to move forward with a MAC-10 towards top mid, but as we can see, Apex is not going to outstay his welcome, and he'll back off away from that mid position after some initial presence. Currently 4 players for Entropiq towards the A-bomb site, with Forrester very quickly into a forward position in the apartments. I think they should be able to hear how close he is. Fadeaway HE grenades. And I think they've just seen each other. They've got a half a second to reposition now as the push is coming through. More flashes, and Lackey's trying to find something. Forrester cleaning up though. 2 so far. Shots looking to swing on him. Nickelback, could he be here in time? Forrester still holding down from that bench position.
Also good damage done though by Entropiq. A 2 versus 2. Alien takes down Apex and Zyro caught in the open, and that's going to be the frag for Crad. 10 to 10. Entropiq are going to make it working. I was kind of wondering too with Lackey. He saved the MAC-10 and he could have bought. He had $3,000. He could have bought a rifle, but he kept the MAC-10. Now, thankfully, that ended up being totally fine. But I was a bit worried. Great defense from Forrester, just working this backside bench position really effectively. And that just took too long for Vitality to kind of take control, and Entropiq's rotation got there and were able to help out. And now we're in really interesting territory because Entropiq will have the AWP online. They're going to have more utility. Everybody's got good equipment. So what are we going to see from them, James? This could be the moment where they get a bit aggressive and make some forward plays.
Yeah, this is a very big round to dictate the coming rounds with the pressure that both these teams will be applying. Very important one to win. Let's see what the intentions are. Now Entropiq look for information.
Ooh. Almost getting like the run boost.
Yeah, be a fast boost on the ramp to try and catch a player crossing to connector, but nothing doing there. Early utility. And speaking of Nickelback, utterly deleted by Vitality. It's a huge kill from Shox, who tries to control the mid position. Smoke in the middle of connector. Won't quite give them control, but will deny some information for Entropiq. We can see Lackey moving away from the B bomb site now. What do Entropiq do to get back into this in this 4v5 situation for them?
Yeah, given that their buy is so heavy and that they don't have much money, you'd almost want to see them just gamble stack so that they can have a good defense somewhere. And they are kind of doing that. They've got only one player in the B apartments, Forrester, which makes sense. This is a spot where he could get a multi-kill, which could enable a possible retake if Vitality decides to go B. But Vitality looking like they want to find themselves onto an A split here. So it's going to require a lot of excellent shots because they also have full utility. So at this point, Entropiq have everything working against them. Alien shouldn't be able to get a free shot here. There's the flash. He's on the angle still. He's actually going to land it against Sidewoo. Can he get another one? That would be massive here for Alien. The jiggle, the peek, the tease comes through, and Alien has to fall back.
Crad forced forward, but how about that for a result? The bomb spotted. Forrester creeping forward now. They know where he is with that kill on Masuta. Trying to hold these off angles, catching Shox off guard as well. Just when he thought it was safe to look down, he is taken down. Apex has to go for this plant. Elliot trying to get him off it, but will land a kill afterwards, and Entropiq will take the lead 11 to 10. A plant for Vitality, but certainly not a round.
I'm so impressed by Entropiq. There's so many disadvantages they had in having to defend in that situation. The lack of utility, the lack of players, the better positioning from Vitality players. Yet still, Entropiq, despite being a team of players that are not nearly as experienced or tenured as a lot of the Vitality players, they have an extremely impressive degree of nerve and composure in these very pressured situations where they are definitely kind of having their backs against the wall. They don't seem to be impacted by that fact. And they're going to pick up an absolutely key round. They're going to keep their bank going, and there is just enough money here if Vitality wanted to do something. So they'll go for a more conservative half buy.
Yeah, their loss bonus is middling at present. Don't want to spend too much, and they'll want to get a bomb plant from this at the very least. And of course, do some economical damage. But I feel like there's been a few rounds where Entropiq have only survived. Yeah, the last 3 rounds in a row, Entropiq have only had 2 players survive. So their economy is a bit brittle if Vitality can simply win a round. But that is proving difficult at the moment.
We're going to get a burst towards the B site here. Vitality, they don't have much to work with, so they're going to just shove it all in the B sites. And Forrester, he's ready for this one. He's got the AUG. Surely there'll be some utility to deny him damage. So patient is Forrester in this position. Entropiq can hold their spots pretty much everywhere. Only Alien moving around.
So what is the play here from Vitality? Sometimes you'll see that deep Molotov in the apartments and then spray towards the kitchen, where the T's will have to stand. See quite a few kills from there as well. Seen quite a few kills from ZywOo today, and there is another one with that Desert Eagle. He won't go and try and retrieve the weapon from the middle of mid. But now with most information concealed, Entropiq have got 2 players per site, so Vitality are likely to have a 4v2 push wherever they choose to go. But Alien's, yeah, he's going towards the A bomb, so he's rotating away from B, in fact, as we see some lurk grenades from Vitality, and Entropiq not buying this just yet as they hold steadfast with their 2 players on the A bomb site, but now starting to rotate with Krad, perhaps looking towards a short position. Stereo kills for Entropiq to start the proceedings. That's a good frag as well, dropping the bomb, really reducing the chances for anything to happen, and they'll survive with 4 players. 12 to 10.
Yeah, Forrester doing a great job. You know, of course, they're against ecoing players, but at the same time, these are some of the best players in the world. So, you know, you have to be absolutely on point. And we can see that Forrester, you know, he's been really on point, especially, you know, playing that difficult kind of B rotation. You know, you're that player that when everything goes wrong and you have to retake on the A site, you have a very hard job getting through mid and doing that. But he's been great so far, so impressed by him. Fast movement from Vitality, as you can see, right up A ramp, going for a fast A place. Helped them before, but this time it's looking at more contested as Entropiq hold.
Apex, oh, didn't get the sound cues in time, and there's more opportunity now for Entropiq. 4 versus 2. Vitality really need a bomb plant now. It may help them buy in the next round. Apex, oh sorry, Kyoto looking for a second one. Only getting one though, he's alone now. But not for long, he'll soon join his teammates in the afterlife in this round. Off to the next one, Entropiq 3 rounds away from taking Mirage, and you wonder if Vitality can stop them. This is the pick of Entropiq. It would be a huge win for Vitality if they could take it away from them, but you wonder how likely that is now.
Forrester looking to drop 30 on us right here in this opening map of this best of 3 to qualify themselves through to the Avicii Arena to become a new legend. That would be something. I mean, it looks like it's bound to happen with Forrester's performance in the rounds that are left in this. Vitality looking to shock Entropiq with their pacing in that previous round, but Entropiq, they seem so dialed in. They're ready for everything. Passive opening for them at the moment. They will allow Vitality onto that A site, and they have plenty of utility to play a favorable retake with said utility. So happy to give up this site. We might see Krad on the AWP actually, able to get a pick from Ticket. There are a lot of smokes.
Nice shot from Krad. We see plenty of bells being rung, and maybe there's opportunity with that kill from Nickelback. That's quite a gap in the smoke, however. I think there's still 2 more flashes here actually for Vitality, so Krad has to be careful, but ZywOo is ready. Another flash into connector. ZywOo's got 1 more. There's an AWP if he wants it, but Forrester is on the AWP, so they've got to be careful. Nothing can be taken for granted. Vitality have got a great opportunity, and they can't make it easy. Footsteps heard from Forrester. There's that final flashbang. He's ready for it, though, and now comes the retake. Elian from connector. Shock's waiting for it to go too far. Going straight into it, though. Punctured in the chest, leaving Apex with a CZ versus 3. Doing his best to squeeze some more damage in, but it will be another round for Entropiq.
Yeah, that's really fantastic. A 3v4 retake there, and you know, one of the things that we learned a long time ago, back in the SK fallen era of SK, 2016 or whenever it was, is that you can allow the T's to fully take the A site, but if you stay alive as 5 players, you have control around stairs, connector, and jungle and CT, you can retake with just your nades, and it's extremely favorable for the CTs. So ZywOo, knowing that, pushes extremely aggressively to Ticket and makes a strong argument for them to be able to win that round. But Entropiq looks so good right now, and fast mid approach. The pace is high here for the French players, and it's looking like it's working out this time.
Yeah, they reasonably unscathed with that one. 2 players half health, but 5 versus 3. They can take 2 bullets or so. Fantastic start from Vitality, and boy, do they need it with Entropiq just 2 rounds away, going from strength to strength. You wonder what the ceiling is in the short term for Entropiq. Short term being the duration of this major. I can't wait to see them shoot up the table in the rankings once it has concluded. But where will they finish?
They're actually stacking the B side at the moment, which is, you know, they're a 3v5. We talked about this kind of situation before. You can decide to stack. They're doing that. They are expecting that they're not looking towards Catwalk at all. There might be an opportunity here for Krad as he waits for it. There's one. 3 versus 4 now. Can Krad make it even better? They're going to be starting to march towards that A site, but ZywOo puts an end to Krad.
Yeah, they know where the bomb is going, but not so easy to get there and try to do something about it. And they start to have money issues. We can see Nickelback's got $1,000 in the bank. Krad is halfway to a buy with 3,100. So they could certainly do with holding on to these 2 weapons. And again, that 14th round can be a curse for some teams. They can get stuck there for a while. And they can just squeeze that extra performance from the team on the back end, trailing as Vitality are. Great start to this round in mid. And a strong finish on the A-bomb site, but they'll need to string a lot of rounds together now to catch up with Entropiq. This will be their first round after 5 from the leading CT side.
And just, you know, a shout out to, you know, Forrester, who did get his 30 bomb in the previous round. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, ZywOo's trying to catch him. 24 kills now for ZywOo. And hey, if they can keep winning rounds, maybe he gets that.
And Vitality very focused. They've been working with these very quick paces, you know, in their openings. Either it's, you know, very fast contact into A, very fast contact into mid, trying to run it down and just trying to use that pace to quickly gain space and battles. And I like that too because it's a confidence play too. And it can really help to ignite your players, especially if your players are actually getting those entry frags. You know, when you've been outplayed in the slower rounds, you know, mixing up that pacing can be very helpful. And given that Entropiq are on worse weapons now, this is certainly cool for Vitality, but I do believe they'll be able to, Entropiq will be able to buy up still.
Masuta is going to throw the instant window smoke in mid, I do believe. There are like, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 spawns in T-spawn where people can throw the instant mid smoke. Well, I think there are more, but it's pretty hard to learn all of those. Actually, no. Someone else is throwing it. He's gone for the top mid smoke instead. But one of his colleagues did go for that instant smoke. So if you are trying to molly it, for example, it's going to be a lot more difficult than the usual ones, the older ones. A big focus on the A-bomb site from Vitality. Entropiq have got 2.5 players here, Elian being in connector.
That's unfortunate. That Molotov being extinguished allows there to be a player on the top of the ladder still. And it's a smoke. It's a lurk smoke going through instead from Apex to try to make up for that. They're going to try to force their way in here, but it's going to be very difficult. Entropiq are ready for this.
How on earth has Apex found a kill there? I don't know, but they're still not at the advantage Vitality as Shox and Masuta have been lost. One of them lurking in the B apartments, and it's a full rotation from Entropiq. With that lurker, they know what's happening. A clean shot from Apex. He's been so dangerous. Well-timed flashbang as Forrester rotates in towards CT spawn and eats it. That will slightly delay him, but now he's posting up some angles. That could be a juicy HE grenade for Kyojin, leaving him on 7 HP. He took all of that one. Lackey with a great angle, and these retakes for Entropiq continue to be strong. 2 versus 1. Apex looking for one more to take it to 12 for Vitality, and there it is, another headshot from Apex in the clutch, keeping Vitality in this, and Entropiq off game point.
Apex is so fantastic, just delivering when the moment needs him the most. Oh, stunning stuff from him. That's absolutely what they needed against Entropiq. I mean, Entropiq, to beat them, you're going to have to do stuff like that. Vitality need Apex to come online. They need ZywOo to come online in these clutch moments, and Apex delivers. And it's still not enough to fully break Entropiq and their buys. They still have a dangerous amount of firepower here to offer up. It's just Nickelback who's stuck on a deagle, but he has seen some pretty nasty 1-deeks coming through from Entropiq earlier in this matchup. And Elian takes down Apex as he strays into top mid. An early 5v4, and Kyojin be able to equalize. But again, let's not forget, Nickelback did have the deagle.
Apex has had so many clutch moments in the games for Vitality at this major. First to go down could be a problem. Very strong player to have in the clutch. But it's a 4v4. And again, it's one of those situations. You cut noise, you creep towards the site. Reasonable chance of a 4v2 situation, which is very favorable. But they are up against some very dangerous players.
And 3 walking through Palace. Do you expect so many in Palace? It's Crad. Crad on the other end of this. Are they going to contact through? Will there be a flashbang from Shox? Yeah, there's a flashbang. They spotted Crad. He's trying to just delay, but his teammate's gone down. He can't do anything there. Vitality have breached the site, and it's up to Lackey and Forrester. Now, they don't have money, so they're going to likely save this, picking up some guns that have been left in mid. So Lackey gets the AK upgrade, but Vitality looking to move to 13 here, and there'll be 1 behind Entropiq, and Entropiq will be on a save. They don't have money. I don't think they're going to buy up around the AKs and the AK and the AUG.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an awkward position for them. If they force around these 2 weapons, then they're not going to have a full buy for the remainder of this. They're at second round loss bonus at present, which will increase. So we'll see what they choose to do. We've seen people make some questionable buys at times late on before and ruin their situation. But we'll see. They'll still be dangerous either way. You can see Shox just bouncing off the ceiling to try and avoid getting headshot. Didn't work though. Takes one in the face, but he won't be too concerned because it is advantage Vitality.
Yeah. And I think that's the mid-round reset. I mean, firstly, that jump from Nickelback is an interesting maneuver. Again, they were 5v4 in that moment. He only has an eagle, but it would be nice to see him stay alive. But regardless, everyone is a general after the war, as Yanko would say. And yeah, so we'll see Entropiq going for the save here. It was smart of Vitality to reset into the A play. Just avoid Forrester, who's been locking down B. Avoid him as long as you can. And ZywOo is going to just take him down straight away.
Yeah, he's not avoiding nothing.
It is ZywOo after all.
25 kills now for ZywOo. Opportunity knocks for Vitality. 26 kills for ZywOo. The AUG now the main remaining threat. Oh, hello. Oh, Nickelback has got a rifle to collect. He's trying to press E from as far away as possible for science. That's going to be a 3 clicks video right there. How far away can you press the E button? How many units?
Give me all the units.
Nickelback and Elian now could really do with holding on to these weapons, but Shox loves to just try and, you know, just take a little bit more away from you. They will have money for the next round. He can afford to lose a weapon. He knows they're both carrying one. Oh, the timing from Shox. He sees an elbow. He knows where they are.
So important to hold on to these guns here for Entropiq. And, well, there goes one of them. And he will move forward. I love this, just going aggressive, taking a very forward off angle. Goes beyond Shox's crosshair placement, and that's a 1v3 for Elian. Should be able to keep himself alive. One more player oncoming. Here comes Masuta. Elian, uh-oh, that's a distraction. Which way does he look? And he gets taken down from the back. Unfortunate, but they do at least have a buy here. However, if they lose this round, that's going to be one less gun for the next round.
Jack in the box. ZywOo out here with a claw hammer.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's really owning them there.
Love to see it.
14-14, James. It's all on this round. It really is.
Instant window smoke has come through once again from Vitality. The Apex will be swinging at the top mid. Lackey can't see anything. Blind, eyes closed by force. Nickelback will do what he can, but all he can do really is reposition to connect up. Great flash from Apex. I'm not sure how he ate that, to be honest, Lackey. He was facing the wall, so I guess he turned around too early. And now there's trouble towards the B bomb site. Forrester has some help in Elian, though, who can post up with the AWP. But Vitality are not going to take that risk. A little poking, prodding, a little skirmish. And they'll move elsewhere.
Yeah, don't go towards Forrester with the AUG holding down the B apartments. This is a lesson we've learned in this game of Mirage so far. And they reset. They have so much time on the clock. 1:10 as they come back into mid. And Entropiq, they don't want to take a forward info play. They have to gamble their positioning a little bit. What do they expect on the rotation? Vitality could just be waiting in the B apartment still, or they've rotated. They're actually up mid. They can go up catwalk. There's so many options here for Vitality. But as they move up connector, great find from Misuta. Here comes a swing from Forrester with the AUG. It finds nothing. It's Nickelback, though, on the other end of connector. The bomb's behind the smoke, but Shox covers it, and that just leaves Alien in the 1 versus 5. Oh, my God. Great shot, but it's just too little too late. And that's 15 rounds on the board for Vitality and a broken economy for Entropiq.
Apex, man, full of energy, but look what it does for his team as well. Especially because the coach can't do it, right? So he's got to do it even more. He's got to really pop off now. Got to get his flavor on, be the hype man for the squad. And he always was. But Entropiq, this is a rough situation for them. They were in a driving seat, but it's a pretty ugly car crash now, as they're not going to have much money to play with. 2 silenced M4s come out there as a scout for Elian. And I do wonder if we'll see a slow round for Vitality, because you would imagine they're going to be short on utility. So they may go for some kind of fast play in Entropiq to make up for that, as is standard. Apex has a very clear idea as to what he wants to do, as to what he doesn't want to happen. They'll certainly want to limit their risk at the beginning, I would imagine.
Shox creating presence in mid, but we actually see Vitality looking like they want to finish towards the A site here. They have the bomb towards the A ramp, and that mid pressure has been pretty consistent.
Oh!
Alien can't find anything through the smoke, unfortunately, for Entropiq.
Yeah.
And Vitality will likely go back into the A play very shortly. Oh, Nickelback. This is everything here. Oh, that's a big frag. Kojin took down Krad, though.
That leaves the bomb carrier alone on the ramp, ZywOo. So Vitality started by holding every choke. A minute 10 now as they look to move in for a B split. There are no eyes in that mid position apart from Elian with connector. Will he find Misuta soon? Is he going to walk through the smoke?
And he only had a scout. He had to hit the headshot. Doesn't find anything. And that's going to be the 2 versus 4 here. Entropiq's chances on map 1 look like they are diminishing rapidly, falling off a cliff here as it remains just with 2 players. But can Lackey find this one with the FAMAS? Absolutely not. Forrester, nice shot. Able to find the wallbang there through the woods, but they know where he is. And he's been great so far, but Forrester has too much on his plate, and ZywOo will finish him off. And that's Vitality, a very hard-fought first map, but you can see how much it means to get that one in the bag. Is that the best chance gone for Entropiq in this series? I guess we'll find out shortly.
Apex about to break someone's wrist with those hand slaps. Stole that one from the clutches of defeat. Both teams, I think, look strong in that. It was a great matchup, and Entropiq had to be rising with confidence. But again, sometimes a team can get stuck at 14 points when your back's to the wall, when you're trailing, when you have the deficit. You can just get that bit more out and take over the game, and they certainly were able to do that, Vitality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Vitality, they really grinded hard there. We saw a lot of moments where Entropiq were skill diffing them effectively, you know, out dueling them, just winning really great battles, great defenses. We saw Forrester crushing it. I mean, Forrester's performance hitting the 30 there was just beautiful to see. But then Vitality started to go away from him. They started to suffocate the whole team. So great adjustments, and the scary thing is that ZywOo really started to come online.
He did, yeah. Like the last series that you and I did with Vitality, I think he was a bit colder for most of the first map, but he warmed up pretty damn quickly in that one and shot up the scoreboard very quickly indeed after missing some the initial flicks there. But we're going to head to a break. When we're back, plenty more Counter-Strike. The first of 3 series coming today, so stay tuned.
Play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Well, you just saw it for yourselves. Vitality able to steal away Entropiq's pick. They're feeling great in the camp, all the Apex memes, etc. We're going to break it down on the desk, how they were able to do it now. Joining me, Maniac, Blair, and obviously I've got to start with you since you're so invested in this game. It was looking bleak at one point. Entropiq did start well. They had that early lead. You could see monster performances coming in from one or two of their players. I mean, Vitality showed something to me in this map they haven't shown yet at the Major.
I agree with you, and I think we have to start by applauding the composure of Entropiq at the beginning of this game. We talked about the pressure, we talked about the prestige of that 2-2 game, and they were unfazed. They were composed as hell. In fact, they were making Vitality look like clowns in some of these retake situations. We're talking 3v4s, we're talking 2v3s. You know, Vitality are the one dropping the ball. Entropiq, as you can see on the scoreline right there, they took the early lead. They were in charge. They were in command in this game.
Even the 8-7 scoreline belies the fact that it was Entropiq in full control, right? Vitality were reacting time and time again to what Entropiq were throwing their direction, and we have to shout out Forrester. Sure, it was a losing effort, but he had 30 kills and I do believe like 24 rounds or something ridiculous. Unfortunately for him, the last 6 rounds happened, Maniac. He got 2 kills.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about
just 2 kills in the final round.
This is the nightmare scenario you find yourself in at this level. People at home are going to go, how can you criticize Forrester? I can't. The numbers don't lie. Of course. But in the hard yards down the stretch, he had a couple of big whiffs. And this is the level we're talking about at a Major. 1 or 2 mistakes, and suddenly the 31 kills that you get, they don't mean anything.
Of course, you don't get a free pass at this level. No. You do not get it. It doesn't matter if you spend 25 rounds being at the top of your game. If you drop the ball at the very end in a clutch that means everything, then all you remember is the loss. So for Entropiq, obviously, disappointment is going to be around the corner. They're going to need to put a great effort into resetting because they must feel like they just missed an occasion to be 1-0 up in this game.
And I gotta say, we did touch upon that. We did allude to the fact that the mental game is going to be coming in key, and I think it was highlighted perfectly the final few moments of this particular game. Whether you go back to the final 6-7 rounds, it was Vitality, of course, spearheaded. I'm sure we want to talk more in detail about that clutch coming in from Apex, right? But that was the catalyst for things to just kind of see Vitality kind of rise from the ashes. But on the other hand, you look at Entropiq, I saw too many individual plays coming out. This was not the case earlier in the game, earlier in the map. We saw players just trying to go in for multi-kill, just going for dry peaks and getting punished again and again.
Look, there is one story in this game. It's round 26. It all comes down to round 26. We're talking about Apex having an ace combined with a 1v3 when he's got 12 kills at the beginning of the round. He's down in the dumps. He's not feeling it at all. He doesn't find his play style, doesn't find his rhythm. And then suddenly he clutches his way back into the game with an incredible round. He's completely boxed in. He's down in ramp in the 1v3. They know where he is. And somehow he brings it back up, which is insane. That's the round we are about to see right there. The fact that, actually no, it's 24. But the fact that Apex has this moment, this clutch right here, this is when the game changes. This is when Apex, as a captain, takes control of the game and makes his teammate believe in the fact that they're about to pull the comeback. And you could see it. You could feel it on their faces, feeling on their body. They knew they were taking it back.
And this is a different Apex. This is a different Apex. You see, he gets the 1v3. He clutches it out, which is, as we pointed out, the catalyst for this comeback. And look at his expression, his demeanor. This is not the Apex we saw just even a couple of weeks back, where he'd be like jumping around, enjoying, celebrating that clutch. He's like steely demeanored. He knows what's on the line. He's like, well, that's done with. Let's get on with the next round.
That's experience and leadership, because he knows, okay, I've made a clutch. I've given us the opportunity, but it's not a guarantee we're going to send it. I have to stay calm and let the troops know we've still got a job to do here. So actually, in that moment, the fact that he wasn't so high...
It's a good reaction.
That's
a great reaction. It is a good reaction, because you need to convey to your teammates that this round in itself does nothing. It doesn't accomplish anything. The one clutch does not accomplish anything if not everyone joins it on that boat and finds the momentum and finds the confidence. And this is why he stayed stoic the way he did. He knew he needed his teammate to shine. And then we're talking about the mental game. If you just look at the last few rounds, you'd feel like Vitality have their number figured out, because suddenly the kills are going Vitality's way, the clutches are going their way, the timings are going their way, and this is what we call momentum.
And I feel like that is something which starts to percolate through the rest of the team as well. We touched upon Kyojin, we touched upon Masuta, how these two kids are, very new to the biggest stage in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and we saw moments, Maniac, where it was Kyojin coming up from the Palace position.
Absolutely.
The sheer nerves, just non-existent nerves. He had balls of steel. He knew what the player was. He's like, I'm still going to be clearing out the angle. And it's just great stuff coming out from the youngsters.
Just before we do talk about the Kyojin story, we've got to talk about the MVP. Obviously. It's sort of crazy. You said it in the break. He's done his best Simple impression, because he's dropped 27 kills. And it's just sort of happened. It's just occurred.
We haven't even spoken about him yet.
Yes. And yet, he, an MVP performance. This is what ZywOo, this is what having a player like ZywOo, a star player in your team, does for you. But in particular, when it is ZywOo and he's on his game, what it does is it gives you that foundation. It's like, he's good for a kill every round.
That's the thing. That's what we assume. That is what we assume. What is crazy is that the bottom line for ZywOo is to have 27 kills. And we just sit at the desk thinking, you know what, he did his job. It was an okay performance. But that's actually, that is matching up with his talent and his impact as a player. If he has 35 to 40 kills, then we'll enchant him. But he just quietly does his job. He carries his team time and time and time again. And once more, he is activated.
And here's a really cool thing about ZywOo's performance in this particular game. Unlike Forrester, who just peaked massively at the beginning, the middle part of the game, and kind of tapered off at the last 6 rounds, so to speak. ZywOo, it wasn't him having a monstrous 30-kill performance, right? But he was consistently delivering, and especially in that comeback train that the Vitality were on, the amount of opening kills he was getting with an AWP instrumentally opens it up. Then you have Apex and Masuta and Kyojin coming in, picking off the remaining pieces. I'm happy to see this. I'm happy to see ZywOo not just be the MVP, but see the remaining pieces of the team all around him working together as a unit. But that's what they need.
Yeah, and this is the key, Blair. Like, we talked a lot about Kyojin. I think Kyojin's had a poor performance overall in each of his games so far at the Major. Considering he's the young talent, he's the one they want to develop. He was highly touted in the French scene, obviously couldn't play in a top team, was serving a suspension. That's gone now. He's come back into Vitality, and here at the Major hasn't looked all that impressive. For me, this is his most impactful performance, because he stepped up. It's not just about the kills, though. It was about having game head on, laser focus, not making mistakes. That round when he came out of Palace, and he knows this guy over at Tetris, but you know what? I'm still going to clear. Exactly. He made decisions in this game like an elite level player, and we haven't seen that often.
And it is going to be a difference maker for Vitality. There's no way around it. He has been a liability if you look at the last few weeks and months, because just frankly said, he lacks the experience. He makes mistakes. You read interviews, you talk with Apex, he'll tell you some maps he found his rhythm, he found his play, and some he's completely lost. He plays like shit. He even said that verbatim. Yeah. But that's how sometimes you just have to look the truth in the eyes. And here he's not being a liability. And he was tested on the A side. He had a couple of multi-kills. He was very solid. I don't ask him to have 30 kills. This is not what we need from
Just do your job.
Yeah. Exactly. Just do your job. And he did it in that first map, that's for sure.
And especially the fact that this is coming up against a must-win game against Entropiq, who have been just, lopping off the heads of some of the favorites so far in this tournament. That's even more impressive because he did struggle against Astralis. He did struggle against EG, which are, let's be real, like Vitality were the favorites in those matchups, right? He struggled there, but him delivering, especially on that comeback train, if he can continue that, we potentially could see Vitality starting, from being in the dumpster to maybe just accelerating and just going straight up, straight to the moon.
Yeah, and to pick up on that point as well, now we're moving on to Overpass, foreshadowing that second map. And that was one of the first few maps where I saw him on the B side, to get a little technical here, where he was sometimes completely lost. He got caught off guard, his positioning was a little bit poor, he didn't really understand the timings of which he had to be safe or not. And now that he's got that confidence, that experience, I'm sure we're going to see better from him.
And it's a good point, actually, because Overpass is a unique map. A lot of the game theory you would apply to maps that are a lot more compact. It doesn't apply here. You've really got to be decisive, and your game sense has to be absolutely precise, because if you mess up a rotate, if you do a misread, you've lost the round.
The thing with Overpass is with Vitality picking this was a confidence pick. We spoke about that as well. It's a map that Entropiq are more than happy to play at any given time, right? So with Vitality picking this, I'm like, okay, it's a bit of a risky pick, but it's good to know that as the favorites, you are confident in what you can deliver. But the problem for me here, Maniac, and we spoke about this in the green room as well, the T sides can sometimes fall a little flat, and then it comes down to the man himself, the legend, Shox. The number of games I've seen this guy single-handedly deliver with those lurks of his, getting his impact kills on the T side. I don't want that to happen. I don't want it to be a case where it has to be Shox pulling them out from, a very precarious situation. So this is a tricky one.
So the problem that sometimes Vitality run into is that if they face an Oper that's really strong on the A side, he'll punish them, and then everything relies on Shox. But Elian isn't exactly having the best of game right now.
Yeah. Well, look, we've got 3 minutes before we get into the map. We've got to talk about Entropiq. I know we're probably feeling a lot of the bias here. We're all hyped up, and seriously, we obviously respect
biased analysts, of course.
Journey. Yeah, exactly.
No regret.
Listen,
Bloody French.
They can play this map. They can do it here. We've seen them in series before, but they take people's map picks away from them, especially from this deficit. They're happy to battle back. They never give up, this team. And positives. Elian, like you say, he hasn't quite warmed up. He wasn't quite as good in that game. But he's always got that potential. This is a very good map for him. He's an aggressive, mobile AWPer. They love Overpass.
And I guess the question becomes now, how well does he react to the fact that he kind of missed the mark on the first map? That is very, very important to know. We're going to have to keep an eye on him to see if he's got the same confidence, if he's got the same proactivity, because you are correct, Richard. On Overpass specifically, we know on the CT side how a good Oper is going to be a pain in the ass to play against. He's going to punish you anytime you miss a utility. He's going to punish you anytime you're trying to be fancy with taking some map control. But the truth is, Elian, the one we have seen, the one we called proven in the early stages of the Major, hasn't arrived to the occasion quite yet.
Sure, I mean, not in this game, but you can see from the stats on your screen. Anyone calling this guy an onliner? Turns out he's an offliner, because he's raised his game here at the Major. And seriously, nobody can question his legitimacy anymore, no matter how this series goes. But it's not just Elian. We saw Forrest having a big performance. Obviously, want to talk a little bit about him. He's been around since 2015, been slowly working his way up. Obviously played at that Win Strike team that was so dangerous. People wanted to swerve them at LANs because they just sort of would always upset one big team. It was in that hard Legion team. And
has now major experience as well with 3 meters.
Major experience, and now he's here. And unfortunately for him, wasn't able to get it done on that first map, but hugely important here as well, right?
Yeah, he's going to keep him and Krat. Like we've seen Forrester this time around on Mirage. I have flashbacks in my mind of the Vertigo game against Gambit. That was Krat this time around, who was an absolute beast. Either of these people need to chime in, need to help, need to have some kind of performance, because they are backs against the wall.
I gotta say, the one good thing for the side of Entropiq is the fact they don't seem to... You look at the stats and you kind of think they're so reliant on Elian being a star player for this team. I don't think that's the case. I think everyone in this team can deliver. We saw Forrester on Mirage. We've seen Krat step up as well.
He's had some big
Nickelback has some big games as well, right?
Good songs as well.
Even though Elian, as long as he doesn't disappear from the server, I still feel they can be a dangerous force here.
Yeah, well, I mean, so the question then becomes, I mean, who is it that to join the 2 players that we're highlighting for Entropiq? You know, is it a Nickelback? Because I've seen him pop off and have some like crazy entries, crazy finds. You know, like you say, I think he's a little bit underrated. You know, who really needs to step up out of the remaining pack?
You'd have to hope that Forrester carries over that form he had on Mirage. Like, I guarantee you, when you come out of a game like this, obviously once the disappointment is back, the sadness is back from losing the map, maybe a bit of frustration, he's got to feel like he's online, he's activated, and he's in the game. And you want to carry that form over. You want to be helping your team having that great start. Everyone's got to be a little bit down in the dumps when they know they missed the mark on Mirage at the very end. But if he can carry over again, have a good start on Overpass, he can be the incubator of that.
And that is going to be the difference maker. Like, this is it, boys. Like, this is it. Like, you need to win this map or else you're out of here. Whatever you've done so far to make it all the way to the major, it's all for naught unless you win this map. And that is the mentality they need to have. Do or die, get the W.
So how confident are we in Vitality's Overpass? I like them on this map. I think in particular when they've played against Na'Vi, I think they've beat Na'Vi a couple of times on this map in days gone by. So they can obviously play it, but you know, it's not a... in my mind, I don't think of it as like a classic Vitality map. No. Like, I'm more interested in the Dust 2, or the, you know, I even like them on the Mirage, you know, so how confident are you?
I think that if Vitality can weather the storm on the first half, get 5 to 6 rounds, and then move on to the CT side, I've seen them having really good defenses. We're talking about the Shock Cywo duo towards the A side, and God knows they can completely do the job. The fact for me is, because they managed to win Mirage without playing their best game, we've talked about how struggling they were at the very beginning, this to me gives me confidence, and that must give them confidence as well. They knew it wasn't a pretty first map, but somehow they pulled it back together, and I feel like maybe, just maybe, Entropiq missed the window.
Yeah, Blair.
Yeah, I did enjoy the first half of that game on Mirage. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of Entropiq kind of taking the charge. And I'd like to see the same coming out from them on Overpass over here, right? Be aggressive. Don't just play your standard default. You have someone like Elian who's got the skill set. Set him up. There's so many avenues available for him to try and get these early picks towards Fountain, maybe towards Connector. Screw it, just go towards Connector, pincer them. Make Vitality feel suffocated. Don't leave them the space to work what they want to do. Don't allow ZywOo the freedom to slowly creep on in and get an opening pick and then just swarm the bomb site, right? Fight fire with fire. That's the call here for Entropiq.
Well, I've just been told, I thought we were literally about to throw into the game there, but I've just been told they're swapping out an SSD, so we're going to have a little bit of extra time. Interesting, because you've been in these situations as a competitor. When you have that momentum and you've just won a game and you're hyped and your adrenaline is going, the last thing you want to hit is the tech problem, right? Because it brings you down, you know, and you very hard to get that adrenaline shot back.
I think in itself, it is a skill that you acquire over time when you're a professional player and you're ready to go, you're ready, you know, high fives all around, and suddenly there's a technical issue. Well, first of all, the first feeling is frustration. Like, come on, just let me play. It's the damn map. Like, let me go in. But you actually have to learn how to deal with this. You have to stay composed. Maybe you mess around a little bit with a teammate. I don't know if they actually are allowed to talk right now since the game hasn't started. Maybe they can fool around. So at least you're not, you know, end up in this touchy position where you're not allowed to talk, which is a very, very specific situation to be in, by the way.
And if you're the coach, if you're Exitaz right now, you're just basically having verbal diarrhea, telling whatever you want to tell them. Because listen, Richard, I've been watching the cameras. The game with Mythor yesterday, I felt like he might just explode watching some of those rounds. He's like he wants to showcase his emotions. He can't. And Exitaz as well, we saw in his game yesterday against Astralis as well, right? He was really just kind of keeping those emotions from flooding out.
Yeah, and just to bounce back on that coach point as well, if you're Exitaz right now, moving on to the second map, you have to carry over the idea that things have got to be better. Things have got to be better. What happened on the first map cannot be your blueprint to winning the second. You cannot just hope someone is going to turn the tides around with an incredible clutches. We have seen them drop situations. We have seen them drop advantage situations, lacking the bomb plant positioning. That's the moment for Exitaz to make sure to chime in that everyone is on par. Guys, be disciplined. You know, cross your T's, dot your I's, know your position, talk together. That's the moment where you stir the ship a little bit in the right direction. Because again, they kind of stole that map away.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Blair, like when it comes to verbal diarrhea, obviously I know a thing or two about it, right?
We all do.
But I'll say with Exitaz, absolutely not the case. This is a very precise dude, very pointed. And you have to understand, I mean, he wasn't like a legendary player or anything. I mean, like, you look over at Astralis, Sonic is a 1.6 legend. He played in some of the best Danish teams.
One of the best ever.
So he carries that authority. You listen to what he has to say because you know what he's done in the game. Exitaz was kind of like just a journeyman source player, you know, nothing, but just an amazing mind for the game. You know, he did casting and analysis and things like that, and then came through to be one of the, you know, best coaches we have in the scene. And you can see the respect the players have for him, despite maybe not having the authority authoritative background of other coaches. Everything he says is so pointed, and he's a great leader at events like this. You can see it.
Yeah, obviously, and the fact that he's managed to do this with what he has proven, with this team, with the system, like benching RPK, getting in more untested players like Kyojin and Masuta, and kind of molding them to play at the highest levels of Counter-Strike. This is very impressive stuff, and especially like Richard just mentioned right now, you don't have the legacy of being like a 1.6 or a Source champion. So a very important thing, and which I'm sure you can speak more, you can expound more on, would be fact respect is hard to earn.
Yeah, it's like Richard just said, right? The respect just didn't come from his career. He had to earn it. He had to earn it because he's to the point. He doesn't mess around with idioms and whatnot. He's quite clear, simple in what he's saying. But also, I think he knows how to talk with his players, right? Yep. When we had the chance back then to be listening sometimes to these mics up moment, I guess we would call that. Yeah. You know, the way he would address the situation, he would not try and scold them or be on the aggression, but just say, guys, calm down. Listen, this is what you need to focus on. I think he had the right way to talk to his players, and he's developed relations as well.
Which is a counter to Apex, the perfect counter to Apex.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? That I guess that synergy between Apex and Xtaz has to be one of the most understated asset that Vitality have. The fact that he was able to take Apex and help him transition into this role of an IGL with all, I guess, the emotional challenges attached to it, all the fact that he had to grow as a person. Xtaz is in the darkness, is in the shadow, doing that work, helping him do that, and that is also huge. ZywOo as well. Sometimes we forget the fact that ZywOo 2 years ago hadn't even been going to an event. Like, you have to help him. You know, hey, welcome to the professional life. This is how it looks like. You're gonna be away from home a long time. You're gonna have to make sacrifices. You're gonna miss, your normal life. You're gonna be on the road all again. He had to help him, move into that role.
It's what I love about Vitality, and we don't talk about it enough. The blended personalities they have. Oh yeah. It's perfect for success. You've got a star player who doesn't have a star player ego, right? I mean, he's just happy on the farm.
Doesn't even know how good he is.
He does, right? Like in his downtime, he's just a normal dude, right? And not a superstar. You've got Shox,
a rock star.
I've known Shox for years. He's the rock star. He's flamboyant. He's funny. He's charismatic. He keeps your morale up on the road. You've got Apex, who's developing in one of the best leaders in World Counter-Strike, and obviously a great hype man. We've already touched on that point. And Xtaz, an actual authoritative leader, a guy who's going to tell you exactly how it is. And crucially, the organization have empowered him to make those decisions. Remember, he dropped Apex when he said your mood's not right.
I know, he was on the side for a little bit. Yeah. And there was also a whole coaching staff behind. I don't know if you remember Matt, the guy from Emulate 1.6. He's their analyst. He won the WCG in Seattle.
That's a throwback.
Yeah. That is a huge throwback. And he's behind them helping as well. They have a huge coaching staff.
Yeah. Well, guys,
is it time?
We've set the scene.
All right.
The drive's been replaced. It's time to get into it. It's going to be Overpass. Vitality versus Entropiq. Is it going to be 2-0, or do we see Dust 2? To tell the story, it's going to be James and DDK.
Absolutely. We had a guy on Twitter complaining that you're too tall, James. So I don't know what that's about. But we are here. So you thought
it'd make it worse?
Exactly.
So I stand here, right? You go back. Right, so now I do look like your dad.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? Well, either way, we are about to go into what could be the final map of this series. Vitality, they are coming online, all of their individuals. We saw a great performance from Kyojin, and we saw ZywOo hitting his shots, Apex delivering like key clutches. Vitality's here to qualify, to perform. And Entropiq is only going to get harder from this point forward. So they're going to have to level up their game. And if they're able to do that, we're going to have an absolutely banging series here. I cannot wait to get into the game, honestly.
Yeah, it's been a great run for them. I think they've been a good representative for their region as well. And that's partly why I picked Team Liquid to go through. I didn't necessarily expect they went through, but I just wanted to have like some NA representation there. But for Entropiq to add to their region, I think has been fantastic, and I really hope that no matter what happens in this series, we can see some longevity from this team, and they can fight for the top 10. Because again, I think like stylistically, they're certainly in the right place. With if you didn't see Entropiq versus Heroic, I think it's a great match to look at, just to see how they could keep rising to the level of one of the most aggressive teams in the game. I think that was a great indicator for what Entropiq are capable of. But when the pressure, there's more pressure to come once you're in front of a crowd, once the bright lights of Stockholm are pointing at you. But still now, when you're going deep against these teams to try and make it to that champion stage, like this is where the pressure really begins. And even in that first map, we saw some high pressure situations. But once you get to that 14, it kind of, the team who are behind, like if they're good enough, then they dig deep and bring that extra bit which you have to then overcome. They weren't able to do that on their Pick and Mirage. So now they're going to have to do things the hard way.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also interesting too because Vitality is a team that I think for us is a much more known quantity in terms of trying to perform on the stage too. And for them, I think a lot of people could really see them with the skills that they have if they're already hitting their stride. Could see them in the finals against like a Na'Vi. Like you could really see that. We know that they can kind of peak. Get better and better throughout the tournament. They're cutting it kind of fine here because, obviously we're at the 2-2 situation. But, if they do get to the playoff spot, I have every confidence we'll see a great version of Vitality. Entropiq, this will be proof for them. This is the moment for them to peak. Just qualifying into the new Legends stage for them, I think, that's mission accomplished. For Vitality, it is to run it to the finals. That's what is reasonable for them as a team. Top 3 team in the world. Currently, Entropiq, I'm sure their ranking will shoot up, but they're number 14 right now. So this experience for them is huge. And what's really encouraging is we are seeing their individuals really looking pretty damn good. We didn't see Elian get a lot of opportunities to shine there, but I feel like Overpass will be a much better look for him.
For sure. And speaking of individuals, we have to give a shout out to Apex. And I think first, before you even get to what he's doing on the server, you have to think about what he represents for his team just in that row of players. We've seen it in the HLTV photos. He's just popping off. He's got so much energy, and like he's got Zywoo sitting next to him. He's going crazy, and you can see like it's just giving the good spirits to the team, especially when coaches can't even clap right now. I think that's even more important. We can see how important like Zonic is for Astralis, for example, but A, the fact he's doing that and rallying the troops, but B, he's on the server, he's clutching rounds, he's getting aces. He is really bringing so much for Vitality. And when not everybody is firing on all cylinders from the get-go, but you have Apex, the talisman for your team, in that respect, doing so, I think that can only allow them to get from strength to strength.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And going into Overpass now, Vitality versus Entropiq. If you're just joining us, as you can see, the top middle of your screen, Vitality picked up the first map in this best of 3. And now we find ourselves on Overpass. If Entropiq are to win this, we'll go to a Dust 2, which I desperately hope we'll get there. Entropiq starting off on the CT side on this pistol.
Seen Shocks with some nice clips from there with a USP, maybe in a second half, but now it'll be Glocks and such, maybe a P250. Hold on a second. Get the body bags because we've lost 3 Vitality players already. There's a piece 50 for Apex, almost tapping the Terminator theme at the beginning, but that might not help him so much.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Entropiq. They've managed to totally stunt the ability of Vitality to grow their map control. They were pipped to the post. They weren't able to get beyond the slide effectively. So it's going to be a tough one now, Entropiq. They've got so many different ways they can play this, but they have on Overpass, you have such a fast rotation between A and B. They can play the ranges. They've got the information now. I mean, really, it couldn't look better for Entropiq. It would be an absolute catastrophe if they were to find a way to fall to Vitality's remaining individuals. But it is Shocks with the P250, James.
Yeah, and certainly one way would be to just give that P250 some headshots, and there's the first one. They know Krad's on the left-hand side, but how can they isolate him? We can see Nickelback moving in for a double pick, but Shocks already positioned for that. Just down to Shocks now. Trying to get a reload in, squeezing as much as he can out of this little corner, but he can't make that fatal connection for Survive in this first round of Overpass. Entropiq start well. They know that they have a lot of play ahead of them. Not going to get too excited with this pistol. They are up against a very dangerous team. But with the talk we heard from the desk regarding the AWP and Elian, I like to see them starting on the CT side. We'll see that sooner rather than later. And also we'll have to look at how Vitality choose to take those AWP angles away. On the T side of Mirage, they had those instant smokes into the window to make that more or less useless at the beginning. And of course, there is utility to throw towards the toilets and so on, but there are also plenty of places an AWP can be. That could be quite a meaty H3 grenade. It's going to actually do a lot of damage. Zywoo down to 62 HP, but they've still got 5 players up Vitality.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing Entropiq finding ways to continue to keep the pressure on Vitality, especially in the gun rounds. That's going to be key, and we'll talk more about that when we are watching those gun rounds unfold in front of our eyes. But for now, it is just a case of removing some of these pistoling players. And it's a good start so far, thinning out the numbers, dropping Shocks to begin with. Apex has lost some health as well, and you got to be careful against the Scout. You don't want to offer it free tags, because then the pistols become significantly more powerful. And let's not forget, at the end of the day, Vitality are the ones that have to plant on the site. So you don't have, they're going to come to you. And that's where Entropiq find themselves now, waiting for that very moment.
Got to be real careful, Crowd, about that QQ. People like some reassurance as to if they have their pistol, their sidearm on the Q button, or if it's a grenade or something. So sometimes you just need to make sure, but sometimes that time becomes awkward. 35 seconds on a clock for Vitality to try and get a bomb plant, and then who knows what else. 3 players to deal with, though. Kyojin with 10 HP will fall to the scout, and there goes Masuta as well. 4 plays up for Entropiq in that second round. No bomb plant for Vitality will slow things down just a little. 2,500 per person. It was eco territory anyway. But that bomb plant would help get the odd pistol out a little easier. For those of you in GoTV, Dan, who would you pick?
I would pick, I mean, I might want to follow on Forrester. You know, he had an amazing performance on the first map, but in terms of Vitality, I think it's definitely going to be, I think you can't not pick ZywOo.
Yes, you can.
Right.
You can not pick ZywOo. You can pick Apex, because he's had his impact frags for Vitality. His clutches have been crucial to keep them in this game. And sure, ZywOo is top 2 most talented players in the game, I think most people would say, but I think the importance of what Apex has been doing, and again, as the man really, he's on that front horse with the flag in his hand, you know, for Vitality. So for me, I would pick Apex for the whole game.
Also far in this round, we're just going to see the cleanup slowly but surely. Most of the players have been spotted. ZywOo not going to find much there. Good checking actually by Krads. Wouldn't want to get caught there and drop a gun. And now it's just the last few players around Monster. Apex, they're going to go toward him. They're just going to take him down. They're not going to play, you know, super disciplined, force him to, you know, run the clock down and, you know, move towards them. No, they're just going to charge at Apex. They could easily have lost a player there, but they are showing confidence here as we go into a 3-0 for Entropiq and the first gun round.
For the GoTV picks, I would also actually add Nickelback, because I have to give him credit for Entropiq as well. He has had a lot of multi-frag rounds, especially on the CT side, where he's had to hold bomb sites alone and just perform in very difficult situations. So I need to give him a similar credit to Apex for what they've been able to do for their squads. Very crucial kills, the kind of frags that encourage the team. But we can see ZywOo with a very forward position. Crowd may be in trouble. Oh, maybe not. The Molotov forces him from his position, getting a very cheeky kill on ZywOo. Never thought he would survive that one, but he'll be traded by Kyojin at the very least.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see that we're, you know, seeing like an aggressive, almost hold of these weapons from the previous round. Bonus is a real thing here for Entropiq, and this is a great way to start off that bonus. Kyojin is a little bit tagged up, so the scout will be effective if it finds his torso. Nickelback going close with the MP9. Now there can be a flash here from Forrester. He's got the flash equipped. He's going to toss it in for Nickelback, but Nickelback doesn't see all that much. There's one player spotted. Some information. Oh, the smoke's not going to get dropped in time. Oh, just about will, though. And are they going to try to chase him down? They are trying to. He's trying to get out of that. Nickelback able to escape just into the corner, barely in time. And that's going to also delay things for Vitality and give more time for Entropiq defenders to rotate behind that smoke.
One flash remaining for Vitality, and Shox will be hoping they give him a kill by just waiting for Nickelback to swing to try and make a play. Elian's doing a lot of tagging, which is surely going to encourage Nickelback to swing, because that MP9 becomes very dangerous indeed. They're getting closer. Surely that swing's coming. The grenade's starting to stream in. Here he is now, but Shox has got other avenues of aggression to deal with, and he'll be eliminated by Forrester, leaving Apex alone. 1 versus 3. It's clutch time, looking for that transfer towards the bank, but not this time, not today. Forrester's here to keep it 4-0, a clean sheet for Entropiq.
Oh, that's so exciting. Firstly, the way that Nickelback played that scenario. He's kept the MP9. They've bonused. You know, they've kept the Scout, the MP9, and so on, and FAMAS. And Nickelback, he played it perfectly right to the end. Didn't make one mistake. He forced Shox to go so deep that he's absolutely guaranteed to get traded there. And just, I don't know, there's so much good stuff that I can say about what we saw from Nickelback in that passage of play. And look at the situation on the money now for Entropiq. It's really looking very good indeed. They haven't gone to the AWP yet. We can see that's, oh sorry, my mistake. Alien has upgraded to the AWP. And that's good to see, because we really want to see him getting off to a good start here, but he does get tagged by Apex. That's going to send him all the way back to DICE, surely.
Yeah, that was an interesting peek off of the angle. But perhaps they were not expecting a sniper to be in this round.
Crad. Oh, turn around. Crad, no! He gets taken down by ZywOo. And there's problems now on the A site. Alien's down to 2 HP.
Yeah, if he's not careful, he may die to a flurry of grenades from Vitality before they even explode. That's a lovely tight angle. Moves to the cross now. Here in the bank. Oh my god, ZywOo, he knows the angle! We'll talk about that one later. 3 versus 2. I can't believe I just saw that, but of course I can because it's ZywOo. Bobby Big Brain. Still just with a Desert Eagle, can't retrieve those weapons. So that bank position, you can hold it to spot players crossing to the truck while you wait for that rotation to come in. So if your CTs are trying to rotate into the site, you can tell them if truck's safe or not, which means they can push and focus on the right-hand side. But ZywOo knows these angles, of course, so he just shoots him through the corner of the wall.
And there might be a play here for ZywOo still if he's able to keep connecting crazy deagle shots. You can see Entropiq have position on this. So there will be a defense to be mounted. Oh my god, and it starts here for ZywOo. Lackey, is ZywOo going to find another one? Absolutely not. Lackey will finish it off. The shenanigans put to an end, but perhaps that's just a premonition of things to come here from the legendary ZywOo early on in this overpass.
The sheer level of knowledge in his brain is fantastic to see executed on a server. 5-0 for Entropiq. You could not ask for a better CT side versus the pick of Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that round though, that was the first round where Vitality are very threatening. They do a lot of damage, and it was needed. Entropiq have been running away with the money. You know, we've seen how well and efficient they've been playing so far, but what will be interesting to see here is the level of control Entropiq might be able to get, because we can surely expect. Yeah, he just knows the angle. So sick.
That is so nasty. I thought he'd have to swing into that.
Yeah, me too. I was so surprised, but to say we should expect aggressive stuff with the incendiary to T-ramp, and once again Entropiq putting the pressure on. But they go. Krad's going to connector here.
Hot flash. He can swing with his teammate if necessary. Door open. Shock's very awkward for him. He's got support grenades as well, but easily avoided by Crad in connector. He's waiting for a play to deliver that kill. And that means that there's no lurker now. There's no presence towards short B. And looking at Lackey on the radar, I do wonder if he's going to peek Monster once that smoke has gone.
Wow. There was no one to punish that play against Shocks too. You can see that Krad's able to just get out and reset the map. 5v4, and there's no map control for Vitality. They're starting off the map, you know, with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and that's when they're getting their first little bit of map control. Not even any significant positions.
Yeah, and they realize that Entropiq know that the lurker is gone and they're mostly towards A, so they have to establish some presence here to not go against the worst of it for Entropiq, which is currently 3 plays on the A-bomb site, I believe. And they have a take of short B, which should spread the CTs out a bit more evenly at the very least. Dry peeks from ZywOo, and that's a bomb on the radar immediately with 39 seconds left. It's a very long rotation. Krad's top of connector as well, so they can completely focus now on this B bomb site Entropiq. Vitality are in a lot of trouble with that smidgen of information.
Yeah, oh, it looks so labored here, so desperate. There's no time. There comes the flank through the door. This is going to be so tough. Kyojin and Masuta can barely get into the site before getting sprayed down. Entropiq were just so far ahead at every step of that round. If that continues, Vitality are in trouble.
ZywOo carrying the bomb there, being spotted and not getting the kill, is everything that Entropiq need with the position they have above connector. That's all they need to know with the time on the clock. Because otherwise, you're going to have to rotate the bomb through T-spawn. You're not going anywhere but B there. And that just allows them to reinforce that B bomb site. 6-0 for Entropiq. Pickham's on the line, Dan.
Yes. We get the scout back on Apex yet again. Shocks the hero AK. So Shocks spent all of his money. And he's also got a Molotov as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he decides to use that. And you can see that Entropiq respecting the fact that they know that they have a way better buy. They're just playing passive. They don't have to do too much. They've got better guns, better util.
For the newer viewers to Counter-Strike, You can see number 7 on the radar as dark orange, as number 7 being ZywOo is carrying the bomb. It's very important to deny information to the CTs as to where the bomb is, who's carrying the bomb. Because if they can see the bomb, they get a better idea of where you might be going. So that was crucial information in that last round for them. Very committed to the B bomb site based on the superior positions of the CT side.
Well, speaking of crucial information, Elian with that jump peak, he does get tagged down to 31, but he gets a lot of information. And now, once again, Entropiq know exactly what's coming, and they're ready for this. Elian connects all the shots. ZywOo goes down as well, and of course it was just the hero AK and the scout on Apex, and it comes up with nothing. 7-0. Entropiq are looking again a step ahead in every one of these rounds. Will this be different as we move into the 8th round?
Some nice target practice for Elian there. Some light pressure with that final kill. He's at the circus trying to win a teddy bear for the partner, you know. And this kind of warm-up round is good for him for the rounds to come. As Vitality will be back on the buy once again. ZywOo with the AWP and the bomb, dropping it forward a time, being as he goes straight through that smoke. Krad not outstaying his welcome, chooses to fall back. It's important for Entropiq that they don't make the same setup. They don't want to telegraph their intentions. Krad has a shadow advantage here, so if they walk in without a flashbang, Vitality, they could be in trouble. They can peek it from the outside though. Oh, he's surely just seen Masusa and Apex. Now, he can try to fall back, maybe with a support flashbang from Elian, but he's got to go and focus on the A bomb site as there are no eyes on the other side of the toilets.
Oh, he's faking with the smoke. He's faking that he's fallen back behind the smoke, but he's still here! And he tries to go for the play, but he's going to whiff that one, and Masuda takes advantage. Vitality, what do they do from here? They're actually rotating back off of this kill.
Have a look at the response though. Entropiq are sending Nickelback straight up long, because they've lost a player there, they've lost map control, and they've lost information, so he'll go and take it immediately. Has a flashbang support, but Apex has heard that and maybe looking for something. Apex shot to 10 HP, so Entropiq have looked for the info. There's a push into Monster, but Lackey is here alone. His teammate's holding down short B for the time being, but he has to deliver, and he won't. Vitality now 5 versus 3 have taken most position. Elian though on the site. And now he's got his teammate to help him from short B, holding down angles towards Elian with even more. ZywOo now 1 versus 1 as Forrester's been causing problems from short. HG grenades, but he's behind the pillar, ZywOo. Avoids a flashbang and delivers that last kill. Vitality now on the scoreboard as well.
Wow. Okay, it took a lot for them to get there too. You know, they won that battle in the bathrooms, and I love the play from Krad. He was taking a risk, and I just love that they have the audaciousness to do that. Doesn't work out. Vitality go for the fast B rotate, and Entropiq, they still make that very close because they get pushed to the clutch scenarios where their individuals have to start performing, and we saw a great kills from Elian and Forrester to make that really close. So despite winning that round, Vitality lost 4 players, so their economy's in great trouble, and Entropiq are still going to be able to feel the buy going into this next round. So the danger is still very, very real here for the French.
Very important round. I mean, at this point, every round is very important for Vitality, as they've got to build something from this, but they've got to keep up that money pressure as per usual on that CT side. CT Counter-Strike is very much a game of economy. More expensive to buy. $600 for an incendiary. Very pricey, man. It's like living in Switzerland.
Oh no! Oh, the trade comes through at the very least from Krad, but oh, this is crazy here. Krad gets another one, just catching Kyojin. Elian not knowing which way to look. Krad's still stuck here by Fountain, out there in the open, and he's going to get taken down. Apex finds it, and now it's just Forrester, but he's against 2 players somehow.
Yeah, it's 1 versus 2, and you can see that Entropiq has to just keep raising the aggression there and making riskier plays to try and stay competitive. And it is still competitive, 1 versus 2. I mean, hey, if Forrester gets to a bomb site in time, must note he just picked up a defuse kit, but if he gets to a bomb site in time, one's got a plant, one's got a face, or hold down, maybe 3 angles. The door is open or blown off, which helps him rotate as well. And we wonder about the timing, because Shox was looking in this position, and will he be spotted by Apex? Oh, I don't think he has been. No, he hasn't at all. And his flank is going to be so fast, this is going to hurt somebody real bad.
Oh no. Oh no, Apex, just before he turns the corner, finds Forrester. Oh, that was a very close one. That could absolutely have gone Forrester's way.
Entropiq are in force buy territory now. 2 players with about 3,500. The rest can go for a full buy more or less. And this is what we're talking about in terms of Vitality keeping up the pressure. Entropiq will take a tack timeout as they figure out what to do. Alien's bought an AWP. No one else has bought anything just yet. They'll have to get the abacus out and figure out what to do with their cash.
Ah, well, they can. It looks like they should be able to full buy, given that there's quite a bit of money. Just have to, as you say, sort of make sure they don't mess it up and do the right math here. So they will be able to field a pretty dangerous round. And with the aggression we've been seeing from the, I mean, just look at that last round, for example. If, like, ZywOo shouldn't win that battle against the Silenced M4. I'd forget who it was, either, I think, Lackey or Nickelback, possibly. Whoever it was, you know, missed the first few bullets on ZywOo getting that kill. If ZywOo goes down there and that kill is not traded and Krad is still in that forward position, I feel like Vitality are losing that round. So, really fast response from ZywOo saves the day. And Vitality, they've got the Mac 10 on ZywOo here. They're going to go very fast indeed into the B site. Lackey's there with the Phalanx totally blind. And Nickelback with the spray down gets 3 players. There's very little left here for Vitality to answer back.
Holding on for now, but with that kill, Shox has evened the numbers. Apex able to fall back through Monster after getting a kill as well, but not with the bomb. That has to be rescued. And with a minute 20, they could potentially try and flank through A, which is very, very awkward indeed. And again, if you were in Bank, for example, oh, how about this? So that's the smoke you throw from A. So Elian is representing presence on the A bomb site with that smoke. However, he will head down towards B to try and stop that flank from happening. There's another re-smoke very forward, and that means that they could make a play through that. So this will slow down Vitality even more, but they will still have time to try and get some kills once that smoke has gone. But there's another one.
Found all the smokes.
Nickelback's got one more smoke.
That's actually amazing. Killing so much time on the clock here, and both Apex and Shock are quite low, but Alien is on the AWP, so we'll see how this one turns out. Shock's going to make a sound cue as he drops off the railing there. And they are worried with so much time gone. Have they flanked through A? That has to be checked. Nickelback will go for that.
He's leaving with the smoke though. And there's a smoke for Vitality to plant on the bomb site. There we go, and Nickelback's got a kill from up top and down. The bomb goes again. Shock's trying to run for it, but it goes from bad to worse to terrible for Vitality in this round. This was their opportunity. We spoke about the pressure. That was their chance to break, and they couldn't do it.
Yeah, and you can see the money is pretty rough here for Vitality. They can't really feel... I mean, they could buy, but they won't have rifles for everybody. This is just such an excellent response. Vitality, they love to throw in the fast play in an unexpected rounds, and they did that on Mirage too, but actually every time they did it on Mirage, it didn't ever caught Entropiq off guard. Entropiq were always able to defend. They're going to force out a smoke from the T side. Entropiq looking great so far here on Overpass. Another B play is brewing for Vitality.
Now with the door blown off, you can see the angles that Krad is given. It makes it really hard to push forward to position. Flashbangs will make it even worse. Doesn't quite work out though, they get the kill regardless. Entropiq with all the right plays, but not the right shots on that occasion. And Vitality at the minute mark, they've got no control or presence towards A whatsoever. So this is going to be a risky rotation.
They have left Shox and Sewers though, lurking. So they can actually go back to this. Will they find Shox? Oh, okay, this is huge info. Shox can call that they've made info plays. So they can actually go back to B after a certain amount of time. We'll see if that happens, because now Krad's going to hear them running.
He's got the sound cues, and he's forward enough to allow his team to rotate through as well. He doesn't get a kill, but he does ring some bells. Now, they could do some round-the-world play. Shox can hear the rotation. Everyone's got sound information, and Shox is like, they're going towards A. I think ZywOo's maybe throwing some grenades on that A bomb site to try and offer them something And now they're together. It's a 3-man push into the B bomb site, and Entropiq have been sold a fake. No refunds for this one.
Oh, almost quick enough to the angle to have a shot. Oh, still gets it in the head anyway. Masuta goes down. It's a 3 versus 4. Now, they're not going to go for this one. You can see they're looking to save immediately. Want to keep there's a lot of money in their hands. They don't have banks, so looking to hold on to this. But will they expect ZywOo? They heard him throwing that fake util earlier, so they should expect there to be something somewhere here. But there's so many corners, so many angles, so many positions to check. They're just going to hold their ground around that long position.
I think that was well done by both teams.
Yes. Shadow advantage.
Yeah. Entropiq do a good job of looking for information. They don't sit too passive. Again, they had Crad in a forward spot in case there's a rotation later on. He's the information man. He has an off angle on connector, gets the sound cues towards long. Even if he dies, he's forward enough that allows his teammates to rotate in, such is the nature of overpass. They'll get to A long before Vitality do, but with Shox lurking in short B, not seen in a pot flash earlier on, he hears the rotation towards A, calls them towards B. Beautiful stuff.
It is something to watch out for when you play Vitality, because Shox, he will lurk in that position. Like, he will lurk in sewers. It's something that they go to. So we just haven't really seen it very much just yet, because we haven't seen many defaults where Vitality are able to work map control. And it's largely because either Vitality are going fast because of their economy, or it's because Entropiq are doing a really great job in pressuring the map, and they force fights early on, and we don't really see that kind of mid-round, slow map control, default getting played out situation.
They did make it hard for him to get there as well, let's not forget.
Yeah.
Entropiq are blowing off the door, so they have essentially a crossfire on a short B push if no one can stop them from connector. That makes it very, very awkward for the T's to take short B. But again, you even had the pop flash play on top of that from Entropiq, but they got the pushing player killed by blind Vitality players, so unlucky in that respect. But the dynamic in short B between these two squads is very interesting indeed. But still, it's 8 rounds for Entropiq currently, and only 3 on the board for Vitality in round number 12.
Yeah, so far still a great half from Entropiq. Vitality fighting from behind. And we get sewers control early on here from Entropiq. They don't have much utility remaining, so the advantage there is now with Vitality. So Entropiq trading that early map control, the early information for their utility. Will it be a play that works out? Because now we start to see Vitality moving through Fountain, moving through toward long to start getting control towards A.
I was going to say that Crad is very alone in connector, but we can see Alien creeping somewhat, but he doesn't really have the opportunity to take an angle on Party, and therefore he has to fall back, so Krad's going to have to fight this one out. You can see Masuta is on the way, and the timing is beautiful for Entropiq. We've had small timing windows for either side. This time it works out for the CT team, gives them a 5 versus 4. But they still don't know if there are lurkers towards B or if they're heading towards A. And you can see there's some jump peeking from Elian. He's got no utility. Sometimes you want to put a smoke down between defaults and the long by wall to give you some more space, but he's got an AWP, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, great initial first shot. More to be had. Oh, that's insane from Elian! He's absolutely crushed the attack. Oh, those are some incredible shots from Elian. I didn't know that he had it in him.
That sweet revenge on ZywOo as well for that Deagle shot earlier on.
Yeah.
I've got angles too, boy.
That did seem like a complete blind pre-fire, knowing like precisely how much space he had to move and just close his eyes and pull the trigger. Oh my god.
You hate to be on the receiving end of shots like that, and now they've both been. And there's a lot more CS to come, a lot more angles.
Wow.
This is only the first half, and they're doing each other real dirty.
Incredible. Just watch this. First shot, pretty standard stuff. There's no space to work with. No space.
The muzzle flash.
Yeah, and he gets tagged as well, so his movement gets slowed by the tagging. So he knows he has to take the shot at that moment.
Fantastic. No, the analysts were looking for such plays from Elian. Big flashbang, Nickelback looking for the transfer. Oh! Lands the headshots with the dying rounds there. And again, we spoke about short B. It becomes more important as we head towards the end of the first half. 5-on-3 for Entropiq. Take short B by force.
Entropiq are just punching so hard right now. Oh, ZywOo though.
Yeah, there's another concussion.
That's a rough one. Krad's in that deep long position. They will they know that Krad plays these bathrooms, so they can expect there to be a player here. So it'll be difficult to retake this. Jin defending bank. That's a good opener from Kyojin. How do they do this now? They are very locked out of the site. Krad is really the only player that has vision into the site now.
And Nickelback's lurking in the toilets for the time being. They may lose everything here. Krad,
69.
He's just in the middle of the site now, but eventually he will be eliminated. Nickelback and Lackey trying to do what they can. Nickelback now 1 versus 2. Bomb's pretty ticked, and they'll deny him the opportunity to get those kills. ZywOo dancing around Optimus and just not allowing him to find it. He could defuse the bomb now. Maybe it's too late. Masuta didn't have the angles. Surely he would have got there in 5 seconds, though, and that will be a 4th round for Vitality. Who missed what?
Yeah, that's crazy. I think, was that Krad that, I think that was I said 69, but I meant it's a 4-3 moment, because both him and the opposing player there by Optimus just completely missed each other in plain sight. That is very scary. What a recovery, though, thanks to ZywOo's entry onto Alien. He just put him to sleep with that 1 tap. And that's the kind of round that Vitality need. Here it is. What a flick.
Nice. Oh, he's ready. He is ready. I don't think he likes being behind in rounds. They will be at halftime regardless, but how close can they make it? They have an opportunity to bring it to 6. We have a boost looking towards B. Not sure if any information was seen, as Vitality now will take short B with more personnel. Has been a problem of late, and it's important to them, we know. Now, Vitality know that no one is in connector because it's been cleared by Apex. What does this mean, though, for the CT makeup of this round? They're not in their usual spots. They haven't gone for their usual aggression. So what is Entropiq's plan? Because they're obviously choosing for their battleground to be somewhere else.
Yes, indeed. So much pressure from Vitality. And they do have some control in connector as well. So trying to see if Entropiq will make a play. They're going to make an info play possibly here. There's the flashbang. Masuta's totally blind. It's worked out. Kyojin could not trade it. And another flash comes through. Absolutely denied. Apex elsewhere, though, does manage to find that kill, I think, from connector.
Yeah, I thought they were all going to fall back Vitality, but Kyojin stands his ground, goes for a swing with Apex swinging through connector to keep hold of short B. But again, Entropiq so dangerous. False sense of security they were led into. Barrel of the silencer gave a clue, but the flashbang will still blind, and 27 seconds on the clock as Vitality will race towards the A bomb site. Elian is here with a scope, looking to make a connection. He's got a rotation coming through from Lackey. Only the scout though, and down he goes, but the MP9 could be enough. 16 seconds to plant this bomb. Trying to focus on ZywOo, but now where do they plant it? For CT? Do they plant it for toilets? They go for the latter. There's no cover. Krad has caused problems now. 2-on-2. Someone's got to plant, someone's got to cover, and the cover's gone as well.
Now it's down to Shox in the 1v2. He's going to find the first player. There's one more to go. Shox can't get it done. It's Krad. Krad nails Shox, and the defuse is there. Oh, and he's loving it.
What's he saying?
I don't know, but...
Cactala!
But I'm sure it wasn't all that polite, James. He is fired up. Krad, oh my God. Swinging in from the back at the perfect moment.
Can you lip read in Russian, Dan? I'm pretty sure he's saying Cactala. I'm sure it's like the height of politeness. He's like, how are you, man? I'm fairly sure that's what he's saying. Just checking in. Very confident after losing their map. You love to see it. No fear with this Entropiq side. We've seen that from match to match. And that one was not the plant. Obviously, there's either side of default, but truck is also an option. Cactala! Okay, it's not quite. It's not quite Cactala.
This is crazy, though, because Entropiq are showing us... I feel like they're showing us an elevated version of themselves to be doing this. They're really crushing it right now. 10-4, last round of the first half. Vitality will do what they can, but Krad over the top of the smoke is going to take down Kyojin, and he gets away scot-free. That's happened so many times that they managed to find a frag and then pull away, reset without a trade coming in from their opposing team in Vitality. Oh, wow. So impressed right now by Entropiq.
Nickelback happy as a bunny in the short B position. So often you'd see people on the rail more in the corner to the right-hand side. He's playing it a little different. We can see that Apex is creeping towards the A-bomb site with the Galil. Be somewhat of a stranger to him. Rings the bell, but doesn't get the kill there. Lackey playing the trigger discipline. He knows one's in the water, looking for ZywOo. Down goes the bomb. There's all the information. 5 versus 2. Surely this goes from bad to worse. Shox playing an off angle. He's relying on Masuta to make something of this round from his position, but he doesn't really have position. And down he goes. Shox and Deagle now 1 versus 5 made 4 as Lackey's the first to go, but Shox will be the second, meaning Entropiq take 11 rounds from their CT half versus Vitality.
Really impressive showing, but it's not over just yet. They have to play the T side. And I mean, just to, quickly recap on that first half though, it took a clutch from ZywOo. It took like a crazy entry frag from an already disadvantageous position, already losing the early game. It took that early entry from ZywOo though to win one of the few rounds that Vitality got. They did not find many ways to get advantages against Entropiq, which is truly impressive that Entropiq were able to maintain that level of advantage throughout that first half and to close it. Some of which with just incredible clutch moments from the individuals. Going into the second half, I'd be worried if I was Vitality.
Yeah, I have to say I really enjoy Entropiq CT sides because of how proactive they are, how well they abuse position. Their spatial awareness is really, really fun to watch, but it's over. And now it's Vitality's turn to do the same if they can. All Kevlar for Vitality. Nickelback will be the grenade man. 5 Glocks on road for Entropiq, so they'll need to try and close the distance before they get headshot by the additional range of the USPS. I can't think of a single player now on a P2000.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Does he kill Krat? I love that he just... that's amazing. That's just Shox, isn't it?
Impressive bunny hopping, but an even more impressive headshot. With movement like that, you're still getting domed. Respect.
Look at the investigation from Vitality here. They're re-clearing long, wondering what's happened. Forrest has been left as the lurk. Ooh, goes down though. Opportunity now for Vitality. They now know also that Forrester was a lurk there, so they can start to put the pieces of the puzzle together. But can they put it together quickly enough?
Yeah, through Monster. If they can spread wide, that may be the best opportunity for Entropiq. They have a smoke grenade, which Nickelback is lining up. He's got 2 flashes as well, which can go in front of this pillar, which can allow his teammates to swing just like that. Very common flashbang, but Apex still has his angle, and that bomb still needs to get planted. Second flash will take him off of it. They've got to get the bomb planted at the very least. Nickelback on the site for now, but Masuta is facing on short, which is going to make things harder. Even harder with ZywOo getting a kill and Masuta leaving Elian. One man to do it all. Can't do it today.
That was a pretty nice shot on Kyojin though. But, God,
look at his chair.
Yeah, what is happening
there?
out
of the way. It's out of the way. That guy wants to sit on a stool with a cushion, I would imagine.
He needs that space for his arms. They're flying all over the place.
I love the energy, though. He demands champion stage.
And that's a whole... I mean, Apex could also start like a workout program, I feel like.
Who needs a coach at that point? This guy is popping off.
Just the eco here. We only have 2 Deagles here, Lackey and Elian. So a couple kills and they'll be happy, I would imagine, or a bomb plant. That's usually how it goes. Now this is quite a common spot that Shox is in. Ooh. Oh. The Silence 10-4, you get some free spam, really, because the traces can't be seen. There are no traces with the Silence 10-4. Oh, no. Elian gets destroyed. Very well done here by Vitality. Nickelback, what you got? You said he was one of the players to focus on. He has had a great game so far.
Yeah, especially on the CT side, but now we've switched sides. I think now like a ZywOo and Apex is not a bad pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean this is certainly a map where you can do a lot on the CT side. I love on this map how you play aggressive to kind of play passive effectively. You can take really forward space. You get that deep incendiary onto your ramp. You can play flash and molotovs into sewers. You can take early control across the map on the CT side, and it makes it very engaging to watch. And we're going to see that here. But Lackey is a little gap there. Is able to get across. Shox. Oh, they surely will hear us running, or will they?
That is quite the exchange of flashbangs, but doesn't quite work out for Shox despite ZywOo's best efforts. That's an early kill, and this may not be a bonus round for Vitality with these weapons, but Apex is trying to take matters into his own hands. Does he go immediately up the ladder? Indeed he does. So with the 4 versus 5 and not great weaponry, he'll have to try and make a difference. He will find one target with the bomb. That's some information. One long, one party. However, okay, he is going to get around the corner. Oh, Apex, no!
4-3 again. Oh no. That's so sad for Apex. Go back into that in a moment. It's a 2v5 now for Vitality. As you mentioned, sort of they're playing the bonus, keeping 3 MP9s in this round. It's not worked out as well for them as it did for Entropiq on their bonus. Entropiq won their bonus round. And very disciplined stuff here. Alien looking to clear out the A side, but we get an investigation from Vitality moving down. And they're going to get found here. Both of these players, the last 2 players, they know where they are. That's the bomb. Send it to B.
Full send, and there's no rotation to be had because every avenue of rotation is covered by Entropiq. That is such a tiny margin. Apex has a chance to get 2 kills at the very least and allow his teammates to take position based on information. If he gets traded, say, by a 3rd player, they have 2 kills and so much info. I think in many cases, if he doesn't get 4 by 3 there, but such is life, man. It's a choice you to make, the choice you take.
Ooh.
But in a situation such as this, where it stops Entropiq moving forward, potentially puts them on eco, allows you to start catching up, it could have such an impact on the rest of this half. We'll have to wait and see, and I look forward to it.
Yeah, really desperate to hold on to these guys. Better angle for Forrester, even though it's a left eye peak. It's very far away from the angle of engagement, but Kyojin. Oh, great stuff there. Takes both players down. That's actually a big deal because that does, of course, hurt the money of Entropiq a lot. Vitality were bonusing, though, so just losing that one player really hurts a lot. Looks like they might be trying to actually force it up regardless because they can get an AWP in hand, but you know, one of the things about the Apex player as well is that Apex also wanted to kind of go max trigger discipline there because ZywOo was playing front bathrooms. So if Apex allows the players to get closer to ZywOo at the same time, he enables it so that ZywOo can guarantee the trade. But ZywOo went down just before they turned around to deal with Apex. So just it went very poorly there. But either way, both teams spending all their money. Very important round for Vitality to stay alive in this overpass. They got 4 on the B bomb site, and they're leaving A all to ZywOo with the AWP.
That takes the first angle away. With more utility, you may see Molotov at Divider. That's a great angle from ZywOo as well. Catches people by Divider, catches people coming out of Connector, catches Crad bouncing around. His bunny hop skills will not be welcome in round 19.
I love how ZywOo is just still out there. He's alone. He has support on the site now, but he is completely alone. He's just in the Matrix, filling out their game.
You can often find rifle support in this position as well, so Entropiq probably expect this to be more dangerous than it looks, as dangerous as it does look with ZywOo. There's the connector rotation I was talking about. And you can hit through that wall as well. Well, he literally did.
Yep.
But even deeper, where people stand up on that side thing. 31 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is on the floor by T-Spawn near Forrester. I do wonder if they will press forward. It doesn't look likely, as they are all very static at present.
Yeah. It does make things weird for the money as well. I mean, they can what they would want to do is to fall by around this in the following round and perhaps run a really quick round. So you can even up the money and so on. And that's going to be the plan here, I would imagine. So we'll see what they have. But for Vitality, if they're reading the money well, I would be expecting, if I'm Vitality, of a very fast round. And usually, of course, for very fast rounds, you're looking at a B play. So we'll see if Vitality try to preemptively shut down B or how they'll approach this round. And also whether or not Entropiq go fast. Again, that's what I feel like would be expected, but we might see them do something completely different, of course. Their money really sucks. Yeah, it's got to be a B round, surely. Surely this is a B round. The MAC-10 is purchased. The Tech 9, that's got B-Rush written all over it.
Got 5 seconds to find out what the intentions are for Entropiq. As we continue with this one, starting to get more and more tense, I feel like. Vitality on the catch-up now. 3 of the 4 rounds early on in the second half.
And look what Vitality are doing. They're taking forward control towards Long, towards Party as well, and they try to shut down Sewers, but Forrester's found something with the AK. That's insane. They'd mollied all over Sewers, but Forrester's still there with the pick.
There should be some sound cues for ZywOo. Oh, he gets his burung immediately by the Tech 9. He's got 5 HP. He's in trouble. Misses the shot, and that's an AWP lost as well. We've got man on the A bomb site. Man like Lackey with the bomb. Soon to get planted. We have position. We have tough decisions to be made here by Vitality, but they will pursue for now as the bomb hasn't been planted and they're on the bomb site more or less already. All right next to it. Kyojin smoked off will leave Apex in isolation. Crad with an angle from Long. Lackey in the red on default. Forrester by the toilets deploying more grenades. Apex showing some presence. He's got a flash and a smoke as well, so there is some chance. Looking for a little jump to try and find Crad. Down 17 HP now, smoke on the bomb. Kyojin going around the wrong side. Nice headshot, but there's no way. Surely he can't defuse this. Down to 15 now. Desperation. 3 seconds and he will be executed by Forrester. You started to wonder, but not for long.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that round is crazy because when Forrester gets that pick around Sewers, I think Vitality are reading a B play. I think that they are convinced it's going to be B. So then you see ZywOo. I think he's probably looking at the minimap. He gets caught completely off guard by the A player running in bathrooms with a Tech 9. I think that makes no sense for ZywOo in that position, given that they just lost someone against an AK on the B site. So I think just such a perfect storm there for Entropiq, and that's painful, James, because they not only do they lose the AWP, their money's really stretched. They're not going to be able to replenish the AWP. The only way they're going to get it is by killing Elian in this round.
It's getting dicier and dicier. It's getting harder and harder for Vitality. They're 1 round away from half the score of Entropiq. Entropiq a lot closer to victory. Reaching 13 is a clutch round. I don't expect to choke at 14. But let's see if they can go that far, because we have French guns for the French squad. Rumor has it they do +5 damage in the hands of Vitality. And there are 3 M4s as well. Flashes and smoke grenades are all they have to offer. No Molotovs beyond what's been thrown already. We can see 1 towards short B. Shocks now. Alone in the upper area, deep on long, and Elian's looking for a play to be made. But he's going to chill for now, Shocks, and he should hear this jumping. He'll hear the scope. He knows that somebody's in a playground position. Starting with 4 on B Vitality, MOUZ and ZywOo will rotate up the stairs.
Yeah, I love this switch of pace from Entropiq too. They've gone for a very passive default, and we don't have much utility at all for Vitality. So this makes a lot of sense. You'll draw out even more utility, and then when you finish the round, you'll have a utility advantage when you execute onto a site, when you're holding post-plant. So that's I believe, the last smoke gone. Indeed, 2 flashes remain. That's all they have left, Vitality. And you can see Entropiq now looking to go for that B play.
I wonder between Shocks and MOUZ how much information they have. With MOUZ by divider of the toilets, Shocks is going for a flank towards that B bomb site, and they have only got flashes left now. Kyojin has got 1 flash, but he's not in a position where he can pull it out. Gets the first kill on Monster, trying to avoid the flash, but Forrester will trade. And here's the first flank from ZywOo in connector. Down goes Crad. They've got no eyes. Oh, the bomb's not even in the bomb site just yet, and Shocks has position. This is not going the way of Entropiq. 2 versus 4. Apex down, make it 3. Bomb has to be rescued. It is surrounded by the police.
Yeah, they don't have time to mess around either. They're just going to have to go for the frags at this point, but Vitality are likely going to be able to deny that. And I think you can see Entropiq realize this. They're not even interested in going toward the bomb at this point. There's no time left on the clock, and a little bit too slow against Vitality's very proactive, quick maneuver. And I mean, what an important round for Vitality to win. And we talked about the only way they're getting the AWP is if they take it out of Alien's cold, dead hands, and that's exactly what they did. And so Vitality back in it with a chance now. And Entropiq needs to do more work.
Vitality want to win this one in 2. They are against an unfamiliar opponent in Entropiq. Who knows what awaits them in Dust 2 should it go that far. 5 rounds behind now. They've made things difficult for Entropiq. We've got 3 rifles, one of which is a scout, and 2 pistols. But sometimes that can be enough. Sometimes less is enough. Sometimes less is more, Dan, but I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, and I mean, Forrester's going for the entry here again towards B. We know how dangerous he is and how good he's been at these kinds of positions. Looking for the first opening. Oh, just misses the timing. Now he's stuck in sandbags, and he is not getting out of that. And only one more AK left.
That's an upgrade for Kyojin.
It's a good opportunity, though. I think, you know, for Forrester, you know, that's he got an opportunity to maybe get a pick there, and you got to take those on rounds like this. How do they do this, though? This A side is, I mean, I would say it's fortified, even if I was here alone. And there he goes, picks up the first one.
Yeah, the team flash didn't help. Oh, Apex got to be careful now. Spots Crad just about, and he has no idea where to look, completely blind. And they are getting pulled apart. 499 HP vitality, secure that round.
Indeed.
9 to 13 from their perspective. However, Entropiq are on a quite a significant eco now. Average $2,000 per person. Their money sucks.
Yeah, they're at the 13 round mark. So it's like there's still this buffer for vitality to work with as they try to recover, and it's going to be interesting to see if Entropiq can close against Vitality in this game. Oh, that's a big nade. And into Shocks they go. Should be an easy cleanup here for him. Indeed. Now comes the USP to finish off the rest. He's got a teammate there as well, but Shocks will pick up the ace. Nice, tidy little ace there.
He's happy with that. Some nice stats for the HLTV. And some words of encouragement for the team from him as well. Apex definitely the man with the pipes, though. He's like raising his blood pressure with his pop-offs. But performing like an absolute don as well. Entropiq back on the buy. 5 AK-47s and some reasonable utility. Middling, if you will. The exchange of grenades will not yield too much. We've got 1,000 HP on the server at present. And Entropiq starting slow once again, huddled around the playground position.
Yeah, you can see again how much that one incendiary does. It removes a smoke from the T side, and then it also, now they have to be suspicious of basically every forward play that could be made behind that. And Zai will get smoked off. Very important to smoke him off.
They're being very, very careful.
Forrester, he's such a menace around the B site. Picks one through Monster, and again, Apex goes down as well. Oh, that's huge. A minute to play this 5v3 out.
Yeah, they've got time. So you saw on that third-person perspective, Lackey smoking off the toilets. But he also had the flashbang to swing on the party area in case somebody was there. So not really taking any risks, and Forrester patience is paying off. As more players fall, more desperation, more risk being taken, more urgency from Vitality, and they just go one by one into the crosshairs of Forrester, and that has certainly closed out the round. They can't be losing any more players. Yes, Shocks has got 8450, but if you buy an AWP in your full buy, you're spending $7,100. So that money can disappear very quickly indeed.
Vitality, I felt like this was, I felt like they were about to kind of tie up the game, and we're kind of in this territory of, are we going to see an overtime? Will Entropiq be, you know, this young team that can't close the match with the advantages? You know, just some of these questions you start to have with the context that we're operating from, but things have changed a little bit here now that Vitality have been sent. I mean, they have money, but they're going to have to spend all of it. Shocks. Oh, he's actually going to go for some kills here. He is such a savage, but he's going to go down as a noble effort. But that's 14 on the board now for Entropiq. A mere 2 more. This is where they got stuck on the first map. Can they get beyond it?
I am not a fan of that play from Shocks, bearing in mind they're 4 rounds behind. I think that they could do with the money more because let's see, even if they win those 4 rounds, they may lose players here and there. He's picked up an AWP as well, and it's got 2,600 left in the hole. Big fat 0 for Kyojin after his buy, and MOUZ's got less than 1,000. So I think that, in my opinion, there was money to be held there for his squad. Anyway, we've got a second AWP out now as Shox will be wielding a scope as well. Entropiq with significant presence in Connector to start the proceedings. A 2-3 setup for Vitality, as we can see. 3 dudes on the B bomb site. ZywOo alone around Divider. No support rifler needed. And Shox with an AWP on long. So double ops on A. And 3 grenades going away to barrels, but MOUZ is ahead of the barrel, so he will avoid enough of that damage.
Yeah, that was close. Apex even takes a lick of damage too because of the spam through the wood. It feels like Entropiq have certainly studied up Vitality. They're taking advantage of Connector being largely for free. I think in almost all of these rounds, Vitality haven't put any emphasis there. So it's been the case that Entropiq can take full advantage. And then we see them in the mid round getting control here. Here comes the boost. Oh, there you go. Forrester finds one onto Masuta. Kyojin now down to 50 health. And it's really looking very much a struggle in this mid round here for Vitality.
Yeah, and Elian's made sure that there's no impending flank on these players outside the B bomb site. You got another one.
He's got another one.
He's got another one.
He's just an absolute savage.
26 seconds though. While they've got the kills, they don't have the bomb site. Are they going for the late rotation? I think they might be, but they're going to have to run into ZywOo, and he's got some position at least. 15 seconds. This is a big risk, but maybe the numbers work out. A flashbang to try and do what he can. Spots Lackey immediately, but that's a frag he really had to hit now. Going around the side, almost putting the trigger there. He'll survive the grenade. The bomb is planted. 3 versus 2. Things turn in Entropiq's favor. Apex and Shox now versus 3. Very difficult spot. Not being given anything for free. Spots the elbow, but he's got to be real careful. Down goes Apex. Shox will be soon to follow. A game point for Entropiq now. And hey ho, they're short on money.
Yeah. That, Shox having that extra, $3,000 would be nice. But again, it's kind of crazy. You see the rotation 3v3 into ZywOo, and you're thinking, okay, the round's over. Vitality, ZywOo's going to get at least the 1 kill. But the fact that the flash went a little bit too deep, suddenly ZywOo doesn't have any space to work with. Crazy, but he still has an AWP though.
Yeah, and it's not even $3,000. It's not just the rifle; it's the Kevlar as well. We can see Masuta's on a 5-7. So again, you got to consider the worst case scenario. You don't throw your gun away making that play towards the end of the round prior. You've got 5 rifles here. So yeah, well, those are my thoughts anyway.
Man, the sheer harassment from Entropiq on the B site in the last round was... Oh! Oof, ouch! He's alive though, 17 health, he's still alive. But that hurts. Nickelback has that Mac 10 as well, so I'm sure he'd love to find ZywOo with that one. But we get a slow approach again. Entropiq, they have that connector control as we expect. We've got Forrester locking down that monster tunnel. And Vitality, they've got 2 players around Divider. Do they try to make an info play here? They are creeping forwards around front bathrooms. And they know it's a B play now, surely. They're ready for a B play here, Vitality.
They may be expectant, but ready may be another scenario entirely. Well, they're prepared, but they need to get these kills, and that's a great way to start. But there's a trade from Forrester. You can see them going deeper, which is limiting the angles that they can hold and support each other as well. But maybe there's a chance. Kyojin has a lot of red players on this side, and Shox, how's he found his flank again? Choosing the right time to creep through. Kyojin still alive, and there's 2. Exactly what they needed when the chips are down. 3 players alive. AKs to be collected. Vitality 4 rounds away from overtime in this second map.
They managed to, I believe, rescue the AWP as well. Either way, they will be carrying an AWP into this next round. So yeah, 11-15, Vitality still alive. And I think, largely we saw that Entropiq struggled to get, similar damage in the early round towards those B players as they had done previously. So Entropiq, what have you got for us this time? spending all their money. If Vitality win this one, they're likely getting to 13. So a massive round for Vitality to win. And they're playing very passive indeed.
Yeah, it's a similar makeup. ZywOo toilets with AWP, 1 somewhere on long, and 3 towards the B bomb site. And again, they will take away the initial AWP angles to smoke it into toilets. Haven't seen much of the Molotov towards Divider, which has been a common part of a default for a long time, but Forrester waiting for them to gift him more frags now. Maybe Vitality would be even closer had it not been for Forrester. So they've shown some presence towards long. But it seems they may head back towards B. And there's no vision on long now for Vitality, as Shox has come in for support, but is he gonna have a good feel for things once again and go for a flank?
Apex, that harassment towards long, Apex rotated. He rotated off of B. This is working for Entropiq. They actually have a window. They have a window. There's a quick smoke. They're beyond the smoke there. Towards Monster, they're going to go through. They're going to take down Kyojin. One more player traded out. Forrester picks it up. Apex drops back in late. ZywOo's in the action as well, dropping another player. Apex fighting for the site, and he's going to do a great job. But Elian, last player standing. There's the flick to ZywOo, but he's the one that takes the damage. Now against 2 players with very limited time. Forced to plant.
Oh, he's gone. He's out of here. We've got double grenades coming through to secure it in the safest way for Vitality. Bomb plant will help Entropiq. They need that extra money, but they won't get the round. They won't get the game. Not yet, if at all, as far as Vitality are concerned. 3 rounds behind now. That bomb plant is still, the money's not fantastic for Entropiq by any means, but all it takes is a few headshots, and then who knows what can happen. Vitality will post up again with a full buy, a single AWP, single AK in the hands of Shox. Nice way to finish off the round, especially with a scary rotation. Entropiq making the right noises, if you will, but not getting all the frags.
Entropiq spilling out towards the A side of the map again. Party and long. Ooh, Shox. Some good damage. So the single hero AK can't be underestimated. And here it goes. Shox will be up against it. Lackey is going to have a bait. And it doesn't work. Shox takes both down. The support from Apex is there too. And it's a great hold from the legend himself, Mr. Shox. And not too much left here for damage purposes for Entropiq. They do have the Deagle and Forrester. He's been quite scary in this series so far.
Yeah, any economical damage here is significant, as we can see looking at the money on Vitality side. Again, assume it's 6k to buy, full buy for a CT. Their loss, but their win bonus isn't going to be anywhere near that. So these kills can be very, very important. Bomb is lost, but again, I think at this point, even if he gets 1 kill, that is something. Shox in the red, but ZywOo will have a superior angle. Good support, good 2-man setups from Vitality to keep each other alive. And now they are 2 rounds behind.
Are we going to get an overtime here? Vitality, they've been grinding. They've really been grinding here, and it's Entropiq that have looked so good. But Vitality, they do not say die, not just yet. The full buy, all but Lackey, who of course was the hero AK in the previous rounds. There's the smoke to block Fountain Vision. And once again, Entropiq might represent pressure towards the long. And that's where Shox will be. ZywOo hasn't been in connector very much. I think this might be the first time we've seen him here with an AWP. Oh, no way. Crad, how have you done that to him?
It's a great read. What does he make of the smoke grenade? He would have heard the Molotovs towards short B earlier. There was a big priority towards short B from Vitality, so that's a huge spray from Crad, punishing ZywOo's attempt to rotate. I would imagine he was trying to get back towards the A bomb site safely, but he's been denied, and Apex has to deliver. He's not able to do so. Shox has them lining up for him, but he is completely outnumbered, and down he goes. 4 versus 2 now, and there's a minute on the clock for Entropiq. This is not as urgent for them as it is for Vitality.
Yeah, you're totally right. They don't have to rush this. Both players on the A side. There goes Masuta. He's done critical damage. Oh no! Masuta's killing everybody. It's just Elian left to clutch this for the team. Entropiq, they have to close it here, and they do it, Elian! He's picked up the second map for Entropiq. What a finish from them. It was in question because of the sheer class of Vitality, but Entropiq, they are here, and they're taking us to a map 3.
Down to the wire. Great effort from Masuta. Entropiq almost messing it up in front of the site, leaving themselves completely exposed. Potatoes in their hands, but it's down to Elian, the man that was pointed out on the desk, to take them to the third and final map. Dust 2, here we go. They win each other's picks in great fashion. Very engaging game so far.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Just beautiful Counter-Strike from Entropiq on Overpass again. We had Entropiq, losing their map pick Mirage, winning the map pick of their opponent on Overpass, a really difficult map, especially against all of the players on Vitality, and they take us to Dust 2, which is just such... It couldn't be more perfect for a finale. Everybody's firing off. This is going to be sick.
Indeed it is. Unknown territory, as they haven't faced each other. I don't think they've ever faced each other, these two teams. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Again, two proactive teams on the CT side. And we've seen, again, just to briefly mention, like Karrigan runs up mid. Are we going to see something like that? There's so many questions for this third and final map. But I'm so glad that Entropiq could bring it and take the map pick away from Vitality, as was done to them in the first map, to take it to this third and final series. I think the series deserves it. I think the matchup of these two teams deserves it as well.
Absolutely, and with that said, it's time to throw it back to the desk. We'll be back here casting the last map, and I just don't go anywhere. This is going to be insane.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Really enjoying this series as it's evolving. We're going to talk about it on the desk now. And obviously, the word, I guess, guts. It's got to be said. This is crazy, crazy tense stuff. So many little moments where you just feel it can swing back and forth. Entropiq holding their nerve, but Vitality so close to a comeback.
I think the only thing more exciting than this particular series is just watching Matthew lose his mind in the green room.
It is a hard time for me. I'm having a really hard time. Look, when you see Masuta getting the 3 kills towards the very end, you're having flashbacks of the Apex moment, obviously, but this time around, Elian put him down and they closed the map. I think we have to start with the beginning of the second map, which to me marked the spirit to start with. The spirit of Entropiq, right? 7-0 in the lead from the get-go. We talked about that B-side. They were aggressing, they were pop-flashing, they were making life so hard for Vitality. And this was exactly what they needed. They needed to put the first map to the bin, refresh, give it a new start, and they did so beautifully. Look at this pistol round, just headshots on headshots.
And I love the we did touch upon it, as you mentioned, Maniac. We alluded to the fact that we want to see some aggression coming on the CD side, and that is exactly what they delivered, right? Elian was hitting his shots as well. We saw the crazy clutch. We should hopefully be seeing that, not really a clutch, but like a 3K with the AWP, up close combat offing coming out from him. And even the few rounds that Vitality were able to win on the T side, with it touch upon it, where like their T side relies heavily on playmaking ability of some of the individuals. And we saw Shocks. There was one round where he was just lurking in the Suez area. He was gathering all the information. The players rotating back towards the A side, and they got themselves a free bomb side. But that's how they were winning the rounds on the T side. It came down to huge individual plays or mistakes being made by the side of Entropiq. But if you look at it from a more holistic angle, that first half was the CIS team all the way.
Yeah, I mean, the first half was certainly concerning because, you associate Vitality with having a good T system. To even get that first round on the board, you just saw there, it comes down to a 1v1 with Ziwu, which,
not easy at all.
Once again, he proves his value. And then they were able to snowball that into getting a few more T rounds. But, they left themselves with such a massive task to sort of come back on that second half. And in the end, even though they almost did it, Elian and co were just too good.
Yeah, there were a couple of issues, obviously, on the defense of Vitality. That clutch, by the way, I guess multi-kill sequence from Elian was crazy. And he did show up. Just to quickly touch on the Vitality defense. When they win the pistol round, they convert 11-6 scoreline. You're thinking, you know what, there's a way back in. There's a way back in. We know they can have a good defense. But there's a point we didn't really touch on before this map. It's the B combination of Kyojin and Masuta. They had a very slow start. That was used.
You've got both the rookies on one side.
That's the thing, right? There is a little bit of a disbalance in terms of experience, in terms of nerd holding as well. And that is something that Entropiq used at the very beginning to mark a couple of points, and then they just swarmed the A side very slowly. A little bit of lucky timings through smokes at times, but you need that. You need that element of success if you're going to win this. And I'm not going to say they don't deserve. They absolutely deserve to push it to a third. Hell, that could have been a 2-0 Entropiq.
That could have been a 2-0. That just boggles my mind. right? Like, imagine the state of everyone's pick'ems as well. Entropiq making it to the Legends in the tour, but that didn't happen, right? Ifs and buts, and heading into Overpass, let's be real, all of us are talking about it. We're like, this pick is a confidence pick coming out from the side of Vitality. Hopefully they had something prepared, and unfortunately they didn't. Entropiq just looked like the better team, and even though it got a little close at the end there, it was Vitality trying to just cling on the precipice, right? Trying to delay the inevitable. And in the end, Ellian, want to touch upon Ellian as well. Like, he hasn't really had to drop this 30-35 kill games. He's just been doing his job. He's been fantastic. But the one player we touched upon, Matthew, Forrester, he had an incredible game on Mirage. He tapered off at the very end in that comeback, but he continued that form heading into Overpass, getting 25 kills, and all around a team effort, I might say, Richard.
Yeah, and I'm loving that about Forrester, right? It's one of the easiest things in the world to do. You know, you have a good game, but you lose. And then on the next map in a series, you're missing, you know. There's a lot of players out there, they'll never admit it, but there is a frustration when you perform really well. Of course, and you feel a little bit let down by some of your teammates. It can get inside your head. What I love about this guy is, you know, this is like the opponents he's been playing against at this major, this is the top of the top. This is the cream of the crop. He's going up against Vitality here, and he's had 2 huge maps. I mean, you know, he's on like 56 kills in 2 maps and looking like one of the better players on the server against elite tenured individuals.
And
fantastic.
And speaking of CD side, I mean, he went 17 and sorry, it was Nickelback actually, went 17 and 5 on that CD side. Like, a player we also picked, and I think it was Matthew, you mentioned how if there's one player you want to see really step up, like elevate themselves, so to speak, it was Nickelback. He was able to eclipse Krad and, you know, of course, Ellian and Forrester, the 3 stars of his team, right? So fantastic job overall coming in from all the 5
It's a well-rounded effort. That is the thing. It is a well-rounded effort when you have 4 players between 20 and 25 kills. Let's not argue, you know, a single digit. A lot of players, 4 out of 5 actually put up a very decent fight. It was just lucky, a little bit behind, but overall, well-rounded performance from Entropiq. They move on to Dust 2 with the confidence of the second half.
Yeah, I mean, look, just one sort of little, you know, let's get a little technical for a moment there. Kind of did feel that at times Overpass wasn't, you know, I wouldn't have guessed that was Vitality's pick there, and I liked it. I've seen them have great games, but, you know, one of the points, because we're all in the green room at the moment, I was talking to some of the guys, they're like, no, you can't judge Vitality on how they play against Na'Vi. They elevate the game for Na'Vi. It's a crazy matchup for some reason. And yeah, Vitality did look a little bit lost. Like, is there something you noticed that they need to improve on?
Well, obviously, I mentioned the T side is a letdown for Vitality, and that is the problem that I have when you pick Overpass. It's one thing to float it and leave it as a third, because I think they can be really good, you know, a good knife or whatever that is. But when you pick Overpass, you have to be ready to have that T side. And unfortunately, I've seen them let me down, let the community down with these very, very dry situations. They're down 7-0 as well here, off the back of ZywOo, the clutch to finally unlock the scoreboard. So that was a bit complicated on the T side.
And I got to give credit to the side of Entropiq for making them struggle on that CD side, right? Sorry, on that T side for Vitality. They were getting this early opening picks again and again. They were pushing, poking, and prodding, pushing through smokes, as you pointed out as well, Richard. You know, getting long control, fighting towards connector. So they're not really given much time, much room to work with. Even Shocks, like, usually we've seen him try and navigate his way through the bathrooms, through smokes, get the lurk timing. It was a wall. It was a complete shutdown. And then when you talk about Elliot popping off with an AWP on the A side, there were no avenues of entry for the Vitality side.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they'll be navigating themselves to the bathrooms before this map, because we're about to go into the decider. This is it. One of these teams will go home. The others go into the arena. It's going to be Dust 2. A quick break. We're going to come back and set it up for you. We'll see you then. right, welcome back. This is it. We're about to find out which one of these teams is going to the Avicii Arena. Will it be Vitality and obviously ZywOo and company, or is it going to be Entropiq and Elian making history for the first time in the organization from the Czech Republic? Such a crazy story. I know this is what Counter-Strike is made of, guys. We've still got Maniac, still got Blair on the desk joining me. So, guys, we go into Dust 2. I think it's worth mentioning. I felt confident about Vitality overcoming Entropiq on this veto, mainly because this is the ace up the sleeve, in my opinion.
Yes, Dust 2 is a good map for Vitality. That hasn't changed. Listen, this is
and
for
all
the marbles. This is for all the
Entropiq.
marbles right here now. We're moving on to Dust 2. This map right here is going to decide which 5 players make it to the playoffs of the major. Entropiq are one map away from doing the unthinkable. No one would have imagined them in the playoffs. Absolutely not.
No.
We knew they were capable of making the favorites shake a little bit, but now it's right there. 16 rounds away from the playoffs of the major. I cannot even comprehend. I would like to tell you they're going to be stressed. They haven't shown any sign of stress.
I mean, yeah, but now also think about the evolution of a series, right? It's great sitting down in your chair, it's your map pick, you know, you're doing your thing. You lose, hey, it's all right, guys. Still got 2 maps, right? You play your map, you win your map. You're on a hype thing, but now suddenly you're going into Dust 2. You're playing one of the best players in the world in raw skill on, basically his playground. This is, you know, where ZywOo likes to take people to town. It's his stats on this map are ridiculous.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also the fact that he popped off yesterday in a must-win game against Astralis as well. So if you look at it from that perspective, yes, Vitality seem to have the mental edge, though whatever is on the paper as well. Here's the thing with Entropiq, though. They picked this map against G2. Although, yes, they got batted on it. Nico showed up, everyone else showed up.
It
didn't go so well, but historically speaking, it's a map that they've usually been pretty comfortable on. Yes, it's kind of 50-50 when it comes to wins and losses, but what I like about their wins, they win pretty convincingly, and when they lose, it's very narrow losses against pretty decent teams as well.
Yeah.
So it's not like Entropiq are... It's not one of those maps which is kind of middle of the pack where you're like, okay-ish. They know what they're doing on this map, and I kind of have a feeling that that G2 game, where they just got completely knocked out of the park, was a bit of an anomaly. I don't think it's going to be that easy for Vitality.
Yeah, you see, I don't know. I mean, because they looked a little bit lost. It was the way they were losing the rounds. It's like, if you just get your head banged off by someone like Nico or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
There's nothing much you can do about it, true. But I want to give a little bit of credit to Entropiq and their mental resilience, though. Like, losing on your map pick, facing elimination, and then overpass first half was a masterclass.
No, that was a great reaction. Just to keep on that Dust 2 game as well, we can mention G2, we can mention Nico was home. Think about Shox, think about ZywOo. Exactly what you said.
Yes.
They live and breathe Dust 2. Shox has some of these most memorable performances you could ever find on Dust 2 from that catwalk position.
I'm sure when Shox closes his eyes,
he sees Dust 2, that's the layout.
You know, complete, yeah, it's unbelievable.
It's how it is, right?
Tattooed on the inside of his eyelids.
So, I mean, just as much as Nico maybe just caught Entropiq by surprise, it's going to be the same with Vitality. We've played Dust 2 as in the French Counter-Strike since before Counter-Strike was done. Dust 2 was always there. It's in our DNA. We eat Dust 2 for breakfast.
I know. It used to be called DE France. That was a running joke in our scene, so...
DE France, dude.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Maniac's biased. So, Blair...
I have no regret. I'm not even trying to
give CIS Counter-Strike some hope.
I don't need to do anything. Listen, I'm a man of no hope, Richard.
All right, well, fine. Fine.
But here's the thing.
Look, we'll just watch the game then. So, guys, this is it. It's the decider. Are Vitality going to do it? Will it be Entropiq? It's the big surprises. Take it away, James and DDK.
Your pick'ems are not safe yet. They're not safe yet. These guys believe in Vitality, but Entropiq, they're the upset. They're the guys on the rise. They have to be an underdog, but they're not playing like one. They're playing like beasts. They're playing like animals. They're playing like they're in control. They're playing like bulls with horns. They're looking to gore Vitality. Your pick'ems are not safe.
It's true. It's true. We're going to Dust 2. Anything can happen on Dust 2. This is a crazy map, especially for French side. We've seen how explosive Shox can be there. Apex, ZywOo. These are the 3 big names for me from Vitality that we're going to see very big things from. Of course, you know, Kyojin, the newer player to the roster, and just the least experienced player on the roster. And you've got Masutra as well. Both have been playing pretty well, and I think it's going to be so interesting to see if Entropiq can keep the kind of pace that they had in Overpass. They were pretty unrelenting, honestly. They were ahead so often, even though the score was pretty close. They were consistently winning more advantages in pretty much every category. So, we're straight into the action. It's Dust 2, the final map of this best of 3. The winner goes to the Avicii Arena to play in the New Legends phase at this major.
All quiet on the Dust 2 front. Many players in lower tunnel, and ZywOo is waiting. Apex is baiting, and ZywOo is eliminating. He picked up the bomb as well. That's very nice through the doors. You're not trying to shut those doors down. Lackey showing some of his rear end, which isn't going to get him a kill, that's for sure. Elian and Lackey combined with less than 20 HP. A great start for Vitality on the defensive side against a very aggressive Entropiq team.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to really get much done here, especially with the bomb locked out of their control. Elian with the PT50, unable to find any damage there, so it's looking like it might be a clean sheet. Those Kevlars are untouched, almost.
Yeah, looking pretty good. It's a promising start for Vitality.
They're in the round still.
Oh, we're still in the round.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was a bit worried about that cutaway. I'm like, ah.
All right, well, hey, apologies, but at least, you know, if it's going to happen, as I like to say, let it happen in the first round. Now we can move on. But hey, you got to see the concentration faces in the middle of a round, and indeed, Vitality will prove victorious. That's funny. Anyway, it's eco territory for Entropiq. A flashbang for Nickelback, a Glock here and there. A Glock for you, a Glock for me. There's a sticker in there somewhere. 5 Glocks on road. Nickelback. Has anyone ever asked him why Nickelback? Is it related? It must be related to the band. It must be.
Who knows?
How do you get there otherwise?
Either way, it's going to be the very expected short plan attempt coming through from Entropiq on the save. Bomb goes down. So we're looking to make some frags, and it's looking pretty good here. In fact, I think as long as Nickelback doesn't kill anybody, yeah, there's 0 kills so far for Entropiq. And so, you know, it's close to a perfect start as you can ask for Vitality.
That is the, if they go 0 kills in 2 rounds, that is the perfect CT start.
And there it is, the perfect CT start then. Nobody has died yet for Vitality, but I'm sure that's about to change because Entropiq will be on the buy soon enough here, and the AKs will come out. We actually get a Scout coming out in this round as well, so that's going to be interesting. But 4 AKs, a Scout, and the thing is that Vitality are going to continue with the bonus, so 2 MP9s of FAMAS, not the best really on the ranges that Dust 2 offers. And we'll see that Entropiq will focus on that long control to start with.
ZywOo, he's got that sideways Molotov pretty consistent, but it's still there'll be 2 Ts making their way out. Apex trying to do what he can to hold on to the position. He's got a lot of help as well, man. There are a lot of Entropiq players who are still trying to do this. Molotovs towards blue, but there are more pressing problems. Not for long, however. Nickelback taken down, leaving it 2 versus 1 in favor of Vitality. A Scout remains, but there are rifles to collect. Look at all those X's in the long position. Having a look for some weapons. There's a silenced M4 down here somewhere. There we go, nice print stream. There is a HE as well. He'll back off to collect that. A quick reload, and he'll be looking for his first kill. Opportunity knocks. He has no smoke grenade, though. I don't know if there's one around him somewhere. Again, if there is, then you can throw a single smoked across. But it does expose you to the short boost position, to this spot right here, and that spot right there. But once that's clear, where the hip of that CT is on the floor, where there's that lighter piece of ground, that's where you stand to line up your smoke grenade for CT. But he makes it to the sides anyway. We can see Masuta has made his way towards long, which is interesting considering he's got the MP9. He has found an AK-47 though, so that's pretty good for him. Apex showing presence in the meantime. Isolating the fights though, Elian. 1 versus 1 now. Can peek with the flashbang. And he still has the off angle on the right-hand side. Won't need it. He'll just swing out on Apex and win the round with confidence in that 1 versus 2.
What a sick clutch from Elian. Just the 1v2 looking so calm. Vitality had all of the information as well. Elian able to isolate 2 1v1s. And, you know, you're almost, as well, when he picks up that silenced M4, you're almost thinking, oh, man, that's like the one. There's so many AKs there. If he's going to pick up any gun, surely the AK would be preferable. But takes everything in his stride and just so methodical. That's going to put Entropiq on the board straight away. We'll get the response here. AWP in hand for ZywOo. Dodges Elian's AWP shot.
Yeah, this is a play which Vitality like to do on their T rounds as well. Have ZywOo jump into the pit on somebody's head and go for those shots. Warning shots from Entropiq early on. See Forrester and lower tunnel. And again, Elian in that clutch has the headshot angle when Apex starts to swing. So Elian's right-hand side not needed though. French gun doesn't work for Kyojin on this occasion. FAMAS and position on long will be lost, and Elian makes his way towards long as well. Maybe we'll see a jump throw flashbang just like that to allow the AWP to go into the pit. Apex has to be careful, especially around the corner of that smoke. So short becomes very important, and ZywOo has to hold it alone for now. I think Apex may be on the way. Indeed, he is. You lose long, you hold short. You lose short, you hold long. Otherwise, your retake is going to be very hard indeed.
Ooh, very important one there, and Vitality will actually have lots of players in position, but they're out there in the open. Nice shot from ZywOo for the cover. Another one from ZywOo, just in his stride. So easy for him, and now Elian at 1 versus 4 with the AWP, stuck by the car position. Bomb lost on crossover. They are swarming him. Elian able to use the smokes to isolate Jules, but ZywOo can't be denied. Taking every single kill, gets the ace there. Insane stuff from him, and that's what you'd expect on such an important round like this.
I saw the odds at the beginning of that round, and I thought, oh, these aren't really fair. Entropiq could do better than that, but now I'm not so sure. Now I'm not so sure. We're in that time capsule. Back to overpass, and maybe Entropiq wish they could go back now they've seen that play from ZywOo. Solid performance with that AWP. Very troublesome waters now for Entropiq. They're in eco territory. The pistols are out.
Wait a second. ZywOo has 13 kills already now. It's only round 5, James.
Yeah, that's not good. Again, one of the best players in the world, peaking in the 3rd map of the series to make it to Stockholm, to the live audience, to the sold-out crowd if they get as far as the weekend. It's not promising for Entropiq, that is for sure.
It's actually quite interesting because only 2 players have 0 kills as well on Vitality. It's quite amusing. But we'll see the long take coming through here from Nickelback and Elian. Only the pistols. Can they get a kill? Not likely, although Elian will pick that one up. So that's something at least. And there's an M4. If he can somehow extract an extra kill out of this, that would be fantastic. Needs to reload though. Only 5 bullets there, I think.
The old fake flashbang.
Well, this is the first time I think it's fair to say that we've seen a very solid start from Vitality. And the shutdown from ZywOo, this shutdown with the AWP, this is how it happens. This is how it happens.
Yeah, it looks really awkward for them trying to hold down that short position, but when you've got a ZywOo, it's a tower of humanity, just admiring his actions over the smoke. They just want to see the bodies fall, that's all they're not even shooting.
It's like a guy on a steady cam, just trying to get all the shots of ZywOo's gloriousness. Oh, A long contested heavily here. 4 players for Vitality. Strong opening to deny this from Entropiq. Vitality coming out ahead early on. Entropiq trying to exploit this by going for that mid control, but they might be a little bit too slow here. We'll see the smoke for the cross. The boost for Shox should be good though.
Yeah, he can cover the window and the door for his teammates. Nickelback, his legs are going to get peppered, and Apex will stop the secondary potential bomb carrier from doing anything. Forrester falls as well. 4 players alive for Vitality. Juicy money to be had. They are salivating at the 5-1 scoreline. Entropiq, though, things are looking pretty parched on their side of things.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that there is a gamble being taken here by Vitality by, it's the 4-long start. You're basically saying, we're expecting you to go for a challenge here. We absolutely don't want to lose it to you. And we're going to put 4 players there. But that, of course, opens up a lot of the rest of the map. So the question is, do Vitality do that pretty consistently and offer up that opportunity to Entropiq to rush something else? Or do Vitality now expect that Entropiq will try to send, let's say, a fast mid or a fast B or something like that and spread out into a normal setup? That's the mind games that we're dealing with as we move into these next buy rounds. But for now, it's the scout for Elian. That's really all they have to offer.
I think Kyojin's a little shy with the camera stuck in his face. But he'll get used to it. Certainly will with this squad. And he'll have to get used to it very quickly, because you'll soon, if they can win this one, have a big crowd waving Dolehust in the air, potentially. Could it be a Dolehust or 2?
ZywOo was considering in the cat play. spot here. Oh, nice shot from Lackey. That's a good one to get. Apex by Carl looking to deny the pickup of the AK. But if Lackey has help, they might be able to get another nice shot, and then suddenly there's problems for Vitality. The flashbang. Oh, and the swing is beautiful, but somehow Apex, he's so far from the flash, he doesn't get fully blinded, and he's able to tap them down. It's a good effort, though.
With the silence and 4, it's so satisfying. It's like he's swatting flies. 6-1. This is a humongous start for Vitality. It's humongous.
Yeah, and it's hard to do this too because, you know, on the CT side, you know, racking up the economy, racking up the rounds early on, it can be quite challenging. Fortunately for Vitality, they win the pistol. That dangerous round, Zywu just aces with the AWP. So since then, we haven't seen anything look particularly dangerous.
We can see that there were HEs left in CT spawn, which can be used for rotation as the bomb is potentially getting planted on the A bomb site. So we'll have to look out for that later on if the round goes that far. Vitality will have something to say about that. That combo with the stickers looks amazing, by the way.
And you can see Vitality didn't do the 4-player A-long setup, and Entropiq still went A-long. So I love that confidence from Entropiq.
Okay, let's see how Zywu makes use of this smoke grenade. Oh, well, he's been looked for by Elliot. One to try at home, maybe he'll have more success. And here come those HEs, and there might be another one in spawn for Apex, we shall see. Unable to catch anybody on the cross, and I do wonder if Vitality will consider disengaging, but the bomb's not planted just yet. And they do have incendiaries as well. We've got Super Mario Brothers being offered by Apex. Not quite Luigi. Masuta maybe going to the point of no return. Flashes as well. Lackey playing the headshot position. Shox though getting one as he falls back, but there is a lurker in Forrester now. He wants to make it expensive for them, but Shox is not having any of that.
Yeah, that hurts too because Entropiq, they don't really have money. They can't lose any more players, and that's a great shot for Shox to get because I do believe as well Forrester had all of the expectation and advantage on position, but still, Shox keeps his AK in hand. We'll see how that develops in the following rounds, but good answer back from Entropiq, and you know, props to Lackey for some of those entries. Obviously, Elian, you know, he sees the smoke on site, he looks for the setup. You know, the jump on the little barrel, and he's able to punish that. But then it's up to Lackey to kind of open up the site, and he does it so swiftly that gets everybody into the site. So, you know, great to see that Entropiq are answering back. Great to see that they weren't discouraged from going A-long. And I'm really curious if Vitality will go back to a 4 A-long start. We might see that.
Apex with a lot to say.
Oh, cat play.
Yeah, Apex on the way now. Still looking sharp, and again, he's been so integral to these victories, these comebacks by Vitality, who've been doing it the hard way.
Uh-oh. Oh, what? Nickelback seems ready for that. Oh, man, Apex must be fuming after that one.
Can only imagine. Molotov in a short position, and they must be very careful taking the Zywu angles away with incendiaries, if you will. Lurk smokes now, and that's a nice counter. That'll kill some smoke time on the clock. 3 players here for Entropiq, and Elian's looking for maybe a rotation in that mid position, but he looks to be heading towards short as well. Just to give some grenades to his teammates, in fact. Let's not forget that update. If you haven't been watching CS for a while, you can drop grenades now. And they can come quite in handy, but here comes the push with some combo flashbangs. Kyojin's got to be careful. He's got Zywu by that car position, who's been tagged, but he's alive for now. Oh, hold on a second. They may be pivoting for a B play, but Crowd is caught on that rotation. Now we've got a 4-on-3. Nickelback trying to find something, but he's not being given a kill in CT spawn.
Yeah, this is really, really difficult. 20 seconds, they don't have time to do this, and they have to call the save. You can see that they were considering going for it, but rather would hold on to the weapons, and especially considering that Elian has an AWP. You don't want Elian to just be saving that by himself. By Nickelback and Forrester saving, it does allow there to be some more punch behind the next round. They're looking for these players, at least Masuta is. He's going to creep into this angle, Elian. Oh, maybe he won't. Doesn't go past the point of no return. 7-2, solid start coming through from Vitality here on the CT side on this deciding map. The winner of this map goes through to that top 8, that playoff here for the Stockholm Major. Not just the playoffs for the Major, but it's a LAN, it's a stage event with a packed,
right?
a
With people, with
arena.
humans.
Exactly.
With witnesses.
With witnesses, yeah. It's that's something special. And Entropiq, I think it's quite clear they have been working extremely hard for this.
Do you know what that LAN means? It means we get our culture back. That's what that LAN is. Counter-Strike is a culture. With the history it has, with the years it has, with the decades it has, it is a culture, and we get our culture back in Stockholm.
Yeah, Sweden, one of the I would say spiritual homes of Counter-Strike as well. One of the many that you could say, but certainly such a strong identity with Counter-Strike for so many years. And so it feels only fitting that Sweden is the first place to welcome us back with an arena packed full of fans. But it looks like we're back into the action here. 7-2 is the score. Vitality having a great go of it right now. Entropiq on the default here. Not looking for fast long control, but instead it's the kind of 120 cat control that we'll see.
Well, an exchange from sniper to sniper. Apex needs to be careful, down to 18 HP. Not getting what he was looking for, but Zybo's got something to offer Entropiq in that short position. He knows one's gone beyond the angle. Looking for the flick, there it is, and we see Shox now is here as well. That was close to a headshot into Forrester, but he is alive. That bomb, though, is in a very exposed position, and maybe Entropiq are lucky that it didn't fall down into CT spawn. Forrester trying to rescue it, but oh, hold on a second. He's gone down and he hasn't got the bomb, so I don't think he meant to do this. And he's found himself in no man's land. Hostile territory, shark-infested waters. These sharks are not friendly. Alien alone, and there's not much for him to do.
Yeah, there is not. They're going to be hunting. They've got time, they've got money. It's an AWP. They need to kill him. Great first shot. He knows what that means. A player that deep. Oh, pull out the gun. Oh! In goes Shox. We'll punish that one. And there we go. I kind of like the move from Forrester, jumping down onto the cat boost box. Because I don't think that they knew that he was there. I think he wanted to spray them all down. But like many of the plays they've tried to make, Vitality are renewed. They're shutting it down.
Look at that. Great correction there.
Yeah, he's kind of getting... He was able to shoot a lot of free shots there. There was no flashes, mollies, but this time, Aliens actually converted that drop.
Beautiful. Now Kyojin's got some trouble. Apex is on the way, however. Gun is out, and he will deliver as he often does, as he always has at this major. Kyojin creeping. There's a flashbang support for him. Finds Crad hiding in the corner, but there are teased by Blue as well. More support flashes, but they're running out of those. And Molly's trying to create some space. A great spray, a great burst from Forrester. But Shox has a superior angle with a superior weapon for the job. 2 on 3. Entropiq on the back foot, still with bomb in hand as they move maybe towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, I think it's the case that it's hard for them to read Shox's positioning too. Shox in a great angle, got a better angle, sees the leg. He's going to hit the shot as well. Steady pair of hands on Shox, and Nickelback is all he can do to get some extra damage extracted out of this round, but it's looking very difficult. The Galil, the 36 HP. That said, the A side is completely open, so a plant is quite possible. And with a plant, maybe there could be some more as well. There's no sound cues, I think, that can be audible for the Vitality players. So this is a free plant. Where does he go?
Yeah, he secured a full buy at the very least, and maybe he can do more than that because Kyojin's got 12 HP. So there is a chance for Nickelback. Just needs to land one shot. Heightened armor penetration with the Galil as well. Never mind. And for a place of more comfort, more familiarity, just waiting for these players to come through. They both have defuse kits starting to run out. Starting to line up. Masuta with 4 HP will hold on to this lead for Vitality and extend it yet further.
Oh, that was so close. That was so close. I wonder if he has the Galil there. If he probably wins that with the Galil because of the damage output. It's hard to say. Who knows?
Depends on the fire rates as well.
That's true.
You do the maths.
That's true. I can't. Well, that's going to be the 9-2 though for Vitality as they continue to rack up the rounds. It's appearing to be a very difficult third map here so far for Entropiq. So far, I feel like they've been very resilient, despite being in a position where they've been struggling in terms of the results. They still seem to be ready to capitalize on any big opportunity. But this has been one of the hardest tests that I've seen for them so far. This opening on Dust 2 has been difficult.
Yeah, and these are the kind of leads that I think Vitality fans have been seeking from them throughout this major. But again, perhaps they're peaking at the right time. Perhaps they're on that upward trajectory. And if that is the case, then you have to put those more difficult games behind you and wonder what they're capable of at this major. But that is determined by whether they win or not this game of Dust 2. Looking good for now, but things can always change. We've seen some quite meaty comebacks in the days prior from various teams, some successful, some not. And Entropiq is certainly still in this one.
Sorry, with a nice angle there. There's a lot of info for Entropiq. They had a lot of flashes towards long. Fast rotation from Vitality because they're afraid of a mid-burst whilst they were out of position early on. And they're in position again. So Vitality really winning the early game so far. Entropiq don't have control, and that's a nasty one from ZywOo. Alien gets the upgrade at least off of the scouts.
So clean.
Entropiq haven't been able to set up set pieces so far. They haven't run a single one in this half. They're in position to be able to do so, but they don't have utility. There's no mollies here. There's like a single smoke. Apex is on site.
Oh, hold on a second. How on earth is he alive? Gets his bell rung multiple times through the box, but he gets 2 kills from it, Apex. How does he get these frags? What on earth? What kind of sorcery is this? Is there magic involved? Krad, 1 versus 4. They line up for him in the wrong ways as he gets domed. Close casket funerals, burn victims, all kinds of problems for Entropiq on short.
Yes, yeah, it's unfortunate. And again, it kind of speaks to the fact that they went for that buy. They didn't have really any utility behind it. They're kind of emphasizing the firepower. We're going to see what would probably be the same round as we just saw, but with more utility now, because they got the Tech 9s. They're likely going to be rushing into the A site, looking for that short plant, cover of smokes, Molotovs to deposition their opponents. But no, in fact, they're going towards B, at least at the beginning of the round.
Oh, there's actually nobody home, but will they possibly commit to this? Oh, never mind, it's too late. Good timing from Shox. He posts up with the AWP. There is a number of flashbangs for retake utility and 2 incendiaries as well. So Shox is committed now with the AWP, which may be lost, maybe given up, but then again, perhaps not. 2 kills so far. Support's on the way. Flashbangs on the way. Shox with 3. Masuta steals the ace from happening, and there's 1 more to find. Alien behind the smoke. How on earth have they held on to this without losing a single player? As I say, that Shox will fall, but they stopped the plant from happening. Vitality, full control on Dust 2.
It's just so typical that it's the easiest shot for Shox that he's unable to connect. But still, magnificent hold from him, and it's unfortunate that for Entropiq they couldn't find him. It didn't seem to be the case that I think with all of the flashes going in that they really were able to get the bearing as to where he was before the cavalry arrived. And
we're 14 rounds in, Dan. Krad's got 1 kill.
And
where's Krad? Where's the milk cart? Put him on the back.
Entropiq have 2 rounds. Oh, Alien, that's a whiff. That was an opportunity there for Entropiq early in this round. And the question is, are they starting to crack? Are they starting to break Vitality, their pressure? ZywOo, ever a problem in every part of the rounds. He's so ready to blast somebody's head off from the cat position. We saw it in the previous round. Although one before that, it's not going to happen this time.
Cat is a significant problem for Entropiq in this entire half, especially now in these dying rounds, because you have to. It needs to be part of your default. You have to take it, but ideally, without casualties, without those stretchers, without the band-aids and the sutures. Yeah. Now, if Entropiq are to lose this game, you don't want to be a player who's only got 1 kill. You're going to put all the blame on yourself. We'll see if Krad can do better, because things are getting worse for Entropiq.
Oh. He's snuck down, he's snuck through, he jumped off, he's taking down ZywOo. Is there more to be had here? It's looking like Nickelback is still running amok in the mid position. The taps are excellent onto Masuta. But once again, we've seen this story time and again. It's just Elian alone with far too much to do here on the AWP. And he's going to jump straight into this angle. Somehow, though, able to get past it. Knows where one player is, looking for the next. There's got to be somebody out there somewhere. And he's going to find just a shoulder, but can't connect. Shock's on site. Just buying time here for the flank. Elian gets shot in the back of the head. And that's a 12-2 scoreline. Vitality. It's unstoppable.
Entropiq are being given absolutely nothing.
Is that the airlift for Entropiq? Let's get him out of here.
Yeah, it might be air ambulance on the way. Krad and Forrestar, after 14 rounds, have a combined 3 kills.
Yeah, it's really rough. I think there's a lot of problems with them getting spots to fight from. And I think partly it's coming down to the fact that they're getting shut down on long repeatedly. They're getting, as you said, getting shut down on catwalk. And then when they get cat control, they never have utility to actually set piece onto the site, which means that ZywOo gets way too much freedom with the AWP. And that's kind of the story here. ZywOo gets way too much freedom, and that's, I mean, that opens up the rest of the team too.
Send in the oxygen tanks, the IV drips, and the jar of zinc tablets, because Entropiq are missing something. They're missing a lot, actually. 2 rounds could be all they take into the second half. And at that point, they're at the mercy of a pistol round. And there may be no mercy to find as Vitality are looking to secure their place in the champion stage. So far, this third map has been taken by Storm. Shox now with unrelenting aggression. Crimson everywhere in the lower tunnels, and off he goes.
Yeah, that's Forrester gone. Nobody turning up right now for Entropiq in the ways that they need. There's a hinge smoke to suggest a cat take, but Apex is going to peek cat, so he knows it's a lie.
Yeah, he's been there the entire time. In minute 20, still don't have short, and that's not enough. That's not enough for Entropiq.
Oh no, late long take, but Kyojin's ready. He's got support as well from ZywOo. Oh, that smoke will deny that. So now he's isolated. Can they take him down? Oh, the transfer looking good, but just the one. But one is still going to keep them ahead in the numbers.
Trying to deal with the choke points now, Apex. Krad is just unable to find anything from anything. We spoke about peaks for Vitality. It's nothing but a trough for Krad. 1v3 now, Elian. Last round of the first half. And there's just absolutely nothing doing. They are running out of oxygen.
Yeah. Oh, these are the moments as well in tournaments where, you know, that experience can really start to pay off. You've got to just make sure you don't give up on yourselves. And going into the second half, James, they have nothing to work with. It's insane what they have to do. But they have to make sure they don't give up on themselves. And they just keep dialed into every single round. And we'll see what Entropiq are made of, truly, in this next half. But as far as Vitality are concerned, they are almost stepping foot in that Avicii arena. They are so close now.
20 for 6, ZywOo. 17 for 5, Apex. 1 for 15, Krad. 2 for 14, Forrestar. It is, well, it's a tale of polar opposites. And yeah, I think they will lament the lack of control towards short, but that's all history now. Pistol round time, and that can sometimes mean variance, and we have a split of the B halls from Entropiq. Now see nobody's there, and maybe they've got time to rotate. We've got Krad towards the A bomb site having a quick look, not seeing much of anything just yet, but he has to know that they're on the way. Yeah,
he has to know. You're totally right. They've gleaned so much info already. Not dropping the smoke just yet, but surely need to drop it now. Surely need to drop it now. There's engagements happening. There it goes. And that will really deny the battles that Vitality would like to have.
They have really got to hold on to this flashbang, Entropiq. This flash is their best opportunity. And you can see Vitality just posturing, posing, waiting on long. Any plays to be had from Entropiq, they want to get them out of the way, get that utility out of the way. And there is the opening kill now, the P250 getting off. And again, you can see Krad's holding the flashbang, but Elian may be the only person to swing with it. Okay, Lackey is here as well. Here is the flash, and they have to deliver now. It has to be now. It has to be right now with these USPs. An exchange, but there we go. Apex has been, he's being fragged, but Vitality are getting closer to the site, looking to swarm with these Ts, with these Glocks. But Nickelback with those Julies. It's now the time for the Julies to strike.
There's ZywOo though, he clears up the site and there's very little left here at this point. Krad is all that stands with the USP until he stands no more. Vitality, 14 rounds. Entropiq, they don't get the key round to get their CT economy started. They're going to have to force buy every single remaining round. There really isn't too much of a choice. Are they actually going to a save? Because if they do, they're going to be playing against match point effectively. I don't think that I don't think that's the play. Oh, we see a Mag 7 on screen. We see a Scout on screen, a Deagle, a CZ. Oh no.
We've had many great moments of the Mag 7 at Majors. Let's not forget when the early versions of Cobblestone,
but it's Dust 2.
Pyjamas.
It's Dust 2.
Yeah, it's Dust 2. It's not Cobblestone at all, is it?
No, it's not Drop Zone on Cobblestone. It's the ranges, the unobstructed long ranges of Dust 2.
14-2 on the cusp of victory.
Oh, there we go. The Mag 7 comes in. Oh, lucky. Let's go. 2 from the Mag 7. And they've got a 4 versus 3 numbers advantage, but they have... Actually, the weaponry is not great for Vitality, so perhaps there's still time here. Forrester might be the next point of contact here as far as Entropiq are concerned, as we have the hold from Apex and Masuta in the B apartments, or B tunnels. Not really apartments, but mostly tunnels.
I mean, you can sleep there if you want to, Dan, but I'll pass. A highlight and a potential low light encapsulated in disaster. A spark of brilliance with a Mag 7. Enrobed in disaster, Dan.
Vitality do have full utility here. They are just waiting for a mistake, but Alien's already been tagged. There goes some of the initial utility. They might be able to... They might be trying to bait something out here, but looking to move forward with this, and Forrester's got to be perfect. He gets nothing from this Alien now. He has to deliver something, but also just absolutely nothing from that one. And that's surely the best chance in this round gone. Maybe they should save what they have, as desperate and awful as that sounds.
Entropiq are the mental prisoners of Vitality as the French side look to move to match point and see if they go for it, if they fight till the very end. Apex having some fun now. Nickelback 1 versus 2. That Mag 7 is still in play. You can see Masuta holding the off angles, but with no defuse kit, I don't think there's anything else for him to do but die. And that has been pretty much the story. That's been what's written on the tapestry, on the papyrus by Vitality. Moving to match point now, to champion stage point. They want to print their names on a tablet of history, and they run one round away.
It's looking incredibly good for Vitality. It will take perhaps one of the most impressive comebacks of major history for Entropiq at this point to bring it back. And given that the whole team appears to have gone missing here after that first half, it is hard to imagine, but we'll see what they can muster. We'll see what they can do, having to really earn their way into a full buy. They're going to have to win rounds to get there. And they've taken... In fact, actually, Vitality have taken the timeout. They are trying to ice out Entropiq.
They're keeping that focus. I love the attention to detail, the efficiency, and the lack to give anything. They're out in the forest like bears, Vitality.
Experience, star potential of Vitality is certainly working out for Dust 2. Maniac talking about this being the home of the French, eating Dust 2 for breakfast. Appears like that might be the case, but what's Lackey got to offer? He's charging up mid. What's he going to find here? He takes down one. There's a second to be had, but it's just going to be the one.
Petit déjeuner.
That was their best gun, James. It was sacrificed for that play, and it got only one. Is it enough? He took down ZywOo. Is it enough? Look at the reset here from Vitality. They're just holding ground.
Krad's made it to a second frag. Again, I just feel for... like, if it is to collapse here, if permanence is to appear, you know, it's just hard, man, but be nice. This is the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. Vitality are not giving them any room whatsoever.
They're finally going to be here. They've decided. It's been nothing on the map in terms of info. It's just extremely passive plays from Entropiq. And they'll be going into Nickelback. He was fantastic here for Entropiq in so many moments. Can he give them another moment here on the B site?
Yeah, he'll need to. Otherwise, he won't want to be reminded of this one.
Oh, that's big. That's the AK. That's a flank. He needs to not die. He needs to not die in this position.
Yeah, containment is key, especially with time on the clock. 15 seconds for the bomb to get planted, trying to stop him from advancing, but surely it's inevitable. The Deagle up close will be good for one, and Crad will land a headshot for that last kill. It is a cliff face that they have to climb. A cliff face. Entropiq.
And they're climbing a free solo at the moment. No support. No margin of error. They barely have any chalk.
To full means to expire.
And that was good. I mean, Vitality, they waited the clock down, and that kind of hurt them in the end. But we'll see them going for this buy with the orb, just trying to get Zyro into some positions for success there. He's got 24 kills at the present moment. See Lackey clearing out that B-Tons position with this aggressive maneuver. And I don't think that Vitality know about this. So this will allow Entropiq to have positional control. Oh, okay, well, that smoke is going to tell Shox that they have B-Tons control. That smoke on B-Tons. Oh.
Hot flash. And now Crad can body block in front of this smoke. Very hard to make anything happen beyond that smoke for now. But there is time. Vitality can wait. There's a reasonable level of utility for Entropiq for the time being. Nickelback must be careful. There's a pop flash for him. He's going to see 4 players not outstaying as welcome. HE by the Xbox, big box. And down goes Apex. The bomb has been lost. Other side of Xbox is going to be very awkward to try and find that. Zywoo with the AWP still in his hands, and that always means danger. You can hold the angle for the B corner as Shox tries to rescue the bomb.
Oh, perfect timing. Can they collect the orb? I don't know that they can get there in time.
No, they can't.
They can't get there in time. The crazy thing about this is that Vitality are on a match and series point. So Entropiq, you can't be risk averse. You have to still take risks. That's what Counter-Strike is about. Anything competitive at this level requires calculated risk taking. So you cannot be risk averse. And that's what this moment, every fiber of the Entropiq players being in all of the plays, they're going to want to not take risks because they can't make a mistake. That's what they're having to deal with. It's really a lot. At least they can kind of warm themselves up a little bit on Dust 2 against these eco rounds.
Yeah, very nervous territory, but great burst from Lackey. 3 nice kills, leaving Kyojin with a Glock. And yeah, so basically, if you're wondering why he's standing in the Molotov, it reduces the kill bonus versus dying to something else that may give a greater kill bonus to the opponent. So at that point, it can be the best thing to do. 15-5.
It's such a long road here for Entropiq, and they're going to be battling against another big buy for Vitality, although Zayu only has the scout and not the AWP. We'll see if that matters. Elian, we're talking about not being risk averse. Look at them go. Oh, Lackey's taking the orb into the tunnels.
Oh dear. Nickelback is a goner. Krad's going to have to do it alone. Maybe now is the time to get those impact frags. Only good for one though. The chain flashes coming through. The support for Vitality is just too great to hold on to long.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate too, because given Lackey's deep position, if they had managed to maintain that long control, it would have paid off. This play from Lackey would have paid off, but they might be rotating into him. He might get the info here. I don't know that he can get position, but he should be able to pick off one from the stairs at least. But there's nobody on the B site. If he gets a quick pick, do they go back though? So many questions.
How does he get more than one? How does he get more than one frag here? Oh, going for the quick scope versus Johnson. He can't go back, he can't go forward any further. Gonna make it awkward, misses every opportunity. Kyojin exploded in the meantime, but the rotation's got to come through. There is an incendiary for Elian, he can drop it under the window. We'll see where he chooses to throw it. This may be the end of the line for Entropiq. This is under the window, smoke, jump, throw off the wall there. Can he even push with it? Oh. Hellion now, 1 versus 3. There's the first one. He has to succeed. He must deliver here. He has a defuse kit, but there's a double dink from Apex. And Vitality have made it to the champion stage. And how about that for a release of energy?
Absolutely brilliant performance from the French. Vitality, you can see how much it means to them. It's such a relief to make it to the playoffs because they know once they get there, they're going to be re-energized and they're going to be able to elevate their play in front of the crowd even more. Last time at Berlin 2 years ago, they managed to make their way to the quarterfinals only to be bested by Avangard, now Virtus.pro. Are they going to be able to make it deeper? They know they can do it. They should be in the finals against Na'Vi. That's what they're thinking in their minds, and they've made it to that arena. But we can't forget about Entropiq and the level that they have shown going into this major. What a performance from them to get this far. Even though on Dust 2 they couldn't pull it together, they look incredible.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance from them. And they could certainly have gone further, but maybe today wasn't the day. And you know, they were a big threat for a lot of teams. They were way more than gatekeepers. That should never be used for them. They performed very well, but they were bested by a stronger team. And with regards to that, Vitality, they're improving. They're getting better as each game goes by. And maybe, just maybe, that does not bode well for some of the other teams that will be heading into that bracket.
Yes, when that crowd is screaming and you got ZywOo up on that stage, I think it's guaranteed that we're going to see even more insanity from the individual level of those players. I cannot wait.
Absolutely. Well, that's enough from us with the conclusion of that series. Over to Richard and the desk.
Thanks so much, guys. Look, obviously, sad for Entropiq. So close yet so far, but rightly jubilant scenes for Vitality. They have booked their place at the Avicii Arena, but man, they went the scenic route. We're going to talk about that now with Maniac and Blair. I mean, I did say, I'll just start with that. For me, Dust 2, I wouldn't want to play Vitality on Dust 2. I know the other option was Nuke. I don't know. Let's just talk a little bit about that. Should they have been on this map in the first place?
I think the caveat we have to put on this last map is that it was the last map. And then it became something very different for Entropiq, because we'd have the argument in the green room that would this be the first map of the series or a different time in the tournament, they might have got into this with a different perspective. But you could feel how the pressure got the best of Entropiq. It's probably the first time we saw that during this tournament, where after Zai was ace, the pistol, the reset, you're like, oh my god, they're just slowly creeping into duels. That is it. They've lost the edge, and then Dust 2 is a map that is so snowbally, didn't pay off.
And you can even see in the very final round as well. Sure, here's the thing with Entropiq. Even when they've been down in the dumps, they've always surprised me with the composure they've showcased. That final round, Lackey with the AWP in lower tunnels, trying to go for like he re-peaked, trying to go land a no-scope, I think it was towards Kyojin or Apex 4 times. You can just see mentally they were just broken, right? And it was round number 4, Matthews pointed out, ZywOo gets the ZywOo, he gets
That's
the
the
ace.
one you see
There
right
you go,
now.
1 kill. And then this is a buy round, mind you. This is immediately after Entropiq won their first round, and ZywOo just pops up. That's his 14 kills in the first 4 rounds, and that's the moment. That's the moment I felt Entropiq were like, oh, this is not going to be easy.
This isn't a secret, right? It's like, do you know anything about ZywOo? You must know who he is. You must have heard of this guy. Dust 2, you know, I can't think of a time I've ever seen him like really go missing on this map, because it plays to all of his strengths, right? He gets that AWP, he moves around the map, he gets to do what he wants, he's got freedom in this Vitality system, and down the years, if you know anything about Dust 2, it has always been the Orpha's playground.
And you could see, you could feel after that ace that he wasn't going to miss.
No.
He became an absolute turret. Any angle he was holding, this one, by the way, is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah.
Any angle he was holding, any decision he was making, he was just in that zone.
He doesn't
where
even
no
blink,
one,
this
He's
guy.
just having a good time, right? He's just in the game, in the Matrix. Look, we called that ZywOo at the beginning of this series, and I think that was rightful, because after the 2 best of ones, he was nothing but a shadow of himself. And we said, if you're going to be a superstar, if you're going to be the best player in the world, if you want to have that title, you need to show more. And so he did. Vitality had to grind through this process to make it to the arena. We're talking 0-2 down, 3 series, 3 mappers, all the maps, all the rounds, and he has risen from the ashes. 1.33 rating at the end of this legend stage. He did what he had to. He carried his team. It was a global effort, of course, but he acted as a superstar to carry them to the playoffs.
I mean, to start things off, he was super quiet. Obviously, everyone was, you know, pointing out something's missing over here. Even Apex said in an interview, as we alluded to in the pre-show, that he spoke to ZywOo saying, my friend, without you, we're not making it to the arena. And he showed up. Right now, He might have started slow, Richard. He was on the runway for quite a while, but right now he's looking like an ICBM heading straight into the arena. So if I'm anyone watching Vitality, keeping tabs on them, especially the teams who might be going up against them in the quarterfinals, you better be ready. It feels like Vitality have finally arrived.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's not going to be a surprise. It's about to come up on your screen. You're going to see that ZywOo is the MVP of this map.
But Apex, man.
As well. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but, you know, great performance from Apex as a leader. We're going to talk a little bit about him in just a moment. But here's an angle I want to bring up. Obviously, they are there now, but they had to go 3-2.
Of course.
Right? So that means they're going to be taking on one of the 3-0 guys. And interestingly enough, there is a potential. I haven't seen anything yet, so I don't even know. But they could take on Na'Vi.
They could possibly go against Na'Vi.
When ZywOo and Vitality play Simple and Na'Vi, crazy things happen. They've had some of the best series in like the last 2 years.
It's like an earthquake alert when these two go into each other. And I think Counter-Strike needed that. Counter-Strike needed Vitality to make it to playoffs so that we can imagine that encounter between Simple and ZywOo, between Na'Vi and Vitality.
The Undertaker versus the game. That's what I've been waiting to see.
Yeah, you know, that is a very apt nickname for him.
Also, one of the premise, and I guess something we have to touch on as well, is that Vitality barely made it through this Legend stage, right? It wasn't like they were flying high, destroying anyone.
Of course not.
So you kind of have to keep in mind that better is going to be demanded. Better is going to be requested from Vitality if we can see them making stride in that playoff stage, because it was just a bare qualification to the playoffs.
That could be a good thing, though. That could be a good thing because, like, you have these two youngsters coming in, Kyojin and Misuta, right? This is going to be the biggest event I've ever played. And sure, there might have been a little bit of nerves being shown initially. They might have been struggling initially, but that's out of the way right now. You've dealt with that. You've dealt with that. You've finally ascended to where you're supposed to be at, and heading into the stage, the arena. Now you can really perform to the level everyone expects of you.
And sometimes extra games at a tournament, it can actually help you correct things.
Maybe, yeah.
You know, history is replete with examples of CS teams having battled back through the lower bracket or whatever it is, going the hard way because something just clicks. You get that extra time. Sometimes a day off can be the last thing you need. You just never know. It's so dependent on how your team works. There was a moment here in this series, in the entirety of the series, and I think it's wonderfully illustrative of how experience and big-name players making big plays can completely transform what happens. Because if Apex doesn't make that clutch that we highlighted way back, you know, on Mirage, they're out.
We'll be congratulating Entropiq right now.
Yeah, we're literally doing a segment saying, you know, the underdogs have done it. And
it could be a literal $1 million clutch.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That clutch from Apex, that 1v3 he wins, is the difference between losing 2-0 or making it to the playoffs. Yeah. Sometimes a round just decides the fate of a game, decides the fate of a series. Entropiq had it. They had Mirage in their grasp. They were 1 kill away from making it to 15. That would have guaranteed them an overtime. But with ifs and buts, we know where Counter-Strike goes. Apex, at that very moment, just wrote a piece of history for Vitality. And I think it's fitting that he gets to have that moment. He gets to keep that with him.
And I got to add on more to that for the side of Apex, right? Leading by example, like, apart from the clutch as well. I feel like his calling in the recent past for Vitality has been incredible. And even when they got off to a rough start, losing their opening games and whatnot, he never gave up. He was always like, all right, guys, we can do this. Obviously, can't take anything away from him from that aspect. But also the fact that the other two young players who you expect to chip in with the firepower, with the killed Kyojin and Misuta, they were struggling, but Apex is like, it's okay, guys. You know, you just do your work. I know you're going to be delivering at one point or the other, which they did today, and then I'll just be continuing to do my job. He had I think, like almost an average of 20 kills in each and every one of the maps they've played thus far. Win or lose, that's impressive, man.
Yeah, he really has led from the front. Just some final words, obviously, about Entropiq. We're not going to see them at the Avicii Arena, and I know they're going to be really, really disappointed, especially with the start that they had. I just think it's worth noting that this is a major. All of these teams are legitimate. All of these teams are the best in the world, and Entropiq have proven that they belong in that company. So hopefully when they've had a bit of time to process everything, you know, we're all going to realize it's another fantastic CIS team.
I mean, this is a team who've been just grinding it out in the online period, playing all these tier 2, tier 3 events, which is very, very hard. We've seen some big names even struggle over there. They're like, you know, it's such a grind, right, against so many good teams. And I feel like they deserve to be here. They really do deserve to be here. The amount they've had to play against some really top tier teams in the region as well. And for me, they are a potential team we're going to be keeping an eye out for in the near future. Look, this event is going to be leading to more lands coming back, right? We're going to be having real Counter-Strike back here again.
Yes.
And they're a team, mark my words, they are a team who are going to be making an impact in the very near future.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Guys, as always, great to get your thoughts. Hope you're going to stick around in the green room and enjoy the rest of the Counter-Strike.
I'm definitely not going anywhere. Way too much Counter-Strike.
Look at his face, he's so happy.
Is. And we strongly recommend you don't go anywhere at home because we're going to have the next series of the day. Remember, it's eliminations, it's high stakes. So we'll see you soon. back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We are into the second elimination best of 3, and it involves the plucky underdogs / dark horses of Virtus.pro and FaZe, who are the legends that have kind of fallen on hard times. One of those teams will not be in the Avicii Arena, and we're going to give our thoughts as to who that might be. Joining me on the desk, we've kept Blair. We have brought in Thorin.
Upgrade.
Shout out to Maniac one time.
First major.
Yeah.
I've done 8.
Yeah, that is true.
Get on my level.
That is true. And actually, I think that's a good way to segue away from narcissism. And then talk about
well, if we
FaZe.
must.
If we must, yeah. No, because obviously FaZe, they have this pedigree and this tenure on this team, and yet they find themselves in this crazy situation.
Yeah, and I also think people are still living in last week, because I thought it wasn't that long ago that we were in the previous phase, remember? Yeah. Last week, they had this incredible run where they 3-0'd. They came out. I saw a lot of people were going with my pick. Maybe they 3-0 this phase as well. Suddenly they're into the playoffs. The problem is, Carrigan was at a level even he shouldn't have been at. He was fragging out of his mind. That hasn't been the case. He has gone into being one of the absolute worst fragging and statistical players in this particular portion of the tournament. So take that out of the equation and then add in, you're getting better teams at this portion of the tournament. It's not a surprise to me, actually, that FaZe is at this point of the 2-2 game. The big issue for me is, you just saw it with the Vitality story there. Everyone in their mob view, Vitality probably wins that series, because if it ends up going to a third map and there's pressure and the young guys who haven't been in playoffs before have to face a scenario where you're all these veterans on the Vitality side, you just know experience wins out in that scenario. Difference is, though, I don't get that same vibe from FaZe Clan. They don't feel as sturdy as Vitality do in that sense. Like, I feel like it's FaZe Clan that's the up and down team, and on the other side, I feel like VP's the team that somehow just sort of sticks in there and hangs in the tough rounds. So I want to see really what the identity of FaZe Clan is in this particular matchup, because it can be all over the place.
Blair, some thoughts about FaZe?
No, I have to agree with you on that. I feel like VP are a team who just don't seem to have any nerves, right? Doesn't matter what the situation is, they're just going to grind it out slowly and slowly. For me, the FaZe game, which really sticks out, is that game against G2. Right, you have that rivalry, you have the storyline, and G2 just went out all guns blazing, taking the fight to FaZe. And FaZe, they played like pussies, I'm sorry. Like, they were so scared, just turtled up, not really taking any fights. Carrigan looked lost, and you can feel the lack of confidence from Carrigan kind of percolating through the rest of the team as well. If that is a FaZe we're going to be seeing here today, it's going to be rough. Also, again, a caveat I feel when it comes to where these two teams are here in this elimination game. VP had to go up against Gambit and Na'Vi, and that is why they are here in this position. Again, a very plucky MOUZ team as well yesterday. For the side of FaZe, sure, they banned out, I do believe it was Spirit and ENCE during the challenger stage, and then they faced off against EG, easy game altogether, but then against G2, which I just mentioned right now in Mirage, they just got completely destroyed. And against Copenhagen Flames, sure, Copenhagen Flames has shown a lot of promise thus far, but playing the legend stage on LAN, you expect FaZe to make it an easy win. In fact, they just got banged out, so definite problems for the FaZe side. Yeah, I mean, and bizarrely, it seems to be that sometimes it's firepower, which, you know, that's kind of like the identity, you know, of the team. You've got twists and players like that, you know, and Carrigan was fragging, so we thought, okay. But no, actually, they've sort of struggled to meet some of the other teams here on that playing field. Let's obviously then talk about their opponents. I got to be honest, Virtus.pro games, man, they kill me inside. I mean, they just play some of the most slow-paced, attritional Counter-Strike, and yet somehow it has been working for them. And as Blair says, Duncan, they've played the better opponents here before being in this position.
I think right now, funnily enough, Virtus.pro deserve the mantle of what the old Zeus Na'Vi teams had, which is they're some of the hardest to actually put away in the game. They're never out of a match, even if they're leading, by the way. You also know it's still going to go all the rounds. Like, they're so slow-paced, but here's what I think works about that style. It's why when someone like Astralis or Gambit does it at the top level, they're the absolute best. It's so frustrating to play against that style of play. And it's so frustrating to play against someone where they take your best shot and they're not knocked out, they're not stumbling, they're not on the ropes, as it were, to use all the boxing metaphors. They hang in there and they go the full distance. It makes you feel like you have to get into that grind mindset. You have to believe that this could go every round and every possible scenario, and they're never out of it. So as much as I understand why it's frustrating for fans to watch, and I understand why when they see VP in a winning position and James saves, that feels like, oh, this isn't Counter-Strike. But it's a different philosophy on playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and you know, that cause had that since of Vanguard. Last night was an example, I think. I mean, you know, it frustrates me because I just think the players are better than the credit they give themselves. Like, think about that 1v5 Jay made with the Galil last night. You know, it's like, this guy can play, dude. Like, go and do it.
He's actually been quietly catching up as one of the highest. I mean, he's got the most number of clutches thus far in this tournament, right?
Sure.
I mean, even though you try to juxtapose that with the entire Jay meme and all of that,
gets a lot of chances at it. Let's
he
put it
does
that
get
way.
a lot of opportunities.
Yes.
And in that 1v5, he can run away and save. He was getting surrounded. But jokes aside, did very good game against MOUZ. I feel like it highlights the two things you mentioned: the duality of VP leading 10-1, then allowing MOUZ to grind all the way back. At the very end, it just goes Super Saiyan and close it out in overtime. That's two VPs we saw in one game right there.
Yeah. So Duncan, I want to ask you. I mean, about in terms of map pool for both of these teams. Yeah. Give me drop some knowledge on.
So the interesting thing here is, obviously VP, the other factor to add in is because they've added Flit, they're not the team that they were before where they had actually quite a wide map pool. Now they're the team where, if you look, they're basically just picking Mirage and Inferno. Yeah. And spoiler, those are two maps that absolutely FaZe Clan's happy enough to play. And they'll basically say, pick either one you want, we'll play either. So if you're actually FaZe, you can somewhat know where VP's almost certainly going to go. Meanwhile, on the FaZe side of the equation, famously, I always call Carrigan the king of the pick ban. But you got to have the pieces to do that, right? Where he did build up before this tournament, the last few tournaments, he was always trying to get these ancient picks, ancient for the third map. He was trying to establish, like, look, at any moment, if ancient is available, I might go into it, and you have to be prepared for that. So even though VP actually is not an ancient team, but they don't have that as their permaban, so it's always something you can pick into. This is where I think it's interesting, because Carrigan also, as part of being the king of the pick ban, he doesn't want you to prepare for what he's going to pick. Yeah. So the obvious pick is just ancient. So I actually think the psychology you will find now is, if he picks ancient, that actually suggests to me FaZe doesn't have that much. He didn't have anything in the toolkit. Because what you actually do is, you don't want them to have the demos prepped. You go into something different completely. You maybe go into like a crazy overpass pick. You maybe say, screw it, you used to be good on Dust 2. I'm going to take that though. So I want to see psychologically where Carrigan's at in this sense, because the old master, actually this would be the bait of the ancient. He'd make that the third map instead or something.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to agree with you. I feel like an overpass pick coming in, especially in a do-or-die match like this, would be baller as hell. And I think it would be very cool if he does pull that off. For VP, they're not very adventurous.
We're about to, I think, actually, we're about to get the veto. I think we can bring it up.
Yeah, we should be having the usual permabans coming out here. Nuke and Vertigo. Inferno getting picked, but FaZe. Okay, overpass is a decider to Duncan, so I think they should be happy about that. But going in Ancient, I guess the pressure, they're feeling it. They just want to play a map they're comfortable on, and considering VP just completely annihilated by MOUZ, I think it was 13-2 or something on Ancient just yesterday, I guess that's why maybe he's gone for this.
I will say, though, I've always assumed as well, like, no one ever talks about him, he never gets referenced, but Dastan, the coach of VP, I've always assumed he must prep them pretty well, because that's, for me, part of why they're able to stay in the ebbs and flows of the game. So, again, like I say, if you were coming to this series and going, what map should we prep against FaZe? The obvious one's Ancient. So, I actually think both teams have got some things they like here. If you're FaZe, I'm liking the veto overall. The problem is, like I say, I don't get that veteran vibe from FaZe. In fact, I'm sick of the excuses. You signed these players, you chose to stick with these players, you brought these players to the World Championship. That means you have to believe they had a chance to win the World Championship. I'm going to take you at face value on that one and say you should win this series completely. But I'm taking VP to win this one, despite the map veto.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Virtus.pro is the better team.
Yeah.
You can go the other way if you want.
No. I do have to agree with you. Like, if you look at the way this tournament's progressed, right? Like, sure, FaZe had a 3-0. But again, with the caveat, as I pointed out earlier, the teams they beat weren't exactly something too special, right? They look at the Legend stage, the way they just completely capitulated against teams they should be beating the way they played earlier. And again, like you said, something which cannot be replicated again and again, Carrigan just popping off. Right now, the only shining lights are two pairs. One is being Brokey, able to carry his online form onto LAN, and Rain waking up and delivering. But they need everyone to step up as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about the Brokey story. I mean, he's like the one with the least reputation, you know. I mean, even Rain, who's like the soldier, the glue of the team for so long now. Brokey is a guy that when they picked him up, you know, it was back in the sort of Nico era, and people were like, okay, you know, he knows this guy from playing, you know, pugging online and playing pickup games together. He's really proven to be the consistent factor in the team. I mean, Twists obviously has the bigger highs, but when he goes missing, you feel it more acutely. Brokey's just in the pocket playing like so well. And it's interesting because we're not talking about the legends and the veterans on the team to drag them through this. I think it's Brokey that's going to have to drag them kicking and screaming through this series.
The reason why so many eyes are on the potential of Rops coming in as that other player or another star is because if you had Brokey as your sort of third star, doesn't have to carry every game, consistency is the key for that role. Absolutely, if you had Twist and then you had a Rops or something, immediately you're in the conversation for you can be the best team, you can win all the tournaments, this could be a dominant force. Like, so what I love about his game is his consistency. He's not the AWPer that's getting all the crazy highlights. In fact, Famous, he's usually better in the clutch, bizarrely, than the guy opening the round up. Wasn't actually even an AWPer himself traditionally, apparently.
No,
so
he wasn't.
the way he's adapted to the role, the way he's been through all the iterations. Remember, he was in the one with Nico as the IGL, then coldzera, and now Carrigan. He just keeps taking along. So I love his game overall. I just don't think he's like a superstar player. I think you have to look more to Twists for that. And that's why when Rain has the 1 map out of 10 where he goes crazy, everyone starts to get excited again. But that stock has a tendency to go back down again afterwards.
Yes, not always to the moon. Blair, a final thought from you, and then we're going to get into the action.
Listen, I picked FaZe just to save my pick'ems in all honesty, but I gotta say, I think VP might have the edge over here, so it's going to require Herculean effort, and everyone needs to step up, and they need to start playing like they're the FaZe Clan of old.
Exactly.
All right.
If you're going to save James, save my pick'ems.
All right, it's time. It's Moses and
narcissistic.
Sadikis to tell the story of this one. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Richard. Yeah, I'm glad Duncan said save his pick'ems because there's no saving him at all. Let's be completely honest. And I don't know what the heck Blez on about. These two teams already faced each other, Jason, in the 2-0 Challengers matchup. That was a best of 3, and FaZe won 2-0.
Yeah, they did. Especially the opening map was very, very close, 16-14 victory as well, but that was on a completely different map. Obviously, this is going to be great. Both these teams seem to be the final obstacle in both these stages. Now, as you mentioned, they played each other. That was in a 2-0 match. This is now a 2-2, and the constant theme of this major has been the added pressure of getting back to this land, of getting back to a major and having all of that on your shoulder.
Absolutely. And you've picked the right jacket for map number 1.
Yeah. Which side is it on? It's on this one.
It's hard. The camera's not a mirror. This is so weird. I think it's cool that we're starting off on Inferno. It's good to set the tempo right away.
Yeah.
A lot of things to talk about as well in terms of the storylines. Obviously, Twist now the last North American. He knocked out his old team yesterday.
Yes.
As FaZe took the victory over Liquid in that series. It was a great second map. First map was a little lackluster on Mirage. But then you also have to look at the fact that Carrigan, who's the in-game leader, has been in and out of this lineup, has dropped off. Challenger stage, he looked so good, and then now we think he's, what, 0.08 something or 0.7 something?
It's not great. It's not ideal, but the land buff for the rest of the players on the FaZe side of things is an absolute beautiful beast. Olaf has been playing great, and look at this FaZe. Already going to start things out with aggression. Rain is pushing down, and Virtus.pro has no idea just yet. Flashbang a little bit is going to force him away. Yekendar's looking backwards. Oh, and there's the peek, but Ray knows his target's at ramp. They lose all the duels, and Twist, he's feeling lonely. Brokey steps up next, and finally he gets something done, but is it enough to recover?
Not enough yet. Olaf's backing up because he knows there's a chance that this happens. That Flit, the man who stepped into this lineup just before the major, could be making major steps toward the site, and he'll catch off Olaf with a great shot of the head, leaving us with just Brokey. And this man desperately wants to make it through to a legend stage, get that stage performance. That's taking the spotlight as he takes down Flit, but bomb does get planted on B. Bomb and Kits usually go hand in hand. There is one inside of Banana as we see it now, and Buster's going to be guarding it as Brokey. Still not even sure where he can go in this situation. Needs to isolate. Now, hang on, because this becomes a problem. If he finds that kill, the flank this is an isolate. James knows it. Okay, James gonna run back. That's smart, because if he had isolated James there, he actually has a chance to go for that, but instead he's gonna back away and save.
Also intelligently planted for CT spawn, so Yekendar, who is playing on rap side of mid, like in any kind of dangerous situation, you just see the angle that he's gonna get in the post plant. So pistol round goes to Virtus.pro. It's a cool idea, right? That aggression on the pistol round, maybe you catch him off guard, maybe trying to set the tone, but when you get all the way down to the base of mid and you've had nothing and you see no contact, you don't get any of the fights you want, it starts to feel a little uncomfortable. You start to feel like you're in a really tough place because there's so many ways in which the T side can entrap you in that position, and Virtus.pro handles the aggression perfectly.
Well, we look over on the FaZe side. There is Mr. Brokey.
Mr. Brokey to you?
Yes. Dr. Brokey to some. He's a bit surgical. Usually he's removing body parts, not putting them back on. Latvian laser.
Latvian laser. That's not bad. Might be seeing some of that action later. Exciting player to watch. He's picked up an M4 into the round with that 3 kills, giving the money necessary. And actually, that kit could come into play. Deagles and a pair of smokes for the rest of the FaZe side of things. Not a whole lot of ability to delay the round and stall the round out for FaZe with only the 2 smokes left, but Those Deagles can do work, as we've seen a number of times. Hall's presence. As Virtus.pro just takes basic map control.
Kerrigan trying desperately to fire that Deagle inside the smoke toward top mid. Even getting around the corner at this point. Just desperate, isn't he? Just having some fun. Why not? M4 yet to be put into play. Whoa, now it is. Brokey's got Flit down. He's going to rotate it back as well off of the graveyard position. And with Kerrigan's call from earlier, he knows they're likely going to be funneled that side. It's got 2.5 kills. He did all the damage for Kerrigan to close out against Yakinder, and it stays in the round. What a response from the CTs so far. And from Brokey to step it up. He has all but 1 kill for his team, and he was involved in that one as well. As Kicker goes back over toward the B site. It's Brokey that's on the rotation already as well. Bombs at the bottom side of Banana, so they are arriving in time. Rain's got to be a little bit careful with just that Deagle to play with, but is there utility? One smoke left for Kicker, but he hasn't put it down. They might now. He's gotten a cross, and he knows he has to cover that as they come from CT. Want to isolate Rain in the process. A little bit slow to react, Rain. That almost looks like a clean click, but oh my goodness, Brokey again. He's showing that he wants to be on the stage. Rain was slow, but Brokey goes back through the smoke, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's all good. Brokey gave him such a huge advantage, even, yeah, with Rain being a little bit slow on the trigger. It doesn't even matter whatsoever. That's a great round from Brokey, delivering all the early kills and a good double peek from him and Kerrigan to find a third. A brilliant turn of events, and shout out to Brokey for saving on that pistol round with those 3 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. He keeps the kid up. Not that it came into play really as much.
Yeah, he didn't need it. He killed everyone.
He again, I said it, he has all but 1 kill for his team right now. The score is 1-1. He has 7 kills and 1 assist. Pretty insane start for him.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff. Now it's going to be Virtus.pro on the back foot. No armor picked up behind these Deagles. No utility either. So looking for fights like this. Important to note, the last series, as we mentioned, these two played back in the Challenger stage for FaZe to qualify over to this Legend stage that we're completing today. Yekindar in that series had a tough time finding entries. He ended on the negative side of things, -3 in opening duels. And obviously Virtus.pro would like to have that stat go the opposite direction. Such an impactful player, Yekindar, if he can get going and provide some things early on in the rounds.
Ooh. Kinder trying to tag up the high side of Banana. That was Rain that he touched inappropriately with the Deagle, but it's Kerrigan that slides out, and before the smoke blooms, he's able to get Buster down as well. So good hold so far from FaZe inside of Banana. We've already got one team through, Entropiq. They certainly were a factor in this tournament and spoiled a few people. Definitely had the potential to do so again today, but Vitality make it through. It'll be either FaZe or Virtus.pro, and then you've got a real spicy one because Copenhagen Flames have been absolutely living up to the name. They've been red hot, and they could deny NIP a home major. We would have no Swedes in the final if they don't win that series, and I don't think that's as safe as people might think. So Kicker, back to this one, will get a shot with the Deagle that makes this round not as safe as others might think. James got Kerrigan down as well, but Twist back inside of the site will take down Kicker, and now other people are getting kills because they have to. Brokey's dead in this one.
James needs to die before the timer goes out. I think he should. I'm sure Olaf is just going to take this fight. Here's the footsteps. Now he's got a big advantage. So Virtus.pro with those Deagles able to get 2 kills down, force a couple of rebuys. Nothing crazy that's going to dent the economy of FaZe, just, you know, barely keeping it in check. And what does Virtus.pro want to bring forward in this? They can rebuy some of those pistols, some of the Deagles. A little bit of utility to get things going. You can see the flashbang picked up by James. And Virtus.pro, after the year they've had, they would love to have this major. The rise this year has been very impressive, and even with the change of Flit right before this began, hold the thought, Yekindar opening duel. He's got that one, almost a second, but he creates the opportunity for Flit. Rain does get a double, but now an M4 is picked up. He can press the issue. They have no smoke for the choke point is the tough part for Virtus.pro. This is going to be a battle if they try and cross, and Flit has the bomb in hand. If he goes down, all of a sudden, that bomb would have to be recovered. Twist slipped by without them realizing, and he should be able to clean things up. Manages the Galil nicely. 3-1 is going to be the score for FaZe, and James just trying to come in late to the action. A flank, but everyone from FaZe is already here at the B-bomb site.
Absolutely are. Yeah, that's a brilliant play from Twist to get back in position, deny that bomb plant, make sure no additional income can be achieved or attained by Virtus.pro.
And they had to take that fight towards CT. They had to try and get as many players to be able to cross safely. There was really no other option, and Twist was just able to pounce on it from a different angle they didn't expect. Brokey finishes things off Round 5 going to come in, and Virtus.pro are going to get the AK-47s on the board. They're going to get the rifles in hand.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for them to try and turn this back. Obviously, it's so crazy how many ecos can be won right now with this current money system. I mean, even in the last game, you heard them talking about the fact that, I believe, maybe it was in the green room. I was about to say you heard Dan and James, but I think it was actually in the green room. We talked about Maniac, how, you know, you've made all these other rounds sort of more fair in this sort of mechanic of the money system and keeping games closer, but you've actually made it so breakable at the start when an eco happens. Especially, I know that specifically goes to the bomb plant down on the T side, but now we'll go to gun rounds. Now we get a little more normal and an AWP on both sides. Who else other than Jason?
Yeah. See what he's able to do with it. Aggression in holes. Twists and Olaf want to put the stop to any kind of holes control. Chance against Yekindars. He swings in. It was slow. Twist got to see the leg before the body showed up, and that gave him all the advantage he needed. Molotov to cover his retreat, and even Olaf's going to back off as well. They got everything they wanted. The opening kill, and Yekindar is down. And Virtus.pro starting to run out of utility as Kickert peeks into the B bomb site, where Rain is going to rotate in as Brokey comes in support.
James just waiting it out down at the bottom side of middle, has his AWP ready to go. They're just sitting this one out. No one really stepping forward and getting these massive amount of frags yet for Virtus.pro. They need an opening. That's what James is going to try and do, but all 4 toward Banana. Both CTs, by the way, are in the back of the site. You've got Emo and Nubox positions at this point and no boost. So Brokey's going to be stuck in the corner after the shot, nearly stepped around the fountain in the wrong position, but now he holds off on the pillar, and Kerrigan gets brought through. Goes directly into the smoke, knowing his teammates have him distracted, and between the 2 smokes, it is going to be Kerrigan that finds his way between and beyond to find not only 1 kill, but baits himself. I'm sure he didn't mean to do that exactly, but baits himself so Brokey can get down James. No saving the op that time.
Nice rotation, an easy read. Kerrigan coming over as that 3rd defender before Virtus.pro ever able to get the hit off in any kind of clean fashion. FaZe doing a good job getting the opening kill with a little bit of aggression and then finding a way to get into the right position. 4 players survive and money can start growing for the FaZe side. Virtus.pro is going to call their first time out. Losing bonus for them is building up, and this round they'll have to sit it out. A little bit of a lower buy, a weaker buy with pistols, utility.
We look in on the FaZe camp. Kerrigan naturally leading by
Chatty Cathy.
Chatty Cathy, I was going to say his vocal, typical vocal ways, but yeah, if you just want to, you know, poke some fun at the guy, Jason, that's fine. You savage.
Here we go. Previously, remember, Yekindar almost got that double entry towards the B bomb site earlier. That might have been something. They can do work with these pistols. Tech 9 on Yekindar, so he wants the extra mobility when he decides to take a fight of his choosing. But no one from Virtus.pro even messing with Banana. No one even at the ramp, really. It's just Buster hanging out with the bomb. He's going to let his teammates do most of the work. He's got a smoke. If they do want to fall back to the B bomb site later on, he's saving his smoke to be able to take control of Banana and perhaps get off and execute into the bomb site. FaZe trying to find a timing in holes with the double nade. And I think Virtus.pro is just positioning to take bracket control, see what you can find. Maybe you find a pick, but you're just showing FaZe that you have control of this map so that they have to be concerned about it. Could even be a split towards the B bomb site.
It could potentially go through Arch. They check the cubby. I thought Kerrigan was going to get, or excuse me, that Twist was going to get the better of that, but Yakinder gets the kill. Kerrigan only manages 1 from Library, and they'll take that rifle back over Yakinder. Throwing it off to his teammate, remains on 6 HP, and I don't think the split is the case now, Jason, although enough time they could go back to B if they wanted, but I don't think it'll be by way of a split, and I think it'll be in desperation if they don't find picks here. They still want to take the site directly, and Olaf, ooh, his timing does get Yakinder, but missed one that already slid by, so they have to be aware of it. Brokey checks it instead. The AWP makes no mistake, and he's got coverage behind as they rotate into toward Library. All the focus goes toward exactly where Buster remains. No bomb plant, 5-1 FaZe.
Yeah, and 5-1, but you got to give all the props over to Brokey. Obviously, there's been some great calls for the team of FaZe as well, but Brokey starting this game out on the right foot. his incredible performance in the second round to convert that after losing the pistol. He's 12-3 in the opening completed 6 rounds. That's massive. Still with the op in hand. Bit more nades to work with for the Virtus.pro attack. Buster is going to be leading the way towards the banana take as some deep nades down mid come in. And he even backs off. Don't want to mess with the utility. James taking a lot of damage early. 20 HP.
Twist going back around this time with the M4 A1S.
Just going to set up some B aggression. You can see, obviously, Kerrigan and Rain already kind of peeking out. Twist is more of an insurance policy, and he's got utility if they need it to help cover their retreat. When this smoke fades, though, Rain and Kerrigan are looking for the fight.
This is huge. They don't know that he's here. They haven't used utility. I3 gets one through the wall. Got away with it because that could have been a huge lineup, but Kerrigan will play off of it. Problem now is he has to get back inside of the site at some point safely. Smoke went deep and desperate, and Kerrigan actually knows that might give him a chance. And oh, an opportunity and an op staring him down. James, low HP 20. In fact, could have been clipped by a stray from that Galil at that point in time, but nearly caught Kerrigan himself as he jumped up rather boldly to face the site.
Ooh, this duel is everything. This is, if Brokey goes down here, Flick can find this kill. If Brokey sees it, oh yeah, he was really edging into that peak, and it gave Brokey all the information. And now
that booty too fat.
Yeah, for sure. Too many squats. And these Virtus.pro players are on opposite sides of the map. Ooh, one more kill. He could have pulled everyone away. And actually, James has an open bomb site if he wants to go for it. There's no way he hears Olaf's footsteps, but
I think Olaf's gonna check banana and he turns there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. But it's James. All right, never mind. Yep, never mind. Time's done. Thank you, James. Another great opportunity to the AWP. Well done. And Jane of meme fame, everyone.
It obviously looks really, really silly from our perspective.
Yes.
You got to remember, he obviously doesn't know that the bomb site is clear. If he'd known Olaf had been fully rotated away and no one was going to be anywhere in pit, no one was going to be anywhere behind a box on the site.
Yeah, I was being a little rude.
No, it's fun. Let's work our way into the memes. I'm just, he would have obviously planted that bomb if he had the knowledge that only we are privy to. And prioritizing the AWP. He's got $0 though, as he doesn't get any of the losing bonus for surviving the round without a plant. Deep nades, deep utility, and a headshot through the smoke. You could not see that one coming. Twist goes down hard. The danger now is actually James off. I mean, look, he's known obviously to be a little bit more of a passive player. But that one kill is going to provide some gaps in the defense. If Virtus.pro can figure out where they are, if they can create them with a bit of pressure. James is looking for someone to get information in lane.
Shot out Kerrigan is able to get Yekindner falling back. He's aware that James wants to come out from boiler position. Kerrigan will go down, and all the bodies are at the top side of mid underneath the BMW logo. Kicker's going to make sure he gets the smoke down just so we can get toward that M4. Smartly, Olaf, wise as he is always, is able to sit back inside of the pit and not give up the site yet.
Talk about the trust you have in an experienced player like Olaf Meister. He's alone in pit. The other two players from FaZe have rotated. They're both at the B bomb site. Excuse me, just one of them rotated. And now Brokey's going to start getting aggressive, a deep angle down banana. That might allow Rain to come back, but again, it's going to be all on Olaf Meister to provide something. He's got to stay alive. And there's no utility, there's no Molotov to flush him out of position. Flit is just going to try and hold off the peak. There it is from Olaf. They now know his position, but they're coming in from Rap side, and he's going to play it passive and stay alive.
So Rain waits to give Olaf some space. No smoke directly in front of him. Flash out. Does that give the peek toward Graveyard? No. And it's Buster that waits above with the deagle in hand. As Rain slides down that wall, his head becomes quite the valuable target. Brokey, however, spots it up. Good positioning to get back around with the Tech 9. AWP still in that position. Has Flit down below to worry about as he's picked up that gun himself. And Kicker gone. He's got it all to do. Misses the first shot. That should spell the end of him. And it does. Olaf gets the kill. And again, that's why you wait at pit. That's why, even though you can see the bomb plant, you still control so much of the post-plant situation.
Yeah, if Olaf doesn't control pit, I don't think Brokey has nearly as much confidence with the AWP to take the avenue through halls to join up with him. You know, if you're an opper and you're thinking someone is playing at the broken wall, if the T-side has control of pit, hit, that's a very tough battle. But I mean, the freedom to just kind of march up with the Tech 9, clear out graveyard for your team, it's well played. So smart decisions, experienced decisions from multi-major winner Olaf Meister. 6-round lead for FaZe. Virtus.pro's map pick as well. That was a 4-on-5 converted. Ooh, that nade. I don't know if he was aiming for the small pit, but you look, it all works.
Still waiting James to try and find the angle, find a shot. Kickert. Oh, okay. Just dust a little bit there. Thought maybe he had a problem, but he's not. He's still moving. 58 HP as he gets further up the position inside of Banana to the half wall now, as Twist is going to rotate it around, and they'll go for the boost on Rain. So not only do they have a boost, they have some support with Twist in this position, but he's not convinced and not compelled to stay. In fact, perhaps told to rotate back over by Kerrigan, given that there's been no further action on the site. 7-1, though, is a pretty ridiculous start from FaZe in this series. And again, I mentioned this because they already won 2 maps in a best-of-3 in the Challenger stage against Virtus.pro.
Smoke at the B bomb site is going to force Virtus.pro to reconsider their options. Although content to just wait for it. Utility spent towards the bomb site. I think they want to bait out a reaction and they at least get the smoke. That's going to be there until about 20 seconds left in the round. And there's no pressure, no noise, no presence at the A bomb site. I imagine you'll start to see Brokey cheating. Yeah, he's just going to run towards the arch right now.
He's not allowed to cheat.
Here's the
what is Vac doing?
Here comes the hit, Matt. All the Molotovs in the sky.
Well, the nade's going down to try and deter and disarm, but it's not going to work. They walk right by those, and Kerrigan blinded up, couldn't get the shot, but Rain is the one that's elevated above, and so much damage as well onto Flit. The problem now is Brokey's also smoked off and found inside of that smoke by an AK. The AWP can't do much, and they'll try and force the issue. They'll try and push the matter. They've got lots of money on this FaZe side. They've been efficient. They're going to go, but the gun barrel shows. Easy shot for Flit, and it's Twist that at least gets him back. AK-47, let's go. He's not going to pull a Jame. And perhaps he'll rely on his aim, as Yakinder is the one to find at new boxes. Couple of taps. He could just take them down with the bomb. That would be beneficial in this situation as well, because the money is set for Virtus.pro, but he's revealed he's already toward Banana, and maybe he thinks they've already slipped out from Ruins, so backs off instead. Yakinder, got to be a little bit careful, but if he gets inside of Ruins with 100 HP, he'll be just fine, and he is. Bang. 6 HP left.
Twisted everything he could there in that clutch. 1 versus 3. First kill, and he's probing into the bomb site, hoping he's given a peek, hoping he's given the opportunity, but Virtus.pro hold their nerve and just backs away, because actually Twist doesn't have a lot of money. He's the one player, and he would have required a drop if he went down at the end of the round, and that's a surefire way to really chew into your team's economy. Brokey's presence, he doesn't get a kill, but he really kind of enables Rain to get the double. They killed Kerrigan already. They saw the second player hurt his presence behind the smoke over at Coffins, and you could see a couple players looking in that direction gave Rain free kills from the back.
Nade over top of the half wall. Deep incendiary as well. They may not know Kickert is this close, especially with smoke being, yep, exactly that, Kickert. That is perfect, especially with that deep smoke being deployed to extinguish the flames. That was just enough of a tell to say, actually, we don't have any Banana. Sorry, guys, we're not here. And Kickert gets baited in by a bit of smart utility from his team.
Man, yeah, they should press the issue here. They should just go take over that B bomb site. Double kill as well. An entire magazine spammed. And that was all the opportunity Kickert needed. So FaZe a little bit sloppy there, not realizing someone had pushed up towards the half wall. They never even cleared it. Rain and Kerrigan go down for free, and it's a free plant, a free round for Virtus.pro, a third one on the board. So fighting back now. FaZe gets out to a hot start, but Virtus.pro is strung 2 together. And starting to take back some of that momentum and some of that control.
So 7-3, 2 on the bounce, and we said the money was fine enough for FaZe last round that they could pursue a few exits, as we saw Twist try and do this time. It's very much not the case. And spread out all over the map. They've left 1 in the site, thankfully, Buster, to make sure that no one will bust the mood and bust a move on that bomb like a ninja. But everyone on the CT side just staying put, waiting this one out. So FaZe will be able to force around this for one more buy at least. But 7 rounds is, you know, this isn't, you know, you go 7-4, you break that money down, you go 7-5. This isn't that far gone, really, right now as Virtus.pro turn the tables in this map.
No, they would obviously love to get FaZe into a breaking point and be able to win one of those rounds. But this is also where FaZe, if you're looking at your money, this is perhaps where you start playing a little bit more conservatively. If you have one of those rounds where the retake is right on the edge of possible, you might choose to save just to preserve money and continually fight with weapons. So Virtus.pro, yeah, finding ways to claw back into this. Way more aggressive in these past few rounds at taking Banana. Obviously, the double kill in the previous is going to give him some confidence. A timing nade for Kerrigan. It could be perfect. They want to go for an explosion. All 5 players from Virtus.pro here. They're going to turn this corner. They're probably going to beat this Molotov as well.
Has to throw it close, but Kickard's already by. Flashed up, no shot back from CT. Rain got a little bit of damage in, but Kerrigan staying alive. How is he still alive? They're going to go through the smoke side. No, they're not. I thought they were just going to rush him down through the smoke side, expecting that he would be looking the other direction. Instead, though, they do take him down by way of execution style in the entrance of the site. Rain trying to do what he can. Knows that AWP is sticking off of James back, and bomb not planted. Drop down over the ledge as well. It sits in water as Flit responds in terms of kills, but not in terms of impact, because with that bomb down, they've got to put Buster in that position. 51 seconds is an ample amount of time, and it means more time as that bomb will be conceded that Olaf can get on the flank. Flit goes hunting, however, and he spots him up first. AK through the wall, damaging that nade, menacing. As Flit goes down to 34, they're going to know he's weak, and they're going to hold him and contain him at the top of Banana. 3 players at this point, they could force the issue all day long. Olaf's low on HP, though. He doesn't want to go too early, and Flit's almost going to pre-fire. That's actually pretty smart. He baits out a few steps, tries to hold his attention, because if he went first, Flit's just going to spray transfer to his right and hope for a lucky headshot.
Yeah, again, experience of Olaf. He knows he's got him beat. He knows there's no way he can actually win that round. The only opportunity for Flit there was to have taken a decision earlier to get aggressive against Olaf Meister and at least clear out his flank, so then he could just turn around and handle the B bomb site. Good job from FaZe. They have answers for everything. Rain sacrificing himself essentially to overextend and stop that bomb plant. Makes the flank more impactful. Forces more eyeballs from Virtus.pro to pay attention elsewhere instead of Olaf's position in Banana. And FaZe respond immediately. They maintain a 5-round lead. Oh. Now the nade's just getting painful. Buster's brought down to 46 HP. Twist drops a Molotov over to the B defenders to ensure that they can have all the utility that they need until the end of the round. Virtus.pro still looking for the answers.
Rain waiting at the tree is going to make sure that he's able to support Kerrigan, but likewise, Kerrigan's going to make sure that his teammate can get out of that position should the time come he needs to. AWP in position. Double scopes it. Obviously had an inkling that they were going to be there. Probably Rain even would have heard that and heard the stuttering of the steps that he was going to peek, so absolutely ready was Kerrigan, and Rain through the smoke will take down Yakinder as well. Yakinder's up to 7 kills. He's been doing much better to find the entries this game now that Virtus.pro have come alive, but another round that FaZe has a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing now is, well, actually, Kerrigan was pushed out with the AWP. He could have stuck around if he wanted, and Rain could have rotated away, but with low HP, they'll boost him up. Allows Kerrigan to be a little bit mobile, even dropping the Molotov over to Rain for if a hit does come in eventually. 3-on-3 here at the A-bomb site. 20 seconds on the clock. This is definitely the finishing move for Virtus.pro. And Twist is going to defend inside the bomb site. Olaf deep, but the flashbangs are perfect. Flit can't get the follow-up. And again, Olaf, this position, stay alive, lure them in. That might be a bit much from Brokey, but Olaf is still going to get one. And into a 2-on-1 we go. Oh, but no bomb plant, not in time. And James is forced to save, even with one final kill.
Yeah, and this one's not his fault. He did try and go for that bomb plant. Time ran out on Virtus.pro, however, and it's 9-3. That could have been a huge round for them to take back. Instead, they suffer because that AWP becomes even more valuable in the sense that no money for James. However, of course, I will say it's reasonably okay. $2,900 versus $4,750 saves by having that AWP.
I mean, this is just a good, that round especially is just a very good showing of kind of the double-edged sword nature of this kind of slow play style. You know, if you're going to lose those entries, if you're not able to establish entries as they've struggled to all half, and then you're slow playing it, yeah, going to run out of time at the end of the day. That's a nice nade stack on to Kerrigan. They know there's been aggressive defense towards Banana. They catch him out. So finally, Virtus.pro have an opening kill, have a 5-on-4 advantage, and what can they do with it?
Twist's going to be in a position to try and capitalize now, having already lost a man inside of B. Right now he plays support for Rain and falls back just barely through the smoke, and just at the right time. Definitely had his mental clock ticking to make sure he knew when to retreat.
Oh, this is everything. This Molotov can actually force them out of position. Going for a bracket stake. Olaf's got to put out the Molotov, and he's going to use the smoke to fall back. That actually even blocks off the choke point entirely. That's a great nade. A beefy nade that does good damage, and Brokey converts over, flicks upward as he peeks around the corner unscoped. Olaf delay tactics with the utility is going to allow Brokey to get into the bomb site, and now he holds on to Pit. A crossfire setup if you want to come up lane, and Rain is going to take the advantage to start pushing, but ooh, he's not going to hide. He wants to fight. Now falling back, and now he's got a flashbang to toss out as well. Going for the follow-up peek, he's taken, but Twist is still here.
Twist's backing off. He's going to be under pressure. Rotation's going in both directions, though, so it'll lock on Banana. In they go. James even with them. Double kill from Twist. Down goes the bomb as he holds true with the M4. Trying to get utility out, though. James will sneak around. No saving this time. He's surrounded, and he'll go down to Olaf as he tried to get the shot toward the ruins.
This is a great game plan brought out by FaZe, and the desk kind of mentioned it. This slow play style, the play style of Virtus.pro, can be so annoying and so frustrating to go up against, and a lot of teams, you know, have talked about that and kind of the annoyances of it. But FaZe are just, you know, Olaf, every time the clock is running past 30 seconds, he's getting a fast flank. He knows that's going to be their final decision, and because they're finding some opening kills, there's not enough manpower to leave a lurker for Virtus.pro, which this slow style, that's kind of how they've always been able to have success. You're slow-paced, you start attacking a bomb site, but you have someone on the other side of the map who can make a play to open things up and give another option, but they're simply running out of manpower late into the rounds to be able to do that. FaZe is handling this just perfectly, and they seem real comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed. And speaking of comfort, this game determines who might be brought back out of their comfort zones. Back on a stage, back in an arena, back in front of, hopefully, an incredible crowd. Typically, Swedish crowds are pretty good.
I believe Saturday and Sunday already sold out as well at the Major. So if you're looking for tickets, you're looking to come see some Counter-Strike action, start clearing up your Thursday, Friday. The quarterfinal matchups on those 2 days.
Just saying, if you want tickets, you bribe me enough money, I'll find you a way, okay? You guys send me your best offers.
Get that VIP pass.
That's right. Best offers, that's all I'm saying. Doesn't have to be monetary.
Halls pop. Kerrigan's in position for a fast flank if they do commit to the A-bomb site, already deep into Banana. Slowed down by smokes and the choke points they want to attack. Yekindar is going to lead the way. 8 and 10. Nobody in double digits for the Virtus.pro side of things. And no bodies from Virtus.pro in Banana making noise. So yeah, here's the Halls pop.
So Olaf again, though, that waits inside of the pit. Flash did catch out Brokey inside sight. Second one caught Olaf, so they were both out of position. And that's just enough for an opening, but Brokey tries to rotate it around. It's Kicker that gets the kill on him through the pillar. That was brilliant timing of just the flashes. And in go Virtus.pro, a much quicker pace, 35 seconds, bomb's gonna be planted now, and Rain is the only one left alive. And I don't know that there's an umbrella big enough in the world to save him from his own fate. That was horrible.
It's not your best work. It probably could use a little bit more time in the oven.
I'm getting too old for this.
It's okay. I'll have a day off.
Alzheimer's hitting me, can't really be clever anymore. Dementia. I guess I could run for the President of the United States, though.
All right, Counter-Strike. 10-4 in the favor of FaZe. A big lead, and Rain's going to get one kill on the exit. James still hunting him down. Rain going to lose the gun right at the end. And, well, I mean, finally, Virtus.pro have done it. This is kind of what they were looking for throughout that half, is getting FaZe to that breaking point and then taking all the guns away. Unfortunately for them, it's only going to get them an advantage in one single round, the final round of the first half. It just took so long to get there, which is a testament to the hot start FaZe had. At one point, opening things up with a 7-round run. So VP, when you finally get the defense in this kind of a position with this weaponry, you better capitalize on it and close the gap to 5. Kerrigan's going to push down mid. He's going to take a pause for a moment. There's the swing. Oh, kicker. That's filthy. I couldn't tell if he was in the air when he hit that.
Honestly, it doesn't even matter. He's got the sick opening for this one. Kerrigan, sit down, son. Speaking of, by the way, Kerrigan has 12 kills. Second on the team to only Brocky, who had that incredible 7-kill start over everyone else. But that is a better performance than what he showed so far in this Legend stage. That is a lovely shot from Olaf. We mentioned Kerrigan's fallen off compared to what he did in Challengers, so this is a better sign, but that Deagle, that might pull him back into it. Olaf's going to try and creep up. He wants the gun. He's looking left, unaware that Flit was on the other side of the hallway, that he'd come in through the window, and as a result gets the kill. So no gun to be grabbed by Olaf, and it's just the MP9 that's still in play. Arguably, that's fine. Up close, got the movement, but it's the Deagles that have the range advantage, and meanwhile, bottom of Banana has 2 players trying to clear space for it at B, and it's Kickert, the first of which to try and do so.
Keep an eye on the clock, 35 seconds. 4 on 3. Brokey and Twist on the defense, but Twist is out of position. Oh, and his teammate went down. And this is so tough to get that SMG in the right position, but that's a lot of dinks coming out very, very quickly. The bomb's not committed. And this is what I just talked about. Yeah, they had put a lot of pressure on the A bomb site, but they left Kickert in that lurking position over towards Banana. And he says, look, you guys don't have a whole lot of players alive still. You're going to have to rotate someone over to try and hold on to that A bomb site. I'm just going to waltz in for free, and we can bring the bomb all the way back. And this is a classic Virtus.pro round, and it should net them a 5th.
So interestingly, they'll rotate back around through CT when you could have potentially justified one going Banana strictly to get that gun that was down inside a boiler. Nonetheless, it's on to Jame. They go with no utility, and the round ends. And so to the half at 10-5. Virtus.pro clawing back from that 7-1 deficit. Remember, though, they won the pistol, so the momentum didn't really stay with them long, did it?
No, I mean, that's kind of what we talked about. Brokey, he ends the half 18-5. He started out incredible. He was 12-3, I believe, in the first 7 rounds of play. I mean, he just got him out to a great start from there. I mean, he did his job. He just hit the shots he needed. Nothing crazy, but those first 5, 6, 7 rounds were absolutely wonderful, spectacular, especially the second round that he went into with the only M4 and nets 4 kills for his team. Second half pistol round coming in now. FaZe going to be on the attacking side. And Virtus.pro, a bit of a comeback to do. Not the craziest one we've ever seen, but if they can at least get this pistol and convert the second, they'd be living the dream.
It would be a pretty stellar position to be in. Reminder, and I'm sure you've seen it at the top of your screens on several occasions, Ancient is up next, as well as Overpass. And whoever loses this map will be anxious on Ancient, Jason.
Little alliteration for you out there?
Definitely not forced.
Ooh, mid-stack. This could be dangerous. Oh, but they're breaking it up at the wrong moment. Oh, Yekindar looks away. That's an important trade from Flit. It's still not going to pull Kickert back, who's convinced the B bomb site may get some attention pretty soon. Flit's going to go passive. Olaf hears the footsteps in lane, and he's calling it out for the moment. They are going to get into good position. Flit over in Graveyard, actually not secured. He's caught out in the open. That's a mistake. That's mispositioning from Flit, and that's going to likely cost them the pistol. Now they're in for a very, very tough retake.
Brokey puts the bomb down on top of the site. They'll fall back inside of pits, leave Kerrigan to be a little bit forward toward Boiler. Makes contact already with Jame, who's working around from Arch. So they know that they're going to be at least pushing top mid. Olaf will spot the cross. No stunning shots as they run out just yet, but information is good enough as they trap them. They try and caress them in toward this beautiful setup, this trap, but that smoke is enough. And although Jame, running through it, still has rain to contend with, jumping up above it, and now they'll slaughter through the smoke as Brokey will get Buster. And 11-5, FaZe pick up this pistol, and what's the response going to be? What is the call? They didn't get a 3-kill stunning round like Brokey did to get a gun out just like he did with the M4.
Yeah, man, that's a bummer. Flit, he's going to be kicking himself for that one. On the fallback, just not getting into Graveyard quick enough. That position of safety to defend against the Halls play. Out in the open with nowhere to go is an easy frag, and that opens the floodgates. 6-round lead for FaZe, 2nd-round investment for Virtus.pro. They're going to be fighting with CZs, a Deagle on Buster, and an SMG on Flit.
Twist. Still trying to work his way up top middle with Kerrigan. Smokes to go down and a flash as well inside of the cubby position. They even actually put that smoke deep inside of the archway. Ring gets jammed through the smoke. He's gone. And Kerrigan dinked. A little bit scared. Calling for his teammates to try and clear out the pit for him as Brokey go over the top and take down Flit. Kicker's very low and Twist will find him with the AK. Olaf even making sure everyone back in that corner is actually dead. Yakinder just basically saying, hey guys, look over here, as he doesn't hit any of those shots with the CZ, and he'll draw the attention of an angry Olaf.
This FaZe team is looking good. They're looking on the same page.
Semi-final phase, Jason.
I know.
Just, you know, can't say I'm right, but when I am, I'm definitely going to rub it in with you.
Look, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's still some time to play. Virtus.pro just need to... I mean, look, when they get the guns in their hands, they're going to have to go on a bit of a run and close the gap in the scoreline, make this feel a little bit more believable. They're not going to have a whole lot of options or a whole lot of opportunities or mistakes to give up in the second half, especially with FaZe converting this second. So, I mean, okay, utility on Yekindar and Buster, but there shouldn't be anyone really investing a whole lot of money around those safe pistols, so not too much danger for the FaZe side.
International lineup of FaZe, and there is the last remaining North American player in this event. Joined over from Liquid a little bit earlier this year. Twists. We look all the way down the line to Rain on the end, who's most often, or more often than not, the quiet one on the team in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Always has kind of been that chill dude that just exists, goes about business.
A calm personality. Him and Olaf both, really.
It's true, yeah. Olaf's not exactly the most vocal person in the world either, but at least I think the difference with, you know, Olaf is he has that...
His game's loud.
His body language speaks to it too. Yeah,
yeah.
When he's super confident, you can almost see it on him in a different way. The kill leader, Brocky, has been pretty impressive throughout this game. Again, 7 kills in the AWP, but it was 7 kills in the first 2 rounds, and the impact that they had. The first one didn't win them, but the 3 kills on the pistol led to an M4 that absolutely won the round that ensued. As we head toward B, it's Kerrigan. Nades in his hand. He's got a nade that he's actually already tried to deploy toward the back of the sights. They've also thrown out, his bounce towards sandbags. They've also thrown out the Molotovs. And this is a bit of a stack.
Yeah, this is a dangerous scenario for Virtus.pro, or excuse me, for FaZe. I'm actually surprised that Virtus.pro smokes off that choke point. They have 4 defenders here. Especially with the pistols, you'd think you'd want to lure them into the trap by not putting down a smoke. They delay things a little bit. Flashbang looking for a position to set up in. That's going to be from Jame. Just waiting for that smoke to clear and for the exec to be committed. Holding his nerve, but Kerrigan is going to give it away. Oh, good shot from Buster. Now the flashbang comes in, and Twist is blind, but they still mow him down. Brokey comes in for a save. Oh, James going to go down through the smoke, and that's it.
Additional smoke deployed by Olaf towards CT, and then he'll spray his AK down to Yakinder. Not happy with his spray. He just makes sure the gun's not broken. Checks to make sure the body is with the pistol. As it goes 13-5, so very, very convincing game so far from FaZe. This is Virtus.pro's map choice. So it could be a very interesting situation when we do get onto Ancient. I know a lot of teams have been picking it, expecting that we've practiced it, we know it best, but everyone's kind of been bringing it into their pool. I've seen it a lot, more than I expected even in the Legend stage.
Yeah, a lot of teams have really been enjoying it, obviously. So it's become quite a fun map. Brokey chucking out the initial Molotov, keep anyone from peeking towards car, but outside of that, FaZe wants nothing to do with Banana to start, especially with that smoke down, and now they know the Molotov's on the other side of it. So utility exchange just designed to prevent map control, make it a bit more difficult. And that's a late peek from Yekindar. He's going to hold the trigger. He knows they're fighting in the flames if they want to get a good shot at it. Finds Kerrigan, just trying to escape danger right into his magazine, into his bullets. And Virtus.pro with the man advantage now on the CT side.
Rain still trying to work his way out from Boiler. Nickender and James will hold off the arch side. Crossfire setup. James got the AWP in the cubby, though, which means he actually is the one that can get pinched and held, whereas I get what he wants. He wants to lure them in deeper and get those clean shots down the wall, but it's the M4 that has to fall off of it then. Typically, you'd expect to have that opposite, and the M4 can fight his way out of the corner. See how it plays out for them. Actually, that M4 is going to start to rotate off as well as Kiekert heads back over towards B, where Brokey and the bomb. Sounds like a sweet duet cover band. Maybe not even covers. There we go. That's what James wants. No support, though. He doesn't even have the rifle to come out. If he did that time, Rain would have been slow enough to react. It surely would have gone down. He'll lock James in, expects support to arrive, and Kiekert does and makes no mistake on it. And now the bomb comes back around. It's Brokey and Twist in a 2 versus 5, and they don't have any control of pits. It's a slaughter. It's going to be Virtus.pro with all 5 players staying up to go 13-6.
I think James' flashbang actually pegged Rain as he was walking through the smoke. It was a very cool play from Rain, but I think getting hit with that flashbang kind of gave Kiekert the heads up he needed to be prepared for a fight coming through arches. He might have thought he was safe with his teammate over in Cubby, but that wasn't to be. Still, that's a really good start to the gun rounds for Virtus.pro. All 5 players survive. They handle it with ease, build up a little bit of money, a little cushion behind their investments. And now they're just 7 rounds back. Ooh, fast-paced. Rain's going to lead the way up. This is an execute from deep. They're going to go right at rap side. James got that. Looking for a follow-up flashbang, but his teammate was blind. His teammate didn't have the opportunity to support him. That was Flit who had to call off the play. James was looking for a follow-up peek, but he couldn't get the resources he needed. Now Olaf being put into play. That's a brilliant flash from Kerrigan. It goes in the other direction, and this is so stunning from FaZe, and boy, do they deserve this round win. James in the back of the bomb site can do nothing, and Yekindar has evened things out in a 2-on-2.
The nade's going to go in, though. Twist already low. That'll do damage onto him. It's he and Brokey versus Yekindar and Buster. And I'm not sure how confident they are of this, but they're going to try. Smoke goes down, bounces too far. It'll let them sneak down the far side of the wall, but that might be too obvious as Brokey already staring at the wide side of it. There's 2 flashes on the CT side. They've got the opening kill. It's all on the Twist. Yekinder's going to find him as well. Just clean peeks. Kit down beside the bomb, but he's got one anyway, so straight defuse. Actually, he didn't have one. He gave it over to his teammate who did, and then realized there was one right beside him, but nonetheless, they've got it.
Man, that's props to Virtus.pro for bringing out that round. That was a really, really deadly hit. That was well organized. I thought FaZe was going to knock them right out, but those A defenders just barely did enough. And Yekindar, obviously, I think that was a triple kill it ended up being in the round, but those peeks through the smoke, deadly. Yeah, that was the first. Swing out, find Brokey. Go right back into it and find Twist. A little bit of gap in that smoke that made him feel a bit more comfortable to do that. So that's the money gone for FaZe. 2 players with armor, upgraded pistols, but oh, the nades from the CT side. That chews him up. The Molotov keeping him back in a perfect fight for Yekindar. He's starting to heat up into this game, which can't be good if you're FaZe at the moment. 16-13 for the Virtus.pro star.
Yekindar going down with that wall of smoke to give him a better position bottom side of Banana. The hold above him is from Buster. James knows they're coming through, nearly got a lineup on them, and Kiekert is there. Those 2 together holding off the arch are going to be very hard to beat, and we get within 5 rounds now as Virtus.pro collects what is now their 3rd round in a row. We look in on them.
Brokey's got 25 kills.
Pretty stunning. He's certainly been a talent that has made a name for himself very quickly in the scene.
Absolutely magnificent. Got a little bit more to do. FaZe just 3 rounds away from taking this opening map, but Virtus.pro look like they want to storm right back into the game. Deep smokes down, utility exchange in Banana. And FaZe don't mess with it, instead taking control of hulls as Rain jumps up. That smoke is a red flag. Everyone knows what that smoke means.
Olaf waiting it out as well as the Flames will cover off the bracket side, the arch side, or rather, excuse me, the quad side, as James is the one on the arch, as always, with his AWP. Smart incendiary. He actually puts it on the back of the smoke, so when they run through, they do take a bit of damage. The problem is, they also threw a deep smoke at the same time. And they get towards CT.
Yeah, they're going elsewhere.
Yeah, Yakinder's aware of this, though, so James can still turn this backwards. He's actually elected to run away from it. He doesn't want to get wrapped and cut off with the AWP too early. I'm not sure Yakinder knows. He's got to the tree.
He knows their only option is to push down mid. That's why you see the op rotating away. This is going to be tough for the defense. Yakinder just hoping he's not going to be cleared, not going to be checked, at least not for the first one, but they know his position now. Buster's got one deep, turns it into a one-front battle, and Virtus.pro handling it well until just then. But there's the flank down mid. That's why you push mid instead of clearing CT spawn. And Olaf's left in a 1 versus 3.
22 seconds. Back corner would have been safe, but James gets back to CT, and you're right, staying alive was the right call for him. Yakinder almost looked like he was doubting it, but as soon as the hit came top of Banana, he makes no mistake to find them, and Kickert's timing was perfect.
James trying to clear CT spawn with an AWP when you know 2, possibly even 3 players of FaZe have made it in there is impossible. That's essentially a death sentence. It would be so difficult to be able to be effective in that scenario, especially once Library is smoked off. So yeah, the only option VP had was consolidate towards lane and push down mid. 4 rounds away now is Virtus.pro. The defense starting to look strong. And James started to look confident with the op as well.
Smoke still down, Yakinder through it. Molotov as well, so they're definitely looking for that early banana control on the Virtus.pro side. 3 smokes still for them as well for defensive purposes. And 3 incendiaries, so things looking good. Oh my goodness, Yakinder, no way. You don't want to do that. And that's actually reasonable timing. I think he still checks right. Who wouldn't coming out from this position? But it could have been a lot worse for Kerrigan. He actually was hugged against the wall enough that they had to do a double take. Now he's low on HP, Kerrigan, 22. But if he can get that M4 over to a teammate's hands, that's a super relevant gun to have for them in this round. And it's, there you go, into Brocky's hands and now transferred to Rain.
Yeah, Brocky's like, man, I'm good. I got a deagle.
It's pronounced Deagle.
He also doesn't have armor, was probably the main reason why it's passed over. James going to hold on rap side, and against pistols, they've doubled up on this side. FaZe, they've seen this look about 3 times, and James, that's a slow shot from him. That puts a lot of pressure on Flit, but again, it's bait. It's Kerrigan just hopping in with low HP. He's provided the trades needed to entry into the bomb site.
That's actually so sick. He just jumps in like, come on, boys. I ain't fooling around, just shoot me. And then Rain recovers immediately with that M4. It's James and Buster, and I think we know what that means. In this situation, can't be blamed. Even though there's enough money that could justify trying to hold for exits, it's a tough thing to do when there's 4 players up for FaZe, and it will be a 14th round for them. They're getting close now.
Oh no, James slow on the trigger. A great entry, great distraction from Kerrigan. We'll give him an assist, an unofficial assist. And that is a crushing round to lose. I was kind of wondering, the last time we saw FaZe with pistols, they went rap side, they went right at Kickert and James. I was wondering if FaZe was going to catch off after seeing it twice, that against low economy rounds, VP's defense stacks 2 players on the rap side if they would kind of try and take advantage of that by going lane, and that was just perfect. That was better than I could have ever even imagined it. Talk about a hiccup in your comeback. That was looking good for quite a few rounds. 4 rounds straight for VP before stopped in that one.
Kicker going aggressively toward middle early with the M4. It'll be a nade down mid, so that'll do actually less damage than... I don't know why I hype up nades anymore, Jason. Please tell me.
I don't know.
They're so disappointing. But at the same time, they're not overpowered, which is also a problem in some other games. Especially with the timings in Counter-Strike. Oh. But yeah, it just tickles Kerrigan. He's taken additional damage actually since then. That was by way of bullet. And it was he and Yakinder that had that exchange, as Buster will try and fire down Banana and try and hide and mask the fact that Yakinder's still in the corner at the bottom. So it's back over toward A that we turn our focus, as does FaZe. And it'll be cross, smokes, Molotovs to cover off both sides of the top mid position. Rain holding now the angle to see if anyone's going to re-peek out from the quad, but James is waiting in front of Library. He's not aggressive this time toward top middle. He's got that op at the ready, though. And interestingly, as well inside of the site, it's Kickert that will play off of this because they've already rotated Buster around to cover the arch. So any split that FaZe try and do with 40 seconds, there's a really strong setup in just about every instance. They've got a 1-2 punch on arch, and they've got a crossfire to cover off anyone coming out of balcony toward the pit.
Not a lot of utility for FaZe either. Enough. They've got a smoke. They've got 2 flashbangs. There's for small pit. Here it comes. All about these entries off balcony. Kerrigan's going to lead the way. He drops into pit, but Flit's here ready and waiting. He's not at the broken wall. And now the rest of VP, they just use that gap to push up into aggressive positions, and it's a slaughter.
Yeah, that one was, I think, too obvious that it was going to be. The crossfires were perfect. And yeah, like you said, no utility. You're not even going to move that. The fact that like Kickert's just able to dance around the boxes, James can look both directions should he need to. Bit too easy, I think, for Virtus.pro that time, as they'll find their 9th.
The round was easy. This comeback has been tough.
A 10th, excuse me. Look at the money on James as well. These guys are in a brilliant position right now.
Yeah, I mean that's a little bit of one positive you can chalk up to the Virtus.pro side is at the moment they don't need to be super concerned. I mean, you're always somewhat concerned about your money, but yeah, with another buy behind him with James with that much cash, you're not worried about getting broken or reset. Yeah, Gandar, good push, good transfer over, great damage through the smoke, but Brokey just stays alive barely. Kerrigan's gonna come through. That's a deagle. I think he regrets that. I think he gets through the smoke all happy, and then realizes it's exactly what VP wanted. 5-on-3.
Incendiary down will hold Rain off for a moment. And even though it's not deep control of Banana, they're going to back off it and stack the site instead because they don't want to, well, they don't really have a whole lot to be fair, but they don't want to use any more utility. Buster has rotated away. He's got a smoke. That's over on the A side of the map. James has the other. And he's here this time, but he wants the clean shot, clean vision as the AWP will get the first. He now drops the smoke, and with 49 seconds left, Olaf and Brokey are going to try and get away from this one. I think probably even just call the save. I know it seems early, but 5-on-2, and as we mentioned, the money is starting to get really out of hand. This is going to put Virtus.pro pretty much in a situation to buy for, what, three, maybe 4 rounds, depending on how those play out? But it would only be 2 that they could lose in succession anyway, yeah. Jason, so they're fine for the rest of the game, essentially.
Yeah, well, yeah, it could get interesting. But certainly, at the moment, it's all good. FaZe can lose some rounds with getting 3-4 kills and grind it down that way, but yeah, they're fine. All 5 players alive, and this is going to tick away, so 14-11. And FaZe really not having, I mean, look, they have that 1 round with the pistols that they're able to win, where Kerrigan gets the kill of Yekandar pushing down Banana. They end up getting a couple nice entries, baiting Kerrigan on the entrance to the A bomb site. Outside of that, when in these gun rounds, for the most part, Virtus.pro has been dominating them. FaZe still haven't been able to find an answer with the AKs in hands of where to go, of where to find success. A lot of set pieces, a lot of attacks towards the A bomb site. Hasn't yielded him a whole lot. James doing a very good job over there. Yekandar's already obviously picked it up in this second half as well. 18 kills for him. He's doing a good job in Banana. Timeout called by FaZe, coming to an end. It's the attacking side that's got to worry about their cash flow. Up on Brokey. Galil's on Twist and Kerrigan. Not a whole lot of nades. They've got 4 smokes to utilize, a pair of flashbangs, and a pair of Molotovs.
Key waiting. Can't get the shots. The smoke will immediately bloom on top of the Flames as it extinguishes them and extends the positioning and control for Virtus.pro of Banana.
Yeah, looked like he wanted to get aggressive. Looked like he wanted to find some kind of a pick. Use his Molotov to extinguish the smoke at an odd angle that Virtus.pro wouldn't have expected, but that opportunity didn't come until it was too late.
Quiet game from Buster, only 8 kills for him.
This is, I mean, FaZe have no more flashbangs now. So yeah, you can set up the 2 smokes at Coffin and towards CT, but it's gonna you don't have any of that flashbangs to force them off any kind of angles. So I'm not sure exactly what FaZe's plan is going to be quite yet, but one thing's for sure, at some point they're just going to have to win straight up a fight.
And the problem is the setup again is similar. Now this time they don't have Buster that's rotated over, so chance they can try and expose James. He's a bit aware of that as well, so he wants to get utility down to support his teammates. Goes back out, should have a shot here. Clean and easy on Kerrigan, and he knows not to re-peek because he knows they're going to be pushing around.
He's got to hurry.
He does have to hurry. He's going to be the open, and Rain gets the shot at him clean. That gives Twist the access. Flick goes down. There's the fights you were talking about. And even though it goes to a 2-on-2, it's Twist that turns and catches Yakinder. Kid Canuck does it once again with 2 kills in the round. Brokey has 1, and it's all down to Buster. As Brokey on the AWP will stay on top of the site, Twist will get in immediately beside him to potentially try and play this in succession and go for the trade. Buster, he's got a kit, but he has no utility to work with. And he's going to wrap the arch side, looking for where Twist may have gone. This will eliminate most instances that he stayed back toward Library, that he's gone toward the site, but Buster's going to have to get his move on because Bomb is already in the duration of which the defuse would need to occur, and Twist gets the shot cleanly onto him.
Man, that was a bit weird. That was a bit lazy from James after the first kill onto Kerrigan. He actually could have stuck around more with the AWP, but not only not giving it up, but slowly kind of progressing towards Graveyard, not really making his, like the indecisiveness of it is kind of what ended things. The follow-up player, if it wasn't going to be someone from elsewhere, Twist was surely going to be able to wrap on James' position. Even Yekindar kind of rotating in after presence had been shown on Rap side with his knife out. So a couple curious plays from Virtus.pro defense. And it gives FaZe an unlikely round in which they didn't have a whole lot of utility, a whole lot of tools to play with. And now it's backs against the wall. Now it's got to be 4 rounds straight for Virtus.pro. And remember what the Death said, Virtus.pro, for whatever reason, just so hard to put away in these scenarios. I think Rain's been spotted. Flit's going to push up aggressively to find that kill.
Flit the fire starter. He gets the kill already in this round. So remember, he just stepped in before this event and replaced Sanji. A controversial move before a major, but if they make it through to the Legend stage, perhaps it will receive less criticism than it has so far in this event. Right now, though, FaZe 1 round away from taking the map off of them. Their map choice, Inferno. And Yakinder going down, despite, though, the Kerrigan and Rain have been lost, does create a bit of a gap in the defense. It has to be exposed.
This could be tough for James. This could be a one and done if they decide to turn this corner. Smoke for left side mid. James gonna have a tough decision to make after the first shot. Oh, and he missed it. Now it gets even more difficult. Oh, he misses another one. And now they've got the wide angle. He finally does take down Twist, but all the pressure on Flit.
So Twist gone, but you're right, Flit is alone, at least for the moment. Now they've got a player rotating already in toward Library. That's gonna be Kickert, and he knows he needs to go early. There's no smoke down to cover his gap, his line of sight, and Olaf's caught as a result. Brokey will put the bomb in position. No money left over for FaZe. Virtus.pro would buy a few rounds with this, and Brokey trying to get an angle. Doesn't hit the first. Fires at the box. They know they're approaching. He's got to be worried about the smoke behind, as Flit will eventually come out from the pit and take him down.
Missed Molotov on the hit from Olaf. That was supposed to go behind the broken wall and flush Flit out into the open, but obviously just bounces off the front and allows him to just stay there safely. He just put a hand warmer underneath his
booty?
No, underneath the headphone strap. He's got a cold head.
Well, now you could say he's hot-headed.
Nice. There we go. See, it just took a little bit of time to get warmed up into the day.
It's true. Is that another hand warmer joke?
It wasn't, but it works.
Yeah, it does. Maybe that's just what I need. Give me some hand warmers.
We'll get you a package in Stockholm. It'll be all good. 15-12. Virtus.pro still need 3 more. Tech 9 and Mac 10 for FaZe. Man, this is going to be fast. This is going to be aggressive. They're even going to ignore the Molotov put out. Kerrigan jumping around the corner. He's got pace. He's got speed. The dink is going to be cleaned up. Now the crossfire is set in, but so much utility from the defensive side. And what is that? Jumping P250. So much pressure being applied to Virtus.pro, and they're just going to hang on for dear life.
Yo, Olaf's got an op in the pit, bro. This just got weird in a hurry. What a shot from Twist. And now Olaf, stepping out, knows that they are likely rotating around. He's taking Kinder. He goes to the Tech 9. Are we back in 2015? Is Olaf, the legend of all, going to step up and take the first map away from Virtus.pro? As it is he versus Buster, but from the smoke, Buster is going to make sure Virtus.pro stay alive.
Ooh, everyone breathe. That got weird in the best of ways. Almost vintage Olaf in the 1v3. Man, Virtus.pro, that was so much pressure. FaZe did a lot with a little, helped out by luck as well. Last second jumping in the air before the Molotov burns him out. And you could feel it. I almost believed. I thought he was going to win that after the second kill.
We're seeing the greatest side of Olaf again in this tournament. It's been so fun to watch, but that is brutal. The fast pace, that's inspiring though.
Listen, that was a great way to have a dangerous element with a very low buy. Remember, Matt, this is kind of what I touched on. One of the ways FaZe, you can grind down that economy, and they've got a very awkward situation for Virtus.pro. A couple players low on cash. Even in a losing effort, if they can get enough kills, it might deplete some of the resources for the final round to help FaZe close it out, but they've got a 5-on-4, and now they hit the go signal.
They hit the go, but slowed down by the Flames. Twist wants to go through it. Takes a tap from that Molotov. They know they're close. That means Buster wants to swing, but Twist looks away from the flash. And James has actually blinded up his teammate slightly in that process. I don't think he was fully blinded, but it still won't help the cause as James, stuck inside the smoke, has everything in front of him, but nothing he can see. As Kerrigan will not only put the bomb down, he'll depart for Banana. Now he's low on HP, so he's looking for information, of which there will be none to find. And that in itself says all they need to know, as Twist and Rain will stack themselves at the coffins, trying to find the trade, at the very least. The close angle. The flash is perfect. Rain's got to fire into it. Twist is blind as well, and Rain now, he's running out of ammo. He's only got 5 left, and that is a solid execution to get back in the site, but they have forgotten about one man, and it's the man who nearly won it in the last round as he fires toward the bomb. Kerrigan needs to support him. He hasn't gone yet, but Olaf makes amends for the last one, and it's now 16-13 FaZe take Inferno.
Oh, that got so tough. FaZe, they just find the way at the end, and that's Kerrigan, the in-game leader, picking up the pace. And the round previously in that one is just like, look, we got the advantage. We got a 5-on-4. We got to pick at the B bomb site. Let's just go. Let's not overcomplicate things. Keep it simple. Get into the site. And wonderful execution from FaZe off the back of a solid CT side.
Was indeed. Kerrigan looking a little bit stressed but relieved, if anything, as, yeah, joking with Olaf naturally. Look at him. He just looks... This is what I said about him. Like, when he's playing that way, he doesn't say much, but he just has that body language, right? Look how kind of smug he is with that performance.
It's just like, bro, I thought you were going to win that 1 versus 3. What happened?
Yeah, come on, man. You got to make me in-game lead for another round? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, don't put that pressure on me, selfish. Either way, they get a map 1 victory. That's Virtus.pro's pick of Inferno that they just stole away. FaZe go up 1-0 in a deciding series here at the PGL Major. Yeah. Losers going home. So Virtus.pro, I mean, you feel a lot of pressure, but back's definitely against the wall.
Dude, super against the wall at this point in time. And like we say, they already beat them now 3 maps in this event, if you include the Challenger stage. That was better. That was much closer, I have to say. A better performance overall, but there was still one man I wanted more from, and that was Buster. He was a little bit slow to get going. Okay. I know he was kind of playing that support role, that rotation role through CT from the B side. A lot of utility, therefore, but even when he got challenged when they did get to the site, didn't really go super well for him.
It was good to see after kind of I don't want to say flat, but like some of the first half gun rounds from VP didn't feel great, very slow, but it was good to see Yekindar build into the game. Good to see Jame on rap side with the op get going, starting to heat up a little bit, and that bodes well. If you're Virtus.pro and you're going into the second map, at least you're like, okay, we got the 2 star players kind of coming alive even in that loss. Let's keep it up for the second map.
Well, we'll see what the second map entails. We're going to send it back over to the desk very shortly with Richard Lewis to break down what happened on Inferno and what comes up on Ancient.
Yes, so FaZe able to hold on there, but Virtus.pro, they are so tenacious. They do it every time, guys. You know, just dig in deep, and they're able to pull rounds. Nearly even won the last round we saw with an incredible attempted retake. So, you know, FaZe might have got the map. They might be all cheers and shouting fake comeback or whatever it was there at the end.
I kind of heard it.
But I tell you, I don't think there was any
real
comeback. Yeah.
Sure. Also, you were literally in a scenario, paint the picture, 15-11 for FaZe Clan with Kerrigan on T side of Inferno. You just know back on the stream.
That one before.
Flashbacks coming in, but I got to give credit to our man here, Broke. He really wants the stickers, Richard. Like, he was really stepping it up there on the CD side. He was looking fantastic. Also Kerrigan as well. We spoke about how he wasn't able to replicate what he did during the Challenger stage. He really stepped up here, being a part of 16 opening duels. It didn't. I mean, although he wasn't winning all those duels, he was opening it up and he was getting traded very efficiently by Twist on the B side, with Brokey just being everywhere. Second half, though, again, credit to VP. I don't know how to keep doing it time and time again, and it did come down to the star power. And it did come down to star power to
These guys are harder to beat than a Viagra addict. Joe Biden. I just said that, you know, that was free association.
Oh.
So
I'm getting fired.
It's not the playoffs yet. It's not the playoffs yet. It's not the playoffs yet. It's all calmed down.
My first and last major.
Starters and get to the main course, because obviously Baroki is the player that you have to talk about here. And we highlighted him before the match. We said, like, actually, he's the player that's emerging as the star on FaZe. Like, he's always consistent. He always gets his numbers. Yeah. But actually, he will have a map like this where he just pulls FaZe through. I mean, think how close this game is. And without Broki's fragging and the rounds that he won, you know, it's obviously a very
It's kind of crazy. It really is kind of crazy when you have the names like Twist, you have Rain, you have Olofmeister, and it is this young kid who's able to deliver during the online phase and able to transition it onto LAN. And delivering it in a must-win game like this has to be a feel-good factor for the team.
Oh, it's legit. And obviously, remember, people always forget this, like, both players, the stars are the Latvian players, right? You've got Roki, you've got on the other side Yakinda. Listen, Yakinda, I don't even blame him when it's games like this. Like, it's such a mess on this team. Sometimes you are on your own going in. So, it's just he didn't have the biggest performance. Meanwhile, he was outshone by his countrymen.
Yeah, and the thing with Yakinda is, like, it's on a CD side we really stepped up, but I felt like they just needed to do a little bit more in that first half, right? He wasn't really open things up. I do want to give a shout out to my boy Kickert, right? I know one of the most famous failed so far in this tournament was when he was, I think it's Gambit, when he just whipped a complete spray. But apart from that, he has been very instrumental in VP, having some of these close games, some of these wins as well, and he really did step up for the side of VP. Unfortunately, Richard, we speak about the stars on the side of FaZe. They all delivered it on, showing up. We had Olofmeister almost getting a clutch as well, so...
Try again.
We're back.
Oh, there we are. Hello.
Continue.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, I guess the production are all big Reddit fans. They didn't want to see us on the major either.
Yeah, not bad. Let's talk though about Virtus.pro.
Now go back to him.
Yeah, let's talk about Virtus.pro.
There you go.
You know, it's kind of going to be a bit frustrating for them in this situation, because obviously, you know, their map. We know, you know, that they can win and grind out these results. I don't think we saw a vintage FaZe here. I thought we saw a FaZe that is struggling and is basically relying, you know, on these individual performances, and Brokey delivered one. You go into Ancient. I know FaZe, obviously, this is the map. They've, you know, done all this great work with it. But I still think Virtus.pro are going to be competitive here.
The issue for me is this. This is all about what level of composure and poise does FaZe Clan have. Because FaZe Clan, statistically, this should be the win now. This is the series. Like, VP doesn't play this map. They don't win on this map. It's not something they've even particularly tried to flex into. So actually, this is supposed to be a punish pick. FaZe Clan wins 2-0. But if you've been watching FaZe Clan the last few months, there are no easy series for FaZe Clan. They almost made a dog's dinner out of the first map.
I feel the most obvious like flaw for the side of VP on this particular map is we know Ancient is a map where you can see potential upsets coming in, but mate, they got 2 wins on the CD side against MOUZ in the first half. That does not paint a pretty picture whatsoever.
No. Well, we will talk more about Ancient in detail when we come back. We are going to go to a short break, and obviously we're going to get into the second map of the series between FaZe and Virtus.pro. It will be Ancient. Make sure you join us.
Bye, Den.
All right, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We are partway through a best-of-3 series that will decide who's going to the arena and who's going home. It is Virtus.pro versus FaZe. FaZe have the advantage, and they're going into their map pick, which, of course, is Ancient. FaZe, one of the early adopters of that map, when most teams were kind of feeling it out. And this is, of course, before it had been updated a little bit. It did have some flaws initially, like all maps when they first come into the pool. But FaZe just said, you know what? We're going to get that, and we're going to use that to our advantage. And generally, Duncan, it's been very kind to them.
That's actually a classic trademark of Carrigan teams, is you try and adopt a specific map to make the VTOL work. So if they're going to do well at this major, they're going to have to rely on Ancient. Not talking about Olaf Meister. Right, now, in terms of actually playing against VP, though, this is a very, very good map to have, because it's a map that you're winning on if you're FaZe. You've had some very good performances. VP have played it 4 times in the last 3 months, 0 wins. Yep. And so even in the inclusion of now of Flit, I don't necessarily think that's a massive game changer. I still think VP is always hard to win on every single map. But if you are FaZe, like, if you're going to actually do damage at this tournament, this is where you make the statement.
Yeah, absolutely. For VP, here's the thing. They can be really good on the maps that they do play. But you look at a map, well, listen, like, you have a permaban which is not Ancient, and you can't even play this map at all. It's going to be a problem, right? And if you face off against a team who do permaban Ancient, good for you, right? You're lucky that ways. Against a team like FaZe, and FaZe are going to be like, all right, fine, it's our map pick. You guys are probably want to start on a CT side. They had no CT side against MOUZ Sports, right? So they're going to be having a rough time over there. So yeah, for VP to qualify to make it to the stadium, that first map win was a prerequisite. They needed to win Inferno. The last time they played it was on Mirage, which was 16-14, so they're like a little bit of a shaky map. Inferno could be better, didn't pan out, and I gotta say, FaZe, this is their opportunity. This is their map to lose.
Yeah, I mean, with Virtus.pro, I think they have the tools to be a good Ancient team. I mean, obviously, we're going to end up talking about Yakindar again. You know, you've got a world-class entry fragger, someone who's aggressive, can sort of just make a play happen out of nothing. And this is a map that has so many choke points to it. So, is there a way you can see Yakindar maybe taking over this game?
I do think he is the player I'm looking at to make a difference on this one. Like, you see, this is a map as well where teams go make it really slow, and then they enter the sites on 25 seconds, and it's a big rush and a bit of chaos. So if he can get those opening kills immediately, then you've got some room to operate. I will just say, when we saw this in the new Challengers stage, and Carrigan was having those exceptional games on the map, that was where the highlights package, the joke was it wasn't a highlights package, it was just like his brain manifested. He was killing everyone in the side of the head. He was never taking an aim duel even. So to me, someone like Yakindar, look, it's really tough to just kind of brute force this map, but what I love about his game is, at least when it was online, like, he had a whole sort of toolkit of how to do that. Like, he gave you 2 or 3 different looks as to how he's going to go to this spot again and again and again. And listen, if you stop him, yes, of course, immediately you have somewhat crippled the offensive power of Virtus.pro. If he gets any of those kills, people know that classic stat from months and months ago. They used to have an absurd 5v4 win rate once he got that opening.
I feel like for VP, just to add on to that, one of their the win conditions has to be, especially on the T side, right? One thing is FaZe are going to be in your face. They're going to be aggressive. You're going to be having Rain in that Jaguar position, and he knows all these nerdy little angles and wall banks in a position as well, and they're going to keep pressuring you, which might actually work in the favor of VP. If they take it a little bit slow, get those opening picks, work your way into the bomb sites. I think that actually might be a workout for VP because of the aggression being showcased here by Carrigan and his men. But then it is FaZe. They are very well aware of this, so they might mix things up over here. They seem to be very confident on it. And again, like you said, Duncan, like, they've played it only 4 times, right? And you might scrim it, and you might be having practice games against it, but it's a whole different ball game when you actually played in the server with so much on the line. So
you face an elimination from the major, though. Like, I don't even care what your win rate is. You better bring a good game at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, on that point, I mean, obviously, it kind of feels like there's just going to have to be something very different about this Virtus.pro. I mean, my problem with them fundamentally is their Counter-Strike philosophy is a bit too passive, with the exception of Yakindar. And I think there's a reason why when he gets the opening kill, they win so many rounds. They can win halves predicated on a good performance by him. And you know, meanwhile, that suggests to me they have got a team that can play aggressive. I think about, you know, we're back prior to a Vanguard, the Kickets and the Busters and players like this. They used to be aggressive in your face players. They really made a name for themselves and stood out.
If you took Jame off this team, and I'll just give you the example, you put Brokey in his place instead, this would be an up-tempo team. They've got Yakindar, Kicker, these are entry players. Buster's the follow-up guy, and then you bring in Flit. Like, at this point in time, you could be a completely different type of team. The real issue, I think, in this team for me, is it reminds me of Elige in Team Liquid. There's something about that one player that's the mainstay, where something about their style, their ego just dominates everything else in the team. And it's like, it feels like the one thing you can't do is address the elephant in the room, which is, can we ever fundamentally change how the team plays? It feels like that isn't even a discussion they have. It's more like, right, we've got Jim, he's going to do these things, so we're going to make up for it elsewhere. Like, as much as people made fun of Sanji because he wasn't a very good player, they didn't even try to just use him as another player in the team. They made him some sort of like bizarre like guy who just drops, basically farms for Jim, just runs around as like bait, etc. So I always thought like that was the problem I had with the Jim equation. Like, people like to take him at his best and treat him like he's like that. Don't take him just at his worst either. But it's the in-between aspect. Like, I've always felt like he just makes slightly too many conservative decisions for my liking.
Right, well, we're ready for the game. We're going to see which Jame turns up. It's going to be FaZe taking on Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro fighting for their tournament lives on FaZe's map pick. And now we go back to Sadikist and Moses.
Thank you so much, Rich. Yes, they are fighting for their tournament lives. And the other aspect of that, the other big storyline in that. Now, I know we're far removed from Berlin, but the last major we had, the core of this Virtus.pro team, Avengar, was actually in the final of that event. So kind of insane to think they may not even make it through to the Legends, but there is quite a bit of time in between then and now.
Yeah, that was like a meteoric rise for those guys and some struggles afterwards and kind of another rise here under the Virtus.pro banner this year. This would be a great way to culminate and kind of show that rise was warranted and it can be backed up once we get back to the major. But man, this is going to be such a tough task for them. FaZe looked so good on Inferno.
They did, absolutely. A little bit of a struggle to close it out, but they looked very good in the first half overall. Brokey was incredible. The scary part about what you said about them having an incredibly deep run is that it seems like at every major, one team shines. You know, ENCE, kind of
like there's always one dark horse that just,
Krakow, you had two, arguably. You had Immortals versus Gambit in the final.
Yeah, that was weird.
The problem is, if it's not going to be Entropiq, because they're out now today, if it's not going to be Virtus.pro, who I think have that potential, even though they've been on people's radar a bit for a while, that means that kind of leaves Copenhagen Flames, and they play NIP next, and could knock NIP out of the Legends position, and therefore we would not have the Swedes in front of their home crowd.
You
that
have
would be
Olofmeister.
dramatic. You would have Olofmeister, that's true.
Yeah.
He would have to fly the flag for Sweden.
Maybe that's FaZe's plan. Maybe they're just like, let's get everyone from different nationalities,
Yeah,
so when they
we'll
all
always
get
have
knocked out,
fans.
we've got one of each region, and then we can always have a lot of viewers.
Exactly. All of North America right now tuning in to cheer on Twists, as he remains the sole North American Jason. Other than us, of course, because we're just incredible and you can't knock us out. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to challenge that 3 PGL. Please just let us stay. But we're going to get into Ancients, and we'll get underway with the CT side for Virtus.pro first. And dualies for Yakinder.
Yeah, you got to love that. Dualies, let's see what they can do with it. FaZe going to be starting on the attacking side, and early on, 3 bodies plus the bomb towards this A bomb site. And Kerrigan, a bit of utility, as well as Brokey, going to chuck it out towards the B bomb site, trying to show off as if it's going to be a fast, aggressive play towards this side of the map. Yekindar doesn't really see anyone, and actually, Kerrigan's left to his own devices. Not even going to help him, but look at the rotation it's caused. Kerrigan's done everything. Yekindar passes the information over late. That's the P250, hits the deck afterwards, a big trade. But this engagement is still going on, and every second Kerrigan can keep Yekindar here is a win of sorts.
Yakinder has Kerrigan down. So the dualies do pay off. The man advantage, but the bomb ticking as Olof still holds off to try and cover. Totem position. He gets Flit. Flit, I thought it was around the corner. That's a hell of a shot from Olof, but also had the shot himself a number of times and just couldn't land it as Twist now occupies that same position as a result of Olof getting that kill. It means he can look backwards when they wrap around. He has Jame already. He'll swing to force Yakinder, but he knows that Buster is still working his way in. He'll swap the gun over as Yakinder's dualies go back to work once more. They're on the bomb. They'll tap it out, and Twist gets the shot. There is no kit in play. Really nothing they can do to win it other than try and get the kills. And hey, fair play. Those dualies get 4 of them. Now, this puts us in a similar situation to what we had in the first game, where it was Brokey that got 3 kills, stayed alive, and was able to get up at M4 very early.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Yekindar has the armor. He very well could actually pick up an M4 in this round and see if he can have the same similar kind of impact. He can even pass the dualies over so a teammate can save some money. That all kind of presumes that Virtus.pro is going to buy into this second round, which is yet to be seen. But yes, indeed, a good pistol round from FaZe, a beautiful fake. That fake got them everything they wanted. The first defender they made contact with was all the way back in CT spawn, and that's huge. Yekindar's going to push up outside of A. FaZe is already taking control of mid. Shouldn't be too difficult of a round for FaZe. Unarmored opponents, 3 USPs. Not a whole lot for Virtus.pro to work with and take down players with.
Single shot rains out from a Galil.
Problem now is Yekindar has so much information with this kind of a push, and now even though there's not really powerful weapons on the side of Virtus.pro, the sheer amount of bodies over here could cause some issues, but again, I don't see this round turning in the favor of VP. Although I say that.
Man, these dualies.
They're back.
They've got more kills than anything else in the server right now, 5. I don't know which one's better though, the right or the left. The left one hangs a little lower, weirdly enough.
Yeah, usually does. Yekindar is going to save that AK-47, and Virtus.pro is just going for some exit kills.
1 HP for Rain. Brokey's going to stick up for his friend. How admirable. As he takes on 2 class bullies in one go. As Buster and Kika go down, they'll back away from the site at this point in time, and Rain with the rifle should survive on this.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have a kit, so don't even think about it. We're too far gone on that situation anyway. Just in case you were wondering, chat.
Just in case. There we go. Nice and easy. 2-0. M4s are going to come out in this round, and obviously the AK-47 that Yekindar saved over. So strong buy for Virtus.pro, including an AWP dropped over to Jame as well. So we're going to get underway with a very, very powerful situation for the CT side. Right, nice and early.
Kicker with a flash to the elbow. They're going to try and take fast mid-control. Take it back, actually. He swings off that and goes over toward Donut. So I thought maybe there would be more of a stance, more pressure. Yekunder's already in the cave and already has Kerrigan down. That's through Jaguar. So interesting that they apply the pressure in a typical spot and give up middle as a result. That leaves Olaf with a bit of an opportunity, perhaps.
James AWP takes up position inside the cave, peering towards murder hole, excuse me. And I don't think Rain expected that after seeing the AK-47 there. So FaZe, they have information. They know there's some strong weapons. They know the AWP is on the board, but it was costly to get that information. And they really don't have a whole lot of options in this round. Going to consolidate as 3, see what they can find over towards B.
Smoke out. Front side of the ramp. Deep one as well. They redressed that, so they put 2 smokes in that position now. And there's 2 also back toward the square, just as we saw in the last round. 2 to work in from the CT side at cave. That's where Buster's going to try and hold at water. Spammable position from both the ramp and the angle inside of the cave. If they can get it into the corner, they spot his gun. They're just going to take him down straight, but the smokes have dissipated, and Yekunder's able to take out Olaf Meister immediately. James is there to support that as well, and they know he's going to repeat for try and take down the planter, but Twist gets the duel instead, and he'll fight forward with the Galil. And Cower in the cave. Hibernation season. Just wait for them to try and come for the bomb and protect what they've planted.
James has a Molotov. This could be everything, because this is actually pretty strong position. It's going to go in. Broky was going to make sure it doesn't burn him. He looks away and goes down. It's all on Twist, and that's too much to ask. That Molotov was the game changer. 2-1, still in the favor of FaZe.
Good defuse, though, for Virtus.pro as they're managing to get back into the round, and Twist did well to protect them out of that situation in general. He gets 2 kills after the plant.
I mean, FaZe just did a great job in a 3 versus 5. I mean, look, they find 3 kills after that. They find a plant. That's great for economy. That's great to keep your opponent's economy in check. So overall, in a round in which they start out pretty much at a loss, that's a good way to recover and get something out of it.
Kicked aggressively toward the elbow this time, but again, every time I think he's going to like go all the way down because he's putting that early utility at elbow, he just swings back into Donut. So I guess making sure they're not going to rush through and catch him in that period of transition. Interesting thing is he could just go the other way through spawn and get to the same spot that he's been playing. So they're obviously trying to just contain anyone that wants to get to that elbow in case they want to get toward boxes later in the half, perhaps. Bomb has been very intentionally left, as you can see it here, back toward T-spawn.
FaZe going to line up for some mid-control after this Molotov expires, covered by smokes as well. Flitz actually dropped the 33 HP through the smoke. I don't even think they saw him or had any indication. Rain going to fire back, Tracers give it up, and Kickert wins that duel. Now Flit traded off into a 4-on-4, and Kickert's the only defender at the A bomb site, but that didn't last long, and Kerrigan can cut everything off.
Kerrigan's in a great spot, sees the shoulder of the first. James on the AWP, he's not even going to give him a shot, falls off. It makes the call that he knows there's another player in front, so that's one of the 2 they have still to find. Oh, this is perfect. Kerrigan's just buying so much time and space, and he swings extra wide to make sure James' aim is not perfect. And it's Buster, I think, that's just going to sit this one out and see if he can find it. Maybe 1 kill at the exit. He knows as well that James opts down inside of the candle room, top mid.
This round played out exactly how it's designed if you're FaZe. A little bit grimy on the kills, trading through smoke. Obviously, Twist getting another one through a smoke as well, which is unfortunate. Both entry kills kind of coming through smoke, but the point of that is to obviously pressure that bomb site, have Kerrigan in a position to cut off the players rotating over from B, and be able to eliminate him, and he played his role perfectly. Double kill for him. Yekindar and James, some heavy hitters go down to Kerrigan's AK-47, and FaZe have a 2-round lead. Virtus.pro is back to fighting with scraps.
Leftovers. Not even, because they didn't save anything. Obviously, they took Buster down. And they pull that op over. That was James. Give it to Baroki, and we get back underway. So it's going to be James that's, interestingly enough, supporting with nades right now as they stack up on the A site. No one at all in B currently. And currently as well, that's where they look to try and go. So this could be pretty good for FaZe.
They obviously have a great read of the economy of the situation for Virtus.pro, and they're, I mean, this also, you got to go back to the round in which FaZe lost. Virtus.pro's first win on the board when FaZe is able to get 3 more kills at a plant in a 3-on-5. That actually puts the economy in a really precarious position, which obviously then breaks it in the next round when FaZe win. And FaZe know they have such a huge advantage. It's just like a challenge up A ramp. You're like, yeah, I know you're going to have pistols, a scout. I know I'll have the advantage in any heads-up duel, so I'll just go test and see who wants to fight me. And when no one's there, it's an easy waltz in for the plant. Now it's about securing the escape route. And you can see from the FaZe side of things, Brokey watching for this exact play with Twist, and they even have Rain back in T-spawn.
I thought they might actually walk around the boxes while they were boosting, and I was going to say that could get really awkward that you find... Come on, lads. Smart, clever boost in return, but oh, you got to hit that, unfortunately. That range P250 does damage onto Brokey, but he backs off, and Olaf thankfully was there to shut that down. They'll now stack it up. 2 AKs, not tripping over each other, ideally, as Olaf sits on 15 HP, but they combined with Twisty, and Twist will find the kills to make sure no one dies. Although Olaf's gone down with bombs, so that is still some economic advantage pulled back. No, you were saying, I thought you were saying James.
I was surprised James didn't just swing on a Jaguar with that bomb explosion, knowing that's going to do some damage to the player in there.
And try and finish someone off.
Yeah, just try and grab it and maybe get a gun.
Got a gun. I was like, there's not one available
No,
to
he
him.
backed away with the P250.
You confused me, Jason. It's all your fault.
I know. I'll take it. 3-round lead for FaZe, another gun round for Virtus.pro. Light on utility and no kits on the CT side, so keep your eye on any kind of plant. The retake's going to have to come in quick. Utility spent in middle, but Molotov Flames don't let Twist move forward, and he feels like there could be pressure. He doesn't even want to risk it, so he's going to back off just in case, while the rest of FaZe just marches towards the A bomb site. And again, Kerrigan keeping it up towards the end of Inferno. They converted to more simple strategies. They stopped making it too complicated, dumbed it down a bit more, and they're going to keep up with that trend here in this round. Or are they?
Well, apparently not. No contact yet, as those smokes on the site will soon fade.
Yeah, I wonder what they saw to call that off. It felt like they wanted to apply some pressure. Obviously, they used that Molotov. They would have liked to have forced someone in the open, or at least use a smoke for the defense.
You go back to Inferno, though, and the rounds where FaZe struggled was when they used utility early and then went for dry takes late, and we're in that similar situation now. There's only a single smoke and 1 Molotov in the hands of Twist for them to work with.
4 smokes on the CT side as well. They can stall out, they can delay things forever if they want to. This round's going to get dicey for FaZe.
Twist as well, just to note that Molotov isn't going to be anywhere near the site because he's back toward middle right now, but they are rotating over. Timing on this. They're going to be jumping up Tetris and get spotted. 2 players in the air. Thankfully, Olaf has his aim because Brokey had no time and no feet to fire. As Kerrigan now knows they have to rush this. 24 seconds and the mid-battle resumes. They've lost control of the boxes. I wonder if they just concede the round. They're going to try and swing this back to mid. If they can get the 1 kill on Donut, there's a chance. No, smoke there. I was going to say there's a chance they run through, but the smoke, no, not at all. So this one is a save from FaZe.
Yeah, way too slow-paced from FaZe. Let's not say way too, but obviously not really applying pressure across the map, which allowed Virtus.pro to feel so comfortable saving 4 smokes at like the 45-second mark. And yeah, even if you want to switch things up, the guy at the other bomb site has a smoke as well, and that part of the map is denied to you. So second round for VP just by virtue of a timeout. And FaZe still nursing that 2-round lead. Oddly enough, that kind of contact or that death ball hit towards the A bomb site on a timing might have actually been pretty effective with nobody defending from the bomb site. Closest defender was over in Donut. Yikes.
Twist with a brilliant shot to start it off. Bounce off the wall, the Molotov goes high, but one is countering it at the exact same time, thrown toward the double doors.
I don't know if this would have caused Yekindar to go for that peak. He might have gone for it regardless anyways, but remember, we did see Kerrigan and Olaf and Brokey rushing towards that A bomb site and chucking out utility very early on. That might have been enough presence and enough pressure and enough pace to force Yekindar to just see what was happening outside that bomb site, to see if he could gather information. Found more than he wanted.
Bit more indeed. Twists with 57 HP. Having won that duel will give his team a phenomenal opportunity to go for the site. Still a lurk as well. Olaf's way over toward A at this point in time. But they haven't forced any rotation out of this just yet, and it's going to be a pinch play on a Donut to try and really sell it for... Actually, Kerrigan's going to go straight by, excuse me. I thought he was going to be spotted and get forced into that engagement. He'll go back now. Does see Kikert's shoulder, but still knows that he wants the site. That has pulled one back as well, because Flit forced back inside of the square means he has to look to CT, but they give up on the hit, knowing that they haven't caused the rotation, knowing that they've actually got it all the way inside of the site. Olaf's the one that's done that call and found the work, found the space. Kerrigan's aware of the situation and will hold middle just as we saw him do on round number 3, and Rain has just been given a gift. He sees them backing off, and Buster is about to get busted by Kerrigan. How dare you disappoint us, Kerrigan?
Man, that's...
I haven't cast it in forever, and you won't even give me a highlight, Kerrigan. I hate you.
That is a crazy round from FaZe. They have the 5-on-4. Ooh, timing. There's the op taken away.
He still gets one.
I mean, Rain is sneaking in with basically a full exec at the B bomb site. Olaf has already snuck in deep towards the A bomb site. Virtus.pro had no indication of what was going on. They weren't fighting for any real estate, and that can't inspire confidence. If you're already worried about VP coming into this map, it's not exactly one of their best. The signs there that we see have to make you feel a little bit worse. Olaf allowed to just waltz into the A bomb site with no resistance. Rain allowed to enter into that B bomb site with nobody spotting him as well. Kerrigan allowed to get into mid a number of times throughout this game as well. His defense for Virtus.pro, there's a lot of holes in it at the moment.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of holes, but again, that relies on at least one early kill from FaZe to start to have the confidence to dissect the map. Again, we're seeing a lot of attempts to force rotations. We saw it on Inferno as well, and I'm still concerned that when FaZe run out of utility, they get stuck in these crossfires that really haven't been favorable for them. Now, they do have a 5-2 lead. A lot of that stems from the fact that they got a great start. They went up 4-1, having won the pistol and ensuing gun rounds. And fortunately for that statement, they will have essentially another free gun round here, because it's going to be pistols only for Virtus.pro as they're left with a collection, an eclectic mix of pistols. We've got one USP, you can not spending any money at all, 2 CZ75s, a P250, and a Deagle for Buster, who's been, again, slow, 0-0-6.
Yeah, and you highlighted at the end of Inferno, that was someone that you really wanted to see kind of pick it up and have an effective performance here on Ancient. Buster goes down, 007.
James Bondoff, 007. Oh, wait, sorry, Bond.
Close enough.
James Bondage. That sounds like James Bardoff.
Ooh.
Brokey has Jame. Kerrigan's already inside of the site. That's actually pretty sweet, that boost, isn't it? Vision, you can fire through that wall.
It's cool for a round
anyway.
Oh,
did he? Yeah, you see Kerrigan's not even aware that there was 2 there.
That'd be a risky boost for a gun round. But, I mean, kind of a cool, clever idea.
I think the problem is that, like, on a gun round, there's so much utility thrown inside of that hole that, like, you'd almost want to do that in, like, a retake situation or maybe a post-plant, but, like, in the middle of the ensuing round, you're just going to have so much nades whipped in there.
4-round lead. Guns back for Virtus.pro. Op back in James' hands. No kit again.
It's like the scared kid in the closet peeking through the blinds. He's like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Don't let the boogeyman see me.
Kerrigan, this time it's fast-paced, but Kikert's got the timing on it, creeping in towards Donut. And Kerrigan, that time the map is denied to him. And James going to be here with the op. This is going to be tough. Brokey peeking into him. That's fast. All he sees is an elbow. Yekindar already made it out behind the pillar. His timing is everything. He's got Olaf, and there's Flit and Buster adding in. Brokey doing his best to respond, but he's lost so many teammates. He's left in a 1 versus 3, and one more body comes around the corner, preventing the plant.
He's going to go back for it, though. Bates again on the pillar, but Flit's in good position, still down the first lane, and is able to get the shot. He'll grab the AWP to give it to Jame in the next round, and just like that, it's 6-3. They cut the lead back in half, but there'll be guns again for FaZe, and I can already tell you that they have brought out a full buy, including an AWP for Brokey, and all of the nades the same for everyone. 2 flashes of smoke and a Molotov on all 5 players. Double op as well, by the way, for Virtus.pro.
Double op setup.
Buster's on the board. He got his first kill in the last round.
Nice. First one's the hardest.
First cut is the deepest, Jason. You never forget your first love. Any other firsts for you? Flit Kerrigan. That's the first kill in the round.
That's the big one. Rain, we've seen a number of times since Ancient has come out. He's taken the mantle of biggest nerd in this part of the map. He knows all the spams, all the little cracks, and ooh, he almost finds a kill onto Yekindar. That could have been everything, but Buster's gonna come take his position. Virtus.pro's already seen that shift in the defense earlier when James stepped in, and now he takes Olaf Meister down as well. So 5-on-3 for the Virtus.pro defense. The double up has netted them a big advantage.
Significant indeed. As Buster with the op is going to try and now hold inside of the site, see if this can get him rolling. Having a bigger weapon, still trying to play that side of the stairs, but he'll actually trade it off with Yekindars. He's got lower HP to play with, and the sniper would be more suitable. He's either going to hit a shot or go down. You might as well give it to him.
Last time FaZe is in this position, remember, they got a plant and 3 kills out of it, and coming from this same avenue of attack towards the B bomb site and mostly through the cave. If they can do it again, that actually might make for a very tough retake. That's obviously going to help. Buster through the smoke finds Rain, but a double op retake could be a little bit dicey.
And down goes one of them. So now it's a single op retake, but you've still got 3 rifles. Brokey trying to get aggressive. The shadow shows. He hits Buster just barely.
Flank.
As he got tagged down. I believe it was even a dink through the wall onto 53, but you are absolutely right. We have a flank in play. Despite the 2 players are up front, Brokey's able to find that as well. He turns back. He's still alive somehow, and that's going to bait and twist in. Down go Jamin Flint. What a clutch back from FaZe.
Yeah, 2 versus 5 that time. And again, they find the success in multiple man down situation. That's wild. FaZe able to march in, and again, passiveness from that Virtus.pro defense, and FaZe is loving the space that they're allowed to have.
Man, oh man, that's a big round to steal back. That looked like it was all but done.
And it's the man Brokey who is stunning on Inferno with the AWP, provides the space needed, gets those kills that allows Twist to switch into position, move a little bit forward, find an off angle against that retake, and Virtus.pro's looking stumped. Virtus.pro's looking like they don't really know how to handle these situations on Ancient. That one right there, that's the kill that Twist needed. This one helped out as well. That flank could have been so deadly, and Brokey loves those kind of fights. And for Twist, it's easy at the end. Brokey led the way on Inferno. Twist has 12 kills, 5 deaths, leading the way for FaZe here on Ancient.
What a duo they are as well. They're both just so explosive in their style. Bit of more pressure this time from Virtus.pro back on pistols over toward A. They're going to see if they can get some information in the main A halls, excuse me. Kickert's the one with it, M4. Bought up, Flit pushing down. Shadow shows, very, very minor, but you can see it. I'm sure Brokey did as well. The helmet was just in that gap. And you can see it again now. Yeah, he's aware.
I don't think so.
No, he's not. What? Is that a different graphics setting? Like, maybe he's just super tunneled on that? Because we could clearly see it, could we not? That was quite ridiculous. But nonetheless, Yekindar has Rain for feed. And he'll be smoking off his position. Very fragile through the wood. He gets shot from both sides, in fact. A wee bit tenuous in that situation.
Yeah, but I don't think FaZe... Ooh, Kerrigan's going to come right back to it. Yekindar over the top, over the edge of the smoke, finds another one. He's got an AK-47, and he's being really assertive in this part of the map. So this is cool from Virtus.pro. Getting a little bit of fight in them to deny the map control over to FaZe. Last round, they converted a 3 versus 5. Now they have a 3 versus 4. And every time they've been in this situation, they've come back towards this B bomb site. This time, Kickert is going to be pushed up as well. Thins the herd a little bit. Buster with the USP isn't looking for a fight. He's looking for information, but I think FaZe is going to back off. 24 seconds on the clock, and yeah, Brokey's already slipped away. Olaf's going to go join up with him. So Virtus.pro keep 4 rounds now, playing against 7 for FaZe.
Yekindar going on the hunt with the AK is going to pinch in the box position, but I think this one done. So second round, we've actually seen FaZe elect to FaZe on the T. FaZe elect to FaZe.
I like
on the T side. They're phasing out of this one by keeping their money and their weapons, is what I was trying to say.
Look, as ropey and as dicey as it's looked for Virtus.pro, the fact they have 4 rounds at this stage is pretty impressive. They're all punctuated. It's 2 rounds and then a VP win, and then 2 rounds and a VP win. So they'd love to be able to string them together and actually get some momentum and actually try and take a little bit more control of this game, but they're doing a good job clawing out some of these rounds and at least staying in it, despite the fact that FaZe have looked much, much better.
James ready to go, though. Flames down at the Tur's vision ever so slightly, but look at the positioning. Look how aggressive they're trying to make him be with this AWP this time, and he can fall back through Jaguar very easily. He's going to go middle instead. Interesting. So Flit's still down there with him.
I mean, I like this because this had to have been the conversation during that second timeout. Is like, guys, we can't let FaZe have everything they want across this whole map. Let's start getting aggressive and denying it.
This is actually really interesting because we just saw that angle where the wall is slightly curved. So Flit down below actually still gets a bit of an advantage when they swing out and peek. They'll see the gun barrel for James potentially, but you could almost move that boost up a bit and he would be able to see deep just as quickly and still spot into boxes, so I don't mind that boost.
Still, I still don't think it would be a comfortable fight, which is why, oh, that's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. Brokey loves it. Please come peek back for information.
He's forced off, though, by utility.
Yeah, thankfully. But yeah, I still don't think that'd be a great fight for Flit, and obviously, I think he feels that way as well. As soon as the smoke, they had the timing of it. As soon as it's about to fade, they just back off. To the B-bomb site we go. Smokes are out. Kerrigan falls first. That spam through the smoke from deep. There's actually only one player defending this site. That's to the right. Rain. He goes down quick. Buster, great headshot. And now that's going to put the other two defenders into a way more aggressive position. Coming through the smoke during the hit. And FaZe can't get comfortable. Virtus.pro have 5.
They absolutely do. So we're back to a 2-round game, and we look at the money as well. There's not a lot left on the FaZe side after such success. They've been broken down slowly, and this will leave them in a situation, having saved in the last round, not getting those bomb plants down, not building up anything with it. They're not going to be too well off as we get closer to the end of the half. We're round 13. Ooh, that's interesting. Little one-way for Twist. I don't know if that's a full one-way or not.
He's had that little crack in the smoke a couple times. Ooh, Kerrigan wanted that. Kerrigan's been really aggressive in certain rounds of pushing very, very far up and taking as much space as he possibly can. We've seen it mid a number of times. Now we see it towards this A bomb site. Unfortunately, also it hasn't had the success he would have liked. Nice easy shot for James, and he's gonna love these duels against the pistols. A little bit of extra warm-up time for James.
Maybe he put the hand warmer under his
headset strap.
Under his headset strap as well. Yeah, that's right. Brokey and Twists. Well, they pulled off a pretty miraculous clutch a few rounds ago, but they had a little more to work with in that situation, I think it's fair to say. They have the bomb this time, but they are about to be flanked by none other than Flit, who has got a free kill onto Twists. And Brokey's just kind of, you know, he's along for the ride at this point. He's just a passenger on a plane without a pilot.
Now it's starting to look good for Virtus.pro. 3 straight after that second timeout. Two rounds left in this first half. If you're just joining us as well, FaZe did win the first map, Inferno 16-13. You can see it up there on your screen. This is an elimination game. The winner moves on to the PGL Major playoffs. That's going to be in Stockholm. Loser goes home.
I like how you say that's going to be in Stockholm because we still have to travel there. We travel tomorrow. They're already there, technically.
True. Very true.
We will be flying from Bucharest. I think you go through Amsterdam.
I do.
Yeah, I go through Munich. Munich. It's Munich. Bit. Sorry, I'm not James Bardoff. I can't say that word.
Rain is going to enter in towards Jaguar. Flames keeping the opponents at bay. For now. I don't think FaZe has decided what their endgame is yet. 1 minute on the clock. As Brokey picks up the bomb towards T-spawn. This is going to be a split towards the A bomb site. Brokey tossing out a smoke for his teammates who are going to take mid and join up from his teammates at long A so that they can continue attacking the bomb site. Tough route for guys like Rain and guys like Kerrigan.
Kikert's in a good position if he stays patient because they'll walk directly toward him. Rain's going to check that naturally, but he will not find the shot. So the M4 winning out that duel means that inside the site becomes a bit of a problem. They don't have Donuts. They don't have position on the post plant. Broki's got the shot onto Jame. Instant swap to the AWP. And Kerrigan is still menacing as he takes it back from Kikert to the end. Donut is now delicious as it's Yekender and Buster to try and make a play on this in round 14. Shots already out from the first AK. It will take down Twist, but Broki knows they're trying to come from this position, and they know he's got the AWP as they bait out the shot that lets Yekender go. He can't swing fast enough for the second. Kerrigan's got to get back in the fold because the Molotov's going to force the AWP into an awkward situation, an awkward angle, and Kerrigan now knowing the bomb is planted for him, has it all to play for, but overextends in the peak. And they've got the time, just barely, I think, to get away with this defuse. No, they don't. Kerrigan's done it on his brains alone, and it's going to be FaZe to get 8-6. A little smirk from the coach. No cheering, but a little smirk.
Yo, that bait and switch from Kerrigan and Rain. Rain going in first. Kerrigan's just patiently waiting in mid for someone to push down the staircase. That is such a long follow-up after Rain goes down that there's no way Kickert was going to expect that. What are you supposed to do if your kicker and the bomb site is taken, your teammates are dying in the A bomb site? Kerrigan comes around like 20 seconds later. The retake is just almost there. They almost make it happen. Time is their enemy. And that's gutting. Decent nade, Twist down to 63. But they still want to challenge. All 5 players are here. This is a rush. They're going for it. Mac 10 going to lead the way. That's in the hands of Olaf Meister. And this is chaotic. Smoke everywhere. Flashbangs as well. Look at Kerrigan jumping through. He'll find one.
That's massive because Kickert actually had the position to see that gap, but he backed behind the box the exact second that Kerrigan went through. And now they have no idea that he has this whole round in front of him. He's going to hold this out. Oh, I love it. Takes down the AWP, but he can't get the second shot. He can't find Kickert, who backs into the corner. And there's no opening from the totem to that position as Kerrigan goes to an AWP. A classic weapon for him as he's always played this in various situations of support. But now he has to be aware of the timings on rotation as well as, unfortunately, a Molotov will not fully blind out or block anyone from Donut, and Kickert just goes back through and ends the round himself. Staying alive the whole time, despite the Kerrigan got through, it makes it 8-7 at half.
Yeah, they almost pulled it off. I think the chaos of the exec and all the smokes and all the flashbangs, it actually gave Virtus.pro a little bit of safety to stand behind him and find awkward angles to just chip away at the FaZe attack. That was well managed from VP. Look, overall, it felt for most of this half that FaZe outplayed Virtus.pro. A couple obviously phenomenal rounds, 3 versus 5 early, almost converted by FaZe, 3 versus 5 later, definitely converted by FaZe in a big way. But you got to give props to VP for coming back and keeping the scoreline close. 4 of the final 5 rounds go into their favor. And considering what it looked like, I think that's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, I would say so. And they did it, you know, breaking down the economy. It took them a while. They did it the hard way. Fast play so far to spawn is indicated by the rush toward the ramp. They have a single smoke, 2 flashes. I take that back. They've got 2 smokes, excuse me. James got one as well, and they've got a Molotov. So execution-based pistol for the T's. Head was spotted by Rain, and he makes no mistake on the repeat. Now they'll have to execute and go, but bomb was dropped on the ramp. Kickert's only picked it up now, so they'll plant wide as Rain tries to go and anticipate that, but he gets shut down by Buster.
Ooh, that's close.
Olaf trying to get to the same position his teammate perished in as Buster's going to hold from the pillar. No flank. This is going to be a straight retake. Probably, I would suspect, a 2-2 down each lane. And when the smoke gets in the cave, that's when Kerrigan goes. But Buster is playing excellently now on the T side. He's also got Olaf under 1 HP. That allows Yekender to take the kill in the end. But it is Broki and Twist. The two you'd love to be in these positions, but Twist can't find the kills. And Broki is about to get broke in as they push him back. It's similar to Inferno. Does he find 3 kills and save? He runs out of ammo instead, and Kickert's got the shot. It's 8-8.
Miss smoke on the retake that's supposed to land at the top of the ramp at the B bomb site, and pretty much the round at that point is secured when that misses. 2 players from VP able to take shots up that ramp is just too many angles for FaZe to worry about. They wanted to neutralize the players inside the bomb site, and that just makes it nearly impossible. Virtus.pro going to have a good second half. They did play FaZe on this map earlier in the tournament. 16-6 win for FaZe, but outside of that, they had also lost 3 other games to MOUZ Sports, to Spirit, to Entropiq on it. So a big task to do on a map that they're 0-4 on. Throughout this major and throughout the qualification process.
Buster will take charge. It's Olaf at the top of the ramp on the other side of it. Twists with Donut. Olaf's just waiting to spot someone with these quick shoulder peeks, and he'll drop the smoke, but he needs to be aware there's a massive shadow advantage to either player. The peeks, he actually gets the benefit of it because he sees the peek as he fades off rather than going into it. Still not going to help him as Buster busts through and gets a kill. He's coming alive now. That's better from him. From Buster, he's up to 8 kills, and I would say, what, 4 of those have already come in this half?
That's a pretty bold play from Buster as well to come through that smoke to find that kill. He very easily could have gone down, not just to Olaf Meister, but any of the other players that are at that B-bomb site, and that could have been an AK passed over to the defensive side. Either way, he's softened up for the other Deagles and for the scout. Kerrigan, if he can get one tag on the entrance, but he's going to be smoked off. Now just needs to get a little bit fortunate with the spam. Another smoke dropped at the top of the ramp. Time is going to run low for VP. Are they bailing out? Oh, Brokey has all this information. He's letting his team know. He finds one. Good timing on a Jame, and he's telling Twist right now they're coming to you. Beautiful shot with the Deagle, hiding around the pillar. They must find him. A Kerrigan, he's got a great defense. Another one, and a third. FaZe are turning it again.
How does Twist get away with that? With 3 players coming in there, he hits the first shot, buys enough space, and then immediately they expect each other to take care of themselves. Kicker's looking away. Twist pops back out, and Rain will close out the round. FaZe come back immediately. And that is, you're right, absolutely all information. They spot them rotating over, and Twist has been waiting there the entire round.
That follow-up smoke at the top of B ramp scared the shit out of VP. They just were like, hell no, I'm not doing this. That is wild. Yeah, the information pass over to Twist was magnificent. And let him feel so comfortable in his position.
Do we have Jame not moving? Are we going to get a stop call? What's the... Okay, no, it looks like that's actually his just hands off the keyboard. He's chatting it over. They don't have any guns in this round. I thought maybe he had a disconnect, but you know, he's just warming up those hands. Jesus was prey.
Yeah. Well, what can you say about this one, Matt?
Brutal. Savage. Something like that. Flit with the box position at ramp's going to try and peek into the site. It's incendiary. All right, I'll call it what it is. Can of flames.
Ooh.
Taco Bell in a can.
Now that's a genius idea.
Is it?
Smoke dropped. Defense is feeling comfortable, and FaZe is going to have some clear sight lines. Going to be tough fights all across the board, especially considering it's 2 Glocks and the Deagle on Flit. He's the only one who can really open things up, and these are tough angles. Clearing to the left. If Virtus.pro gets a plant out of this, that'd be massive. That'd be a victory of sorts. It ain't going to happen. Jane, the last one left, and the aim punch doesn't even let him get a clean shot off. FaZe up 10-8.
10-8 indeed.
And look, VP had their chance to take control of this match, take a lead. Losing that second round is just so brutal.
Yep, and it's happening more and more frequently. It's just remarkable how many teams succumb to that and how confident and inspiring these pistols are for others. I mean, the Deagle looking so sharp on the headshots lately. Scout is still as menacing as ever. I hate the thing. But it is damn good in these situations because especially if you have Deagles, right? They do so much damage. You take a body shot even from that Scout, you're going down to like sub 30 HP.
Yeah, you just get cleaned up.
Yeah, you're getting collected.
Twist is 18-11. Brokey is 15-9. The Young Guns of FaZe delivering in this all-important series. Similar on Inferno as well. Timeout was called by FaZe. That was their first that they used. I don't think they had to talk over anything specific, just making sure everyone's comfortable, just making sure maybe review kind of some of the ideas they came into this game with for the CT side. Kerrigan's playing a dangerous game and going to back off.
Yeah, that's a long corridor to retreat down as he will get inside of the site. He has Brokey watching over him now with the AWP. Leave my dad alone.
I think FaZe is running, or I mean, I think VP's running from the MAC-10. Like, no, let's not do the bonus money thing.
Back to middle they go instead. Rain playing the cubby. Will have to back out of that. Doesn't want to get pinched and give up an AK either, but again, just a bit of information, a bit more information for FaZe. And they'll start to converge as well because you've already got the counter push from the retreat on A, and this is going to be huge for Kerrigan. Another flank for him. Mac 10, you don't want to give him the money, Jason? You just did. Mac Daddy's on the case. Oh, almost the ace. Brokey had to break that possibility from happening. Selfish man on the AWP, but that is big money for Kerrigan.
Yeah, he's at 9,000 before buying up into this round. He could even, I mean, it might be a little crazy. He could keep the Mac 10 if he wants to. No need to spend cash when you don't have to. However, he does know the opposition is going to have AKs and likely an AWP on the board. First real buy round for Virtus.pro coming in right now. They're 3 rounds back. It's 8-11. Playing from behind again. This time on Ancient. Yekindar aggressive through the smoke, but Kerrigan not even close to being blind. It's actually Yekindar and Flit who were absolutely destroyed by Brokey's utility. And a 5-on-3 for FaZe.
Not bad from Kerrigan. That's 6 kills over the last 2 rounds now as he's up to 15 total. Kickert's going to try and go back toward middle and pick up the pieces, but unfortunately he's not going to get very far. You also have Olaf that's inside of the cave position, staring out from, I guess, Jaguars specifically. He's kind of in between the two right now, Jason. So, look, man, I'm just trying to do the best I can. I'm not always right.
Could have fooled me.
Are you winning, son?
Ooh, look at this setup. Oh, this could be brutal.
Rain's got that bait for the position of Olaf. He goes for the first. Thought maybe some trigger discipline. All right, doesn't matter. Who cares? Just kill them all. That's fine.
Hey,
don't mind me.
Exactly as designed. Exactly how it's supposed to work. I think Olaf could have even chosen to go the route of trigger discipline, but why would you when you have your exact setup? You've sprung the trap. 4-round lead, 12-8. Back to just pistols for Virtus.pro, except for Flit, who is past a hero AK-47. Virtus.pro, I mean, look, they don't have a whole lot of options in this round, but they certainly have to know that the money is going to start ballooning. They didn't get any kills in that round, so they have to kind of play. It's been, in the past 4 rounds, Virtus.pro's only got 2 kills. So essentially what they're saying is here, this AK-47 is designed not necessarily to win the round, but they have to start taking money away and chipping the economy down. They have to have some element of danger so that FaZe just can't have a huge lead and never ever have to think about saving. Great timing for Kerrigan. But he's going to be under pressure from long.
Well, they give it to the new blood on the team as well, and he sheds first blood in this round. The smoke will at least let Kicker grab it again. James going very aggressive. The Tech 9. He might catch up Twists here, and movement nearly does cost him. Twist holds his aim just barely. 8 HP.
I couldn't tell if the X-ray was fooling me, but it looked like Jay might be able to have an angle on Kerrigan at the default plant boxes, and the FaZe is just destroying everything. Anything that shows up on their screen is just dead.
I won't lie, Jason, I've been waiting this whole game.
Yeah.
For Twist and Buster to be in a 1-on-1 because Twist is cosplaying this Halloween as Cloud Strife.
Okay.
And it's the Buster sword on the other side.
Nice.
So it would have been a, you know...
Would have been beautiful.
We would have figured out who would have run out of materia in that situation.
Problem is now if it happens for the rest of the game,
I've
you can't go back to
look,
it.
I've ruined it, okay?
You just wanted to make sure you got it out of the air.
The thing is, I used to be able to hold on to these things because I was a regular. Now I'm like, I'm worried it's just never going to happen for me. So I want everyone to know how clever I am, even if I'm not clever enough to use it, okay?
Well,
look, chat, just approve of me. That's all I want.
Virtus.pro is going to have to start getting clever with how they play this T side. This is now 5 rounds with only 2 kills. Fast-paced. It's a rush, Brokey with the ult. Oh, he misses the first. There's no one in Donut just yet. Twist and Kerrigan are going to arrive, but their teammate has gone down. Virtus.pro have access to the A bomb site.
Kerrigan somehow dodges the flames and through the smoke, but protected. Yekindar gets the shot onto him as the plant will commence and it's complete. Twist now from Donut also has a lot of utility in front of him. Very fast play from Virtus.pro. I do love that whenever the drone comes up, it's called the Hunden cam now in chat. It's not bad.
Why not?
You know, Twitch chat, you're pretty dumb most of the time, but every now and then you get it right, okay? Congratulations. Now shut the hell up and go back to your corner. Love you.
Ooh, Rain. Wants to take some guns out of the hands, but I think he's taking too much damage. His turn to back off. Hoping the nade and maybe a little bit of chip damage from the AK would soften him up for the bomb explosion, but not enough. Not nearly enough. 4-round lead.
4 rounds indeed, and as a result of that, putting the pressure very much on Virtus.pro. Elimination match winner of this straight through. I shouldn't say straight through. It's not like it was a straight line to get here. This is a 2-2 match. It was
certainly a struggle.
Bit of a curveball, in fact. A bit of a, like, I think Richard Lewis called it the scenic route.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, and at least we'll get them into the arena in the end.
Kerrigan can be aggressive pretty much however he wants. He's holding mid. Brain's going to get a spam. Mentioned he was quite obviously the nerdiest of everyone in this position early on in Ancient's lifeline. Olaf's going to find the safety. Him and Rain are going to double up here. Kerrigan unfortunately has gone down. He's trying to flank, trying to be aggressive. Spam coming in to stop the plant. Olaf's going to take advantage. Push out and then disappear right back into the smoke.
Shots out though. Yekender's got Twist back instead, and he's not done there. Gets time for the reload. Brocky knows that he's up close, though. Smoke trajectory nearly gets the shoulder shot. No re-peek from Yekender, and that's smart. That's almost discipline at this point, because the utility enough to hold off the round. He does not need to concede positional advantage to an AWP, as Buster in the corner gets taken by Olaf. Yekender gets it back, and he's still holding this off, and Broky's giving it up. He's giving it all away, as he has to save the AWP, and it'll go double digits for Virtus.pro.
That round could have been completely different if Broky doesn't get hit and slowed down by that flashbang. That peek was going to come in, and he was surely, I think, going to find Yekender. Always a chance that Yekender can have some kind of a stunning shot to return it, but Broky felt like he had the advantage in the fight. But with Yekender up in his face, he wanted nothing to do with the retake. Virtus.pro find 2 in a row. Still, though, the problem comes back to remember those 5 rounds where they just got decimated, only finding 2 kills across those 5 rounds. Money's built up so much that they still have a very strong buy, and they even have enough cash for a buy in the next round. They're able to sustain throughout this losing bonus building up. Their economy is just so strong. Virtus.pro has a lot of work ahead of them. It's nightmare mode.
Nightmare mode indeed. Everyone loves a good nightmare. Wake up all sweaty, sheets are soaked, then you realize you actually just pissed the bed.
Oddly specific.
Well, I don't want to talk about it.
This is different. Coming up the A ramp, just 2 players. They've got a lurker and Flit over towards the A-bomb site. They've got a lurker in mid as well. FaZe trying to figure out how much of a commitment into the site does this one smoke mean. Olaf gives up the angle because he knows he's in danger, but this is access to the bomb site. Rain spamming through. Nade is dropped close. Twist has found the lurker in mid. There is the one more to find over towards B. Flit. When does he peek? He can actually find a cheeky 1 kill to alleviate some of the pressure on this retake. He's calling it out, but now he's got to get into the action. Jame with another kill.
Flash goes high as he backs off, needs to get toward the ramp. He wants to be able to control his own angle and not be stuck inside of the site. But look at this flank from Flit. He's going to be completely behind them. Saving's not even going to be an option. Sees them in the gap. That's 1. That's 2. Did he spot all 3? Doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. Get that knife nice and sharp. Get the shank ready to pull off a nice prank on the backside. Flit's got Broky down. Kerrigan does get 1. They now know Flit's there, and he actually couldn't double up on his effort. So Twist getting Jame. They know Flit was on the flank. How did they not turn it? How did they not look that way? They tried to go onto it, and Flit covers it off either way. Swings over around into the corner, and they had to try and hold the defuse, but Twist was not in position to get ready for the kill.
They just picked the wrong choke point to look at. Olaf had to be on the bomb due to the timer. He had to get that defuse in, and Twist had a 50-50 chance of which way is Flit going to come. That was a long flank, and you got to give props to Flit. There's a couple opportunities throughout that entire round of play where he could have taken a tenuous shot, maybe a tough shot to hit, and he held his nerve. At such an important moment in the map, an important moment in the round, a number of times before making sure he could secure it.
Yekender already trying to hold off the top side of the boxes. Smoke out to extinguish the flames and add a bit more defensive utility in position for FaZe. 2 rounds between them now. I didn't think I needed to mention it, Jason, but Overpass is map 3.
Alrighty, that would be a fun map to get to. I think if you're FaZe 2, you want to avoid that at all costs. Virtus.pro can be tough, and that's a nice pick. Rain saunters into the angle. 5 on 4. Exactly what Virtus.pro wants.
passive defense as well. No one really prodding for information, even over on the A side. You're starting to see a bit of that from Kerrigan as he gets up toward Donut, but he's concerned even that this could be picks. They could still be trying to look for information on A, the terrorists that is, so he doesn't want to leave the site too soon. Olaf inside of the cave, challenged on the AWP, but he is up to it. And he will get Yekender down, trying to get back out and spot Jame as well. Smokes off. As if that's what he shoots, right? He waits that whole time and nearly hits that. If I was Olaf, I'd be so pissed if I go down to that.
I know, bless my heart. I think Yekender actually got tagged by the Flames, which forced him into that peak he didn't want. Still, Olaf Meister under a lot of pressure. He switches out to the AK-47. They might think it's an AWP and might not expect him to be close up into this angle. That's going to be one player he's got to deal with. Brokey, he steps into the fire. Yeah, good kill from Olaf. Brokey's got the AWP, Twist is out into the open, and Virtus.pro finding their way into the site. 8 seconds on the clock, the bomb's going to get planted.
You can see how desperate Olaf was to try and spray through and deny that plant. Now he gets the kill. A little bit too late to deny the objective, but it gives them the man advantage. And there's kits on both Olaf and Kerrigan, but watch Kickard, he's gone around the long way. He can actually surprise them from cave. Saw the gun barrel, absolutely did. Fires in, Brokey's head removed, but they know where the last remaining terrorist is, and he's gonna try and transfer. This square gives motion, gives movement, gives problems, because he can see the bomb from that position. A nade over to weaken them up, but they're on it and spinning, and he's going the long way around. Body block would do it, even though he doesn't get the kill. Oh, he just got that in time. There was very little left. I thought Olaf did enough to keep him off the aim.
Yeah, what again, just another tough scenario. It's so good. We saw Flit just previously. Now here, those 1v1s around that are so easy to isolate. You could see Olaf just peeking back and forth, trying to find the timing, wondering which side he's going to peek from. And again, a clutch in the exact same scenario. It's the worst kind of deja vu if you're FaZe, especially because they played this round so well. They played it so well. Olaf did such a good job. Brokey did such a good job. And still, all of that is ripped away from him. 13-12, FaZe have nothing. 1 M4 on Kerrigan, but the money is low. And now we've got a game.
Olaf still with the deagle, will play at the pillar. Smoke came down, and that was thrown. Okay, yeah, just tight enough that he does expect. I mean, it's the same angle either way if he's in the door or at the pillar. I thought maybe if he peeks on the left side, it would give him an advantage. Kerrigan, M4 gets one on Buster, nearly came back out to get the second as well, but they'll back off this. This is not commitment.
Remember, it's
less committed than me in my last relationship, Jason.
Remember, there's a couple of stumbles Virtus.pro have taken on Inferno and on Ancient, losing the second rounds to pistols. On Inferno, it was the 1 M4 brought into it from Brokey that got a quad kill that netted them that round, that turned the tides early. Similar here, winning the pistol and losing the second round. Now again against a low buy, where Kerrigan's found a kill with the M4. All members of Virtus.pro are holding their breath and waiting to see what Jame can provide.
Deep nade. Just tickles Kerrigan.
35 seconds.
And he ain't ticklish. 35 indeed. Classic Virtus.pro, run down the time. Flash goes out, Kerrigan's forced off. Deagle from Rain, found by Yekender as he goes around with the MAC-10. That's why you send him hunting. Watch for the boost though, we talk about this so much. Now they've gone for the safer plant as a result of it. They try to swing out and take down the booster. They get Kerrigan as he falls, and Flick gets Brokey behind the clouds as well. And the cloud that causes Strife now has Cloud Strife behind it. See, I got it in, Jason, somehow.
You did.
I did. Nice. Final Fantasy VII for all of you Zoomers out there who don't know what real video games look like. Flit's got the final kill, and it's now, believe it or not, a tie game and a very, very tough position for FaZe to find themselves in.
Yeah, we're all tied up. We're all tied up, and it's been 5 rounds straight for Virtus.pro, so you can understand why FaZe has called the timeout. They're second of the game. They've got plenty left. But certainly Virtus.pro has found the momentum. Previously, we saw FaZe switch into a double op setup. I don't think it got them the success they really wanted with it, or with the investment that it is as well. So decisions to make for this defense that is starting to get a little bit run over. FaZe Clan playing for a spot in the playoffs of the PGL Major. Virtus.pro just trying to survive, just trying to take us to Overpass for another chance at the big stage. The first big stage in 2 years.
And FaZe need to rein it in, and by that, quite literally, I mean Rain. Needs to get involved. Only 11 kills in this game. He and Buster, the bottom on either side. Actually, James, to be fair, only has 10. That's actually kind of crazy, but this smoke right now, Buster playing the wide side of it, and everyone's going to back off. Just too much utility to take the risk at this point.
Yeah, but Buster called that 2 players pushed down, and that means VP in middle. Flit and Yekindar feel very confident taking up space here, knowing there's not enough manpower to keep an eye on it, or maybe just one player. Twist is coming back, but he's in limbo. It's an awkward position for him to defend, and he's got settled in. Flit and Yekindar not challenging just yet. This is tense.
Very tense. This is so crucial for this game at 13-13 with the money as it is. Twist is so scared he's gone into hiding.
He might have to call a second player back from A.
Smokey, not able to get the first. Flit cuts it open. Now Twist is back, and he's trying to peek his way inside of the site, but Yekindar's done such great damage, even finding Kerrigan all the way around. Twist fell to him just before as we snapped away, and it's Olaf left on his own, and he's about to get found out. Buster just waiting for the kill. Will confirm the round for Virtus.pro, and maybe the map. This is starting to spiral. This is starting to get out of hand. It's going to be 6 rounds in a row now, after 5 from FaZe. And like I said, Overpass comes up next. That's pretty scary. It's been played 9 times by Virtus.pro. They have a 56% win rate on it. It's only played 6 by FaZe, and they have an 83. Both of those are pretty small sample sizes, but I suppose such is the way in 2021.
Yeah, and also throw those stats out the window when you add the pressure, when you add the implications of winning that match, of what it gets you, what it qualifies you for. Man, this Virtus.pro has come alive in such a big way. And now just going to waltz into the A bomb site. And you can see, much like in the first half when it felt like FaZe had every read and was just playing with Virtus.pro's defense, it's gone the other direction. It's FaZe now who seem on the back foot. It's Virtus.pro who seem to be able to just pull them in whatever direction they want. Good kill from Kerrigan.
Smoke as well. He could fade away from this as Brokey calls that he's flashed off. They have committed. Twist was there as well. He was at the CT connector position, and Olaf now takes that position to his. But watch this. Yekindar's in behind them.
They're pausing for Yekindar. They want to give him as much time to get into play, to get into position, to alleviate some of the pressure there. And this is beautiful. This is exactly what Virtus.pro is designed for.
And he's not done there either. They don't necessarily have to commit to the plants on A. They'll pull in that direction, though. Need to be careful because they've actually dropped the bomb for a moment. 53 seconds is plenty to recover that, but it's still getting costly because Yekindar is only in position now. Another smoke. Excuse me, that's a flash, isn't it? Says Yekindar takes down Kerrigan. Is he on for one right now? Is this the big moment? No, he's already got, 3. Kicker had the other. Nice shot from Rain. We know how his deagle yesterday arguably got them to the point that they are in this tournament. So it's very, very possible that he can win these rounds, but it's very unlikely at the same time as James does the P250 from distance. And it's map point secured at least for Virtus.pro. It might be map 3 pushed and forced out of this series.
Yeah, FaZe 2 chance to force overtime. Virtus.pro just grabbing complete control of this game. That's wild. What a great performance of them to recover in this map. As you said, a chance right here, right now.
I don't know how you recover from this either. I mean, a guy like Kerrigan who's so emotionally invested in Counter-Strike, he's put so many hours into so many teams, still chasing that elusive. As James gets the shot onto exactly in that elusive major title. And he misses the arena of all things after 2 years away from it by this narrow margin. He will definitely be pretty upset about that. At the same time, Virtus.pro, a young team with so much talent, are really vying for their opportunity to get onto a stage yet again.
There's no utility on the CT side. They've got one kid on Rain, that's quite nice. But a flashbang, a smoke, and an HE grenade. And that's at like 1 minute and 10 seconds left to play. And this is what the slow style causes you to do. With no utility, they want to find information. They want to know what's coming. They're going to push up, and actually, Kickert's going to go down. That's the equalizing kill. James down there as well. He has no idea Rain has slipped into this position. Actually, FaZe can rotate essentially off this B bomb site at the moment. Rain's going to push forward. James caught. Thankfully, no bomb. Thankfully, that's in the hands of Yekindar. And VP's going to come right back at the push.
Rain's not aware, though, that they're actually behind him. He's going to hear them now shortly, but he backs up, not expecting or anticipating they've gone all the way back through T-spawn, that it's not a typical round, that they're not in middle. And now they've got the back lines. That's all the CTs have to hold the site, but there's no utility. That gives Olaf not 1, but 2 kills and leaves us with just Buster against Brokey and Twists. And he's already tapped out the bomb plant once. Both sides can be occupied. That nade puts him low, and Twist comes around. And there's the one one-on-one I was waiting for, Jason, but it's a little bit late.
Yeah, it came just a little too late in the day. Man, that's a dicey round. FaZe have a gutsy win, but again, it's not super helpful in the sense that, again, they're going to be fighting with low utility. 3 players go down. They don't have the money for all of these great rebuys, and Virtus.pro never expected someone to be this deep in. Beautiful and brilliant double kill for Olaf. One final chance for Virtus.pro to force us to a third map. And these are the opportunities you do not want to slip away.
No, absolutely not. For Virtus.pro, I mean, again, it's going to be heartbreaking on both sides. This is what we play Counter-Strike for. This is the competition we all want, and this is especially poignant this major due to the fact that we just have not had the normality in our scene for so long, that we haven't had majors. We haven't had a crowd at a stage. For me, it wouldn't even be about the prize money at this point. It's about just having that glory, that moment to shine in front of an audience and feel that passion. And they're so close, Virtus.pro, to forcing up map 3, and likewise FaZe to making it there. It gets stressful now. Roki waiting it out, holding it off. Flash, he doesn't take the shot, he actually backs away. Trying to run, actually they think he's alone based on that, so he gives up position and Kerrigan gets the shot, but they overlook the fact that Donut was taken and all of that, and it's going to be a clean, concise take on the A site.
Yeah, this is the map. Yeah, a little bit anticlimactic. They even got Yekindar again up the stairs towards mid. This is mental. Virtus.pro, what a comeback in this game, getting absolutely demolished to start it in the first half, and they're going to end this on an 8-0 run to close out map number 2. We've got Overpass coming up. This ain't done yet. 16-14 win for Virtus.pro.
8-1, just to excuse you. The last round did get won by FaZe in that remarkable circumstances. We listen in, pretty calm, pretty collected, but
they got another map to play. No cause to cheer just yet. You haven't accomplished your goal. Just happy to be alive at the moment.
Seems pretty relaxed as well. That's the good news. But yes, that was a bit anticlimactic. I apologize because it just happened so quickly, and then it was just over. There was nothing really to it. Just a very clinical take of the A site on picks alone, and then yeah, absolutely, this will be Virtus.pro feeling much better about themselves. And Overpass, that's going to be a very, very, very intense situation between these two. And this isn't even it for the day. We still have Copenhagen Flames and NIP to determine our last spot in the arena after this.
Yeah, there's still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played today. This one's going to be wild, though. Again, it's like throw the statistic out the window. This is where the real pressure gets on. Now it's like it's playoffs or busts. And going into Overpass as well, both teams going to be very happy with it.
Dude, I think so, yeah. Both teams have positives in this series. We've seen a little bit from everyone now.
Yep.
I still think Rain was a bit slow that time. Buster came into his own in the second half that game. Still not the most amazing totals, but had good impact, I think, in a lot of situations.
Yeah, and on the other side, if you're FaZe, you're going to be happy. You had Brokey, you had Twist performing well.
Yes.
Not going to be happy that you lost. Not going to be happy that you lost in such a stunning fashion as well. Losing complete control and spiraling away from you in that second half. As you said, 8-1 run for Virtus.pro to close out map number 2. Absolutely spectacular. That's wild.
Yeah, that is wild. Speaking of wild, we've got a wild animal on the desk, and his name is Richard Lewis.
Yes, thanks, guys. That cast, so good. The game, so chaotic. Wow. I mean, we said going in, Blair, that obviously Virtus.pro did have the tools, did have the pieces to be competitive on this map, but I didn't really believe it.
I didn't believe it either. Like I felt like the first map was a win condition for Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
They needed to get Inferno. Heading into Ancient, everything aligned. The stars aligned for FaZe. They have this one in the bag. The first half, sure, it was a little iffy here and there. But then again, they were on the CD side, right, where Virtus.pro, they're able to get a few rounds here and there. Then FaZe, they get off to a great, couple of clutches going in. 13-8 the scoreline. You're now on the defensive side, CD side of your map pick against a team who has never won on this map.
And by the way, with Jim playing pretty poorly.
Yeah. Jim wasn't really stepping up, but got to give credit to shout out two guys, right? Kicker and Flit. Some of those flanks they had, some of those huge clutches coming in. These are huge, massive clutches, but again, so many windows of opportunity being provided by FaZe. Why aren't you watching for potential flank? Why is no one watching someone sneaking in from behind? You know these players like to do it. And it wasn't even Yekinder popping off. It wasn't Yekinder just running in and just outgunning everyone over there. They just got outplayed there. And I gotta say, I mean, I'm just gonna say it, they kind of choked there. They should have won this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is why I said, for me, this is more about actually the side of FaZe than it is about Virtus. Virtus.pro. I know Virtus.pro can get into games, hang around, start slow, come back late, but FaZe should have had no business giving them a chance to do that. In this scenario, as you said, like in the veto, you almost cannot get a better veto right now than a map you've been forcing for months. They don't play, but it's not their permaban, so they cannot deny you in the veto. So you pick it, you're already up on their map, you're supposed to just win the series 2-0. Then in the game, 7-3 as the score, 13-8 as the score. How does the game end? Virtus.pro wins something like 7 out of 8 T rounds in a span and just close the game out entirely. And I totally agree, by the way, on the CT side, these FaZe players, the idea this is your map pick and people are just playing passive, people are just waiting in sights like it was a POG. It's almost like you just expected VP to give you the game, whereas like fair play to VP, I don't know how they do it, but they just hang around in games.
They're so tenacious, got to give them credit, and also bear in mind this 7-round streak they had to close out the game, right? It wasn't like they broke the money for FaZe. FaZe had so much cash to work with initially because they strung a number of rounds together, barely losing a player, right? So these were full buy rounds, and they kept somehow breaking them apart time and time again. At this point, sure, we can keep on harping on how FaZe just completely capitulated on that map, but credit to VP, they just defy expectations time and time again. Even when this seemed like a done deal, that 2v5, which was pulled up by FaZe, you're like, yeah, this should break them.
Yes,
they just don't break.
And the key thing is, I'll go to what you said earlier, this wasn't even like a vintage Shane performance. He was actually fairly poor at times.
I think he was poor,
Missed some shots that you'd expect him to hit off angles. So if they can do this without Jane performing, I go on both sides of it. For VP, this is a new VP. Like, they really can win it seemingly against almost anyone. If you're FaZe, what's left in your map pool at this point in time?
Well, I'm going to come back here and go, listen, I just think FaZe, you know, we had that first spell when they were taking on weaker opponents and it was best of ones, and we were like, FaZe are legit, FaZe are back. Let's just be real. All of the problems FaZe brought into this major are still there, obviously.
Oh, of course.
You know, we still have question marks about Olaf Meister. I know everyone wants him to have this, like, momentous last dance moment because he's a legend and it could be retirement. You know, we don't know what he's going to do next, but life isn't like that. Sports isn't like that. You don't always get the fairy tale ending. And the reality is, Olaf's been in and out the team. And so, okay, he's had a half-decent performance here, or fine. You know, Twists, he's meant to be a world star, taking over games, dominating opponents. He left that Liquid team to come here and basically go to the next level, work with a future Hall of Famer, IGL, develop his skills. Hasn't really paid off like that, actually. Twists isn't sort of doing ZWoo things or simple things.
There you go. Yeah. 49 ADR from Jim in that game.
Yeah, Jim was
almost
diabolically bad.
Yeah.
Jim was non-existent, and you can see, obviously, over at VP.
The win condition.
Yeah, with exactly what we said going into the map, right?
Yes.
Your Kindar's the guy that opens up this map, and obviously, down the home straight on that T side, he was the man.
And even on the CD side as well, like it was a great performance on both sides. He got 13 of his kills of the 26 on the T side and 13 on the CD side as well. So whichever round, how many rounds they were able to get on the CD side, each one of those rounds came in real handy for them to enable them to get this comeback. But for me, what is so shocking is, again, coming back to FaZe, like, where are your protocols, right? You know there's a lot of noise being made towards the B side, and it happened twice, once by Flit, once by Kicker. I mean, kudos to them to getting the right timing and, you know, getting the flank and playing to perfection, but it should never have been allowed. They should have been taken down immediately. So it felt like FaZe, I felt like they got into cruise control at the very end there. They're like, this one's done. But that's where they messed up.
Well, here's an angle for you then, Duncan, right? And a lot of people have talked about, you know, Carrigan coming into this major, how great he is, how tenured he is. Obviously, you know he's the king of the pick ban and all of that stuff. What's going on in this team appears to me, at least, and I know people say, oh, you're a layman, you don't know what you're talking about. Whatever. It appears to me like the adaptation in the mid-round, something's not right there. They're getting caught out by opponents that are essentially outmaneuvering them mentally, which that never used to happen in Carrigan lineups, frankly. He had everything under control at all times. I don't know what's going on.
One of the problems is, even though FaZe in the server do not have a whole bevy of superstars, the names besides Brokey are still enormous names. These are some of the most tenured players of all time, Hall of Famers across the board, including Carrigan himself. I've always thought when he's in the FaZe Clan teams, it actually skews his style too much because he loves to cater to the stars. But what if everyone in your team thinks they're a star? In that world, you're going, well, I'm not going to teach Rain how to play this position. And of course, you know, Olaf knows how to do this. And, you know, Twists, I want him to be confident. Sometimes I think like it's when he's in a team like a MOUZ Sports, you can have total control over that team. You can tell a guy like Frozen can't go, listen, I'm a superstar. No, whatever you say, Carrigan, I've got to do in this scenario. So sometimes I wish in these games he would assert a little bit more control. Call kind of a ballsy setup. Change up the CT setups. Do something. Don't just say these guys know what they're doing. Like at the moment in FaZe, the real problem is their identity's all over the place. It changes from game to game. They're a very mercurial team right now.
Yeah. Blair, any final thoughts from you about this map?
Yeah, I mean, I have to just echo what you just mentioned right there. I think that is an intangible which you really haven't touched upon, right? You have all these stars, and you might have different voices coming in, but as you said, those final few rounds coming in, I really wanted to see them go for some ballsy plays. We did see the one final round they managed to get. Rain was almost virtually in T-spawn, and that's how they managed to win that particular round. But where was this like 4 or 5 rounds ahead? Why didn't it stop VP from getting that momentum going for them, right? So I don't know. This is just a shocker for me.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the most shocking results so far in the tournament, and it's coming at the most dangerous time. With that said, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's the deciding map. We're going to find out whether it's FaZe or VP in the Avicii Arena, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We're about to find out whether it's going to be Virtus.pro or FaZe going to the Avicii Arena. Two organizations that are absolutely in loads of history and, of course, want to get back to winning ways and cement their position at the top of the scene. So, everything to play for. It's going to be Overpass. I've got to ask you, Blair, you know, VP on Overpass, they've already been beaten here by Na'Vi. That happens to everyone. Yeah. They did beat Team Spirit in OT, though. So, do they have a chance?
They definitely have a chance. I feel this is a map which is kind of middle of the pack for both the sides, right? Obviously, that is the case usually when it comes to the deciders. But for VP, especially after coming back from behind on Ancient, when you talk about momentum, they definitely have the momentum. That is something which can be lacking for VP. They're the sort of team who likes coming back all the way from behind, grinding it out. So you have the momentum going for you. And for me, the only worry here, Duncan, would be on their T side, where they do tend to struggle a little bit. CD side, I feel they could really be solid. You have Jame on the AWP. You don't see him go quiet back-to-back on, you know, on 2 maps back-to-back. So I expect to see him be a rock on that A side, and especially Yakinder. Again, this kid keeps delivering. So the CD side, I have no worries for VP. The T side is where a few question marks could be thrown.
Okay.
I mean, you look at the scores already. This is a VP type of series.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
exactly the
This
kind
is
of
where they
game they love
thrive.
to play. So you come in Overpass. Now listen, just like with the scenario on Ancient, all signs should favour FaZe. This is actually a map that's their highest win rate over the last 3 months. Admittedly, small sample size, 6 games as opposed to, say, 14 for Mirage. And also, I want to go wind the clock back again. If you go back to when Carrigan was in TSM/Astralis, he basically pioneered most of the stuff that you do on the T side of this map. The Molotov takes onto B, how you play off A, and you set up a couple of slow attacks, then you get all the B attacks you want. They can never predict you coming there. The problem is this, right? He doesn't have the kind of team he had back then, a complete, absolute unit where everyone's good, everyone knows their role. FaZe is kind of a mixed bag right now. And I've got to say this, I'm not going to do that thing. You'll notice I'm not doing it with Glaive, I'm not doing it with Carrigan. I'm not going to say these are dead lineups, you know, they're using people they shouldn't have at the major. No, I'm going to treat it in good faith. You're some of the greatest in-game leaders of all time. You chose these players to be in your lineup. You came to the World Championship in good faith to receive your salary, an enormous salary, from some of the biggest orgs in the world, saying, I will give you a team that can actually do something at the major. So I'm going to treat it as though you think this team is good enough. So I think all the pressure is on FaZe Clan right now.
I agree.
This is a map they should win. They've, in theory, even sort of managed to get the veto to favour them in that regard. Sure, they blew the last one, but if you're a great in-game leader, you reset between maps. There's no such thing as momentum for you if you're the greatest in-game leader of all time. So if you're Carrigan, if you're the guys from FaZe Clan, I don't want to hear any tears after this map. I only want to hear that it went according to plan and you are a top team and this is exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, and you're talking about pressure. I mean, Virtus.pro have proven like they don't
break.
I mean, the only reason we're talking about them today, remember, is that ridiculous comeback against MOUZ. You know, jubilant scenes, shouting, getting inside their opponents' heads.
Spirit was even up 13-7 on the decider against them, if you remember.
Yeah, exactly. So probably out of all the teams we've seen here at this major, VP have the most heart out of anybody. You know, it's not nice. It's not always good to watch for the purists. It's not the highest level CS you're going to see, but they just hang in there until eventually you make the mistakes.
It's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of Rocky to a certain degree, right? Like it's not easy. It's not easy game matches for him as well. He's got to keep slogging, tire your opponent out, and in the end just deal a final blow. That is VP.
Well, let me tell you, these guys know Ivan Drago, they're this FaZe team. So we're going to find out how it goes. It might just go like Rocky 4. So take it away, Moses, your favourite film.
I must break him.
What is this? What is going on today? I don't even know.
That completely wrecked me. Holy hell.
All right, so welcome back, everyone. Apparently, Rocky 4 is Jason's favorite movie.
It's up there.
It's up there.
It's a magnificent film.
Is it?
About heart, about grit.
About Virtus.pro.
About working hard, about coming back into it. And yeah, I think it's a fine comparison to someone like Virtus.pro who have been, they've looked down and out in some time in these maps, especially on Ancient. That felt like they were out of that game for a long time. They found a way to claw themselves back into it.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I think the economy was a big part of that. FaZe had 5 rounds in a row, and they started to break them down slowly by the end. And then immediately, as soon as they got control of the economy, they overran them.
Yeah.
So many occasions. I think Thorin touched on it on the desk like 6 months ago, maybe less than that even. Their win rate with the one pick at the start of the round when they got the opening kill was ridiculous, and we're seeing that now. When they get the picks, they're really forcing FaZe into an awkward situation.
It's really, really tough to play against them in a 4-on-5 situation, because that's when their entire game plan gets put into play. That's when all the lurkers start having some success, finding some gaps, slipping forward, creating another plan. It's when they get to play slow and you want to go find information, you walk right into their trap. They're so good in the situation, and this is a map too where they can be very ropey at times for the CT side to find some information depending on their positioning. So, man, FaZe is in for a tough task, especially with that kind of crushing defeat on Ancient just right behind him. But look, you got to throw all that out the window. We mentioned it during the cast. Statistics don't matter. Your win rates in this map don't matter. Everything comes down to this one single map to make it to the stage, to make it in front of the crowd. The first crowd, as I said, 2 years that we haven't had one of these things. This is a lot of pressure on these players' shoulders because everyone in Counter-Strike has been waiting for this moment.
No question about it. And like, it's going to be, I think, 16,000 seating capacity. I think that, you said it was sold out Saturday and Sunday already. Of course, Thursday, Friday, we still have the quarterfinals. If you want to get there because it's going to be amazing. I mean, this is something that I think a lot of people will talk about for a long time. The first major back, and sort of the anticipation of it, the players. I think the crowd's going to be nuts for all those reasons. I think I genuinely think most of these pro players right now, if you ask them, like, do you want to win the major? Yes, but playing on the stage is the most significant part of it for them, that they get to get back to that.
That feeling, those vibes, everyone's been hungry for it throughout this entire sequence. Look, you know, this FaZe team, the conversation around them, the things that they've been saying, just basically leading into this event is just like, look, get us back to land. They're sketchy online. We've seen them have up and downs. Yes. We've seen them hit some very low lows, and they've always just said, we're the experienced players, we're the veterans, we're the guys who have been here before. Get us back to the stage, get us back to the major, get us back into these high intensity situations. That's when our experience is going to come and spring forward. And look, you can only say that if you deliver on the promise when you're in that situation. And this is their last chance to deliver on it. After that, you look back and you're just like, yeah, what has that gotten you?
And depending on the bracket and how things, you know, cross over, I still think there's a chance for a deep run from, I say deep, I think semifinal run for either of these teams at best. I think either of these teams are capable of winning a quarterfinal. I should say, depending again on the bracket and who they play. And I mean, there's a million circumstances. That's why sport is unpredictable. But it's you know, it would be a heartbreak to say, oh, well, they didn't even make it to the stage. Whereas you make it to the stage and you might go to the semifinals, suddenly you look like absolute gods, right? It's that close. It's that defining. And this is the map that's going to do that. We are getting ready for Overpass. We're about to jump into it. Heroes are made at majors, man, and these guys both need a hero right now.
They sure do. Freeze time is going to come to a close. We're going to get live into the pistol round here at the PGL Major. Everything on the line for both of these teams. Getting onto that stage, getting in front of that crowd. Pistol round is underway. Virtus.pro is going to be starting on the T side, the attacking side, and FaZe is going to be defending against a very, very difficult offense. Rain is going to get shut down immediately. What a way to start the map for Buster. Single tap from the P250, and now even reading the potential long push.
Buster waiting it out, trying to cut that off, sees the head behind the rock but doesn't hit it. His Olaf's going to swing and challenge. Buster's trying to create that angle as he draws them longer as well. Oh, I was going to say they needed to read that surely they were going to walk into another member. Olaf survives with one, they've lost Rain. Twisted get the kill in response, but this is the real play. This is what it was all about. They had the information that two players are long, that far removed, and they go toward the site, but they overlook an integral part of it. Nobody checks the sandbags. Massive oversight and overconfidence based on that early information. And Brokey not only gets a kill, he follows it up and denies the bomb plant. So the rotation back around from Buster at this point in time is so far away that Yakinder is a sitting target, and Olaf, the 1 HP man, has 1 kill as a result.
Oh, that's so crushing for Virtus.pro. You're exactly right. That information of the double long is what caused Virtus.pro to pull the trigger on the exec. And just one detail missed. They knew Buster was at long as well. Twist should be able to have this. Shooting away, Buster not able to connect, and Twist is going to put him down. 1-0 for FaZe.
1-0 for FaZe. Pistols have... I think, I should remember the stat off the top of my head. It's not like we've had more than 5 now, but the point is it's been back and forth in that the second round hasn't always been converted in this series. So don't call that comfortable yet. Now, fortunately for Virtus.pro, they got a few kills. Unfortunately, they didn't get a bomb plant, so they will not get rifles out.
Which is usually, not always, but usually the dictating factor in that second round buy. Rain going to back off, and Flit's going to take space in underpass. Some small engagements, but no commitment, and everyone's feeling comfortable.
What's James up to?
He's just chilling. Having a good time. Playing with the slide, the swings.
Buster swinging around with the deagle. Kender's still trying to spot someone up inside of the site as well. Smoke deployed to bathrooms. Rain's behind the doorway.
Kerrigan rotating over might actually allow Brokey to get a little bit more aggressive so he can back up Rain, or it'll be Kerrigan with the SMG. So when Rain makes contact, Kerrigan swings. And actually, they want to get information.
Now the question is, Rain stutter steps. Did he get enough noise cue? Twist going down. Rain's got Yekender. Buster's inside of the bathrooms. Rain now gets that call and turns it around. But Buster has come out on top of that exchange. 2 on the Deagle. And as that all transpires, it's over toward B, where Brokey is all that remains. And he knows there's going to be a flank behind him. Or does he, though? Buster cleverly goes back toward Connector instead. FaMOUZ trying to isolate the pistols before the rifle arrives. Flit doesn't matter. He's got the FaMOUZ picked up. And just as I said, second rounds are deadly.
And it's only fair play that Virtus.pro gets one of those to go in their direction, considering the fact that FaZe has had a couple of them throughout this series. And that's what it's like playing Virtus.pro. Silence for so long. One player gets contact, one player goes down, and everything springs into play. I wonder what the calms were, because Twist had fallen back from that position where he was aggressive earlier. I guess FaZe must have just assumed that there were going to be more bodies in bathroom, more Virtus.pro members actually progressing towards the A-bomb site. Twist gets caught out, and everything comes crumbling down. Deagles for FaZe. And as we mentioned a couple times in this series, they've already turned these rounds in their favor. This one's going to be tough, though.
Kender's actually gone by Rain this time, and they're starting to run, which means he hears and knows they're there. He's trying to replicate that, which took him down in the last round. A lovely one shot from the Deagle, but no success. They'll put nades in his position instead. Just a note, I haven't seen too much of the MP5. We have seen it so far in the Major, but not often. Yekender's a man of culture.
I love it.
And class. It does sound sick. It is one of the coolest sounding guns. Probably the coolest sounding gun. Except for the Zeus, if you include the noise people make when they die. That's got to be the coolest.
That is actually a pretty nice sound.
It's a horrible sound, but that's why it's so great.
All right, well, FaZe going to save these the armor and the pistols that they bought in this one. Try again in the next round. Virtus.pro is going to take an early 2-1 lead on Overpass. Man, those shots from Buster. That was unreal. If you come into this mentally shaken after dropping Ancient, that round is certainly going to bring back very similar feelings. Yekender goes down with the bomb, but it's all good. Round number 4 coming in, and around the pistols that FaZe saved, there's not going to be a whole lot of investment. Maybe a flashbang if they want to get frisky, if they want to set up some kind of a desperation play.
Set something up. We know FaZe will be under pressure now. 5-7 brought out for Kerrigan. Deagles for Orloff and Twists. It's raining. Brokey, and we'll hold just on to the complete default kit. A Salvation Army kit. Kerrigan's been absolutely annihilated in this round. Yekender's not slowing down.
Now he's gone hunting. Gone searching. They're going to get a free A bomb site off this. Feel no resistance. They see no resistance. So Kicker to go back through T-spawn, pick up the bomb, head this direction. It's Flit who's going to have a bit of a job to do. You could see him even considering the fact that Boost might come in. And yeah, ooh, even the follow-up span almost connects onto Rain. Massive damage, but round's already over. Olaf falls next, and Flit, he does eventually fall. Now Twist would like to, save the armor if it's possible. But Yekendar's not going to stop holding W. It should be able to find that one. 3-1 for Virtus.pro.
W gang for life. So it's 3-1, like you say, and one of the first early leads that Virtus.pro has actually had in this series. In a half, let alone the series. Flit and James heading over, well, actually pretty much everyone except, for that matter, Kicker, are heading over toward the A side of the map, trying to control middle, make sure the CTs don't get too much map control. That is very much how Overpass plays. CTs have so much opportunity to try and get map control, and it's defining for their setup, but it can be negated so quickly. Especially with a guy like James, if he starts really coming alive in this game. So again, we mentioned he was slow in the last map. If he steps up with the op now on the T side, it's going to be a huge problem for FaZe, but they'll get the opening kill this time. Brokey's able to find Yekender in the bathrooms. smokes himself off as well. That'll give him a bit more comfort in that position to fall away, I should say. The comfort so that he's not being spammed through the alleyways and the lanes as he gets back in the site, because everyone else has rotated over toward B.
It's going to be a fun battle to watch throughout this half, that Brokey versus Yekindar over in the bathrooms. Yekindar has a lot of plays he likes to make to gain map control, to apply pressure. And as we could see in that round, more than willing to kind of walk through Virtus.pro's own smoke and just test and see if anyone's watching the other side. This time, unfortunately for him, Brokey was. And FaZe go for a mid-round information play. No flashbang to give it up, but Olaf, ooh, he's in trouble. He's not going to clear. The equalizer is found.
That's peculiar. You get the man advantage, and he just walks away and gives that up, but they just don't have any other read. Deep smoke as well for Rain to try and give himself something. Buy a bit more time. 30 seconds left. If they can force Virtus.pro to have to rush too quickly and make mistakes on the entry, that might be their best point to success. Molotov will force Rain to move. He's back down toward the pit. Twist on the pillar, wants to wrap around, but he's tagged up by a Molotov, forced out. Second one came in, and it spread far enough as Kerrigan and Rain now have to try and hold the site, both inside the pit, in fact. And it's going to be such a tough position as Flip baits out the shot. They'll get the plant in position. Brokey's gone down already. He tried to wrap it around and support his teammates down below him as Rain jumps over. He did not hit that. I thought he did. His name on the kill feed from the kill prior as James will take down Kerrigan on Cat. Rain is transferred around, and James got that as well. And that is exactly what we talked about with the T-sided op.
Oh yeah, and FaZe even had the read. FaZe even had an extra player on that defense. They rotated him over just in time. Kerrigan got there at the right moment. They just couldn't put a stop to it. It's the kill onto Twist that opens it up and makes that bomb site really collapse. Unfortunately, that Molotov spreads just enough to burn his feet and force him out into the open, into a fight he did not want, and definitely didn't want at that point in time. Rain did everything he could, but what a tough scenario to be in. 4-1, an early lead for Virtus.pro. We've seen them grind it back and come back on both maps to be competitive. FaZe might have to do the same here on Overpass, depending on how these goes. Kerrigan with the scout. Sees the shoulder peek out a little bit slow, and he's got the head. Yekindar missed everything. Kerrigan gonna keep fighting, but Buster.
If that's an op, I think he swings and flicks and hits the shoulders as fast as ever. He's trying to line up that headshot.
Yep, that was his only chance of survival.
It's like popping a tiny little pimple on your screen. I don't know. That was awfully specific too, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay, yeah. I wasn't gonna call you out for that one.
Well, Flit's gonna fall back towards... Fall back? What am I saying? He's T-side. He's gonna fall into position, I suppose. I was gonna say fall back towards safety because they were starting to look like they were gonna rotate toward connector, but he's going up now to bathrooms. They'll cover that off as well with Kickard and James to try and open up a pick toward the site. Not from long, but directly inside. Doesn't see anyone. That'll give them confidence for the execution. Brokey, oh, I think he looked away just too soon. Missed another shadow position in front of him. And now they'll try and pursue the position of Rain on top of the site. Only the Deagle to work with. They may have gotten one. Utility was in the hands for Brokey to try and get the shot. But it's Kickard now with the kill. And Virtus.pro looking like they're going to find a fifth. Olaf might be able to surprise and stun through the smoke. Flit's gun barrel sticking out. He'd see it as soon as he shows up, but he actually crouched at the right time. That makes it a bit awkward. Not as quick and concise as they would have liked to get that AK in the play. As Twist with it all to do is spotted immediately by Buster.
That's a bummer. I mean, at the exact time that FaZe calls to make that play, a flashbang over for Brokey to peek and see if anyone's there. As he's looking away from his teammate's flash, that's when he turns the corner. And I mean, it's tough to know the timing on those kind of plays. You can see how quiet and how slow Virtus.pro progresses across the map and progresses into bathrooms, and that messes with the timing. It's not always going to be picture perfect. Round number 7 coming in hot. AWP in the hands of Brokey, AWP in the hands of James still. No kits for the CT side.
Contenders gonna wait it out. A monster as the smoke is deployed again. Is he a fire-breathing monster? Is that why he's smoky mouth so much?
Yeah.
Or is that some sort of like toxin that's gonna come out, you know?
Like a toxic gas?
Yeah.
They're going real deep into the sci-fi rabbit hole.
Or mouth hole of monster, depending on how you look at it.
Again, no indication this is coming. They're just so quiet the whole time. And that trap never gets sprung. Does Flit want to press the issue?
Twist manages to get one. Molotov out. Oh, did Twist hear it? He's trying to go around the corner. He does damage enough onto Flit, but he survives. And that's key. Oh, Rain needs to be so careful right now over toward the bathrooms. Buster waiting on the other side of the door. Bomb is intentionally dropped back toward T-Stairs, back by that sick club that everyone wants to go party at after the major, but they'll go back and grab that now.
The style of Virtus.pro as they're just quietly, sneakily walking into Monster for a contact play, it's going to make you feel so nervous as a defender, feeling like you always need to have some utility at the choke point. Rain going for information, and he finds it, and actually Brokey, ooh, he's aware. Might not be fully aware that someone's this close. Backing away. A lot of pressure towards the B bomb site. Heaven is smoked off. That's going to keep defenders planted. Brokey's got to deliver. First shot is good. Into a 3-on-3. Remember, no kits and no utility for the CT side for this post-plant scenario. Brokey might need to get one more before they arrive.
Hasn't done it yet. Flit still surviving on that 12 HP. Buster's tagged through the edge of the box, but all three from the same side. Twist on 44. Kerrigan to swing. He gets the shot instead on Buster, and now they've got to go for the bomb, but they do not have a smoke.
Or a kit.
Or a kit. And James has it all to play for with the shots. Wide open vision. And I think enough to win out this round. They're going to have to do something to get that AWP moving. And so far, no position and no control. Now they know it's just the op remaining. Twist is low, though. He can collateral on both, but he's missed it. Brokey gets the shot, and there's time enough, surely. No, there's not. They're gone. They're gone indeed. I thought there was still plenty on that, but not even close.
Oh, I cannot believe Brokey actually looked away with the AWP. That was... Oof. Oh, man. James even just sailing one past. Yeah, maybe if there'd been a kit, but 6-1 for Virtus.pro. Close, but no cigar. And VP is just doing barely enough. FaZe, for the first time in this series, are being tested in a way they haven't had to even think about yet. Inferno was a pretty big lead. Ancient was comfortable for the most part until the second half, and this is brutal. But again, remember, as we said it leading into this map, this is where that experience from FaZe that they consider to be so valuable for this team, that's where you have to see the quality. What kind of performance is it going to bring forward to come back in this match? Early 5-round deficit.
Yeah, this is tense times for North American fans, given that FaZe is very much a North American organization from a, standpoint of the business itself. International organization, they've also got the last remaining North American in this event. And as if NACS needs any more heartbreak. Yeah, I see
elimination.
You, Jason. I see you, Jason, over there cringing at the thought of that.
Yeah, it's not the best times.
Leave it to a Canadian to save the Americans again, Jason. That's all I'm saying. We just got to fly the flag for North America. Every damn time.
See if you can deliver. You and your maple syrup. Molotov's out into the staircase. That's a nice little nade. Does decent chip damage onto Flit. 30 HP taken from him. FaZe has a setup on highway with Rain up close with an M4. Up on Brokey. I don't think Flit's going to challenge this. The main point of attack is towards Long. He's going to let them do the work, and he'll be able to respond however he chooses based off of what they accomplish. No information for FaZe. Oh no, worst timing possible. Oh, Brokey somehow manages it in transition, and that should force him back, at least for the moment.
Not only did he manage the kill on the Kinder, he gets far enough away that they didn't actually get the follow-up they did. He got too close, and James makes no mistake, although he does take a bullet to the dome. It's all that hair that cushioned the blow, and he's left on 9 HP. Brokey still inside of the site, has at least got Kerrigan to come over. His head shows behind the dumpster, and he will duck down, knowing that those strays through the smoke could easily pierce his skull and take him out. It's an AK-47 after all, as Kicker gets up on top of the truck, bomb planted.
Yeah, and again, there's a kit, but there's no smoke. So this AWP on James is going to be huge. Thankfully, he's low on health, but this is going to be another so tough retake.
Truck is spammable, but Kerrigan doesn't have the information as he gets closer to the site. Flit will take him out of it immediately. As Kicker's still there, is able to get only one. Twist trades, Twist swings, Twist takes out Buster, and he's gonna have to back away, unfortunately. So it's FaZe down, VP up, and that's the way James likes to hold his AWP.
Nice, saved it.
Nice, he did save it, it's James. Nice, even better, Jason.
Yeah, but you can see Brokey and Twist. There's no hesitation on that call to save. They just played out this scenario in the previous round. They don't want to do it again. No kit, no smoke. They know James' op is still in play. They don't want to mess with it. So again, FaZe get close on the retake, but this is getting brutal. This is getting very, very brutal. 7-1 scoreline for VP, and a timeout is called by FaZe.
Yeah, it has to be.
They need to recover right now, and they can buy again. Twist and Brokey can both drop weapons over to teammates. But they need to put an actual stop, and I think that's got to be the call from FaZe. I think if you're VP, you need to expect something different. You cannot expect coming into this next round and having FaZe just play a standard defense. They've got to be setting up for some kind of a play to give themselves an advantage in the round. Something creative. And actually, I'll just go ahead and kind of take that back because they didn't drop the weapons over as I expected. They go for a half buy. Kerrigan with the scout, a couple of pistols. Still could get creative.
Man, oh man. I mean, we saw Virtus.pro coming on stronger and stronger on ENCE in the last map, but FaZe, we didn't think they'd fallen out of it completely. This is just flat from them completely. And they're getting annihilated. They're falling into exactly what Virtus.pro wants, right? Opening picks, thin the defense, take the map.
Well, they're taking so much map control, not having to use utility. And they're doing it quietly, they're taking risks, and they're being rewarded for those. And this is what we said. Throw those statistics out the window. Remember, FaZe have like an 83% win rate on this map in the last 3 months. It's not looking like it at the moment.
Only played it 6 times though, right? So sometimes that could be very misleading as well.
VP's being the one to set the tone, set the pace.
Man, not the sort of finish we would have expected from them, but not only that, the mentality of it, right? We know there's certain personalities. This is when you got to look to like Olaf and Rain to really hold themselves together. Twist still has 7 kills, Brokey on 6. They're getting it done, but you need the composure. You need to reset the game plan, and Kerrigan as well, only 2 kills right now. Olaf can't get the shot. Flit's going to take him down.
Remember, a lot of those kills, a decent volume of those kills are coming in post-plant situations when FaZe almost doesn't really have a chance to convert it. They need to start getting frags on the initial execution. Might have a chance here. Yekindar is going to lead the way. Up top, but he's blinded. Brokey drops in towards water, into the pit behind the site. Twist off angle is dropped. Great entrance from Yekindar provided. And that was the last defender in the site. Everyone else is going to back away, and now horrible. It's about saving the rifles, saving the op.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Keep in mind, the only round they've lost was the pistol, and they actually outplayed FaZe in that as well. They just overlooked Brokey, who made things awkward for them by staying alive at the sandbags and not being spotted. So this has been all Virtus.pro. Absolutely all Virtus.pro.
It's wild to think, if you go back to the start of this series on Inferno, it looked like FaZe had such a good game plan on that map. It looked like they were so comfortable with the style of play that Virtus.pro brought out. They were comfortable taking early engagements and finding opening kills, neutralizing some of the impact of Virtus.pro's style. They had a lot of flanks going on, and now they don't seem comfortable in any way on overpass.
Not even closely. And the crazy part about this is that they have one of the best, I would say, bathroom players of all time on their team in Rain. That guy is so good in that position when he gets going, but he's been cut out how many times? You know, he tried to go up with a flank on Jame. That was like, that could have been a round-defining moment, and he makes a little bit too much noise. Jame hears him. He's further back maybe than he thought and gets the op shot onto him instead, keeps them alive. They go into the site. You go back to as well, the few rounds before that, he's actually battling it out with Buster, who stays patient. He can't flank. He gets cut out by him as well. So it's just the patience of Virtus.pro is frustrating the hell out of FaZe right now.
Yeah, it really is. And you add to that the frustration of looking at the scoreline of 1-8, the frustration of this being the deciding map in a series that dictates whether you get to the playoffs of the major. There's a lot of things to be stressed about if you're one of the FaZe players at the moment. Another buy coming in. At this point, FaZe would love to just have a chance at some of these retakes.
Flash is up in the air for Yekindar. He wants to get around the corner. Like that did briefly blind. Brokey in the bathrooms, but Rain going down connector finally gets an opening kill for FaZe. And they have to get into this now. If they want into this game at all, it's got to be now. Rain caught out, flashed, and removed. No, hesitation.
Yeah, indecision. I thought he was just going to, when he saw the smoke coming, I thought he was just going to give it all up and back all the way away, but gets caught in transition, gets caught in no man's land. And Brokey has a tough job to do, almost connects through the smoke, but that would have been pure luck.
And one pick to make it stick again for VP. Is that really what this is going to come down to? Brokey gets the like shot, but can't switch to the pistol fast enough, and it's going to fall apart. Yeah, I think Rain, you get a first pick, and you're struggling like this, take the safe play.
Kerrigan's going to now push up, but look at VP. They just hit the pause button, man advantage, and they're like, sure, come find information. We want it. Yekino doesn't connect the shot, but that's a victory in itself, forcing Kerrigan back. It's keeping 2 players at the B bomb site. VP still have 30 seconds to figure out exactly where they want to go. The bomb's going to start rotating back towards B. And I think a little bit of pressure applied by Yekindar at this moment with low HP. As long as he could just get an engagement and survive, that might pull the follow-up defender. It certainly will if he gets this kill on Kerrigan. Just walking in, now running. And you should start to see some of those dots move, although Kerrigan's figured it out. Twist holding his nerve, finds Jame, and this is finally looking good for FaZe.
And that all comes down to the fact that Kerrigan got a bit of fortunate timing, and also that Yekindar decided to get on the horse and start running, thinking that the rotations had already gone back around. It gave him the kill, it gave Twist the information. It's given Buster a chance on top of the site.
Oh,
they just barely win out the round on time alone, but he still gets the kill on Kerrigan. 8-2. FaZe, whoa. Letting time be the 6th man on the team.
Yeah, but that's actually disaster striking for FaZe. Yeah, you win the round, and at this point, you'll take it. All 5 players go down. You rebuy into the follow-up, which is you at a breaking point, which is you with little to no money built up. Everything's reinvested into the round. FaZe, if they want to make this into a half, if they want to come back and make this competitive, they must win this round.
Man, if he had killed him through the smoke with a second left on the clock, that would just be the nail in the coffin.
That would have been like, call the game. Like, everything's going for VP. We might as well not play this one out.
Yeah, FaZe would look about as bad as McGregor and the Boxer, and they would not be defending themselves after that, I don't think.
McGregor and the Boxer. Way to style that one out.
I mean, FaZe almost look as broken as McGregor's leg right now.
Oof, that's not bad.
And VP's wondering, who the is this team?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, you brought it back.
Yeah, I'm feeling like Thorin just crowbarring jokes in when they shouldn't be there.
Yeah, good on you.
I'm getting it figured out.
Oh, Flit gonna find a timing to jump up, a silent boost. A less than silent fall. Oh man, this is so risky for FaZe. At this stage in the game, in this scenario, this kind of a play is so frightening. Smoke's gonna clear. Kickert is aware of the possibility of this. There's no flashbang to set this up, so they're gonna walk. Oh no! The timing! The nade pulled out! That gave FaZe the opportunity they needed. Now it does go 2 for 2 because Virtus.pro had everyone on this side of the bomb site. But 30 seconds and VP get to play a 3-on-3.
Jame trying to get inside of the site. 3-on-3, but low HP. Doesn't matter now if they can pull it back down to now a 2-on-2. Yekindar with a kill. And Jame on the ult knows he's got everything he needs in that weapon to work with. Where's the shots to come back? Kerrigan,
oh no!
Don't give this man more chances. How is he still alive? Finally, they'll surround him and Brokey does the job. But that was awkward. FaZe finding 2 rounds on a row now, and they desperately needed it.
Yeah, they're still not out of the woods just yet. Still going to be a precarious money situation for FaZe as they rebuy into this, losing 3 players, but they had to get a couple gifts into that round. First, Kickert pulling out the nade at the perfect timing as Olaf turns the corner. That one was brutal. That likely would have been an easy double kill and an easy victory for Virtus.pro afterwards. Those 2 players would have gone down, and they would have had access. The next one is the missed shots from Jame in this engagement. Maybe VP doesn't win it off the back of that. Time was very low, but the opportunity would have been there. At this point, though, with this kind of a deficit, FaZe is happy to take it. Essentially begging for a few things to go their way. This will be a gutsy comeback if FaZe can make it happen.
Let's not read into it too much yet, Jason. I mean, yes, they've gotten 2 rounds on a row and they can still make this a half, but they're still in a tough position.
Yes.
Even giving up 8 on the T side is a tough position no matter how you look at it, but James going to start looking at the site. He's got the AWP. Icader's going to push up underneath of that, get closer to the bathroom position. They do have a hold in the corner by Rain on an MP9, but they don't have a forward stance anywhere else over toward A, so this is actually 2 in the site to try and play off of that. Bomb's way back at T-stairs as well, just so this is not commitment. Rain swings it, and that's a little better from him. Smoke to fade away, tried to get the flash out before he got inside of the bathroom, and Flit found him and punished it. And they did not have a counter peak position despite the crossfire deep in the site.
This is a long time for Flit to be in this position, able to peek up into the site and maybe catch someone unawares. There's two Molotovs as well. There's a Molotov for Truck. That's the position Brokey played in previously, and now shifting into, shifting into as well. Olaf is dropping away. Brokey's going to be here. When does Buster turn the corner? Kerrigan, he's trying to find the timing on this peek. That flashbang is perfect, but Kerrigan gets it anyways, even blind, and Brokey just steps back from the flames, and now delivering. And finally, FaZe with a comfortable defense can feel great about a round.
And things are back to normal because James has to go hide with his gun and try and save. He's going to be hunted down. Kerrigan trying to be the one to get him. Remember last time, these two had an awkward exchange. Kerrigan's got him after the time. Even worse for James, $650 only. Now, they can buy on this with forcing it out. Flit's got $67.50, so they may not be out of the woods just yet. But it's crazy how 1 second and one missed bullet through a smoke has allowed FaZe back into this game somewhat.
Well, it's at least allowed them to set their feet, right? They can at least get comfortable. Well, not comfortable. I'll take that back. There's going to be nothing comfortable about this entire map, but at least lets them feel like they have some breathing room with money behind them, not losing too many players. It's only Rain whose economy is really a little bit shattered, down to $100 after the buy. But man, it's been tough just to get to this point for FaZe. Good on Brokey. Previously, during that execute, the fire forced him all the way back behind the smoke at the dumpster towards CT stairs. This time he sticks around a bit more aggressive and he's rewarded. But really the battle that won in the round was Kerrigan blind finding Buster at long. If Kerrigan goes down there, Buster's got the wide swing angle onto Brokey and he doesn't find that double kill.
Twist waiting it out inside of the monster position with the Molotovs down. Smokes as well. Flit inside of the door at the connector. The door open as well, I think even removed by a grenade. Was nearly spotted by the jump peek at Heaven. I didn't quite see if he did spot him or not. Either way, that's not going to lead to an exchange. Haven't seen too much of the jump boost going on towards short this game, by the way. Normally we see at least once a half someone's going to get obliterated trying it. Flashes go deep. Brokey to cover off his teammates in the form of Rain, who's out toward long this time. Flower position, haven't seen them play there too often. He has to play the park sign. He cannot leave Rain in a one-and-done situation at that position, but right now it may not even come to that.
The nice thing about the position for Rain is when this clock keeps ticking down and gets a little bit lower, it's a great position for Rain to like push up, turn the corner, clear out bathrooms, get information, and be able to shrink the map, allow Brokey to rotate over as well. Question is if he has the courage to do it, because as you mentioned earlier, he did get picked off being aggressive going for a similar information play. But it's getting to be about that time. 30 seconds and Rain's making his move now to clear long. Here's that boost you just mentioned. One kill, Flit couldn't respond in time, and FaZe know everything.
Flash to hold them off, 25 seconds, Kerrigan. Careful, son, you're touching the wall, not around it. You can see he tried to strafe into it. He thought he had a better coverage position, and the bomb plant's gonna come in on that kill alone. Twist once more, he has to fade off, fortunately. Oh, now he's got it, now he's got the double. They get back in position, and Olaf was able to rotate around and get the kill that nearly cost them, as it is gonna be 8-5, FaZe with 4 in a row.
Well, you want to continue that Rocky IV analogy. FaZe has taken so many punches from Virtus.pro early on, and finally, perhaps getting him a little bit tired, perhaps figuring things out and punching back. It's 4 rounds straight for this FaZe defense, and again, 4 players survive. And 2 rounds left in the first half. Man, if FaZe rattle off 6 in a row to close out the half to get to 7-8, that would be spectacular.
Wrap from Olaf down catwalk that gave Twist a bit more room to move. Oh, now we're getting their confidence as well. Look at this flash over Rain. He's back. He's looking comfy now. Let it rain with that grenade. That does absolutely no damage because Counter-Strike Global Offensive, everyone. Just a drizzle.
Just a drizzle. Spring shower. Run boost for Yekindar. Nobody at the angle.
Flash deep, catches them all. They won't know it, but that's fine.
You have to think that take this control, clear this close corner, fall back towards bathroom. Brokey did see the shoulder on a jiggle peek, and Flit goes down. 5-on-4 for FaZe, but still they have the utility Virtus.pro for an execute for a set piece. Up long we go, blinded, and Brokey still got that shot as well. Saw the body before the flash popped. Ooh, almost another one, but now he's gonna get aggressive. They could have doubled him up, and it's a slaughter anyways. FaZe starting to feel like they're in this map. 6-8.
Rain on top of the garbage will put Kicker in the dumpster, and it's, yeah, you're right, 6-8. FaZe coming out of the grave for this one.
It's fantastic too, because it's scary when you start seeing that scoreline of 8-1 at one point, and you feel like going into a third map, and in this kind of a situation for a spot in the playoffs on the line, you don't want that final map to be just a whimper for one team to just kind of get blown out. It's good to see this FaZe have this fight in them. Answering the bell. Timeout is called. That's by Virtus.pro. It's their third timeout. They really don't like the way FaZe have come storming back into this game. It's not critical, but if you're VP, it would be nice to stop this run from FaZe in the final round of this half rather than letting FaZe take a huge streak into the second half pistol.
Buster with the bomb to be delivered outside of the tunnels. Kerrigan trying to get a lineup and fire into it. His aim was so bad against Jame in that clutch that he actually had to attach a scope to his rifles now.
Just a little bit of assistance. It's all good. Twisted this off angle. He loves it.
I mean, it's better than using like a wordpad.exe to help his aim.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that. Twist! He likes it. He's gone out and he's gotten 2. Olaf adds to that. Flit only managing 1 with his AK. But it's in toward Monster they go because that double pressure, full court press, if you will, has left an opening in the backside. Kerrigan's aware of it. He'll rotate around, then Olaf's turned his attention that direction as well. It's down to Jame. 1 minute and 3, and guess what? It's round 15. You can save it if you want, Jame. You really could, but it doesn't matter. Rain's gonna flank around, and believe it or not, it is a 1-round game.
I can't believe they've done it. That's wonderful from FaZe. 6 in a row. This was looking like they might get wiped off the map, wiped out of the major. Incredible recovery to give themselves a chance. It's still a phenomenal half from Virtus.pro. It's still a lead into the second half.
And it wasn't even the 8-1 so much that you said, like, you start to see it and you think this is scary. It was the fashion
in which they got to 8-1, yeah.
Oh my god, they were just getting absolutely annihilated. They didn't even look like they were in the game at all.
Yeah, but it was a complete 180 after that. Like, in the last 4 rounds of the half, FaZe's defense was so good. 3 kills for Virtus.pro in the last 4 rounds. Like, FaZe figured it out. It just took them a minute. I don't think they have the time for that in the second half. They got to start out hot. Pistol round. Rain is in underpass. 4 players going to be attacking the B bomb site, but Yakandar, oh, he puts him down. 2 swift headshots at range, and FaZe haven't even been able to put their utility into action.
Buster, a couple of quick shots onto short. Vikander trying to do what he can at long, can't do anything with it yet. Bomb still sits on the deck from where Twist and Kerrigan fell. Could be a pistol this time for Virtus.pro. Remember, they lost the first one to FaZe despite the immediate comeback. Rain's got the shot. He'll sit from sandbags. There's going to be a flank in that position as well, so they need to make a decision here because they are losing the map. Jame is going to pinch Rain into position right now. And he's made noise. That wasn't a silent jump, but he spots the door opening behind him.
Well, all he's done is let him know that he's there. Let him know that they can't fall back, and that's going to create chaos. 52 seconds, and FaZe is trying to figure out what to do. They know there's going to be a stack at this bomb site. They know there's one behind somewhere.
Flash over top. Buster blinds completely. That'll let Rain cross over. Obviously, they know he's there. That's not really the point. He just wants to get in the sight so he can do things like that. The menacing man. As Buster gets one back, Flit will cover off onto Brocky. And now it's down to Olaf in a 1-on-3. Can he buy enough time? Needs to buy about another 25 seconds of it, and I don't know that time goes cheap on the market, so he may have to sacrifice a few body parts to do it. So far not, as he's taken Flit's head off, and he still wants to hold the pillar. Spots another shoulder, and when he peeks again, Buster's got it. And unfortunately, time too expensive in this one. They'll be able to hold on and get the defuse. So it'll go 9-7 for Virtus.pro.
That's a really difficult clutch. Virtus.pro almost lets those 2 kills from Yekindar slip away. They almost give up a couple, but I think FaZe, considering the situation they were in, are going to be very, very happy with the plant. Extra money for everyone and signifies the likelihood of a second-round bye from FaZe Clan. AK-47 on Brokey and Twist. Galil on Rain, Scout on Kerrigan.
It all started. That's how it all went down, but this bomb plant, FaZe can return the favor of the first half. Just like they have in the other maps, and certainly on map 1 they did. Go way back to Inferno.
Yeah, they did one on Ancient as well. Tag through the smoke. Not too much damage onto Kickert. FaZe is going to have all 4 people on the other side of the map just passing by the fountain. I think Kerrigan just wants to peek with the scout and clear out any presence, anyone peeking out towards long. Doesn't seem to be like a huge point of emphasis for them, though. FaZe going to start making their move in towards bathrooms. Again, just like VP, slowly creeping, not a whole lot of utility used because they don't have a whole lot for the late round. And this is a great defense from Virtus.pro. They're going to be happy with the engagement that's coming. Twist peeks into it, doesn't get a shot off. Great shot from Yekindar, and they still don't know the second player is here.
Yekindar takes down Brokey. He's blinded up though, and that allows the Rain, the swing. He's done so much damage, but little did he know that James was there to take care of his little friend Flit, and he could not get the secondary kill as the babysitter has put the kids to bed. Babysitter tried to put me to bed so many times, I'd fake it, Jason.
Nice. 7-10. FaZe Clan's going to be on just pistols. They need to play the economy game now. Now it's about getting back and having the next round be a very strong buy with all the utility that you could possibly use. Give them the tools they need to flex across the map, take some control and see what they can get from there, and then pick and execute based off the kills they get.
See if they can recover from this phase. They've done it the hard way in the first half, but they're certainly not making that any easier, losing the momentum already on halftime number 2. That's a huge round for Virtus.pro to win because now they should find 11-7. Just could not open up the site. Ooh. That's not bad, but unfortunately it's through a wall as well, so it's a dink into Yekindar that only does 40 damage.
It all counts. Oh, mid-round long aggression. Rain gonna peek around this corner, and that's an odd angle. Yeah, see, almost converts the damage that Twist did earlier. Yekindar now down to 23. But again, another second player situation that has been spotted by FaZe is gonna be out towards long. Kicker finds Kerrigan playing with the edge of his smoke. And this round is all but over. Well, Matt, it's been a grueling series. All these maps going the distance, and you feel like this shouldn't be any different. 16-13 on Inferno, 16-14 on Ancient.
Yeah, Virtus.pro have clawed into this, gaining momentum in each and every map.
It's nice they get to play from the front. Now, they did mention on the desk earlier, Virtus.pro just a team that for whatever reason, just I think the new joke going around is that Virtus.pro's paid by the round that they play.
Yes, that is the new joke.
So many close games, so many grindy games.
Everyone thinks that James actually saving money in the game. He's actually making money in real life.
It's next level.
It is. Why would I clutch when I can just get paid?
We just saw the coach call a timeout here. Final timeout for Virtus.pro, interestingly enough.
Well, they know that this is the next gun round, and this is massive. They win this, and an Eye bomb plant as well, then they potentially get themselves up to 13-7, and it's all but done at the way that this game's been going.
The other side of the coin, though, is if FaZe bring this back and start closing up the scoreline and think about the potential overtime situation, and you have no timeouts left. A lot on this conversation. A lot on this round for FaZe. Yekindar, moral support.
Well, at least he's here for something. Now, those are prescribed names. He sits right now at 15 kills. In fact, Flit, Yekindar, and Buster all on 15.
Brokey with 14 for FaZe. Twist with 12. Here we go. Deep Molotov and FaZe has beat it, running through playground. Yekindar, a little bit of danger, but the timing's just fine. Twist catches a glimpse of him, calls it out to his teammates, and Yekindar, of course, going to stick around, hoping someone comes through the smoke. He hears that drop down.
Gonna work in toward the smoke. Twist firing, jumping down. Molotov in. Knows he's probably outside somewhere, but does he go up to above? Watch that shadow. It's too obvious. I was gonna say, Twist, you gotta get that kill. The aim that far removed, the spray that deep into its life. And he does. It goes 1-for-1 as FaZe trade.
Yeah, but I think FaZe should be happy with that. That could have very easily been a double kill. I think more often than not, Yekindar probably gets a double kill off that one. A little bit sketchy. Uncharacteristic of Yekindar, the aim we saw on Kerrigan just there. Back to the B-bomb site for FaZe. Quiet all across the map. Virtus.pro's defense at the moment is stagnant. You have Jame at the long position.
I've just noticed for the first time ever that the scorebot, well, it may have happened before, but it's wrong on HLTV because Yekindar has, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, how many kills, deaths in game? He's got 14? Scorebot says he's at 15, so.
Ooh, maybe they're ahead of the game. Buster's got the first kill, but everything's traded after that. Kickert finds one as well. Good entrance from Rain. Good follow-up. They know Kickert's down here. Have to win it. Kickert's got one, and he's put Jame in a winnable position. One-on-one, and Brokey's got very low health.
Silent movement to get down inside of water for Jame, and he'll hear Brokey rotating around. Oh, Brokey thinks he's got the gig. James one step ahead. James one step ahead, and he's only on 12 HP. Brokey has absolutely no chance at this, but now a battle of wits, a battle of patience, and who will prevail? James gonna slide out, and Brokey gets the angle because the feet show first, and the patience of the man. He just wanted to get as far away as possible. I thought he was gonna go for the full wrap, and I thought he was done for.
If he had been, he would have died. Jame had all the information. That pause is phenomenal from Brokey. What a great clutch to win with low HP. That's huge. This is magnificent. Rain with a good first kill, the follow-up as well onto Flit. That was massive. And Brokey able to clean things up. And Jame didn't want to tap the bomb because then you lose track. You don't know if Brokey's going to be coming from Monster, coming from Sandbags, which way to look. He thought he had all the information he needed. What a stunning shot from Brokey. Just 3 rounds back now for FaZe.
Well, you look at it the correct way. 3 rounds is the difference between them. There's only 5 to go for Virtus.pro. Money again for them in this particular round. And money's still very tight as well on the FaZe side, so this is another breakpoint situation.
That's what makes this comeback from FaZe so impressive, especially considering their recovery in the first half, is they were in such a tenuous monetary situation for most of it. It took them a long time to stabilize their money. In a similar situation here, although fair play easier to contend and deal with on the T side. But they need more. Kerrigan, one of the most respected in-game leaders in all of CSGO. One of the most experienced, surely it's all going to be put to the test here.
Flit trying to do a little bit of damage, spraying through that Rain actually did suffer from. Lost 8 HP, not a huge deal, let's be honest, but they still get into the water position inside construction, trying to make sure that they can take the site quickly. Nade to try and deter the position up close. Molotov gets bounced behind, that's gonna force them out. They see two, they see the stack late. Oh, but they get away with it. That could have been a slaughter for Olaf, and Flit gets the kill instead, but they're not done there because Kerrigan's come in from Monster, and a Molotov at the barrels meant transition for Kickert, and he could not run from death as it knocked on the door, but Jame, he catches out Twists, as he's trying to do more than that. Flit knows that they're on the ramp above. Bomb still gets planted, swings, and Brokey hits in a very, very important shot to leave it in a 3-on-3. Nearly gets an angle on the side. He takes Yakinder down, and James has to back up. How can they possibly try to get back into the site on this? There's kits in play. No, they're on the ground. They have to be nearer to the site than that, surely, as they try and move forward. How do they find the pick? As the patience for Kerrigan to stay in has Rain behind the cloud, behind the smoke, to wait and bait and try and perfect that bomb. As they smoke that off again, no, Rain's going to have to play this perfectly off to Kerrigan. He takes a shot in the kneecap, but he dances around, and that's when Rain goes. He knows one's distracted, and that should be enough to win it out. And Kerrigan's movement is perfect in the end.
Oh, that is a very, if I can say so, uninspiring retake in the 2v2. That was so slow-paced, and as you said, they didn't have a kit whatsoever. That didn't feel like their heart was truly in attempting to try and win that. And I hate to say it, but yeah, that's... It's not the kind of retake you want to look at if you're VP. The lead is cut down to 2, and now Virtus.pro are out of money. They lost everything there.
All right, look, Peter from HLTV. Scoreboard is not wrong, because it just counts death from the C4 explosion, which aren't counted in-game. Look, I was going to maybe think that was the case, but why would you guys be so silly as to mislead people by counting that, Peter? Fix your scorebot and your forms, because they're, I'm not going to get into it. Let's go. Back to the game, Jason, shall we?
Back to the game. Back to you in the studio. Deagles.
Okay, he followed up to say that they count that because it can affect economy, which is a fair point, and I'll let you off the hook this time, Peter.
Ooh.
Twist with the opener. Rain is going to wrap around. Oh, he didn't peek far enough. The kicker might get away. Kickert is good. Oh, I thought Twist was running right into that.
This is wild.
I think Kickert still gets away with this pistol, and the crosshair placement's easy. He knows they're there. He waits. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, but blinded up. A dink, but not much time to think. He gets taken down afterwards. Brokey's got the kill onto James after he got one, but look at this. Flit still in close. Brokey can't possibly let him stand in the corner much longer, and they'll check them all.
Yeah.
Hide and go seek. Rain will get the peek.
Yeah, once they know there's a stack there, they're going to be aware of everything, checking every corner. 1 round lead now for Virtus.pro. FaZe have come back magnificently. And of course, this is going to be a back and forth affair down the stretch. Guns finally back in the hands of Virtus.pro. Although again, there's no kit.
Yeah, no kit is significant considering the bomb plants are now coming in from FaZe consistently. 1 round. If they pull this off, what an effort. They flirt with everyone. All the emotions. Everyone's been on both sides of it this game.
The full spectrum of emotions.
And I'm not just talking about the players and us, I'm talking about everyone. Everyone watching as well. Like, this has been tense.
Double nade. No one in those positions. Even a nade a little bit more shallow through Monster in case the player stepped forward. Monster is smoked by Virtus.pro, and looks like FaZe want to end here at this B bomb site, or at least they did initially. Now going to back away. Twist is met up with Kerrigan and Brokey towards Fountain. Yekindar is going for information. This could be an awkwardly timed play. Awkwardly timed push. And Yekindar has no fear. But he's the only defender at this bomb site. Actually, they can completely walk past him in all the defense. James is going to hustle back to the A bomb site to rectify that situation. And here we go.
Twist is going to take the charge up and over top of the truck. He's on a mission, and he finds James. Shots ricochet his direction, and he's fragmented by bullets down to a fraction of HP, but it's Olaf that goes backwards to find Yakinder. Rain is rising above to try and spot both of the entry points, but they're going to back it off. 3 players left alive. Virtus.pro, this is the situation they're now in. This game is turning, and FaZe are going to knot this up 11-11.
Yeah, a little bit of a gamble on the setup there for Virtus.pro. A huge, huge gap in the defense to stack a 4th man over towards the bomb site, likely feeling because FaZe had so much presence there that a hit was going to be coming in. Good call from Kerrigan to rotate it right back around. And Yekindar, I thought he would keep moving forward for information, but just staying posted at long wasn't going to help his team in any way. They get a kill in garbage time at the end. They shouldn't lose anything. And we're all tied up. 8-1 at one point. It's been a 10-3 run for FaZe to get back into this situation. Both teams just 5 rounds away from the PGL Major playoffs. Virtus.pro has no timeouts left. FaZe, I believe, just one.
Contenders going to take the charge and get aggressive in toward Connector with just the pistol to play with, trying to catch someone off. Create some sort of tipping in the scales for the round in favor of his team, but Olaf, he'll hold it out inside of construction right now without going anywhere near that doorway. Kicker with an off angle as well. They're playing the positions that suggest they have optimism. They're looking for some sort of mistake from FaZe. They're looking to catch them off at this point. The gimmicks. Oh, Yekender, he's been tagged by that Molotov. That gives it away. Rain knows he's there. Can't do anything with a pistol at that point. Buster knows that they were in that doorway, so he's very timidly trying to peek back and sees the nade coming out as well as the gun barrel, but couldn't get the shot.
Oh, this is. I think this is how they get it. I think this is how they get the equalizer. Jane, good shot. Rain just exposed himself, and I think the presence over towards sandbags, they didn't think there'd be a boost to back it up. A clever way to hide the danger. And Olaf is locked into this corner.
FaZe aren't going to panic on this, though. They're not actually... Oh, no, that's a problem. Right eye peek as well. He still doesn't get away with it. Buster gets the shot. I was going to say they're not scared of this, that op hasn't forced them to go back over toward B, knowing as well that with that stack, after seeing someone, there's a heavy B presence, but this is just one at a time. Virtus.pro with all the picks.
Well, I mean, Kerrigan's getting there so he can set up a smoke, and yeah, there's just no utility. And that 3-on-4 situation, it's 2 Molotovs and a smoke, and FaZe don't have the tools to force Virtus.pro off any of the angles. And that continued relentless aggression from VP nets them a 12th round. Huge. FaZe Clan is going to buy up with everything they have left. Round 24.
Smoke and flashes all in the connector. Round 24, and again another breakpoint situation either side. At this point, decent amount of money for Buster, though, carried over from that last round, but not anyone else on his team, really. Kerrigan just taking the initiative to run it up long. No one's here. They need this is kind of what they've been needing more of. To get some map control, to get some awareness, to get a read. Yekender's going to hear that flash out toward long, and as Kerrigan comes back around this direction, it might be an exchange out in the bathrooms, and Kerrigan has been erased.
Oh, this is not ideal. This is not good. Again, low on utility. 1 flashbang. That's all that FaZe have. They don't even have any smokes.
And FaZe clawed back from 7-1, rather 8-1, excuse me, to make it 8-7.5. They then lose the openers and claw it back to 11-11, and now they're reaching that same problem again where they just can't find the kills. And they're being so slow, they're almost falling into the trap that is Virtus.pro's patience. But Rain, he's gone aggressive, he can't get kickered as well. That would have changed the round. Bomb still gets planted on this, but James is in position. And we know how good he is with an AWP, let alone in a position where he has the sniper nest as protection. And this boost from Yekender. Surely they know Twist hasn't left the platform yet.
Oh yeah, James has him zoned in. That's a lot of skill to just be blocked off from getting involved in the action. Twist waiting on top of the bomb. Good kill from Yekender. A follow-up. And Olaf with the Galil. They line up for him. But the weapon isn't strong enough. And Virtus.pro have a retake. Now a 2-round lead, 13-11.
Force.
I'm glad I don't have to make that call.
That's a tough call. You give up 14 and then you have no money left to fight for overtime? Yeah, this is the right time for the timeout right now for FaZe. The last of the ones that they have available to them.
They'll talk things over. Great retake. 2 rounds now we've seen FaZe with the weapons just coming towards the close, coming towards their final play, and just don't have the nades to really make it, have that extra push to get over the hump. And FaZe deciding what to do going into round 25. Do they want to invest everything here? Do they sit it out? Brokey's got 20 kills, 16 on Twists, 15 on Rain. For Virtus.pro, it's 19 on Buster and Yekender, 17 on Flit. The new addition performing admirably. And FaZe is going to take a relatively conservative approach. They just drop down to pistols and armor and utility. Plenty of flashbangs and 4 smokes to work with as well. So a chance to turn the tides in this round, but no rifles.
In the side of the smoke, they'll go through, and I sucks to say, but this is probably the right call, that they have to sit back and concede around and make sure they've got enough money to fight it out in full force.
Oh, nobody actually shot at Yekindar. This is so dangerous. I don't know if he realizes how much trouble he's in. They line up. They're all lined up. 2 kills. They're lucky it wasn't more. Do FaZe press the issue? Flitz waiting. Massive damage onto Olaf.
And Olaf's going to go down to a nade, if not that incendiary. Where do they go?
He's
where
behind
do these
the wall.
nades go?
He's behind the wall. I think it blocked the explosion. He just barely got into safety. He knew the danger point. And he's going to back away. 3 versus 4. 1 AK-47 to fight with. 2 smokes, 2 flashes.
Smoke out, Kerrigan to throw it. Flit will hear that to his left, but he's firing on the right, and the bomb goes down. The round is surely done now. As Kerrigan gets the AK. Oh, you never count anything out. CS go! Oh! Kerrigan! There's the aim you want from him! And look how stoic he is! Look how composed he stays! And naturally, he keeps these moments closer to his eyes than the glasses resting on the edge of his nose, because he knows what majors mean, and he's got a chance to win this. He's got time, but Buster's got position. Oh, how insane would that have been if he runs it back to B?
Kerrigan, for all the criticism he gets, he has this weird knack of pulling out miraculous clutches once in a while. Some impossible situations that he's able to turn on their head. But shout out to Buster. Calm, cool, and collected, not panicking when 3 of his teammates get sprayed down. Buster just casually looking into the wall, listening for informations, and the footsteps give him all the intel he needs. This was incredible from Kerrigan. And it's ripped away from him at the last second.
Oh, and they messed it up. They messed it up. They wanted to try and go for the 4-man boost. They didn't get there. Brocky slips off the top. Fortunately, it's a gun round, and that's not their gimmick, but this is as close as it gets now. FaZe, they've had so much effort in this game to pull back from 2 situations where they were effectively out. And the last round, the perhaps epitome of that, as Kerrigan nearly comes back from the impossible in a single situation, but now this round is make or break for FaZe.
It really is. And they wanted to test after that smoke cleared. Molotov is going to delay him. Puts Kickert into position. Follow-up smoke surely to delay on top of the Flames. And Brokey doesn't take the shot. However, there's actually a decently aggressive stance in towards bathrooms and long. That's from Jamin Yekindar. They hear nothing. They see nothing. No utility is spent there. No pressure towards the A bomb site. And that's going to cause Jamin to get the deep angle with the AWP and allow Yekindar to get into a position where he can easily jump on the rotation once FaZe execs. 40 seconds in round 26.
Flash out at bathroom from Rain. At this point, he's just trying to get a read on the defense. Molotov is a problem because they wanted to go. They're already through Monster and they're denied from sandbags. And they're going to rotate it around and put everyone through the same tunnel. The same effect as Olaf at least gets the early trade. Flit's able to pull it back. Kerrigan, he can't find Buster this time. It's falling apart for FaZe. They might find map point right now. Virtus.pro has Rain taps toward the heavens. It's Yekindar that stares down on him and smiles from above as Virtus.pro are 1 round away from the playoffs.
And you can talk about experience all you want on the FaZe side of things, but it's actually VP who seem the most composed at this point. These rounds where FaZe isn't actually applying pressure or taking map control anywhere, Virtus.pro's happy to just sit there and hold on. That execute could have been dangerous, but VP has Molotovs left over. They've got smokes and nades and flashbangs left over. The counter utility once the hit comes in is messing with the timings of FaZe's hits, and they've got to have one last comeback in them, FaZe. They brought it all the way back to 11-11. Now they've got to rattle off 4 in a row if they want to stay alive and force overtime.
Oh, Yekindar, he's pushed up. He hasn't gone for this play yet toward Fountain, and he hears them. Was he spotted? No. They turn it around. Brokey, I thought he had the angle. Olaf's going to assassinate him in the side of the head and at least give his teammates a bit of a chance to continue forward. He'll upgrade his Galil onto the M4. But I gave them the chance to continue forward, but they go back instead. The bomb to be recovered. It will be handed off to Twists. Brokey, the man who leads the way, is the one that sits out in this round. Likewise, though, for Yekindar, but Buster's not further down than that, I should say, as he stepped up tremendously in map 3 after the criticism we gave him, and it's just 1 man left. It is Rain, and he with the Deagle will try to get to a gun, but they'll be staring him down, bomb at their leisure, and this should be the end. For a team of such great stature, great composure, the last North American in the major, and FaZe might fall from grace right now, and Virtus.pro by the skin of their teeth, will make it through to Stockholm stage. The Avicii Arena. The incredible crowd we've been waiting for 2 years, and our legend spot on the line. They need 1 kill, and there's 3 of them to find it. Rain's gonna do his best. He did pick up a Galil, but he's sticking with the Deagle. In fact, that Galil's out of ammo, if the HUD's to be believed.
They'll give him the plant. They'll be happy with let him have it. Securing the win.
He's not going to go for that, though. He wants a kill first. He wants to be 1 step ahead of them. James staring down the gap. Nearly got the shot both ways. He nearly ran in a linear perspective. James not going to get the repeat straight away. He knows he's going to be trying to go for that plant flash out. He'll get behind the boxes, switches it over, and he does have ammo. And excuse me, it was grayed out because he was not holding it as his primary. And Rain will fade. Now, he's faked out a couple of steps toward the bathroom where he made noise, but they know he's not in that direction because already Buster is clearing that. Buster has that information, and this should be pretty straightforward from VP. They'll smoke him off as well. It gets worse. He goes through to find 1, but wasn't expecting 2, and Flick gets the final kill. Virtus.pro not only come back in this series, they dominated, and so close to FaZe. It's heartbreak, no doubt, but they are in the playoffs.
You got to give props to Virtus.pro. The way they've stayed in each and every match. They were almost eliminated by Spirit, almost eliminated by MOUZ Sports, almost eliminated by FaZe in this series right here, right now. Every single one, the first 2 maps all included a huge comeback for VP, and FaZe could not do the same. And jubilation for the VP side.
And you got to wonder what the emotions on the FaZe side look like right now as well. As we say, Kerrigan, such an emotional player. Twist, he knocked out his former teammates yesterday in Team Liquid. He knew what this meant. He knew he had to get to this stage to prove a point with this team. And yeah, no doubt, natural dejection on that side. Kerrigan has not moved. He is not unpacking his gear. He is just looking with disbelief. And for a in-game leader that's been given so much credit and been around so long, what's left in his career? He wants a major so badly.
Yep.
And you got to wonder if he even has much left for anyone in a roster. What's going to happen with FaZe as changes coming?
Yeah, who knows? But at the moment, there's no words if you're FaZe. What an incredible victory for Virtus.pro. It's just a capstone of a year. Remember, we started this out. We started this year by saying this is the era of CIS, the rise of the CIS region. And this is a beautiful way for that region to really put an exclamation point on it, knocking out FaZe, having another team in the playoffs.
Just want to point out that pie bet you brought up was just, that wasn't real.
Yeah, sure.
So, we're good there.
Weird how that works out.
Yeah, it is weird how that works out, Jason. Many times, in fact. But usually it's you that's the one that's on the other side of it.
Man, the resilience of both of these teams. The heart has to go out for FaZe. Yep. 8-1 down to tie it up at 11-11 and then just get blanked from there. That's so tough. That's so tough to deal with. They did everything they could, but just so much of a hole to dig. That kind of a comeback on the T side of Overpass against a team as good as VP, you're not going to get that too many times.
No, not at all. And we still have one more game coming up, which could be every bit as heartbreaking. Copenhagen Flames, the last dark horse that really remain in this. I mean, I guess unless you consider VP that, but a team that can super...
Furia as well?
Furia, yes, to an extent, in terms of the underrated teams left. But Copenhagen Flames could knock out NIP, the home favorites right now, who have been on the rise since adding Device. That would be heartbreak. But before we get to that, we've got to talk about this one. In order to do so, we got to send it back to the panel with Dick in the desk.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. So we were using Rocky 4 metaphors throughout, and ironically, of course, the CIS team was Rocky in the analogy, but it turned out nice again for Rocky.
In the end, you got the wrong fight in Rocky 4. This was the first fight with the aging star Apollo Creed representing FaZe here. Washed up, thought it'd be all fun and games in an exhibition and against an up-and-coming CIS power who obviously brutally destroyed them. And I, quite frankly, would have thrown in the towel, unlike Rocky.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could see there Kerrigan very emotional at the end, and I'm just going to prepare it for everyone at home. Spoiler, this segment's going to be rough if you're a FaZe fan. Maybe go put the kettle on or something.
Not more rough than watching that game.
Well, true.
We can't make it, we can't make it
look,
worse.
we're holding them. We're holding FaZe accountable by the standards they themselves said to do so. Kerrigan said, "Give me a year." You got it.
Technically, he didn't say which year. Maybe he meant the 2022.
Yeah. Now he's like, I meant the one
starting
after.
Now.
Yeah, starting now. But yeah, he said, "Give me a year." Right? Done. Okay. Yep. He said, let's get back to LAN. Okay, done. You've got that. And he promised that this would be the turning point where people don't play the same. We've got it all figured out. Well, you ain't figured out Virtus.pro, and let's be real, they're a middle-of-the-pack team here.
And you put your faith in Olaf Meister. Yep. Again, listen, I'm not the one making this guy keep playing, and I'm not the one... By the way, this is how I always do it. I never blame the player for saying yes to the deal. The player should take the best deal available to him. It's the team that chooses to select that player who are telling you this is a player good enough to play this role. I don't think at the moment, listen, there's plenty of other problems at FaZe Clan too, but Olofmeister ain't helping. Like, I know he had certain maps in this tournament, like in previous phase.
Certainly in the Challenger stage,
he had a couple of moments there that were nice against some of the lesser opposition.
Yep.
This is when you need, remember all that we were told about LAN. It's going to be pressure for these up-and-coming guys. Some of these players, Yakindar's never been in a major in this kind of scenario. Who looked better? Yakindar or Olofmeister, exactly. The experience didn't work in this particular setup. Like, this isn't the Astralis versus FaZe matchup that we saw in the previous 2-2, where, you know, experience wins out and it's the young guys who fall apart.
And Blair, I'm devastated for Brokey. I am devastated for Brokey.
Listen, I wanted to see Olofmeister in that arena. I won't lie. I wanted to see that guy play there in front of his home crowd, a legend in his own right. I wanted Brokey to get his sticker. Sure. He played his heart out. He carried his team.
Even the highlights on this map.
Yeah, it's him. He always delivered on every single map. And then you go back to the map of Ancient, 13-8 up on a map where VP have never shown even a semblance of a fight. Yep. You lose there, and then you head into Overpass, where sure there were moments where they kind of seemed to mount a comeback, but VP showing great composure to close it out. But again here, Brokey delivered. Where are the stars on the side of FaZe? I spoke about Rain. He was seeming like he was waking up when we started off the Challenger stage. He completely disappeared off the server in this best-of-3 series. Olofmeister not really having too many moments as well. Twisted Superstar having an above-average performance. You can't have an above-average performance. You're supposed to be delivering, carrying a team to the next level. So while I do want to praise VP for what they've shown when, you know, it's crunch time and how they deliver, FaZe, they failed here.
Yeah, well, look, I'm going to tell you where I lay it on the doorstep. We're listing competent players here, but who always has to be the one to take the blame? It's the leader. That's the nature of the beast. I've been a fan of karrigan going right the way back to the 1.6 days. I don't think this is going to do anything to disrupt his progress into the Hall of Fame eventually. I also know from some personal experience how good an IGL he is. But the reality is, with this particular FaZe lineup, I remember when Twists first joined, I said this could be a #1 team in the world. Now the caveat there was it was as Gambit were emerging and we didn't know what Na'Vi were going to do.
Still Cold Zero, of course.
Yeah, exactly. You know, back Cold Zero still on the roster, yes. So, you know, at that point, it seemed like a good shout. I couldn't have predicted them being this disappointing. And again, remember, even at 2-2, playing a team of Virtus.pro's caliber, you think karrigan's going to have something up his sleeve. You think he's going to understand how to break down that playstyle because he's a great IGL. There's a reason he's got his head in his hands there. He knows everything I'm saying is right.
This is a map that they'd won 5 out of their last 6 on. Again, the veto looked like it was totally pivoted in their favour.
It was.
They won the first map, stole it away from VP. Then they got Ancient, which is supposed to just be series, dead, over. Okay, even so, we got the insurance in our back pocket. We got Overpass. You got what? You're behind most of the game. You needed actually miracle 1v4s like karrigan almost pulled off to even get back into this game. Like, just what a lackluster closing performance.
And again, shout out to our MVP Yakindar over here, right?
Yep.
The 2 Latvians in the server delivering. And here's a cool stat. Both of them ended that series, Yakindar and Brokey, on 68 kills apiece.
Yeah.
While for Yakindar, he had his team stepping up alongside him. For Brokey, it was a one-man show. And
let's stay on the Yakindar talk, Blair, because, you know, listen, he was a guy who came in, it's the online era, you know, you're taking these fights that work for you online, they won't work at LAN. You're doing these wide swings, they won't work for you at LAN. His stats at this LAN, at the Major, have been actually better than his average over the last 3 months online. So you talk about people coming and stepping up. Yakindar's done it. It makes you wonder why the people on FaZe couldn't. Yakindar's proven himself.
But here's the thing, so has Brokey. During the online phase, he was the anchor of the FaZe ship among the stormy seas of online Counter-Strike, and he was able to transition that onto LAN as well. So was Yakindar. All these young guns who were unproven on LAN, they're delivering. And for the side of VP, though, sure, James had probably the quietest game we've seen from him so far. He was bottom of the table for his team as a primary AWPer, but everyone else delivered. We had Kickert stepping up, we had Flip with some huge rounds as well. New player, mind you, coming into this team. Again, an another caveat you had to add to how they've lost. This is a new player coming into the system where, you know, they had to move a lot of parts around. Buster replacing Sanji's roles, Flit trying to slot into the system, and they're kind of working this as they're playing a goddamn major, and they're able to take down a team who's been with the same lineup for God knows how long.
Yeah, it's a good point, Duncan. You know, we probably haven't given Virtus.pro enough leeway in the fact that they literally swapped a player just before the event, trying to make things, you know, work on the fly. But the reality is, for me, that only adds to the grand failure of FaZe, right? Of course. But sure, I do want to focus a little bit on Virtus.pro and add a bit of positivity. Able to overcome a FaZe while James is having a pretty poor series, a very quiet game by his standards. It does point to the fact that now, calling them dark horses as we did sort of on day one, kind of indicated, right?
Yeah, this is why they are my dark horse for the major, because I actually think, despite the whole Flip project initially looking like it had reset, the map pool looked like it was a lot more shrunk. He certainly wasn't connected with the style of play they had. They even needed other players to get back up to the form you expect. Now I actually think, look at how many games they played, because as usual, they play all the rounds, all the maps, so they went all the way through the tournament, but they've gotten so many games under their belt now. They're going to head into the playoffs looking like the VP of old, but with a little bit more firepower. Exactly what you're actually gambling on when you bring Flit into the team. So in my opinion, you look at them as a team now, they just won a series on 2 maps that they are supposed to lose on. This is a fabulous sign if you're a VP fan, because right now you feel like that style can just be taken and plugged into any map right now.
I think the Rocky analogy, it looks even better when you consider, I think the stat is, I could be off by a couple of rounds here, but they've played an average of 27 rounds per map thus far in the major, which is ridiculous, as you said, the amount of rounds they've played, right? And again, like, the style of VP's Counter-Strike, you know, might not be a fan. It's not the prettiest of CS, it's not the most elegant of CS, but it's almost like a street fight. But they get the job done. It's ugly, it's brutal, but they get the job done. And if that's what it takes, so be it.
We need to design a new time system. It's going to be called James Savings Time. You always add an hour to the match.
Yeah, no, I will say as well, like, you get value for money when you watch a VP game, no doubt about it. Well, gentlemen, thanks very much for your thoughts on that series. We're going to go to break now. We've got one more best of 3 for the day. And if you thought FaZe were disappointed for not booking their place in the Avicii Arena, imagine how NIP, the Swedish legendary organ, feel if they lose to Copenhagen Flames. We're going to find out what happens after this break. Hi Counter-Strike fans, and welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. It's the last best of 3 of the day, and it's NIP, the home team. They're going to be battling to book their place at the Avicii Arena. They're going to be going up against one of the revelations of the tournament, the Danish team of Copenhagen Flames. High stakes, high rivalries, high tensions, and high analysts, probably. We've got Duncan Thorenshield, and we've brought Yanko in for Blair. Yeah, exactly, of course. It's great to have you here, Yanko. Obviously, for those who don't know, Yanko has pretty much done everything in Counter-Strike and been a high-level coach as well at MIBR FaZe. Yes, absolutely. So, you know, only the best here at the Major. So I'm going to start with you since we haven't heard much from you today. It's an absolute disaster if NIP don't win this, right?
Playing in front of the Swedish crowd is something that they would love to do, and I think just considering that it looks like they're peaking right now as a team. I mean, this is the best we've seen this iteration of NIP play. I think it has obviously a lot to do with Device stepping up individually and them just having a little bit more time to gel together, but now they're in a really precarious situation, and it's very hard to gauge exactly where NIP is because they win 2 best-of-1s, right, fairly convincingly, both on Inferno, and then they lose the best-of-3s to Navi and Gambit, right?
2 best teams of the year.
2 of the best teams of the year, so you can't really say they're bad, and that's why they're in a 2-2 situation. And this is really a high-pressure game because the opponent is Copenhagen Flames, a team you're supposed to beat any day, but who are really hot in this particular tournament.
I mean, it's literally a hometown team, Copenhagen from Denmark. Like, the idea that these guys, I'll say this, even after the RMR, I don't think people really believed in Copenhagen Flames. And by the way, NIP
well, you
won the RMR.
Didn't, did you?
No, of course not. And then you look at the matches that they're winning. When they were in that previous section where it's like, oh, they're just in the same hotel room and so they haven't really been on the real stage, that was all well and good, but I think some of that from us was actually a bit of cope. Like, if you looked at the way they were winning those games, they were winning those games big time. They weren't even winning like close games. They weren't fluking it on a map. Like, how did they get to that map? Like, their map pool is looking really legitimate right now. And you look who they're beating. At the end of the day, you have to basically be the best teams in the world to beat them.
And I'm sure we'll get to that in a bit, but their map pools pretty much overlap, actually. So that's why this can be a very exciting matchup. We see both teams at their most comfortable maps facing against each other. And yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, also Copenhagen Flames, some of their stars, you know, Nikodos and Roy, are actually higher rated than Device and Hampus are, 2 of the best performing players for NIP. I think that's where you look towards, Richard. You look towards Raz and you're like, well, you really want to see more from him?
Yeah, I mean, look, okay, Roy, we've done all the talking about him that really can be done. I mean, obviously, you know, he's been a revelation since joining this team and one of the best players at both the Challenger and the Legend stage of this Major. But we've got to talk a bit about Nikoros. He was the guy that I referenced who did the interview that said, this Major is the first LAN he's attended. He didn't have to bring his own PC. That's the step up in level. And if you look at the games that he played to get them to this stage, on the brink of being in that top 8, you know, coming all that super long journey, he's the guy who's like, he's fragging out against the best teams in the world. And he's doing it, taking that wide peak, aggressive style.
The irony is, if you remember, we opened day 1 where we had a little piece of shoulder content where basically Banks took along the Copenhagen Flames players and he said, line up, you know, it's a Major now, line up and you're all going to react to something. It's actually us who've had to line up and react to something because Copenhagen Flames since then have been, obviously no pun intended, one of the hottest teams in the entire world. Doesn't matter who they face, again, doesn't matter what map they go on. These are players like, I'm going to go ahead and guess most CSGO fans until this tournament couldn't even name 3 players on Copenhagen Flames.
And you even look at their losses. I mean, they lost the best-of-1 against G2 on Ancient, where they really just seemed a little bit shaky. That might have been the nerves of actually playing in the studio for the first time, and they even said that, Hooksy, the in-game leader, said, this just wasn't us, we're going to do better from here, and then they went on to beat Smashy G16-2, and the loss in the best-of-3 was to Heroic, right, which is, you know, they already beat them in the Challenger stage, so it's hard to beat the same team in the same tournament twice, right? It's just, you know, especially if you're an underdog like Copenhagen Flames, so that was a bit too tall of a task for them, and now they're, I think, in prime position here. They have a great opportunity here to upset NIP.
And I'll even say as well, aside from in the new Challenger stage where you had people like Roy, Top Frag, etc., and you got a couple of players like that, it's not like, actually, I'll give you the best example of a fluke this year. It's MOUZ Sports winning Flashpoint 3, the RMR. Because at the end of it, right, when you went and looked and saw they didn't lose a series, they beat all this stuff, you go and you look, every single player was ridiculously above their career averages and even the averages for the 3 months, except Rops, basically. That isn't even the case here. There's a couple of players really fragging out. The others who were also somewhat unknown. I mean, HooXi's nobody in the relative context of the majors. He's only basically known for being on that Mad Lions team at Flashpoint 2, where, by the way, they only finished, like, what, top 8 or something. So I think, actually, you look at some of these players, they're not just fluking it. Like, there's a system here, and it's working.
Yeah, and we've got to talk about NIP, obviously. You know, they're the team that have the star names, but there's been a couple of them that haven't been delivering star performances and delivering on that promise. Now, Device, he's had his numbers, but I would say we're yet to see him really take over a game. The Astralis, 16-1, that doesn't really count. Astralis just weren't putting up a fight here at the Major. That's why we're not talking about them today. But, you know, Rez, a player, I've been hyping him coming into this. He was great at the fall RMR. He's missing at the moment.
You know, Richard, also, I mean, even as an ex-coach, I always believe there's way more than just individual performances. And I always think that it's, you know, the good game, the good teammate that you have is what enables your players to perform well and have good games. But you have to look at it when it comes to the highest, the biggest stage, the highest pressure games. That's what separates the true star players from, you know, just very good players. Look at what ZywOo has done today. Just put his team
plus 30.
Just put his team on the back, you know, just go, okay, I got this now, right? And ever since those first 2 games, you know, you have different examples of that from a lot of the star players, and that's, if you really want to establish yourself, if you're Rez, you have to do that. You have to have good games when it matters the most. You can't just disappear for multiple games now when we're at the biggest stage. We can't call him, you know, he's way past being a rookie or being someone who's, you know, the spotlight isn't on him. Like, he needs to be the star rifler of that team right after Device on the AWP.
Yeah, and I'll even say, though, Device himself, he's been good. He's had games that were good, maps that were good, halves that were good. But at the end of the day, he came to this team, and one of the things he said was a reason to come here was to have a chance to be the #1 player in the world. In an era, by the way, with Simple, ZywOo, Nico, go through the list, Shiro, a whole bunch of incredible individual carried players. Well, here's the thing. We don't buy a player like you to lose to Copenhagen Flames from your country in a deciding game to get us to the playoffs. Like, you make a massive sign like that, it is like signing Cristiano Ronaldo. If I sign him, I better win the league. I better get 30 goals out of you. I better dominate the opposition. Like, it's not good enough to do that thing people do for stars in CS where they go, well, it was above a 1.0 rating and he wasn't the worst. But no, I've paid you to be the best player in the server against a bunch of nobodies. So you better deliver.
Yeah, and the reality is he hasn't been close to those other names yet. So we'll be looking for a big performance from him. We do have the veto now. We can take a look at it. And see.
Could be very spicy because, as Janko says, there's a lot you can do here. Like, for example, NIP's Inferno, obviously the map they're favouring. It's an obvious pick to take in this scenario. But for me, the most interesting one, and it's what I was waiting for the whole time, Janko, was Ancient was almost certainly going to be that decider. Because if people don't know, yes, you know NIP on Ancient, you know that they like it as a map, but the Copenhagen Flames are one of the most active teams in the last 3 months, and they've played something, Janko, mental. Like, I think it was like 25 games on Ancient.
Yeah, and you just get so much routine through that. And just looking here at the picks, I'm not convinced 100% about NIP's Inferno. I think it's a little bit of a mirage because the first big win on Inferno that they had was at Pro League against Gambit in a game which meant nothing for Gambit. They beat them like 16-5 or something. They were already through as the first seed. It would change nothing for them. And yes, they've had some big wins. Obviously, the Astralis wins, some good performances, but mostly it comes down from, you know, having really good CT sides and then just getting it done with that big of a buffer on the T side. So we'll see here. I like it in this position in a sense of it is one of the weaker maps for Copenhagen Flames.
Agreed.
I don't think I've seen them in the games I did on the mainstream even have to play Inferno. So from that side, you know, you're picking into their weakness at Copenhagen Flames.
I'll tell you a factor I immediately think when I see these 3 maps. If you want to be Device and be that star AWPer, it's going to be hard to get into this series, man. Look at the maps we're playing with here.
Yeah, I mean, those are not... I think on Nuke, he does have a better chance, right? On the CT side, I think that's where we saw some of his better performances. And hey, if anything, you know, it's not like the start of his career in NIP where they were just playing Mirage and Ancient all the time.
Absolutely.
Mirage, the permaban of Astralis, and Ancient, a new map. So Nuke and Inferno, those were Astralis' maps when Device was a part of that lineup. So this is where really you set the scene beautifully. Like, he has the perfect environment to just carry away the game for NIP. We'll see how he approaches it and the team approaches it, right? Perhaps they're just feeling, we're the better team. We don't need to put the game on anyone's shoulders.
And then another thing to throw in, because we don't really talk that much about Copenhagen Flames, because so often they were put on that B stream, is obviously the Flames, despite having very inexperienced players, even Roy the Star, they're not really experienced at Tier 1, they do have Peter as their coach, who is someone who obviously has a lot of tenure. If people don't know, way back in time, he was the coach of NIP when they won the major in Cologne in 2014. He's been in many different teams over the years. He is a very veteran player. He's someone where, listen, I don't traditionally think of him as a true IGL, but he clearly is a guy who does his demo research. And at the end of the day, NIP is one of the teams that I actually think they don't have too many surprises. Like, I think you can research the demos and get an idea of how they're going to play.
Right, guys, quick predictions. Who's taking this one?
With the veto, I'm not really loving it, but I still think NIP wins. I still think somehow experienced players out, and Flames just have to prove it to me.
Okay, Janko.
I'm edging towards the Flames, but I need to pick NIP just because I want to see them in the arena in front of the home crowd.
Yeah,
I think that would be magnificent.
They've got to be there. Guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're now going to get into the game, and this one's going to be brought to you by Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, I loved what they've laid down, and it is a brutal one, Chad. Like, for me personally, I'm a sucker for a romantic story. The likes of Cinderella, Copenhagen Flames. I love that, but I also love Swedish crowd going absolutely wild for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, the hometown heroes versus that Cinderella run. Both of these heroes set up for heartbreak, right? So at the end of today, someone's going to be in tears. This is a huge game, and I think considering what Copenhagen Flames have done, they've performed above and beyond everybody's expectations at every single turn. So to doubt them here and to doubt them coming into this matchup and thinking maybe NIP will just get done with them, I think we could be fooling ourselves if we think that here.
Chad, how long has Device been in NIP? You know what? Like, probably not that much longer than Copenhagen Flames have been a team. Have been a team. It's like 5 months, and now they've gone open qualifier, now playing for top 8. We are ready to get this party started. First map, Nuke. This is the Flames' choice. Let's see if they can start with an impactful bang. Yabi in eyes with him. Going to be looking to open up with their T-side pistol.
Oh, walking yard. Lots of space here. Hampus is going to call them out. Smoke's dropped in the P250 in the hands of Zyphon here. We're going to take a heads-up duel as the flash comes on through.
Ooh, okay, well, no one's actually gone down in their initial engagements. They can reset. There is progress made. Look at Roy lingering on that smoke. Device is on Overwatch, and a warning shot across the bow. Hampus to check, and that's quick out of Roy. Already nearly taking a second. His teammate joins him. Nikados finishes what Hooksy started, and they might just win through long-range engagements if Nip don't slow things down.
Yeah, they want to fight here. NIP, Plopsky taking a duel. Lockers as well.
It's a Glock, Roy. How are they even exchanges? Another one for him. There's no nuance to this, and that is a Julie frag eventually pulled across the line. A 2-on-3, recovering slightly, but Plopsky still standing in the lockers, hoping for a Hail Mary head. And this one should just wrap up. Yeah, Yabi from behind. Chad Birchall with the weather.
That right there, they just isolated the fights. I think Roy's initial fight there shows a lot, right? Getting towards Unbreakable and then just chilling. The kill comes his way. He opens it up. And I think right there, there's a couple of points that we're going to be able to carry through with this T side of the Flames going up against the CT side of NIP. Your yard defenders are going to be a combination of Hampus and Device, right? Those are the two that you want to be keeping your eyes on if we're seeing the yard smokes, the crawls towards that position, and how they're going to stifle and rotate around. Another man that I want to bring up here is the youngster, LNZ, right? He is the ramp player. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him in this game. And we're getting straight into things. Top we go. Yabi down the vent.
That's huge progress. Didn't have the bomb. Not a full commit, but definitely going to be able to force some rotations and even catch and to force you to only really use ramp as an avenue. Secret smokes. You've already lost vent. And you can see what that's done. Perfect catch from the Obs team. 2 men floating. It looks like they'll commit to just the one, but Hampus will need backup if they swing open those doors. There's a lot of bodies on the other side of the slow site. Heading towards that control room, and a tag across the bow. Zyphon low. Util to be dropped. LNZ there as well for good measure. Roy has put his name in the opening kill column again.
Yeah, onto Hampus twice in 2 rounds here, and that might be it. The mollies, the smokes, it's too good. The Astralis plant comes in, and I think we'll call this one done. NIP going for the double dip. They're going to keep this saved and upgraded weaponry into the next round of play.
Can we call that one simple too?
Yeah, so that, as you pointed out there, Yabi down the vent, cutting off one of the key rotation points. They tried to rotate in time, NIP, but you might need a few more bodies. And then the risk of that is, if you put all the bodies down there and it turns out to be a ruse, you've just left ramp, very susceptible, top, very susceptible, and it, you know, wasn't guaranteed it was going to be that lower play.
Didn't notice it myself. Did you catch whether or not they're just doing an on-the-fly, like, incendiary smoke, or are they doing this kind of Na'Vi skylight smoke?
It's definitely the standard stuff right there. So, like, that smoke, you can do it two ways, right? When you do it from spawn, right, that's a set way so you can get it to land pixel perfect, but...
Okay. Unnecessary?
I don't know. It's like if you're going there and you have it in your hand and they get a good spawn and they take that fight, and you know you're adding a bit more risk into that maneuver.
Well, we felt it when we were casting Na'Vi's nuke, and NIP, of course, played against Na'Vi's
Precisely.
nuke. It's very suffocating when that is immediately landing combined with wall smokes and there's pressure ramp. You just sit there feeling like there's 10 people against you. And it keeps them guessing for sure. Well, yeah, keeping it simple and 2-0 start. The Flames up against that second bite of the cherry. 4 players saving their force by investment. They'll have full weapons into the next. Let's see how this one shapes up, if they can get it at least a little more competitive. The cross smokes are down. HooXi has swallowed a HE from Device, which certainly puts him within the range for a scout to the body, and Device goes in for a repeat. You'll never guess who just got his 3rd opening kill.
Huge from Roy here. Really, really showing up in these opening frags on the T side. Smoked off. Rez is going to get thrust forward. The flashes there.
Ballsy. Very ballsy, and a good bit of... Roy! All right. Cool your jets. Another catch, and that's Rez trying as hard as he might. Look at the damage inflicted. They did take some heavy blows, but nothing lethal.
It's forced the rotation right at this point. If you are NIP, you have to respect this. You've even seen them cross towards Secret, so rotating a couple of members down. LNZ towards Shadow, Plopsky to oversee business from the ramp position, and Hamper's just making sure that they can't make their way back up cleanly. HooXi going to be in a bit of strife here, my friend. There's 2 bodies to find, but quietly almost makes his way into the back line. 2 players low here. There is a chance for damage. 3 low now.
Yeah, very, very vulnerable. Hampus collects. That's Roy gone. His damage muted, and Hampus has lost his head. Yabi, nice find actually on the Mac-10. Keeps a cool head on his shoulders. Now they are still susceptible to a 1-deek. Nikados couldn't have any less health if he tried. 1 HP.
This could be a big fight right here.
Yeah, Zyphon hard clear. And bang, just to the center of mass. A weapon upgrade at the bare minimum. And Nikados now feeling like he might not be able to contribute too much. Yabi has to really do the most here. Time is on their side. Kits are light. Yabi needs this. Needs it now. Oh, right, back to turn. The positioning is flawless. And Nikados, a non-lethal way to draw attention.
Huge. On 1 HP, to make that level of impact, to drop that molly as well. At that point, you're thinking it's almost done, right? You get 7 seconds on that. So great stuff with the low HP. They didn't sweat too much, but it did get a little bit closer than I think the Flames were anticipating.
Now, you were telling me, Roy, is he 27, just so I can simp correctly?
Yeah, he's one of the older boys. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure when I was doing my little age checks, he was about 27 years of age. Here I am, just, yeah, 27.
27. And finding a whole new lease of life. Guiding some of the younger names in attendance at this event.
Same play right here. You can see the secret smokes dropping again. Need to wait for it to bloom. Device with the AWP. Not going to be able to see a single thing. They've dropped the molly defensively, but they're able to get past.
Look at that. Safe passage for everyone other than Roy, who's now just been singed down to 28. Hampus has a smoke and has rotated appropriately. Would expect to see that smoke dropped upon contact. Hasn't opted to do so. They could find Hampus here on his intermittent checks. The nade a little late, and
he's committed to this now.
Roy's a lucky boy. Has been tagged up. Nikados falls. That's a lot of their more threatening util gone. HooXi is into the site. NIP having a heavy advantage here, but just by keeping it smoked, double molly, it bought time for the plant. A tough retake at times, this low site.
We got some smokes here. It's flashes as well when, oh, Hampus is a problem. Flash on through, door swings open.
Okay, dark needs to be cleared. Light on util in that respect. LNZ and Hampus partnering up. Nice and safe, and that's a big clear from Hampus. He's pulled NIP into this one. Yabi from behind, looking to strike, would need a whole lot more. Multiple targets, the defuse is coming through. 2-1, great shooting, but not enough. They make it costly, but NIP will convert with all the guns.
Yeah, well, I think that number advantage going to the side right there was actually huge. They took their time and they didn't get flustered, so NIP getting on the board here. Able to get the AWP back in the hands of Device. That means they're going to stay with their standard gun round plays. But Copenhagen Flames, plenty of cash to splash. They could buy on in. AKs are plenty. Util there as well. As you can see at the top of the screen, map number 1. If you're just joining us now, Inferno and Ancient waiting in the wings.
course, Ancient's been such an impactful map for these teams here. Make or break, really. Hampus, we see this play all too often. He's a powerful, powerful component of NIP's defense here. From the secret position, they come knocking on Device's door. Oh, a hard sweep, quick flick, does miss his second chance, but not the third. That's lovely out of Device. First 2 kills we've seen from him. And he's locked down Yard, there's more to come. Oh, and they're sitting ducks for him. He collects and plucks, and that is the end of that. Just Nikodos spotted out. Ziax is too much, and Klopsky will collect. That's a full spotless NIP round.
Yeah, and that's great now. Can start working on a bit of a CT side economy here. Everybody looking at about that 3K mark as the util buys are coming on in, and Copenhagen Flames have to go back to the drawing board. They've got 5K on Nikodos in the high end. The low end, Roy, with 1.9. So you can see the change up, right? They've been doing those secret wall smokes time and time again. This time, instead of following the smokes through, they've tried to pip the gap, take the fight, but Device ready. Stepping up early.
Yeah, it's good to see he's online. I'm sure the NIP fans knew how compulsory that was, and the desk outlined it as well. You know, this guy has to deliver in the capacity expected of him, and that's just shy of the mark, but on the second, down goes Roy.
Farming him now.
Exposed heel. And he's getting to have a nice little shooting gallery to warm up the aim.
This is good, though, that he's being confident, right? They want to take these fights. It's just the pistols. You don't want to necessarily just roll over and die, but speaking of death, Device is down. They have been able to find one. Hampus needs to be careful now, and we know he loves to be aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, one of these Deagle shots connects. Suddenly, Warehouse becomes a bit of a threat. The order to scooped up, but it's a very low percentage play. Hampus will collect, and so things will peter on out to an equalizer. Just checking in on that scoreboard for the Flames. You have got your likely candidates already finding their footing. Yeah, I'll be at the top of the scoreboard alongside Roy.
Now, the question mark is, do they turn their attention towards ramp now? I mentioned LNZ being that ramp holder. It is a potential exploit, right? They could start trying to work on him, pressure him. He does tend to turtle up, right? He's one of those players in a bit of a Zipex fashion. When they get pressure, they'll go for 1 kill and they'll drop away. They'll play it a little bit safer. Just going to be curious to see what the change up here is from the Flames. 3 out the gate now, 3 back in response. Nikodos is going to be into his T-side AWP, so both sides with the big greens out. There's that smoke that gets limped towards the front Squeaky.
Oh, and you can see how well synced that is. It does force Device down into the vents, but he'll be able to check on Secret from there. I believe that he'll still beat them to the punch in that respect.
There's 2 of them there. Yeah, Device needs to go back up. Hampus has already got this covered, right? So Device is going to need to linger here. Smokes off Squeaky again. And no clear indication, no space taken from Flames, but definitely doubts around. Hampus is calling this clear now as he pokes up his head, but they're just around the corner.
Oh, Roy could be catching Device here, and he's quick to the draw. By all accounts, he's supposed to be dead. Device just better. Hampus clears out Yard, and there you have another NIP shutdown.
Yeah, it could be completely different right there. If Roy gets the opening, the kills wouldn't tumble in their favor. But over towards ramp, they are turning their attention to LNZ now, and he's trying to play the off angle.
Yeah, he's found a good spot. I mean, this is not Nikodos' clear. Siphon, first of all, Nikodos unavailable. Good shooting out of LNZ, delivers when matters most, keeps it clean, and NIP really are building a bank here, nurturing themselves into a potent CT side.
You could see how important it was for Device there to get into a place where he could actually find some traction, because if he gets locked behind that smoke, where's he meant to go, right? He can't drop down the vent. They already have Hampus towards lower. They don't need him there. They need him to lock down that space to make sure they can't get around towards that heaven side. And this is great from LNZ. 2 great shots there to lock them down and send them back towards pistols. Hooks into a smoke, a flash, Deagles for the rest. Just going to limp right across towards that red container. So wanting to take the fight here early. Hampus across in towards Secret again. So they're doing a great job of stifling this territory, and Zyphon has been spotted top silo.
Oh, and Zyphon's hit the bloody banger. Okay, $700 versus $47.50. Zyphon doesn't need the scope. Now, it's not going to be easy to build upon that. And I mean, Hampus spotting out Hooksy, which actually has the bomb. Could be the end of their plans. You can see Rez has rotated in, scooped up Device's Zoom banger. Little pop flash action, should he require.
You need to be so careful. What's that about?
What's he gone and done with that?
Looking for info here, scrambling now. NIP, 3, well, make it 4v3. That's a response from Rez. But this could still get out of control. There are gaps across the map.
Yeah, Nikodos has leapt through one. Now he's called Plopsky up in the rafters, and Nikodos primed and ready to catch the retreat of Plopsky. Spotted him. Hard shot to hit. Zyphon's put another in the feed, and oh, Nikodos as well. Just Eagles, Chad. And it's LNZ that has to come up clutch a good first. Spicy headshot, needs the rest. Can he finish with a flourish?
He's reading them here. He's sending him towards Secret, and he's already reading it. They're going on down. If he gives a tell that he's ramped, they can go up the vent, but it's likely LNZ is going to get the drop on them.
If he walks on in, does he commit? No, okay, stays in limbo. Will be able to rotate top side, but it means he has to hit some hard shots. Zyphon's already hit 2 stunning ones. And
Molly's going to be great.
Oh, that'll mess him up. He's in trouble. Down he goes, low HP, LNZ for the 1v3. Oh, and Zyphon, you started this. Have you really got it in you? He has! What a save! Zyphon, 3 absolute Deagle perfect, Pixel perfect, and we just got flashbanged as well. NIP 4, but Copenhagen Flames take NIP down a peg.
Yeah, massive round right there. Zyphon opening and closing that, and you don't think it's going to get out of control after this opening kill, but Hampus, desperate for space, desperate for some information here, steps on into that one. This was the one we caught off action. Rez doing the same, right? You can just see how much NIP was searching for space, and great shot here.
He brings the fight to him.
Yeah, really good stuff.
I mean, a slightly less confident player would be looking at the time thinking that's his best bet, but he just brings the fight straight to LNZ. Game on now. They're looking for a top site hit. Clearing Rez, aggressive from Yabi. Rez caught unawares. Plopsky doesn't have a chance. Huge. Look at them shoot the heads. It's just as easy as that. The round is over, Chad. 1 minute 27. Hampus could try and change the dialogue, but that's cancelled. It's just Yabi. This is his round, Zyphon. He had 1. Now it's Yabi's turn, top of the score. But
he's off the leash. He's already chasing. Device won't be able to get away towards CT spawn here. Look at Yabi. He's just bloodlusting for this, and he even has the chance. The crosshair not too far off from Device, and now they know exactly where he is.
Do you let him have it?
I feel like they have enough utility to chase him down, and there's plenty of time to do this, right? They can go about things. Just keeping track of this on the radar for all of you. They are making their way through hell. Device tucked in behind the forklift here. Flashes, smokes. They can try and break down the space. Multiple angles on the peak, and Device knows they're coming.
Okay, Device, a smoke thrown his way, and Roy's the first to fall. That might be the end of playtime.
That might be it. Doesn't look like they want to get stuck in here. Nikodos just keeping his head tucked on down.
I mean, that was brutality.
Huge from Yabi. He's having a great game. 12 kills for him already, right? 12 kills for him already, and that would just seem so easy. You can see the flight path there. The only thing that he was zoned in initially was going for that CT vent. Gets that first onto Rez. He knows what he has to clear next, straight into the site towards Plopsky's position. A great round. And the fact that he's the guy getting the 4th kill on Hampus, who comes out of that fading smoke, is exceptional work. He knew where all the rotations were. This, it just fades. Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. I got a head on a bloody swivel. Huge round from Yabi there. Now 5-4 in favor of the Flames.
He's come to play today, Chad. I mean, this is when you'd expect the inexperience haunts them, but if anything, he's just accruing more and more experience with every frag he finds. Nikodos is brave now, and Device perhaps unanticipated to be here. You can see players boosted for a surprise element. Holding their nerve for now, and a smoke deployed.
Change of pace here. I think the Flames are expecting something a bit more aggressive because NIP have been losing a lot of space when the smoke walls go down towards Yard. The vent drop as well, so just trying to punish the CT response that could very well be that aggression, but now they've waited, they've hit that pause, they've waited out the first 40 seconds. Smokes will be lined up towards Yard.
Now they'll have done their research, Chad. They'll know Hampus is the destabilizer here. He's the one that will often try and kick up a fuss when you do throw out this smoke wall. Sometimes he's in it, sometimes he's ahead of it. This time, at the top of the stairs, and he'll be able to call it smoke and mirrors if Hooksy doesn't catch him. Do they wait for that contact to happen? Yeah, Hooksy's actually taken down Hampus, and now the boost we just spoke about earlier is coming into play. Is Device ready? Yes, he is. Looking very sharp is the Dane, and plucks Zyphon from the pack as well. On the return, he could win the round right here. Roy not expecting a re-aggress, but does find the head. Okay, he's impressed. Hooksy dead. Rez confirms it. Roy taking that space. LNZ spotted it. Do they have to send? Does he get away with this one? The flash securing the frag and likely the round.
It's Yabi though, he's on hot.
He is very hot right now. And that's, bloody hell, it looks robotic. He might have another here. LNZ will save him. A great recovery for the Ninjas after what started so perfectly for the Flames.
So that's what you need from Device, right? The desk we're talking about it, how you're going to get a superstar like this in your team. He needs to step up at a moment like this. And he's the only one that's not Swedish right now. So the Dane Getting it done right there and making a round that, oh, they lost the opening to HooXi and Yard. Very winnable now, and the cash situation starting to be questioned over there for the Flames. You got HooXi into a deagle, the same for Yabi.
I do love me an Nikados Orb.
Yeah, so you can see that there was a bit of a pace change in that one early from the Flames, but we are tied up 5-5, and the boost on over. Nobody home to contest this. Down the vent goes Hampus, but Noisy. They will have heard that ladder. More util back and forth.
The standoff is Device, and how actively he can test this. If he has a glance, Nikados, no slouch, and that's all he needs. He's taken some liberties. No smokes, ready to take the quick scope if Rez is brave enough, and just like that, he's ahead. Hampus, oh, could have been dead. No, does force the util out of the Swede very early into the piece. We've got 70 seconds here, and there's pressure on all fronts. Main, Rez, lingering and pushing into the lobby. This is where Yabi is waiting. It's a question of who has the better vision.
Yabi's got him.
Looking the wrong way. Looking the wrong way. Does tame it with the clicks. Another body drop. The two-man advantage. Plopsky looks to disrupt. Bombs come in lobby, and he knows it's a possibility. With Hampus contributing as well, the 3v5 immediately becomes level. Oh, the timing. Counter-Strike's best and worst friend. 35. And what is that from LNC? We've got some Counter-Strike going today. Nikados kept humble. We're only 10 rounds in, and everyone's just looking like they're in their frag movie form.
The bomb's making it lower, and this is a fight that Hampus has to win, chasing the tail right now. Nikados is going to be sent back towards lobby. LNZ has no idea. I don't know if they're able to work out where the bomb's planted just yet.
They will now.
Oh, the door swung open. They know. They can isolate this fight. They know the AWP's on Yard.
Yeah, Roy might be regretting that. Never mind. Puts one between the eyes. Hello, LNZ. Pulling out the incendiary. That's the end of him. Okay, this is already quite the game. Copenhagen Flames. I mean, they nearly felt that one taken away from them, and they didn't come in with a perfect buy.
Yeah, that's right. There was 2 deagles in play there. You could see the lobby aggression, though. The Flames have a great idea of what they're addressing with NIP, right? As soon as they apply that pressure towards Yard, there's no visuals, right? They're having to worry about that swarm around it to heaven and hell. They push forward into lobby to try and take back some space. You see Plopsky and Hut, Rez in the Squeaky. That's the natural response, right? You understand why they're doing that. Otherwise, they're a sitting duck. Looking like a fast top here.
Really fast. It worked well. Worked once, and it'll work again.
If you just watch the Na'Vi demo from the other day, Na'Vi did this time and time again, but Rez got 2 deagle shots.
Hold on, Rez is heating up, and he's at least disrupted enough to see that bomb delayed. Shouldn't be a way in now.
Oh, they can mop this up with all that util, right? Smoke towards main. Zyphon has a bunch as well. Device or Hampus are going to have to somehow weasel their way into the backlines here, and with the bomb on down, the 40-second timer begins.
Hampus giving some respect to the OGs there, a Jacob sticker. Wondering where we'll see him again.
I don't know if NIP can go for this. Maybe just getting some guns on the way out the door here. You can see that they force bought into this situation. So for them, it's going to be very flat going forward. You'd love to get a rifle or 2 out of this situation, but a costly round to go all in. And that could even be the half here. Flames likely now to get themselves up to 8 rounds.
On the T side, no less. And they can thank all of their stars for delivering. Zyphon's deagle round, Yabi's top site take, Roy with 3 entry frags back to back to get them onto the starting foot. I mean, no one hasn't pulled their weight at the moment. All eyes on HooXi and Nikados, of course, to keep those calls going in HooXi's regard. And Nikados obviously going to be coming online once he gets to that CT side. The AWP can be mute, and certainly muted on this T side.
Yeah, well, that round that he had right there earlier where he gets the kill on Device, right? Device is tasked because they didn't pick up the AWP after round 1, right? He's having to operate with only an M4, so you could just see in that fight, Nikados is way too quick. And they can really start to punish the ninjas right now. And only 32 rounds of Counter-Strike 1 is what you need here across 2 maps to get into that arena, right? That arena is waiting in the wings. We are only 2 days away from that. And once again, for everybody playing at home, NIP, they started off in this Legend stage by winning the 2 best-of-1s. And one of those games was against Astralis, which they won 16-1. They were hot. They go up against Na'Vi, they go up against Gambit. Now they find themselves in the 2-2 column against Copenhagen Flames, who just continue to impress with the type of Counter-Strike they're playing.
Yeah, I suppose NIP said anything you can do, Flames, we can do better. They posted a 16-6 against Astralis, and NIP did a whole lot better than that.
that was just a crazy game to see that form. And if you heard from the desk, they were a little bit curious. They're just going to mop up this eco here. Not too much to get excited about just yet. They're talking about Inferno, and maybe it being, you know, a misstep in the veto. The fact that they're not willing to pick Ancient again. There's Device. Needs a lot more of that.
He does bait Nikados and confirm there's a whole lot more bodies onto this top side. And LNZ going unchecked for at least the one on the USP. That's the end of that. And they've won the T half. I mean, you can certainly have this pick justified in that respect alone. They have got 20 officials on Nuke on record in the last 3 months. It's definitely a map they're willing to play a whole lot of. I mean, these guys are grinders.
Yeah, one of the things, though, with that, as you take a little bit of a look at the history, they had a loss on this very map to Heroic just the other day, 16-4, right? So for them to pick it shows that they're confident in what maps they think they can be good against NIP, right? And that's why, as Inferno we were just talking about there, it's going to be an interesting one, right? They're going to have to start on the T side. It's not going to be easy for NIP if this does start with them being one map down. Now, they are buying in. Device not going to be able to get the AWP out again. Util light on in the sense they only have 2 Molotovs here. And we know how important those mollies are early. You want one towards Hut. You want one towards Squeaky. You'd also love one for Ramp early as well. But they're not going to have all that Util. Think about disrupting the smoke walls towards Yard. That's when that Util comes into play. So they're light on. They do have a kit to note. So might see them go for the post. The bomb goes down. Smoke towards Ramp. Taking their time.
I mean, they do elude some pressure early. It could be coming. Couple of smokes.
That right there is just to bait out all that protocol util, right? Just to make sure that they're on their toes here, NIP. And you can see this position being adopted from Device, something new, right? It's not going to be such a deep line to fight, but there is the chance to slip on in through main. That'll have to be mopped up by Rez, and they are pressuring Ramp. And you can see LNZ, he does play it passive. They've been able to get control of this. 2 already towards the lower site. So NIP are in what I like to call a turtle setup, right? They're giving up a lot of room. They're turtled up on these bomb sites here, hoping the fights come their way.
Yeah, phalanx of M4s. Main vision denied. You don't need to throw out the wall if you can assume they've got a passive stance. Now, Hampus will react and rotate through.
They just have no space right now. Nikados
no one's
isn't
holding
looking.
him. This could be Nikados on a timer if he just looks away at the wrong moment. Hampus pokes his little head out and doesn't look like that's going to work out well for him on the first peak. Yabi did catch Rez elsewhere.
They're just going top.
Oh, Plopsky. He's being hunted. Oh, the element of surprise not worked out for Roy. Nikados at least keeps things interesting, but here's Device again from main, striking. And ready for Nikados, just baiting with the barrel as Zyphon collects 15, and the bomb still loose, Chad. Where is that?
In lobby, they're going to be able to get it. They should be able to pick it up now.
Oh,
Needs to get a move on this. They should have just enough time here. It's going to be so close. I don't think they have it. I don't think they have it.
That's around.
Oh, and just through the virtual, leaving the bomb in lobby right there. That little tiny detail. You could see they were just pressuring around the map. And that's an unforced error. It's an unforced error there. It wasn't like the bomb was dropped. They just left it behind. Nobody accounted for it. And the clock getting the better of Flames there.
Oh, I mean, really, 1 second in it. And I think he may have just had that fumble, the left click.
Oh, that's a chance now for NIP to get this as close as they possibly can.
That was the opener we missed on main. This is the second that Plopsky gets. And the fact that he's just at the back when Roy opts to strike. He had a perfect sight of it, gets plenty of time to react. Hampus is throwing some aggression into the mix here.
He'd love a flash here, Hampus.
Has Device got one?
Yeah, in his hand. It's primed. It's ready. It's going.
Nikados blinded, losing his life. Easy as that, and they can just seize that advantage and tuck tail. Get out of there. Hampus already has. He's completely vacated the premises.
Finally, the Ninjas are taking a bit of a fight here to Flames, right? That was some heads-up play. The other moves that they've made have been found on out just like this. Yabi was down the vent. Nobody knew.
How did he get away with that? And look how much space he's taken. Rez is hot on his heels. He didn't close the door. He was raised in a barn. This could be the end of Yabi. Yep, spotted, executed. Just as easy as that. The wall of smokes implies there's more to come. Rez likely going to stick around.
It's all 3 of them here. They're coming on down, all on Rez right now. They've smoked off the choke point. HooXi doing his best to sell that presence. Couple of mollies, bunch of flashbangs left on over, but they'll need to brute force their way in here. Copenhagen Flames.
Nerdy flash for all you playing at home. Flashes those deep stairs players. But yeah, HooXi, I mean, he's been throwing all of this to imply they're coming, but They actually are. No smoke or mirrors in this case. It's just a creepy, crawly crab. Rez is hit by the warning shots, and okay, crossfire should be hard to break, and one won't cut it. HooXi needs more and won't have the chance. Device, oh, quick sequence of 3 to close that gap. 8-7. I mean, Copenhagen Flames probably not going to be dissatisfied, but they'll be aware they could have had a bit more.
Yeah, it's a very good T-half, right? 8 rounds is fantastic here, but NIP are the ones here who claw back into things. So couple of unforced errors there, making things a little bit easier for the Ninjas, but it's good to see Device online. He had a couple of AWP rounds early, and that's been taken out of his hands. He's shown he can get it done with the rifle as well. 15 kills for him. That's what they need. That's what they need from an individual like Device in the server. On the other side, Yabi had some fantastic rounds, 16 to his name, and Roy as well, looking good, 11 for him. LNZ passing the test. And we saw over towards ramp. He had a couple of occasions there, almost had that 1-on-3 clutch towards the lower side as well. That could have been a turning point. But here we go. 1 round the difference here. And pistol round right here is going to have a P250 in the hands of Device. Hampus buying himself a smoke and a flash. And
we are live.
Taking the fight towards Yard here now. Looking like they're set up towards top. Device may take contact and they could swing into top and hope that draws Flames members in their direction. Nikidos with a warning shot.
For example, Roy. You can see this has pulled him out of his contributions to Squeak. And it's just Device. Some deception here from the Ninjas. And I say that, Hampus is ready to wrap into the top side as well. Roy.
They're splitting top here.
Incredibly passive on this, and Hampus has slipped through the blind spot. It doesn't stop Roy from finding Device, and from the heavens, HooXi shy of the mark. Needed that one. Nikados contributes. It's still Roy, the main issue. Zyphon doesn't finish. On to Rez. This is still winnable. This would be an ace clutch. Is it just the 2? Not to be. Okay. That will be 8 then. NIP do take their pistol, and I love the game plan there. It did look like they did their research. You can see a big smile on Threat's face. I suggest that might have been his contributions on the half, just reminding them of the pistol they planned.
Yeah, just pulling that rotation, right? That made that top side a little bit more susceptible there. So good stuff, and it didn't look like it was starting great. The damage exchange in the favor of the Flames early here, but good shooting from Rez, and I think the one that really saved them was Plox coming out Squeaky, swinging and getting the kill top hut, but Flames, they're not done yet. They're going to force spy in. They got 4 smokes to work with here. Some armor, some deagles, and a scout in play. Locking down the top early. You can see the smoke towards Squeaky. HooXi calling this clear for now. Top hut position is going to be very important, and Hampus, he loves the lurky boy, plays towards Yard.
Yeah, well, there's a prime example of it. He's actually just thrown out the 3rd component of that wall smoke deliberately from that red container position, so they'll have to try and assume or operate under the assumption that there is bodies here. They're boosting. That could lead to a surprise headshot. Zyphon doesn't get anything.
Hampus is going to have to park the bus here, right? He didn't use the smokes. Yabi calls this clear, so they have a very good idea that there's nothing, and they're actually walking in his direction.
Ooh, he spotted more than that, and actually he does keep them very humble. Zyphon is a threat on the sidearms. Walking into top site. Advantage Flames in that respect. Galila's fall into their hands as well, but Rez starting to heat up, and that's a very good sign for the Ninjas. Same speech that was given to ZywOo.
Oh, lucky they dealt with that. He slipped in, no one was looking. Device just mopped that up. It was so close right there, because if Zyphon gets up and is able to get in behind them to lobby, they were worried about the lobby push. That could have been a huge kill. Good stuff from Device. It will just be that save right now. Holding on to these upgraded goodies. It's going to be great to keep that Galil.
About time we remind you as well that there is just one final seat at the Champions table. Top 8 of the Major, the very first we've had since our 2-year hiatus. NIP, the only Swedish representation with the departure of Olof in his FaZe VP matchup that preceded this one.
Yeah, that one hurt, didn't it? Like,
it really did.
Olof and NIP in the arena, you could imagine the Swedes to be all about that right there, but VP showing that they never give up. That was one of the keys the last 2 series for VP. If you didn't catch the MOUZ game yesterday, and now the one against FaZe, against 2 international squads, they never quit. They got it across the line. NIP are in the lead right now, and I just had the flashback to the Zyphon Deagle round, right? Remember that first half? NIP were actually on the receiving end of a round that they probably shouldn't lose. So that's going to put a lot more scrutiny on a round like this. Right, that Galil is in Roy's hands. He's been able to get a CZ across. He can save that as well. And then the upgrades for everybody. So a couple of tags from Nikados, a nice kill from Roy on this Galil, and maybe the Flames are talking here to round number 18. This is quick from Hampus, though. This time across. Oh, he's coming. And the fact that Hampus has gone across and made so much noise, they're going to think that something could cross, but they didn't hear the noise, right? He was so noisy, and it looked like he was doing that intentionally to bait them into this, but Roy was there a little bit too late. Another smoke, and the last smoke from the CT side dropped out towards Squeaky. NIP are really taking their time about things, and they have a boatload of util to set up for a top piece late. Get the molly behind the CT vent. Smoke off towards main. Turn your attention towards that top site.
I mean, it still has the grounds to go wrong. 3-man setup, and it's threatening. A couple of bullets exchanged, here they come. The door's already open, and if utility implies they're coming through. Hooksy tries to time it well. Device is having absolutely none of it, and that Siphon D you discussed, only the one. It's LNZ that will string together two. Oh, I missed Molly. Nikodos can stick around. An easy plant and Device, just the tip of his head is all that's required.
He's hot, 19 kills for him now, right? Like, he is stepping up in a massive way, and LNZ actually trying to get the boys fired up here because, like, Device is doing so much, and this is perfect. Like, this is perfect. This is why you get Device in your team, to do exactly this. And those rounds, right, I know that a lot of people go, yeah, it's just the eco bashing. They are the hardest rounds to win in Counter-Strike, right? So, steps up in both of those. Now putting them in a position now, NIP, first to reach double digits. They're going for the bonus here. Going to be a MAC-10 left over, a couple of Galils in the mix as well. Orp out for Nikodos, and there's the smoke wall towards Yard. Hampus jumping early for any info he can find. And this is very passive from Nikodos, right? Once the smoke wall goes down, he can actually rotate around. He can be very floaty here. Bit of the bent elbow of smokes here.
Yeah, you will
stay
be
close to that.
He is sticking around to see if anyone does fancy their chances through, but yeah, on a timer, Warehouse will be lost. And I think Roy's down there already. He's been very preemptive in his positioning. And preemptive with his smoke. Look at that. Just as they turn the corner, it's grey for another 15 seconds or so. Already quite light on the util here. It will have to be bullets for the Flames to defend up against this, what is a full 5-man commitment.
He's going to get overwhelmed here any second.
But you can see he's positioned himself to go for the one and disappear. You can slam those doors closed, reposition. Exactly like so. Whoa, what are you trying? He wanted to nade him off and go again. They'll open it for him, and he'll close the case too. Third is asking too much. Zyphon's been bought some time to tuck in. Hampus to clear. Oh, Zyphon, this is off angle. It's naughty. Hampus will not be clearing this, and an adjustment's made. 2-man advantage for the Flames, and there's more to be found. Zyphon does get the double. Only LNZ up against the whole squad. And the restraint. Look at the patience here from the Flames. They know it's up to LNZ to make the play. He has to be planting that bomb. He doesn't have the time for this, and he doesn't have the life. Nikodos secures it. That's the 9th. And Copenhagen Flames fight back with a convincing one of their own.
Yeah, a couple of handy doubles there, right? The fact that Roy gets 2, Zyphon as well, that's just completely stalls out the Ninjas. But it was a bonus round, right? They are going to be able to reinvest going into the next round of play. But that was an all-in, right? Yeah, all-in, we're just going to go through Secret. We're going to try and swarm the lower player, get into that site and get it done. Timeout is going to be called from NIP, second so far within this map, and Threat gets a chance to get on the mic to set out this game plan. Now, they also noted Nikodos had that AWP because of the last frag coming on through, so Device is going to pick up his own. Enough nades to make this work. Hampus and LNZ short on a molly or a flash, maybe 2. Things are looking fantastic over there for the Flames bite. 3 kits, head armor in play. Couple of AKs. Very important round here as the loss bonus isn't built for either side just yet. And there's not a lot in the bank balance remaining for Flames even after that round win. Squeaky made it open, Device towards Yard, and a heads up AWP duel on the menu, but LNZ's taken down Roy.
Yeah, it's just a straight smoke slash vent bang from the lobby position. Device has actually flashed Nikodos off the line and re-peeks in. Nikodos does at least pull something back for the Flames, but already the damage is done. They're aching, and they've lost so much space. It is Yabi, though. He's at the top of the scoreboard for a reason, the 18-year-old Dane. Ready to rain down pain. There's more to come.
Doubles ping.
Manages his angle, swings in, and does take Hampus out. The leader of the Ninjas pack. More where that came from. Yabi, so good! So good! And when it matters most, he's battling for top 8 at a major. And NIP crumble again. It's just taking it in turns to be superstars here.
It's a 5-on-3 that's fallen apart.
Yeah, okay, well, Nikodos gone. The 1v3 from Plopski, and he's going to get the bomb down, so Hampus will be proud of that. Yabi's done so much. Can he do the final step on his own? He's got Hooksy, who has just about gotten down into the lower site through the vents. Yabi last spotted in control. He's opted for dark. Not overthinking this, Plopski. He knows the bomb timer on his side. He knows he's got a good shot at Yabi here. Oh, what? A quick one again for the fourth. A big smile on his face. He knows what he's done.
That's crazy, right? I said that there are 3 kits into play. These 2 right here didn't have one. Yabi just picked one up now. So there was so much pressure on. Right, in that situation, if Plopski gets the kill onto Yabi, Hooksy's going to have to play out that round without a kit, right? And that right there could have easily been NIPs. Once again, that started. Yeah, this started with LNZ getting a freebie. You're not going to get that very often, and they even got the second kill here over towards ramp. It looked good. They double swing, but Yabi gets away with one, and then this double up here. This is massive. His AK has been on point. Just reflect to the first half if you need that to be tested. He's been massive, and that's his 20th kill right there to get them up to the scoreline of 10-10.
Someone gave him a rousing speech. I mean, he's truly unfazed by what's at stake here. I mean, you highlighted it well when we were talking about it, Chad. You know, Copenhagen Flames are coming in with that extra buff of nothing to lose, everything to gain. People have set their expectations under what you can attain for your entire presence throughout RMRs, open qualifiers, never mind the Challenger stage, the Legend stage. Well, they're looking for top 8. They're looking for the Champion stage. And, well, yeah, one best of 3 away. 32 rounds separating you. And even less now with the 10-10 scoreline. This is their pick. Yabi's demonstrated exactly why they're so comfortable here. He's looking great.
I think they might take their time on this one here, NIP. Way out all that early protocol CT utility, stifling the choke points and allow Device to work with this AK-47 now. He hasn't shied away from the pressure here, but if he steps up in another massive moment like this, could get NIP exactly where they need to be.
All right. Device on the AK-47. This is a banana skin. You can't slip on this for if you're the Flames. Looking to weasel an 11th out of a hero AK. It's ambitious to be walking hut. So many potential angles of assault. You've got to clear that Z-axis. Hooks is on hut. You've got Yabi tucked on sight, and yeah, he will think better of it.
Just having a look everywhere, right? Hoping somebody oversteps. That's what Device is really hoping for here now. It's not going to be easy to find a fight anywhere. And there's 40 seconds left, so sooner rather than later, they need to make up their mind here, NIP. They have to go down regardless of this situation. And 2 players ramp here. Flames are reading this well.
Perfect place to be nestled. Device versus Nikodos, and ooh, the bait, the switch. Zyphon will be forced off, and bomb now loose. It's actually LNZ that managed to get 2 for his troubles, so we've got a bit of a round here.
Time's the problem.
Top site, Plopski's main makes sense. You'd have to clear Yabi now. Oh, spotted. Loud about this. They're into the site. That's the clear. Yabi delivers the most crucial frag of it all. That should secure it. And we'll make it a handsome 22 frags and counting. Keep it up.
I don't know where LNZ is getting these kills from, right? That's massive there from him. Like, huge. He gets 2 kills, and the problem is NIP are committed over towards ramp, so they can't pivot efficiently off of that. But it feels like that just must have been massive from out of nowhere. Like, he's just strolling on his lonesome during all of that. So LNZ, he's playing a great game, all things considered. He's the rookie for the Ninjas.
I mean, this is probably the game with the most new-gen names in the full 10, right? When you look at that, even Plopski was put in the new-gen category when he showed up and started popping heads like cherry tomatoes with the Krieg.
Really important round right here. Flames are going to be able to extend their legs, especially if they deny NIP the plant, right? That's going to be key. Just try and keep this as flawless as possible. Don't let them get the bomb down. Money's still a bit flimsy over there for the Flames. Got the high end of Nikodos right now, but looks like the smokes towards Jihad are being thrown, and you can't step before that blooms. Nikodos will punish.
Oh, he's got no vision anymore. So it's denied, and they're crawling. It's going to be Roy and Nikodos to solve this puzzle.
They're giving them the space here, right? They're allowing them to walk behind these smokes. They're not flashing through. They're not trying to make this jarring. They're actually trying to pivot. They want to take the fights. The smokes are fading. Nikodos going to have company.
Oh, swallows the flash, but it's Yabi again. He's got so much on his plate. Still takes 2 in the play. HooXi can contribute. NIP in a tailspin, looking for answers. Xiphon is under scrutiny, but it's Roy this time from up the vent to put another double in his back pocket. Flames extend their lead, and smiles and fist bumps exchanged. Because NIP, we know, and they know, how brutal this will be for the Swedes. They're running out of chances now, Chad. They got 3 grand in the bank account, and they have made the only decision available, which is to go for the double pump. Pretty utility-heavy Tech-9 armor round.
Yeah, they can half buy here. This is huge from Yabi. He's just not missing. His AK is not missing right now. This is massive stuff from him. And I don't read lips for a living, but I'm pretty sure Roy screamed his name there as they won that round. Here we go. Could be fast top. Squeaky's open. Linus is on his way out.
Let's see the reaction. Oh, it's Yabi again. This time he swallows the flash. He's supposed to be dead. Teammates save him. HooXi's spray is there. And just like that, it does fall apart. There was a lot of thought, a lot of nades, and a lot of bodies thrown into that one, and NIP have got nothing to show for it. Copenhagen Flames not letting up.
Well, felt desperate there, right? The Hail Mary hard top. You're going to have to try something, and they did, but just completely blanked here. Might even get all 5 staying alive, as it is just Hampus, the man with the plan, over towards Squeaky. Smoked off. A minute 10 on the clock, but yeah, you're not going to get anything done with the Deagle and Kev here. It's just going to be constellation frags in this one. Nikodos is locking down the hut with the orb. Multiple angles being spotted. Yabi is the first to get that exchange, and look where the bomb is. So we can call this 13 right now here for the Flames.
Worth highlighting, I'm sure it was on the desk as well, that Copenhagen Flames have the only losses they've posted in this stage are to teams that have qualified. Heroic and G2. Nikodos does put the cherry on top. That's 13.
So much cash right now. Like NIP, they're not going to be in a position to break Copenhagen Flames. They need a couple, right? A couple of consecutive rounds. And not only do they need that couple here just to get themselves back in contention for this map, we're looking at 5 rounds in a row right now, right? 5 rounds consecutive. And yeah, the showman, yeah, makes sense. Yabi is putting on a show right here. This is a great showing from him. Like, it's been massive. The fact that he's done top rushes with an AK and completely cleared out the side of his own, that's mental.
Yeah, he does seem very, very comfortable in that AK spray.
Headshot percentage 75%. So you just see what we're seeing. His aim here is phenomenal right now. Back underway as we turn into the guns again. LNZ has the armor. He can buy in with the AK. Util there to meet him. And somebody from NIP needs to step up now. Device has had his moments. I don't know how many more you can ask him. Hampus is the one that we turn to on the T side when NIP do their smoke walls, looking for space. This could be the man to throw a spanner in the works as we see the smoke wall being lined up again here.
Interesting mix-up, and I think it's enabled by Xiphon's Orc, because that's a fight often taken by Orcs, but does certainly benefit from the scope. Even Na'Vi whipping something similar out. So we are going to be seeing the same smokes.
Roy's going to be here towards Secret as well, so he can stall this out with his util when they do rain over, but NIP are taking their time. Roy doesn't even have to have a look right now. There's no pressure, there's no presence being felt anywhere on the map. NIP are very, very passive in this, and there's the smokes. They will drop.
Molotov'd out. Roy does have to respect that. Drops out one of his own, and that will actually buy him time to get glance before they can have walked through. Hampus trying to be the spearhead here. He should have Roy dead to rights. The pre-fire does indicate Roy just rounds the corner in time. Will now be able to buy time with that sack of utility.
They've taken the bomb. They've gone back towards lobby here. So this is all about Hampus's positioning, right? He either has to make space, find a kill, do something for the team, because he's the one applying pressure lower. There's only one rotation down there for now, and Roy doesn't want a bar of it. He's actually dropped all the way back. It feels like the Flames are reading this well.
Again.
It's on Yabi and HooXi towards top here. They don't really have any help. Xiphon's still passive towards warehouse. He's not going to be able to contribute. He's going to have to spam through a main smoke most likely. Hampus has so much room. They might want to drop down the vent and try and go lower here if they can.
If they can. Denied on the first entry. Xiphon takes down Rez. It's going to be quick and rush, but 15 seconds as they do make some good headway. He's beating them to it. He's beating them to it. Nikodos first contact. No time for this. Hampus just looking for some extra stats. He has not got the time. He has not got the frags. 14 for the Flames, and they do seem to have the finger on the pulse. Like, NIP have at no point caught them off guard.
It felt like there, Roy was wanting to give them the room to do exactly that, right? Drop down the vent, sure, that's cool. We don't have to fight you with that secret control. We're going to play passive here. You only have one man down that wall. And that's going to be able to be called because you think about the timing, right? The details of that. Smoke wall drops. T-Molly drops. Hampus walking behind it. Roy drops his own, and then after his subsides, goes for a fight. At that point, the smokes are almost gone, right? So they know that there's not too many bodies across. They have a great idea of what they're working with in the Flames. This is fantastic work here as it's desperate now for NIP. It's a half buy again. A MAC-10 is the best thing they have to boast. Some light util across, and they're getting blanked right now.
Yeah, pressure mounting for the Ninjas. Soon, it will all be hinging on their map pick if they're not careful. Inferno is their choice.
We're going top.
Coming in thick and fast. Like you said, the MAC-10's the best they can boast, and HooXi fully flashed. Has Yabi really got another big round in him? The answer's yes, a quick spray. It's Roy that finishes what he started. And with the bomb now loose, Device's hand will be forced. He's going for some crazy wall bangs, and Roy's not phased. Hampus is a dead man if he does try and walk through grey screen. A very deep lobby smoke. Device trying to be the playmaker. He's lost his teammate as well, so perhaps the element of surprise here. I mean, everyone has committed into this site. Thank you, Observer. No surprise if he was to crawl up the ladder. Main, on the other hand...
no way in. No, Roy has that from behind the sight box, right? So they have this completely locked down right now. Flames have handled this. Like, Device would have to do something out of this world, right? This round is not winnable right now. He's not going to get a chance to isolate these fights.
Pre-aim on to Zypher, not going to happen. And yeah, wow, Copenhagen Flames making a very strong case here. Look at this run. I mean, it's been an undefeated run since NIP came into this half with their 3-0 conversions. You can see it just feels like a formality for them. Smiles are on their faces. They've got 5 opportunities to take their map pick here in the 2-win, 2-loss affair against the hometown heroes.
There's no conversation of who looks like the better team right now, right? It's not like the Flames getting away with gimmicky rounds. It's not like they won both pistols. It's nothing like that. One looks very steady. The other doesn't have any answers whatsoever. The AKs are here for one more ride, but I think this is NIP done and dusted in map number 1. I don't see how they get through. They're ready for the ramp play now, reading this fantastically. Nikodos is even going to go forward.
ENCE does catch an important one, and they might run down Nikodos. He stands around, does get one, but here we go. Space now for the Ninjas to operate with. Hampus has been spotted and eliminated. Trying to do an awful lot here. Yabi makes him known of his presence, well aware. Rez and Device to keep NIP's hopes alive on map 1. And he's lost his teammate as well. This just seems as discussed possible. 16. Copenhagen Flames looking like the better squad, and the job's not done, but the first step in the right direction.
They didn't even break a sweat. They didn't even have to break a sweat right there. Like, this is just casual. That didn't even feel threatening whatsoever, especially with that T-side coming out from NIP. I understand this is their choice, but again, the context of this, right? The context. NIP are one of the teams who are already in the Legend stage. They just won the RMR event, right? They won the last RMR to put themselves here, and now going up against the Cinderella story of the Flames, they're just one map away, and you can just see how happy they are about things here. It's just another day at the office for these boys, or another day in that hotel, because the wins that these guys have accrued, right, in what, the last 4 weeks, right, maybe 5 weeks, is mental, right? This storyline, you had the Gambit one online. Sure, they get all the way to the top of the charts, they're a dominant team, they have some fantastic stars, but honestly, this is crazy, like, to see this team performing at this level.
And I'll be honest also, I bought into the criticism that they'd been able to play it in that practice room initially, and then we did, of course, rotate them into the studio environment. And you could see that they have taken to that environment and ran with it. They've proven all the doubters wrong with every question and quandary. And now 1-0 up, looking to knock the NIP hopes and dreams out of the park.
That's 5 maps in a row now that NIP have lost, right? The 2 best of 3s, they didn't win a single map against Na'Vi or Gambit, and now here, another map lost. So this is just continuously loss after loss after loss that NIP is stomaching. And maybe the fact that they are these hometown heroes is getting to them, right? Because you got to make sure you're playing to win in this environment. You can't be playing not to lose when there's a crowd waiting to see you in that arena. The only Swedish representation we have left on over here, other than if you want to count Exist and Pitta, who are the coaches of Heroic and this Copenhagen Flames team respectively.
Exactly as you highlighted, from 2-0 to not posting a map in the last 5. It's just starting to tingle with doubt, isn't it? I think the Ninjas in Pyjamas do have to have a very stern team talk. Now, there's a reason that they've picked Inferno. I'm intrigued to know what the outlook is. I'm sure our analysts will be painting a better picture of that when they are ready. We're going to be breaking that down shortly. But I do think my biggest takeaway right now is that there is they are displaying all the signs of a team playing with zero pressure. Like, Yabi is hitting this peak, a never before seen peak, right at the perfect moment.
Yeah, the fact he's playing so well. We already had Nikodos, who was the highest rated player for the team coming into this. Then Roy, who has been the breakout player, right? And then now Yabi doing this, right? Everything seems to be working for the Flames right now. Very, very scary, but a couple of other scary lads on the panel right now. They're going to break this one down. Over to Richard and the gang.
Yes, indeed. All right, Copenhagen Flames, one map away from the unthinkable, but of course that doesn't tell the full story. NIP will have their map pick to come, but let's just focus on Nuke for a moment. All the things we talked about, Yanko, that NIP needed to do to sort of get rolling on that map. You know, there was a little bit of it, but they just couldn't get the rounds on the T side. I
mean, it was mad how much the individual rounds from Copenhagen Flames turned this game on its head. Like, sure, they got off to a 3-0 start, but after that, NIP, like 3 almost flawless rounds, right? The first one, they were always going to win it. Yabi got 3 kills with the Galil to maybe, you know, keep their economy low. But 2 rounds after, NIP with flawless wins, so their economy is doing great. And then Zyphon shows up with a Deagle, just straight up, bodying. First he kills Device on yard behind the CT Blue from Silo, then like on the lower bomb side just wins the round, and that's where Copenhagen Flames really started getting some gas.
Zyphon from Astralis talent, just not one of the lucky ones that got to Ascend.
Yeah, and the other thing for me is, like we pointed out beforehand on the desk, this is one of the reasons I don't believe in NIPs. You have to have a T side to win in Counter-Strike. Like, the game is basically about tactical play on the T side and how you trade and how you work together. It's not about just shooting people when you have an off angle as CT. So to me, the skill's there in NIP, but where's the team play? Where's the tactics? And spoiler, you're going to see tons of Jabby highlights in this particular game, because despite the fact the guy was an absolute nobody even 1 month ago, in this one map, he wasn't even that great in this tournament, by the way. In this one map, he just completely took over. He had some ridiculous kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also I agree with NIP and their T side, especially on Nuke. They have good results, but every time we talk about it's because of the CT side. I even remember they had to play FURIA in that Pro League group, and FURIA had Gary, right? And they were 13-7 up as T on Nuke against FURIA playing with a coach, and they conceded a 9-0 comeback to that. They couldn't win a single round out of the following 9, so just poor performance really on the T side.
And another, I would say, for his standards, pedestrian Device performance. It was, you know, some good rounds, some good kills. At the end of it, though, you're in the age of Titans here, mate. Monsters who just dominate the circuit. You're not doing it. You're just okay. Spoiler, like, again, you're just going to see some ridiculous kills from this guy.
Yeah,
I think it's the one, this is the one right there.
Let's talk about this guy. Is this just someone having, like, the game of his life, or is there more to this Yabi character?
I think there is a little bit more. He's had some good games earlier in the tournament too. Obviously, all the hype has been about around Roy, right? And Nikodos then on the op, but I think Yabi here has definitely...
His aim looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's definitely shown us what he's capable of. Obviously, Roy is the oldest player of the team, so, you know, nerves affected him, I'm sure, to some extent, but we've seen great performances. And then in the second half, right, NIP wins the pistol. First gun round, they try to, you know, go down secret. Just great individual performance from Roy, great hold there. Next round, they try to do an ace split. That's when Yabi gets 2 kills on the guy in main. Like, it was just really good individual performances for Copenhagen Flames. They were getting good reads, and when action came to their side, the players just did a great job of getting kills and buying time.
I think, honestly, you can see the benefits to Copenhagen Flames here, just playing with that freedom, because, you know, Duncan, as you said when we were setting this up, all the pressure is on NIP. Understand, they bring in Device as a star player. Let's be real. It's with a view to winning the major in Sweden. That's what all of this was about. They've talked up a lot about the NIP system. You know, Hampus has talked about that in interviews, and they have this academy team, and that's doing well, and they're trying to farm talent through that. And they're really trying to talk like they are a progressive sports team, essentially. But none of that is on display here. It's like by the time the major rolled around, NIP... You've won the fall RMR. you're meant to be there already. You're meant to be putting your feet up today.
I think also, I mean, for first of all, Yabi here with the match MVP, that's the type of performance we want to see from Rez, for example, in this sort of a game. And I think for NIP, you know, that second-ranked place in the world, I mean, you see how Na'Vi reacted after their win.
I thought they were good value for it. I mean, I even thought that after they lost to Gambit, honestly, because losing a Na'Vi and losing a Gambit, you know, maybe.
Yeah, Rich, but you saw the reaction from the Na'Vi players after winning that game. You know, like they
didn't break a sweat.
They didn't feel like they beat their biggest rival for the title here, right?
Sure.
They just beat another team, and I think that was just a string of good results for NIP. But you know, do you really think they will beat Na'Vi, Gambit, Vitality, even in best of 3? Sure, like at the RMR. Like, I mean, that's a different thing back then, but. Yeah, now they need to prove it. They need to prove us that they are that team that's ranked at least for the top 5. And we're going to their map pick next.
Remember, the RMR was played from hotel rooms. It was only LAN in the most literal sense that you were closer for the ping, etc. And then secondly, the playoffs. That's going to be one of the most fugazi playoff setups I've ever seen, because you're playing teams like this one's already qualified, and then this one is supposed to play to get this other team through, but they're already through. Like, this isn't a normal tournament. Like, this isn't like you battle to the very, very end.
But it was the fact that they fought for the seeding and they got the #1 EU seed, that they get to play Copenhagen Flames now and didn't have to play someone like FaZe potentially, right? Which would have been on paper the tougher opponent, right? So in theory, they've done all the work. They've set themselves up. Yes, unlucky that you had to play Na'Vi and Gambit, but if you're the second best team, they didn't even put up a fight. It was 2-0 in both series. I think the Dust 2 game was close against Gambit, but you know, after that, on their own map pick on Inferno, they just got blown up. So NIP really underwhelming.
And I'm going to say this right now: Device himself isn't playing great at this tournament, but he had peaked in form the last few months again. He started to look really impressive. And even if he was at that form, quite frankly, I don't know if it would have mattered so far in the tournament. I don't see them being a team that can win the major. And the reason why it's depressing is when he came over and said all those brilliant things for PR to make it sound like NIP's going to be this big project, etc. Look at the team they've put around him. This is just lackluster. Like, there's a couple of names I'd keep. I wouldn't mind basically cutting literally 3 or 4 of these players. I don't think it's a team that lasts.
Well, I agree.
Sorry, final point.
I think just the final point, you know, you look at Na'Vi, Simple has Electronic. You look at Vitality and Zyvo, well, they're just a better team. They play better Counter-Strike. So that's the problem for Device. He's neither here nor there, really.
Yeah, well, look, it's not all doom and gloom. They have got their map pick to come. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to break down Inferno for you. So we'll see you in a minute. Welcome back. You join us as Copenhagen Flames are 1 map away from the Avicii Arena and a prospective lack of NIP, no Swedish home team, which would be a crazy story. We're about to go into Inferno. We've got Thorin and Janko with me on the desk. Again, Janko, I'll start with you. I get the impression, based on what you said, you're not all that impressed with NIP's Inferno, actually.
Well, I think the results are maybe better than how good they actually are on the map. But I think it's still up in the air. I think they need to play some more tier 1 opponents before we really see where it is. It's been looking great up until that Gambit game, right? But against a team like Copenhagen Flames, when it comes to Inferno, they're not the same team that we see on maps like Nuke, like Ancient, like Overpass, Vertigo, and so on, right? Like, this is their lowest win percentage map in the last 3 months, and also the level of opposition is nowhere near someone like NIP. It's even tier 3 teams. The only team you probably heard of that they've played is, you know, Virtus.pro a couple of months ago. They played, you know, a team like Fiend that was at the RMR 2 times, even lost 16-2 on one of those occasions to them. So really, if you're NIP here, this is where you need to have a clinic almost, in a sense of just have a comfortable win, a confident win, so that you can move on to Ancient with confidence.
Yeah, the good news here is, as Janko says, it's not a good map for Copenhagen Flames, who, despite all that volume, it's actually a map that even against the lesser teams, they don't win. In theory, NIP's signalling for the whole tournament. It's their best map. It's the one they're the most confident in. And then you have your other best map as the decider. So if you're actually a championship team, you close this out clinically here, like Janko says. You go to the decider, you win. Everyone forgets about Nuke. No problem. Off into the arena. One other thing I'll say is this. This is where it's dangerous, though. Because not only have Copenhagen Flames defied expectations again and again at this tournament, they are now going to play a map that has no pressure on them whatsoever in a scenario where they're not even supposed to win on it. So you're supposed to be, as the veteran, putting them under pressure. And actually, they basically get a free roll now, and then they've got Ancient still. Yeah, well, that's the P word again. You know, the pressure and how it changes everything in the 2-2 situations. You know, is there any chance that NIP are going to crumble? I mean, based on what we've seen, they do seem to be a little bit, well, one or two of the players at least seem to be a little bit susceptible to that.
I think there is, and if I'm Copenhagen Flames, this is where I gamble early on a bit. You know, I try to make them nervous. I try to. This is also where we haven't talked actually about it too much on the desk, but the grenade update where you can drop grenades for your teammates. Inferno is a map that from the start people always thought, you know, this is where it's going to be used the most.
CT side abuse.
You drop it for the CT players on the B side, right? You can leave them HEs, you can do all these different things. And I think if I'm Copenhagen Flames, it was also probably an option for them, certainly, to think that NIP was going to pick it, so they could have done their preparation ahead of time. And I want to see some of those setups, some of those little gimmicks early on, especially if they win pistol, something along those lines, because if you do really back NIP all the way up against the wall, I don't think they're there as a team to really rise above that. I think they're going to crumble in that situation.
Well, we're about to find out, because we are actually ready to get into the action real quick. We're going to do it. It's going to be Inferno NIP with Sponge and Machine.
Scene set perfectly for what very well could be the last map of this stage of competition. Yeah, the shake of disbelief, because, I mean, at the moment, it has been a rather pedestrian walk. There hasn't been much to report. Copenhagen Flames smash their pick and make it clear it was theirs. But the desk has already painted a picture, Chad. Inferno is a very different state of play.
Yeah, for sure, right? Talking about how this is towards the bottom of the barrel here for the Flames, one of the keys is they haven't played this event yet. They haven't played it during the Challenger stage. They haven't played it during the Legend stage. The last time they played it on LAN was back in the RMR, and that was against Fiend with the game to qualify to even get here.
Was that the
it's like
triple
28, 25. It was an absolute banger, the back and forth. Yeah. So they've been here a long time ago, right, on LAN. They've been here. Now, this is NIP's pick. It can't be easy anymore, right? They need to wake up. They need to play to win. They need to turn it on, because there's plenty of fans wanting to see them in that arena.
Yeah, well, it has to start now, Chad. Like, they need to hit the ground running, sprinting. And then we'll just, you know, as they said on the desk, just dismiss it, sweep it under the rug, and the conversation will be about Ancient. But I'm not convinced that there won't be a kicker of a fuss from the Flames. Now, they've opted for 4 Kevlar. It's going to be HooXi who's going to have some defensive utility. So if NIP do take too long, the interesting route they've opted for.
Yeah, right there with that second mid jump, he spotted them, but that was all a ruse. They've gone back through the chicken pit over towards Banana. Yabi's going to get overrun here.
Oh, that's a lovely quick adaptation. Yabi was so good on Nuke. Now he'd have to be incredible, because they've got their feet planted on this format. I think they've realized now that Yabi is under a little too much pressure. Tries to block the coffin smoke. Don't think he's succeeded in finding a gap. And here they come to commit to the site. He's hoping they jump over him.
It's a massive gappy. Able to force that one out here, but taking their time. The flash is coming in.
That's brilliant. And ENCE's his next victim. Combines with Roy. NIP uncertain. It still clicks out. Yabi clears out Emo. Surely falls. Will go down to Devices. Clock a 2-on-2 established, though, and this is going to end quickly. They're coming in together. Zyphon and HooXi fancy themselves a quick one.
Smoke for the bomb.
Hampus only a P250. They do have the smoke, and he needs a quick kill. Surely. Oh, both. Hampus pulls NIP's pistol back. from the brink. That looked like it was Flames all day.
And that's what they need from the leader right here. This man on your screen, sure, he leads by example. He loves the aggression. He gets in their face, but he's not hugely experienced, especially in these environments. The fact he clutches without one out, he can fire the team up from here. And if he can start feeling the game and reading it well, that might be a difference maker for NIP.
What an adaptation. I mean, I'm talking about the Flames. They managed to actually make that competitive. A 2 versus 1 established, even though they started with 4 players on the wrong bomb site. Yabi's a big part of that, but the credit does go to Hampus and a massively controlled 1 versus 2.
Yeah, some nades have been juggled across. You can see some extra HEs right now for Yabi to work with here. So he's going to be able to drop these down in succession towards Banana.
When he deems appropriate.
And there's a little bit. So chip damage onto Plopsky. They still have 2 HEs over towards B and or smokes as well to stall them on out. So this combo, oh, they're feeling the threat right now. Not releasing the nades just yet, and oh, this is good.
Still 3 smokes.
3 smoke top Banana early here. It's actually going to send NIP looking up towards top mid. Nicodos' scout will need to be smoked off, or he might get a tag.
It's unlike NIP to go without a piece of util. Plopsky just gives them a quick jiggle before the smoke does bloom. This is going to hurt now. They've got 3 players on site. A CZ's good for the fight, trying to bait and switch with Zyphon on the box already. Nikodos low. Zyphon has contributed, and Zyphon's Deagle is such a menace. Somebody take him down. Hampus does deliver. Just enough, but not surely the safe round. They've got 30 seconds here, and there's still a barrage of players and utility sweeping fast into short, trying to pressure. They do get info on LNZ. The bomb now planted. This is everything for Nikodos. He's been caught prior to the pop. Hooksy and Yabi, they are so vulnerable. And Hooksy's made it work, and Yabi combines a quick force buy. And Flames are on the board in round 2. Oh, NIP, they do trip over their shoelaces a bit there.
You got to look to Zyphon again. He did it on Nuke. He's done it again right now. The fact that they stall them out, both of them playing from that site position, Roy grabbing a 3rd kill right there, and then your pressure just being applied. Just so much right there. Oh, NIP, they go from their in-game leader winning them a clutch situation to back down, losing to the force buy. Copenhagen Flames, they respond immediately here. And they channeled NIP in that direction with their utility issues. They forced their hand.
Multiple nades sailing over that half wall. They just make the educated guess that there's a few too many players around the banana corner. They opt for A, and it is, again, as you highlighted, Zyphon's Deeg. They just can't trifle with him.
Oh, we're going to have some force by wars going down here. NIP, they force back themselves. Hampus into the Galil, the rest onto the Deagles. Light smattering a U-turn, light smattering a damage. Yabi down to 18 points of health. He's going to have to reconsider that banana aggress. Hooksy, however, hanging out towards the sandbag here.
NIP's super light on nades here. Like, they will be worth their weight in gold. So no overcommitments, no real kind of fakes available to them. This is going to be pretty much an indication of their commitment when they do start to sail through the sky. A 4-man lean towards A. So a gamble of sorts for the Flames initially. Yabi very low. He's been brought down to a scrap of health, 18 points.
This is interesting. They've just jiggled top mid and basically called it clear. Now they're walking all the way back on over, trying to make it look like a fake. Flames have all the information, so they can back Hooksy up. He still has a molly and a HE to stall this one out. The rotation's coming in. You can look at the radar. They could even do 2 players. That molly perfectly timed. That's going to allow Nikodos to get on over with another smoke of his own. So this could be a huge nade.
Yeah, it looked great. Oh, and it is. Look at the damage. And here comes a second smoke just as NIP start their crawl. They're going to have to go through. Missed spray. Hooksy's going to be cleared. He peeks on the flash. Blind as a bat. LNZ's gone. Running out of options now, NIP. They need to clear him and have, thanks to Plopsky. Nikodos re-advancing, trying to keep it hectic, and the trades go their way. The Flames have Roy to depend on as well. He's crawled up Banana. Device to plant. A good tag. Yabi's done so much damage with that Galil. And now all onto Hampus. The Flames have handled this. Can Hampus do anything with 10 HP? A dunk from Roy denies. And they can hoover up what little weapons they can. This is really bleak now for the Ninjas.
If this continues like this, like I know we're only 3 rounds of play in here, but they're reading them. They just read them perfectly there. The timing on every single piece of utility was perfect from the Flames, right? That molly from Hooksy delays. The rotation comes in from Nikodos. The smoke drops. They run on through gray screen. There's so many bodies on the site. That play from Flames there to gamble 4 players towards A and retain top mid control. Set them up on a silver platter here. This is phenomenal Counter-Strike early.
And for the 5 human beings on the right side of your screen, you just have to hope they're able, if not by their own virtues, through device and threats experience, to keep a cool head on their shoulders here and not start visualizing the disappointment they could be facing. Yabi with a quick opener there. High speed pokeball to the jaw. Hampus down.
Not liking this for NIP here. Now, I know it is just some light upgraded pistols. They're not really going to be able to make it anywhere. And that's Zyphon, the one playing up on the balcony. Slither gap on the way through towards the boiler. Another body hits the deck, and Device is still low. Steps out, shot missed. And there he goes. Roy in the back. This is just continuing to fall in place here. And look, the desk spoke about it. Rez is an individual who you need to step up alongside a Device here. The next most experienced in this team. In that last map of play, LNZ was actually the one impressing me just under Device there, and he's the one who shouldn't be. He's the one who should be cowering in this moment. The flash is there. Hooksy, oh, is going to get away.
Oh, hard to track. In the back.
If they keep everybody alive right here, Flames, this is massive. NIP needs something. Can they stroll on in? The Deagles have to ring true.
Hooksy's got it on lock. Yabi on second oranges as well, so nothing really to report. Just as easy as that. And yeah, frustrations might be starting to mount if they can't convert this next gun round. I mean, NIP, they were given the gift, Chad. Like, they were given the gift of a pistol. Hampus pulls off a 1v2, and Flames have immediately responded with 3 of their own.
Yeah, this is crazy. They've just grabbed all of that momentum NIP could have run with, and they've taken it. They've turned it on their head, and every single little detail right now for Flames is great, right? The jiggle peaks, the info plays, everything looking good.
There's a deep one. So you see this out of G2 and their playbook. A deep mid smoke thrown from spawn, and Roy will be able to throw some better nades mid from that. Deep, suppressing nades. Plopsky's already just had a little bit of chip damage. Yabi to try and return to Banana now. It's actually a 3-man lean here from the Flames initially. We are seeing a bit of a change-up. That's the smoke we were just mentioning. It's kept Device very honest in middle. But this is the change-up, right? You're going to have some apps investigations. Banana is being fought for, as we discuss. And, oh, Nikodos could have him dead to rights here if Plopsky's not careful. It's as easy as that, a dry one.
They're walking up mid. They know they need to go. The AWP is over towards B.
Yeah, actually, Hooksy's a bit late on the rotate as well. Roy, though, has been really standing tall for the Flames when it matters most. The support of Util is there. Hooksy has tucked into the site now. Here they come, kept at bay by the Flame. And now maybe the Copenhagen Flames can make this 4. It's a 4-on-4. Straight in. Roy slams down the door at 2 already, and they're coming on in. He knows where you are. LNZ puts his head in the vice and pulls them back into a competitive round. Again, LNZ stands tall. There's a third opportunity there. He's not shy of the mark. Yabi down low. Nikodos has swapped out for the AK to forge a path back into the site. A smoke for the pit player, and Incendiary's not bad either. What does he want to do with this? Oh, LNZ going to be forced out of position. A small sound cue to build a picture. Device has the short cross on lock, or not anymore. Oh, and Nikodos even with the pre-fire. They are intimidating. These Danes crawling for the retake. LNZ deleted up to Device. When it matters most, they're already on the defuse. He can't. He's bodyguarded perfectly. Flames will take it, and that is a disaster for the Ninjas. Channeled into the A site. They had a 4 versus 2 on it, kept at bay by the Util, Chad, and it does once again disintegrate.
They were a bit late to react there on identifying where the AWP was, right? There was a moment of hesitation going up through that mid-smoke. Eventually they make it through, but then, yeah, it's on Roy with the double. LNZ doing his best, and in the 2-on-2, those kind of situations, if you've been watching a lot of the major here, you see some teams even go for the save. So Flames, they make it work. It looks fantastic. And it forces NIP back down to some pistols here. It's going to be a half buy. Lots of util behind this. Now, one of the strats that we saw them lining up over in the RMR, and it has come out in a few of their Inferno games, does involve getting Device boosted and chaining some flashes over as they waterfall out apartments. Now, early, we haven't seen them set up for that just yet, but there's still plenty of time to do it. Rez waiting to give them the silent boost on up in towards the boiler room. Hampus is in, needs to call this clear, and 3 players over towards B. Happy to work this one out. Okay, that's very audible. The drop right there.
Deliberate or not, Hampus is Close up in the balk. He wants to flash him in. And that's an easy collection for Zyphon. Just booked. And yeah, right. A formality for him. This is an unscathed Flames as they throw all their resources into A. Rez has been spotted. Device does catch one, but that's just a stray. Rez does not have the HP to handle this, and NIP from 2 best of 1, Inferno wins. You can understand why they picked it here to equalize the series, but that is looking just a little too good for the Flames right now. I mean, they were 1 best of 3 away and have been for the last 2 days.
This is way too easy right now for the Flames. Like, this is just simple stuff, right? Everything they're doing, the details, the map control that they're taking, the heads-up Counter-Strike they're playing, they're not playing crazy out of the box. Oh, we're going hyper-aggressive. We're not letting you execute. They're playing info Counter-Strike. They're playing the rotations. They're playing off of one another. They're playing as a team. This is great stuff. The Cinderella story of the Flames is continuing right now, and this is against an NIP with everything to play for, everything to lose. Maybe they changed the jerseys to get the voodoo off their backs here, but right now, they're looking on toast. This is just flat. I know it's the T half, but 5-1 the score already reads. A lot of these rounds haven't felt that convincing at all. Plopsky, 1 kill, 2 for Rez, 3 for Device and LNZ apiece. Hampus leading the charge on 5, and Hampus the only one responsible for a clutch round. 3 players, Banana again, locking this down. Nikodos with the orb so quick, and he's out.
He's taken down Device as well. There's more to come. Nikodos ain't done. Double immediately thrust into the feed. He is Molotov, so he cannot retreat. He'll have to stand and fight, but the supporting utils there. They are completely repelled from Banana.
Look
and
where
now,
Zyphon is.
Again, the bullets come in. Zyphon with some aggression, nearly all 3. Round is 1 off the back of that aggression, though. They throw a little bit of spice into the mix, Chad.
That's crazy that he was all the way down there, only caught that last second. And
Look
you
at
see
Nikodos.
Hampus all the way back around. He might get a free kill here, Hampus. Nikodos is understanding
He's got
the
his
situation.
pistol. Oh, wow. Timeout time again, maybe. I don't know. NIP missing. And you can see a nod of affirmation from the coach. He can feel it.
Nikodos is Sonic, isn't he? He is really, really quick. The first is great. The second is better. And Zyphon's position was fantastic. There's the first in the flames. Takes down Device. Hangs around. He's not dropping back. He's staying to fight. The second shot onto Plopsky. And this is it. Zyphon has just slipped the net perfectly there. What a heads-up call. Flames are reading this game so well. And back to the pistols. No bombs going down in the last 2 rounds means NIP. Not enough cash to buy. And there he is again. Opening up the account one more time.
Okay, Device has given him just a little bit of something to work with. That's a well-placed incendiary. They just can't disrespect it. Certainly not Device. He just doesn't have the health for this. Extinguish. Coming, Hooksy, the hero, leaping through, has gotten away with murder there.
More nades.
By Plopsky. No, gets away just by a shadow of health. The bomb, though, was surely denied. Just off the off angle, a transfer. Actually, it was Nikodos that finds it, but this one's done. Plopsky doesn't have the health. Confirmed now, and it's just running away from them, Chad. I was just doing my research. I wanted to find out exactly how long these boys have been a 5-man unit. Now, Yabi and Nikodos have been repping the Flames for a long time, just the late stages. I think we have Yabi in August of 2020. 2 months later, Nikodos joins the roster. But these 3, Roy, Hooksy, Zyphon, it was Roy and Hooksy from Mad Lions. This was on May 18th. Zyphon wraps up the roster after deciding he wasn't keen on the Astralis talent, felt like he could do better, and, well, maybe he was right.
Yeah, he's here in Astralis to nowhere right now. This right is ridiculous. I'm in disbelief right now. 7-1 the scoreline reads, and everything is perfect. Everything is great from the Flames. I can't believe what we're witnessing here. I didn't think coming in today this would be the storyline.
I mean, this is Stockholm. NIP had the globe on their jersey, and they may not even see it.
Closest they're going to get by the looks of things here.
They may not even see it, Chad, after going 2-0. Inferno as well, the map that put them here. 2-0, those 2 are on this map, and right now, it's their blood that stains Inferno's cobbles, far from anything particularly intimidating.
They're just keeping 3B. This hold from Flames, they have so much faith in their A defense, and they're coming Banana.
Oh, nice one. Oh my god, Device just pulls the trigger as he loses vision. Hooksy's vulnerable. This has to be an NIP round. Hooksy, no HP. The Glock is due. Nice work from Plopsky there. He's given them everything they needed. That has to be the round. Right.
Yeah, definitely now, right? Orb spotted, isolated. It was a 3-man defense. They're unable to crack it. And the Flames, they will top of their second round, but how many can they take with them here? Zyphon onto Rez. Lots of cash. You can see right now, left-hand side of your screen, plenty of cash money. Yabi with 5K. That's before the loss bonus comes in. HooXi, 7.4. Roy on 6.7 now. Will on the bottom of the barrel. That's 1,400. So you can understand why Nikodos and Zyphon want to hold on to these for future rounds. And NIP, they need everything they've got as well, right? All that extra util. They're going to need to start building something here on the T side too, but they've broken through. Popsky's done well. Device there, blind on that opener. So good shooting. And the second round now for the Ninjas here. The bomb about to go off. And maybe a bit more fight out of them now. You got to question what the response is going to be here out of the CT side. That heavy B lean has been on the agenda more often than not. Partnered up with that deep mid smoke. It does buy them that buffer. Now, if you want to set Nikodos up again with the AWP, I'm going to take a little bit of a look over in his spawn right now to see if he has a good spawn or not. Pretty good over towards B if they want to send him. We've already seen him go hyper-aggressive over there and find some openers, but looks like they're just going to return him back towards the A side of things. That was the device opener. It's going to be a 2-3 split again, but 3 over towards Banana. Maybe looking for full control with the rifles. Half-wall molly. He's through. He's going to be safe here.
That is so naughty. Just gets to linger in plain sight. Big round now for the Ninjas. If they can find something consecutive, prove to themselves. And look how active the Flames are being here.
Yeah, I think that half-wall smoke that NIP throw out, they know that that's going to stall. So what they've done is they've just rotated heavy forces back towards A in case it is a pounce. Yabi and HooXi are actually going to be greeted back together on that B bomb site. So it has been back and forth between these two.
But the hyperactivity of this CT side is just well informed. It's what the very best have been doing. Copenhagen Flames are embodying all of that.
Deep mid smoke now. Bomb still all the way second mid, so no real indication of some nades are being juggled across here.
Just having a conversation about how they'd like to finish this one off. Request from Nikodos for a flash. Re-smoking top mid from sight. That will keep them on their toes. That might even just shave a full 20 off the clock. Flash to get that space back. No one's contesting it. You got Nikodos on long side. Balcony smoke will put the pressure on, and here comes the NIP commit. They got the numbers. Nikodos looking to thin them and bodyguarded nicely. Again, Device puts his name in the opener. Here they come. Heavy commitments. Roy caught out a little. Saving just a little bit more from Plopsky and Device, and these are the two names we have only found in NIP's success. Again, Device under scrutiny. The T-side AWP posts another must-have opener.
This is very brave from HooXi here, right? We were talking about the saves and how necessary that is. The fact that he's hanging around and having a little bit of a look.
I had a look as well. Device was competing in S-tier tournaments like ESL 1 Cologne in 2015 when HooXi played his first professional Counter-Strike game. 2015, the year he signed his first contract.
Oof, taking this off away could be some good damage here. Great stuff from HooXi, just really doing damage to that economy. Gets the AWP, gets that for Nikodos and gets away. So best of a bad situation right there from the Flames. The third now in the mix, and there's an AK upgrade as well. So we saw what he did on Nuke with that in his hands, right? He's going to be licking his chops that he's got that one back on out here, Yabi.
Yeah, exactly my thoughts as well. Yabi's got his best gun. The spray transfers he was able to pull off with it, he just manages it very, very well. 7.5, but already NIP displaying that they can and will make you sweat.
One of the key differences in this round was the lack of information, right? Flames didn't have any information over towards top Banana, and they didn't have a whole lot up top mid. It was quiet until it wasn't. So good from NIP to play the smokes and mirrors. Hampus needs to be careful now, playing between the Flames. Yabi's coming.
Oh, it's such a hard battle, but this time Yabi's down. Hampus bests him. NIP starting to find the openings they desire, and I think Hampus wants to go on this. He just wants to punish. It would be the perfect call. A CT smoke. Will they overthink it? Nikodos has just caught mid. Res.
They have to go B now. They're committed to this.
Oh, and HooXi goes across. He will surely go down. He does eventually. LNZ catching the aggression. Nikodos was going for a ballsy maneuver, and this surely translates into a fourth as well. Roy has managed to tuck in. Device has already got that bomb down. And he's actually hunting for Roy. And Device doesn't let it slip, looking like they're finding just enough form here.
Zypher's going to save towards pit again here if he can, but you felt that was enough from Nikodos in the mid pick, right? He strafes out mid, he gets a kill. The pressure was towards B, the rotation just wasn't there. But good stuff, and that's Hampus, right? That's what you want to see from him, right? Because here's the deal, right? Over there on Nuke, it felt like Linus was the entry fragger. What's going on there? You don't want that, right? It's not that Linus is a bad player by any means, but he isn't in this team. You can see that he's a supportive element. He's not meant to be the guy getting you the entries. So Hampus doing that is a lot right now. Plopsky's also chiming in with Summon. Well, Device, of course, on that T-side AWP. But yet to rumble the bank balance just yet. There's plenty of cash. Nikodos has 9.9 to reinvest, so they can definitely get out that CT-sided AWP. But a CT-sided timeout called, and that's just to discuss the issues that they're having. This is better from NIP now. This is even more convincing than some of the rounds they were winning over there on Nuke, right? Yeah. And the scoreline when it ended 16-10, I think that's a little bit of a misleading scoreline. It felt very easy in that first map for Flames, and it felt very easy within the first 7 or 8 rounds of play for them here as well. Now they're under the pump.
Hampus is a contributor in at least half of NIP's rounds they currently posted. He clutched up in that pistol. Has just found him 2 entries on Banana to make it 4. But as you've highlighted, they have once again presented with the AWP that worked so well for that pick into mid. You thought that was enough, but Hampus proved otherwise, and this was the catch. If Hooksy had rounded that corner, he could very well have delayed.
You can see what he's thinking, right? He doesn't want to get isolated in the site against an execute. He wants to try and play retake. Unfortunately, they're a bit quick on the draw. And NIP threatening now. Remember, Ancient, you can see it top of your screen right now, will be the 3rd map between these two. Surprising not to see NIP picking that map in recent time as well. Something that they seem like they backed in time and time again, and now they've shied away from it. Here we go. This is the round that NIP need. They can break the Flames here, whose loss bonus has started to build. 2,900 for them in the next round of play. Deep mid smoke again. And this time a 3-man A defense early. Just Yabby and Hooksy over towards B, who have been tested now. Deep nades there. The second one actually doing a big chunk of damage. Hampus down to 61. Plopsky, 77 points of health for him as well. Walking up Banana is Plopsky. Passive stance on B.
Hooksy's in a position to throw out a full retake set if he fancies it. That's exactly what he's doing. Halfwall will be smoked. Plopsky might be ahead of it. Does have to respect it. And a boost over is the counter play. Now this may be unexpected. Are the Flames really ready for this reaction?
Hooksy looks aware of this. Oh, spotted!
Oh, he gets away. Just a slight glimpse of him. Device doesn't quite find the mark. But I mean, look, the bomb's at T-spawn, so all of this is just posturing. They're puffing up their chest. They're trying to force the CT's hand. Nikodos has been smoked off library. Will feel the void that is Arch. A 2-man push onto him. And he does have a peek. He's so quick. Res deleted. Hampus slips the net, but he's trying his luck. And it's trying to catch him on the rotate through. A good clear here, and not easy. As NIP are struggling to break the site. Yabby's double secures it. It's only Device he's coming through. And Yabby will make it 3. Nikodos and Yabby combine to repel the NIP invaders. And yeah, fist bumps exchanged as they take the win on the CT half of NIP's must-win map.
Read that well again, right? Read that well again. They knew it was the mid to B. There was cavalry over there to help on Nikodos, who was being pressured in the B lockdown. Fantastic work from Yabby. Huge stuff from him. And you're right, 8 rounds now. How many more can they post here? Just playing on the cusp of that smoke. They run on through the grey screen. Device giving away his position, doing the best he can with the P250, but it's an aggressive AWP pick. Device on the other side, the flash through holds them back. Banana is where they go again. 3 bodies make it 4 in Banana right now. Standing and hanging around the Flames. They have to extinguish, but they're looking like they want to punish B early.
You would have to get through Yabby. Still got his AK.
3 players over here towards B as well. Nikodos has just joined the party.
Oh, changing hands. Look at that. He just leaves his smoke and rotates through. It's nerdy.
This is perfect. He's been able to post up in time. He's even been able to get back towards the site here. As you mentioned, util to drop. So there's a smoke locking them down. That's going to keep them until sub 1 minute.
Giving him nothing. Looks like NIP have a very clear intention. 5-man commit. Second orange has worked very well for Copenhagen Flames on the last rappel of this, but HooXi's so low. Nikodos, though, if he can find a momentary peek away from the flashes and the smokes, HooXi does nothing. It's up to Nikodos now. The supportive flashes are there, looking to reposition. Oh! And everybody's looking the wrong way. Yabi again strikes thrice. Recovering now as Hampus does it all. AK, AWP, it doesn't matter. The rotate on its way. He's opted for a fountain plant. And they have at least gotten across. Now for the peak. Tucked in. Plopsky will have to fight. The spread does sign his death warrant. Only Hampus. They can double peek this. He can get overwhelmed and they will hit the first bullet out of their gun. 9 for the Flames. And 9 for all German NIP fans.
That is mental right there. That gap that Yabi found, like you saw it on your screen, but you didn't think it was real. Like I'm seeing him there and I'm thinking, nobody's bloody looking. How's he been able to weasel his way in there?
4 people, Chad, with their backs turned. It's just his timing alone.
But you have to think about that. The smoke that's dropped. This is
Here.
it, the gap.
Oh, as it
a
fades.
massive gap over towards that CT smoke, and he's just crept on through. Nobody looking.
Oh.
Look at the blunder right there. The smoke with the gap is everything. NIP.
It's a fumble.
You can't be dropping the ball there. 9-4.
It looked like Nikodos was running out of options, and then Yabi just decides he's going to massacre 3. Oh, NIP need this. Must win. The Flames are really, if you pardon the pun, heating up.
They need to be a bit more direct here, NIP. When they've been able to do that, at least they've been able to get the opening kills, right, and look threatening. Right there was that missed smoke that is such a drama for them. And Yabi punished, but now all 5 turning their attention over towards A. 4 in the mid corridor. Just the 1 man of LNZ over towards the apartments. The smokes are coming through, the pressure being applied.
Nikodos does slow him down. You just can't run through that. Roy already puts his name in the feed. You needed that in response. Plopsky shuts him down. Cancels his plans. Zyphon, however, still a nuisance. You can see even exchanges back and forth.
Oh, they changed places in the smoke. They have an idea. Yabi knows. He's called it.
I think Nikodos is aware as well. Yeah, building a picture, and down goes Hampus again. Advantage Flames. It's all devised for them. He started this round and now post his second. Bomb uncontested. It's planted now. Clock extended. Kits and a smoke, so not in a rush. Copenhagen Flames have HooXi to rely upon. He's actually going to drop a bit of a one-way here on Balk, so that's going to have eyes drawn to him.
Molly for Pit as well. LNZ is going to be forced wide here. Oh, he's not going to drop it. He's going for under the balcony.
Straight into Device. Just enough damage. Device does not go down. He can play the time now. Yabi, you've been great, but this is just an ask too much. A great Molotov. Straight onto the bomb. Device is doing it all just by extending play. No time for this one. And they will pull it across the line, but tooth and nail.
Oof, that was so close. And that molly out of HooXi right there. You absolute nerd. Beautiful stuff. That's what we like to see. Clearing out towards the mini pit right there. But here we go. Round number 15 up next.
Haven't seen that one before from HooXi. That is naughty.
Device here, great stuff. Yeah, under the pump right there. Roy went aggressive on that short push right there because they lost all the info, right? Nikodos was smoked off towards Library and the arch side. Roy makes a play, and that thrusts NIP in towards the side. But here we go. Final round of the first half. 2 MP9s. Still a couple of M4s and the AWP rattling around. The nades deep again. Rez. Bang. Oh, down to 4 HP. Cop that.
He has not been having fun here on the T side, Chad.
2 kills.
2. Yabi got more than that in 1 magazine of his AK-47. Rez is equipped with the same, but yeah, he's a shadow of his former self now. 2 nades to the dome. MP9 defense. They have called upon Roy to bolster the numbers. A boosted M4, a gap,
yeah.
Perhaps to be exploited. Hampus in a position to punish any inquisitive CTs.
Was looking very likely for a B exec there, but I think the second smoke, they've just called pause on this for a moment.
See what LNZ finds on his apps adventure as well. You know, he's been there the whole time. He hasn't had anything to report. Not too much funny business other than the one Siphon aggression there. Util is thrown out, but Nikodos doesn't flinch. And he will collect an easy one, and that's onto Device.
Siphon now.
The superstar forced to watch as his team start to disintegrate. Yeah, already locked down.
Indecisive.
Head in the bomb A. It's the right call. Roy will be ready to react as soon as contact is found. Nikodos readies himself for war. LNZ, a miss. And a chance here for the Swede, only short-lived. Plopski up against the world, up against 5 of the Flames, and that is 10. Pain, NIP are in jeopardy. Copenhagen Flames are so close to truly manifesting the Cinderella story. It always stops well before this point. But this is something else.
Looks like the mood is an all-time high over there in the Copenhagen Flames camp. Look, smiles on the faces, obviously still very serious business, but think about what's going through their heads. We came in through the open qualifier of the last RMR event. The open qualifier, right? That's with everybody.
Yeah.
Right? That's you at home with 4 of your friends can join the open qualifier. They came through that, and then they've just continued to hit the ground running.
And all of the Tier 1 teams complain about those open qualifiers because it's so unpredictable. Everyone plays ratty CS, really are disrespectful, never before seen strats and plays and never before heard of names, destroying you online. Well, Flames handled it and have handled it ever since. They were in the group of death at the EU RMR. Do you remember?
Undefeated in the best of ones there, but we're underway here with the pistol round. And Rez, aggressive down mid here. Can't hang around forever. Device doing his best to oversee business, just peppering down with a couple of pot shots. It's just this 2-man defense over towards A here, so hoping to be disparaging, right? That's why they're so forward. They want to get a kill early or do some damage to force Flames over towards the B stack, which is LNZ, Plopski, and Hampus right now. Been able to burn about 30 seconds off the clock just with this forward position, but they are about to be tested now. Roy perched in the apartments with Zyphon on his side.
Rez needs a confidence booster. And that's the start. Zyphon has his plans foiled.
He's forcing them B. This is exactly what you wanted if you were NIP.
LNZ with the flashes.
Oh, they've called it off. Okay, Hooksy's left the bomb in chicken pit. There's 50 seconds left. Oh my god, that's so easy for Roy.
That came so easy.
Just a couple of bullets out the Glock, and now they can go anywhere.
Yeah, the freedom is theirs, and Device trying to be a hero. Bit of an overextension, but he's adjusted accordingly to the steps. A lot on riding on these frags. Good click. Trade available. Nikodos just accelerates into him. And he's not going to clear his corners. LNZ, a crucial find. Plopski's in trouble. And they do commit to B, trying to get across just ahead of LNZ's peak. Hooksy, however, has the bomb. He gets to get across as LNZ tucks in. Plopski on the second flash, loses his head. It's up to LNZ, and Yabi with 17-3 in the pistol. That is a brutal pill to swallow if you're NIP, because now you have to do the impossible. You're going to have to stare down the barrel of what could very well be 13 if they can't find this.
That's insane right there. Just how they toyed with them in that mid-round. Like, you see how they toyed with them there. The info plays. This is one thing that Flames have been doing so well across a lot of the maps they've been playing on the T side, is understanding the space they have and what the bodies mean, right? We didn't know where they were ending until the final throws of that round, because they didn't know where they were ending until the final throws of that round. They were seeing what NIP had in store. That stack over towards the B bomb site stayed for the longest period of time until they had to get peeled back, and then the rotation opens the gap. You're running into B there with 15 seconds left and no smoke to cross on CT spawn, right? And they get away with it. They get away with it. The Flames, just some massive play here, and Yabi, what a time for him to show up as another star for the Copenhagen Flames. How many names do they have?
As if they didn't have enough. I mean, we've already been singing the praises of Nikodos. We've been singing the praises of Roy, Zyphon's Deeg. Now, when it matters most, Yabi ascends to new heights. And Copenhagen Flames, Chad, are 5 rounds away from the top 8. We might get those Copenhagen Flames stickers. These names inscribed in the game forever if they can just pull this off.
And this is great, as you mentioned, if they can convert here against this Force by the Scout, the upgraded pistols, the light util that's doing a lot of damage right there. Nabe plonks on the head of Nikodos there, and a smoke to die as well. If they can convert this, they're going to get an easy round in the next. A lot rides on this for NIP. They have to put up a fight.
What a shot at a Device. Puts Roy on his ass. Finds one from the grave, though, as the Flames spread. Nikados loud about this. They don't strike, and Zyphon's found one. They'll clear him out. Rez needs this. Has to deliver. Trigger discipline at an all-time high. They've called the site clear. Hampus, more on the scout. It's only Zyphon. He's assuming the site is clear. Hampus, can you finish it here? And Rez will finally activate. NIP, the Force by Wars, they do weather the storm, and now, even better than a pistol win, the Swedes have been given a little bit of light at the end of a very dark tunnel.
Yeah, that's a lifeline right there, right? They've just done what the Flames did to them in the first half back, and that was pretty clean stuff. I can't believe Rez there didn't pull the trigger, right? He had a player run in and run out of the site, and he didn't shoot. That's crazy. He was playing for the round win. He wanted to make sure he denied that bomb going on down. But Flames are biting back, and they've bought in as well. 4 Deagles, a Tech 9, and very, very light on the util. Hooksy's had to go. A couple of bits of util here to make this one at least something to work with. A molly top banana to hold the info play at bay. 4 players up through second mid. This is likely to be activated right now by Hooksy with the smoke and the flash, but then that's all they have to go. The double nades, only a sprinkling of damage. You would expect a lot more. The jump up was timed well. This is a waterfall onto A. They have to stand and deliver these A defenders right here for the Ninjas.
Device has already been doing everything he can on an individual level. He needs the squad, and Rez is a big part of the squad. 2 of the 3 required. Hampus finishes things off nicely.
Rotation's coming in now. Bomb is loose. And oh my god, Hooksy's ahead of that. Almost onto Hampus there. 5 points of health remaining, and now just Nikados with the deagle in his hand. Lots of time to work with here. If he can isolate some fights, you've seen LNZ get into the back line. That was the first, but Device too quick. The crab walk in, the kill comes through, and 7 now for NIP. And you can just see the backline's their threat. This must be so stressful to sit here and have to watch this with what is on the line. But they bought themselves a buffer here. Should be getting their 8th round. Flames have to take the eco. The loss bonus isn't there. Unable to get many kills, unable to get the bomb on down, but this is still very, very tight stuff. It's not going to be easy for NIP to pull this one back by any means.
Yeah, starting though. The groundwork is laid. The foundations are there. With a 2nd round win. And this is a nice little bit of a farm. Hampus mows them on down. Device will take 2 for himself.
That's beautiful stuff there. Clean sheet. Get it done early. Don't expend too many nades, right? We always talk about that here
True.
against the full Glock ecos. So just dealing with business right now are the Ninjas. And doesn't look like Device is too worried. This man looking to get into his next playoff appearance, an absolute legend of the majors.
Well, he would be the only one, right?
Yeah, Olaf, at that last hurdle, he dropped on out. Device, the only one still carrying that to his name. But here we go. The AKs are in. No T-side or peer. Nice, actually peering on through. Smoked off. LNZ's walked on through. Brave from the youngster here.
Oh, he's done more than just be brave. He's actually found blood. And there's more to come. Damage is high. And he's still finding more. Hooksy brought down to 9 HP. Deep smoke. They've got supremacy of Banana. And LNZ will just rotate off. It's a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Plopsky, actively maintaining control of it for now.
Flames are limping in this one, right? The opening death sucks, but the HP at Hooksby, that's even worse because they need to be careful with every corner they turn.
And that's the LNZ effect.
Roy's low as well, right? 37 for him, 65 for Nikados. You could almost say this round is done now. Like, NIP would have to give this one up. It's so difficult for Flames to put up a fight, right? You're sitting there, you're having the conversation where low, we can't go for any of these brave picks. Zyphon is the only man with a lot of HP, and he would have to hit some crackers. You can see this passive setup over towards the A site now. Hampus on the jiggles towards mid on the occasion.
Zyphon, go kill.
Yeah, like that's what this comes down to. He needs to find them a way in. And it's clear he's been told exactly that. Look how active he is coming up porch side.
Oh, spotted out by the long player. Misinformation, and now takes the gap. He knows long could be open. I think there's still a smoke up. He's racing against Device. Through to the arch. He'll keep his feet planted. They're committing into LNZ, who was low. Zyphon up against Device, now neutralized. This is a good chance for the Ninjas.
Should be an easy lockdown.
It has to be theirs. LNZ does fall, but the bomb has to be planted, and Plopsky has done enough. Just like that, the 9th secured, and it does look like NIP have found their voice. Trying to pull and kick and scream their way back into a competitive half. Let's not forget, this was a 10-5 half to the Flames. And the response so far, 4-1.
Yeah, it's just all that early damage from LNZ to kick off that round, right? As I mentioned, there's not a lot of HP to work with. What are you meant to do, right? They waited out the clock. They hoped that it was going to be enough, but going into that site, just a bit of a blender. B's on lock. Good stuff from the Ninjas now as they do get Device into his AWP. Full util as well, just up against these pistols, and they're actually heading B, so we're going to run this one down fast, and that's a nuke of a nade. So much damage done. They hear this one coming from miles away. More mollies to hold them at bay. They scamper back on down, so everything the Flames had is gone. Now it's just walking around on half HP.
Yeah, and easy as that. Collects, and there's more to come for Hampus. There's, ooh, a bullet to the dome. Plopsky, got to hold on to this, and yeah, there's some damage. Yeah, there's a frag. LNZ to pick up the pieces, and it's intimidating. Let's definitely say that much. The Tech-9s don't find too much more than the double frag.
This is happening quite quick now, and one of the issues, as we mentioned, right, the bomb not going down means we're not going to see the Flames being able to stay continuously threatening. They need to make sure in this next gun round of play, if they want to have anything to say, that they get in, they get that bomb down just to facilitate future buys. NIP, on the other hand, now that's 5 in a row from them, starting to nurture a bit of a bank balance and starting to feel good about things. This is what we want to see here, some fight out of the Swedes. 3-man B defense again. Device and Rez, the only two to lock down A.
Oh.
And LNZ again, he's forward and he's found the entry one more time.
Yabi's just got Groundhog Day in his mind. Every single round, he looks to start off with his AK, tucks into the banana, and then is eliminated by a very aggressive LNZ. Really finding some confidence when it matters most here.
Can't leave the bomb behind, boys. If you want to go fast A, you're going to need to pick that up. And look at all the pressure. Look how far they pushed down Banana.
Yeah, really uncomfortable.
And LNZ.
Really uncomfortable. Nikodos is going to try and retain and regain some control. Half wall to bait. Nikodos has 3 to contend with here.
That right there normally would just be 1. That's a big kill. Look at all the space over towards A. They've actually been able to infiltrate Arch side, and they're coming through the smoke.
It's all about timings here. Rez will tuck in. They just smoked themselves off of the banana push, but they walk through it. Rez activating. Nikodos very loud about this. Oh, and it's an easy headshot. Rez with more heavy contributions in a must-win round. Zyphon, that's quite the spray, but a 2v4. And they don't have the bomb, Chad. It's 40 seconds. I guess they can reposition, keep them guessing. Roy doesn't have the health for this. And Zyphon doesn't either. Plopsky makes sure of that. And Hampus, nice work as well with the baits. Secures it. NIP definitely returning to some degree of form here.
Yeah, and that bomb getting maroon top mid is a problem, right? Because we're talking 4.3 on the high end for Yabi and that of Zyphon, but then the other 3 of them just under that 4K mark. So you can buy, you can get the Galils out, sure, that can be the purchase here. But it's not ideal, it's not the buy that you're looking for. So being stumped and a timeout necessary. Second called for the Flames now to talk this through. And you can see Hooksy in the middle of the in-game leader just having a bit of a chat about how things are going. Nod from the coach in the background. Agreeing with what's being said right now, but as we take a look, Hampus with 23 kills to his name, Device with 18, and Rez, yeah, look, he got a couple there, but he only has 8, 10 apiece for Plopsky and LNZ, and LNZ, his entries towards Banana, or his opening kills as it were, have just set the tone for these gun rounds, right? You get an opening kill, you get it early, and you get away. Yeah, simple as you like.
I wouldn't be surprised if part of Hooksy's speech there was, let's just manage those opening deaths a little better. We need to have, especially when going for something light on like this.
Almost every single round, they've either sustained an early death or they've sustained early nade damage, like a bucket load. We're talking several members.
That was the Zyphon go kill round.
Exactly. So they need to make sure they're able to avoid that. And look how NIP are holding on to all their nades here, right? They haven't lobbed out a lot early. They haven't gone for map control. They've actually just held on to a bunch of smokes, a bunch of mollies. They can defend against anything late. So NIP reading this well now.
You can't beat this Jiggle Incendiary defense. You run through it, you're half health, you dumped all of your util. And here they come through the flames, no extinguish, but leaping over it. Onto Plopsky's retreat, they are tucked in, they've taken the space. Step 1, complete. Counter util there, again LNZ puts his name in the feed first. Careful Plopsky. They're grouped up on coffins, 1 spray, and this falls apart for the Flames. 3 of them here for this engagement. Hard to flash them off here, though. It's just a straight-up engagement, straight duel. And that's 1 for the Flames, 2 as well. The Deagles connecting. Hampus clawing his way back into the site. They are in the open. and surely going to pick this one up. Only Nikodos, a good dig to start us off, and another device to save the Ninjas. My God, Nikodos, he nearly had it in the bag.
Whoa-wee.
That could have been something very, very different. Device holds his bottle though, pulls him back. You can see not even a sweat on the brow, just keeps a stern face. He knows NIP need him to stay strong.
That's crazy right there. That's insane. Like the fact that the Flames, with that purchase, right, that was just a half by light util and a B execute. They played the retake, right? NIP opted to play the retake right there, and they almost flubbed it there at the final moments, but they do stand tall. Here's the first. Second is great. And the third here on the jiggle, just not able to convert.
Oh.
Taking the lead now, NIP up to 12 rounds. So this is them really starting to get some momentum.
It's quite the recovery. They looked lost at one point.
7 in a row now, and that's the first time the bomb has gone down.
Yeah, but he's done a lot with that.
A little bit noisy.
Bit
Not sure if he
too
would have been
noisy,
noted, but
yeah.
they're looking quick. They're looking more direct, like they want to execute early here, and it might be the right call. There's only 2 ninjas here.
Probably saying, that worked so well. Why can't we do it again with rifles? Change of plans as the retake util drops. Smoke and incendiary buys time.
Double AWPs here. Hampus has one as well. That's a difference now for this CT side. Plopsky's going forward. Looks like the flash is being lined on up.
Calls it clear. Roy was flirting with some smoky push. Device is on Overwatch there, and oh, Plopsky, a rude awakening. He rounds the corner, and there's 3 right there. They're looking to strike. It's up to Hampus to destabilize. Down goes 1. He's fully blind. He should fall as well. It's LNZ that's found the lurk of Roy. Rotating in. Device desperate with the dig. A 3-on-3. Bomb now planted. Yabi will take CT upon the fade. He's looking to catch one off guard with a fade here. Rez posts one, and onto Zyphon's lurk in the apps. Flames, though, a chance, and he's, pre-aiming it perfectly. Makes a sound cue, but look at this.
He's through.
Oh, Yabi.
Holding his nerve.
2 backs turned, and Rez could be the 3rd. The patience from the Dane.
He's not going to clear this.
No way. No way at all. Rez falls, and now a crossfire. Impossible to break. LNZ head on a swivel, trying to clear through. That's 1, and that'll do. 12 is secured. 4 out of Hooksy as well. Don't let that get missed. The leader with 4 important frags to break their silence. Copenhagen Flames post their 2nd T round after a drought of 7.
That is massive from Yabi right there. I know that it was only 1 kill, but the fact that he held his nerve, right? He had a kill on Linus there every day of the week, right?
He didn't greed for it,
but he just sat. He heard the steps spawn. He understood the situation. That information is what allowed Hooksy to turn his attention over towards the Coffin's position. They've got around here, and they're 1 more away from breaking the bank of NIP, who are starting to struggle for cash. Things are getting siphoned on through now.
Yeah, nasty death from Plopsky in that one. He's going to have to try and lock it back down. Return to form, and he does strike onto Nikodos with the averted AWP gaze. Repositioned and eliminated. Yabi, no fear, but Flames do take him down. 3-on-3 very early, and Hampus delivers onto the walk through mid, and heavy damage inflicted. These nades are working wonders. It's up to really Zyphon here. Hooksy will pause. Zyphon to clear him. A 1-on-1. Straight up engagement. Not so much anymore. Rez is there to equalize it.
They know where Hooksy was, right? That was spotted from Hampus. They know he was top mid. That rotation coming in right now from LNZ has...
Do they full gamble?
The thing is right now, the timing, right? If he was to head on over, LNZ should be able to hear him here close towards that speedway if it was fast. So he knows if he was walking, he has time to work with. Top mid smoked off, fading now. Rez is going to call this clear, and they are splitting up into the 1-1, but it's Boiler where the fight is. The timing, Hooksy with a massive shot.
What a shot! What a headshot. Rez, quick to react, but not enough. And now with just 10 HP, Hooksy's planted safe. Knows it was likely a B rotator, and now the engagement's being rushed. LNZ wants to close the gap. The call is made, he's low. Can he hold his nerve? The Swede has been great when it matters most. Has he got it in him? Hooksy does fall. LNZ saves the Ninjas there. Good effort from Hooksy. Again, looking for impact round.
Oh, being told where the AWP is, I think, right now. Looks like LNZ is just going to get the defuse on this one here. But this is the thing. This kid, right, this kid has come up from the academy team of NIP, right? And he's been good in the clutch. We've seen him over multiple events now, not necessarily getting the most kills by any means, but in situations like this, he seems pretty handy, right? And that's so much pressure right there. I mean, having to convert that one-on-one.
Never mind that. Your major life is on the line, and you're asked to go aggressive banana, and you succeed on multiple occasions. He's done a lot with that, and you can see, yeah, Hampus, he is going to be getting the respect he deserves, considering he, as we do direct credit to LNZ, is really performing up to his highest of standards. 27 and counting for the in-game leader. It's kept NIP in it. Some flare out of device. LNZ with the important impacts, and yeah, NIP desperately trying to claw an Ancient out of this and to equalize what started so dominantly for the Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, they just need to get another plant here, the Flames, to keep these gun rounds and keep this game threatening. But a smile on the face of Hampus there, so maybe the mood starting to lighten up a little bit as they keep this lead, and only just. Nikodos spots one crossing fast. Device posts up with his AWP, looking for a kill, looking for a fight, and if he steps much wider, he is going to get one. Thinks better of it for now and starts to drop on back, and a heavy rotation called early here.
Well, Yabi's just been given a real gift of early banana control. You can see Hampus is going to try and get some extra nades into the mix for Plopsky.
Well, that might change this early banana control, right? Especially if these nades come out. They might do a lot of damage to this Yabi position, who is starting to drop back, and they're looking towards A quite swiftly here.
Haven't seen this yet. Smoked off. Very good timing on that one. Rez has bought time. He's going to sweep mid with device. And Yabi returning to banana. So it's very odd here.
This is just to keep the feet planted on B right now because they were looking for an earlier timing, but that smoke has just stalled things out. So Yabi does a lot there, but it is going to be this A hit. They're going to waterfall out apartments with 2. Zyphon and Roy to open things up.
Can't flash. Oh, and another smoke. NIP, their utility usage has been on point, and there's still a lot more where that came from. Rez, if he only pulled the trigger, if he only knew. They're sitting there with knives out, and they do strafe out. Perfect pop. He's lost his vision. He's lost everything. He has no answers. They've walked past him, and Nikodos will catch him. A big contribution, begging for a boost is device. He's tucked in now on library. And they've lost the sight,
They're
chat.
already considering the save.
That'll
that
do.
was called. As soon as you saw device like get away from that smoke, the save was called. The money's not there, right? Because this has been going so well for NIP, there's no loss bonus. It's 1,400 into the next round to play. They need all these guns. You can take a look yourself, do the maths. What they have here, add 1,400 to it. That's all they're going to have to work with in the next round. They'll need to drop something over to Rez. So maybe, just maybe a hunt could be on the cards. Yabi locking down banana, making sure that nobody's pushed on out. The problem is for the Flames as well, it's not like they're flush for cash. It's not like they can risk too many bodies, but a rifle or 2, if they take it away here, it is going to be worth its weight in gold. A coffin smoke.
Tuck in. The hunt is on. Yabi just trying to take a couple of rebuys, and they do get 2 frags. NIP left with not enough. 31 on the high end. Oh, that hurts.
That's crazy. How do they get 2 kills out of that? That is massive on the chase. That detail right there is huge. They would have had 4 rifles coming into this. They probably could have dropped the 5th.
It would probably have been a full buy. Exactly what I was going to say. Now look what they're left with.
Oh, that's completely changed the plans right here. Flames are in the perfect position to get the 14th.
Oh, dear. 3 rounds away from the Copenhagen Flames putting that glass slipper on.
Well, you have to look to device now, right? He has the AWP. He can make the impact. He can make the difference. He needs to find an opener. He's going to get mollied out of position here.
Oh, and he pulls the trigger to perfection. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Need more. And that's the end of Plopsky.
Hooksy doesn't care.
That was one of the rifles. He's playing some seriously nonchalant Counter-Strike. That was hard to say. But this is even harder to play. Hampus, an opportunity goes awry. Roy did catch a bullet to the head, but it could have been more.
They're just going to slow this one down now. Flames, they now know there's a USP in play, right? They understand what the buy looks like on the other side. Stalling this out, waiting for CT aggression. I almost feel like NIP have to go for a full-on gamble stack. Get the lion's share of your forces together here. The best thing you have to boast, other than that AWP on device, is the Deagle of Rez.
I mean, this is Copenhagen Flames round to lose.
Info, right? That's going to...
bomb as well.
There's going to be a big question, right? Are they going to bait on in for that? Do they expect them to continue through to B? It's mind games for both teams, and Copenhagen Flames, they're calling the bluff. You saw where we were going. We're coming back. The fight's coming your way towards A. Rez, this is your time. Deagle in hand in the back of the site.
He's been really struggling. Good on the Deagle.
He's heard this. He knows it's coming. He's getting wrapped on.
A lot of responsibility on the shoulders here. Rez to disrupt. Uncleared, uncleared. Oh, and they looked the wrong way. A big find, and 2 from the Deag in the feed. That could be round winning. I think it is. There's no time to plant, just survive. Nikodos not going to provide, and that will do nicely. Rez, when it matters most, has found NIP of 14th.
He snatched that away, right? It was all on him. It was literally all on him. He was the only player. He was on an absolute island. He had to do exactly that. And the Flames, they're stumbling over themselves. The time, not checking their corners, not clearing the site. And Rez there, just simple. An easy 2 kills. You're not going to get easier than that. And now we bounce back
Roy's going
against
to
the
be
Flames.
kicking himself as well. He had a glance, and before he could even process the double take, Rez strikes, HooXi distracted. Okay, 14 found, run boost across. No early blood, but Copenhagen Flames take the pace out of this a little.
You don't see them fumble too much, but that one right there is massive for them to drop a scenario like that. It was their round to lose, all things
After
considered.
the hunt, Chad, they couldn't build and convert. NIP closer now to wiping the slate clean. Hometown heroes with some aggression thrown into the mix. They have full banana supremacy.
Big nade again from Hampus. He's been doing a lot here. Look at that, between 3. So much damage done.
Yeah, and he's at 27 frags, Chad, but that's 580 utility damage. 1 straight through the smoke, a second potentially on the deck. HooXi just about gets away with his walk key held.
They're going back to Plopsky. He's just jump peeking right now. Right, this low HP is massive problem. Time an issue again. About 45 seconds left on the clock, and sure, they forced them back, but NIP, they don't need to worry. They still have 2B.
They know Zyphon's the lurky boy. Still in the pack. Hampus is actually going for a fast flank, and Zyphon will be activated as well. This is a very fast flank. Nikodos unprepared, and Hampus has taken another round. Secured it for the boys. LNZ unloads and lets loose as well. NIP, they were really down in the dumps, Chad. This is a CT recovery. 660 utility damage from Hampus as well. You wanted to get the numbers on that. You know, we've seen time after time the Flames just running around with half health at the start of it. It's a product of Hampus's handiwork, juggling the nades as well. On the CT side, we talked about it. The Des did too, highlighting that that is the map where you expected to see it exploited and utilized the most. Is this it? Is this where it ends? Will NIP take us to Ancient and a single map to determine who will be taking that last spot in the top 8 of the major? Pointing that way. Oh, and another contribution through the smoke. Plopsky is silenced. More to come though. Hampus tested in a big way, and it's only up to the 2 of them. Nikodos, a double so far. The nade right where it needed to be, and all onto Zyphon. It looks like the Ninjas have done enough. Zyphon to pull Copenhagen Flames to have another go. He's looking the wrong way. 20 HP.
Surely that's just a consolation right there. Rez has whiffed that one. Should have had a real opportunity. A minute on the clock, and as you start to work this one out, he's going to go around the world here, but when is he going to cut noise? You can see the forward position of LNZ. Going to be able to cut this one off at the knees here. Noisy stuff as he does hit that shift key. Zyphon, he drops on off. It was heard. He spotted him straight away. Zyphon onto LNZ for the hopes of the Flames now. It's a one-on-one against Device.
Device does not let this go. He's got full belt of util. He can smoke you off. And he will.
Here's the nade.
Bang! And the magic is secured. Device holds his nerve for the Ninjas. Copenhagen Flames close. No cigar. They were 3 rounds away from the Avicii Arena, Chad.
That right there, sweat off the brow for NIP, right? It was their map choice, and they were absolutely tested. That round from Rez is a difference maker because that game was in the palm of the hands for the Flames right there. That should have been their round. They should have been able to build on that, get themselves up to 14. But Rez, right, he didn't have a whole lot of kills, but that's impact late when they needed it.
That round with the Deagle.
Yeah, great stuff to Hampus as well. He had a banger of a game, and it all started with the 1-on-2 on the pistol round, right? So you have to look to Hampus, the in-game leader here, stepping up in a big way. Device continuing to just be that consistent force. But yeah, you have to look at that one round of res and just hamper. Oh, LNZ and Banana, Plopsky and Banana, they were finding a lot of damage there on that CT side.
Yeah, but this only really sets the stage for what could be our best Ancient to date.
Yeah, this right today, everything is going to be on the lines. Flames have played this map actually quite a bit, and the same with NIP, right? It's a map that they were picking, so it's weird to not see them pick it going into this environment. We know that Hampus likes to just go B, right? So that's going to be something coming into the mix there, but they keep this series alive, and that's good. NIP have some fight now, right? Nuke, I know the scoreline was double digits, but it didn't feel that close. It felt like going through the paces from the Flames. This one here heated up, and well, luckily they were able to win one of those rounds to take us to that Ancient of the Third here. So I'm excited to get to this now, but I'm still, you know, I don't think we're seeing NIP at their full force just yet. I think there's still a lot more to be unleashed here.
Yeah, well, it has to be. I mean, now or never, sink or swim. We are going to be breaking it down over at the panel, but this goes all the way.
Wow, thanks guys. Yes, how close was that? We nearly saw an upset, but NIP did it. They did win their map, but it was not very convincing, was it, guys? Where to begin? It just feels like you said, Janko, like I think you've got it spot on. You said that they're good on this map, they can win this map, they've had some big wins, but there's always a caveat attached to those big wins, like when they beat Gambit and it was a meaningless game for the Russian team, or beating Astralis when we can see now they're already bust up and we're sort of hanging on to the team life, you know, they didn't make it through. So what was going wrong at the start for NIP?
I think just, you know, losing the second round, really. Like, that's the problem after winning Pistol. That was a Hampus clutch as well, 1v2 to get them over the line there. They lose the second round to Copenhagen Flames, and then it just spirals out of control. Their economy is not great. We saw a little bit of HE stacking towards B from Copenhagen Flames, right? They would just leave 4 HEs there for the B players to play around that. Some good retakes for them, and it did seem like NIP was just falling apart in front of our eyes. Really, they couldn't win some of the post-plan situations, and you're just, you know, concerned whether Copenhagen Flames are just going to run away with it, but they managed to compose themselves, calm down, slow down the pace of the game a little bit, and just simply, mostly out of default and some better individual play, get a respectable 10-5 first half.
Yeah, I did think, especially after the Copenhagen Flames took the pistol in the second half, it looked like it was that dangerous scoreline. It's like, oh, you feel like you're close to the victory, but that's the problem. NIP's on the CT side. They managed to stack a lot of rounds towards the end of the game. I do think beyond a couple of miracle kills that got them back into a scenario, like obviously you don't expect Huxley to even get to a scenario where he's in 1v1 there. I actually did think Copenhagen Flames started to think about the win too much, as it were. They slowed down a little bit. They were trying to do all these executes. Like, I'd have rather just had a bunch of rushes.
I think they're just not as regimented on this map. I think that was pretty obvious as some of the other maps. You can tell early on in the second half, well, first losing that second round, that's just a nightmare scenario for any underdog, right? Because you're feeling, you know, that's really going to help you a 3-0 start on the T side to get to that magic number 16. But they first lose out in the second round, and then early on, like LNZ were just getting entry kills in Banana in pretty much the same opening setup.
He had some nice rounds and a couple of 1v1s, I think. I do want to talk a little bit about Hampus. Haven't talked a lot about him this tournament. I've said for a while, you know, I do like him as an IGL. I think he's an essential part of the NIP core, and whatever happens here, you know, should they add 1 or 2 people to the roster, I definitely think Hampus is more than good to stick in the team. I rate him. He had a great performance here.
You know what's the main thing about Hampus? I agree with you with 100%, but he is the guy that goes for the ballsy plays. I mean, even here in the second round, he's just, you know, re-peeking with the scout, getting a lot of kills, and even in the last round or second to last round of the half, you know, he's just pushing behind the B players down mid. Like, he understands that he's basically that player for his team. I think he just enjoys that play style as well, taking risks, but NIP definitely needed someone to step up, because on some of the faces of the other guys, you know, you could see like doubt creeping in. Oh, is this actually going to happen? You know, are we actually going to lose? And you know, Hampus basically shut it down with some of those plays.
I actually got the feeling towards the end of this game, because it was really tense, even though NIP was winning some of those rounds, sometimes they were questionable. I got the feeling both teams were starting to really realise the stakes that are at play.
Yeah.
And that really, I think, is interesting kind of like pivot to what might happen in the next match. Not to talk about Ancient as a specific terrain, just the stakes that we're considering now. Because the one concern I have, overall, I told you I picked NIP for the series. What I saw at the end of this one map here, where actually they did what I said. Copenhagen Flames played pretty free and easy early on. They're a map up, they're winning on CT side, they win the pistol. Everything's going great until the pressure got applied, and then it started to get a little bit dicey. I'm wondering if I'm going to see some of that on the third map, because the difference is it's basically the map that NIP's been playing a ton. I also feel like if they can get a lead early, which is not what you've seen on these other maps, I feel like that in this scenario, Flames have looked so good right until this point, but this is going to be the map that decides the whole tournament for them.
Yeah, and we also seen NIP recently go for Inferno or even overpass over Ancient in some of the series, so wondering what's going on there. And as you pointed out in the pre-game, for Copenhagen Flames, they played it like 25 times in the last 3 months, and that's like with winning 20 out of those 25. So pretty impressive from them. And I'll tell you something, Copenhagen Flames might have looked silly at times on this map a little bit, but they never looked scared. You know, they did not get afraid that, you know, the moment didn't really get to them, how big it is. And yeah, I think they're still very much in it on Asia.
How worrying is it, though, that you're seeing Hampus having to drop 30 kills? Certainly not something he's going to be doing every map to sort of drag them through what was ultimately a close series. I mean, you know, there's still question marks here about this NIP team.
I mean, you notice one name we haven't mentioned, because he wasn't bad, he wasn't good, he was just all right. He was Device again.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like in this phase of the tournament, the new Legends stage, he's just been an all right player. You know, in wins, he looks good. In the losses, he's all right. He's never the worst player, of course. He normally gets a few highlight kills. But where is this dominant presence? Remember, this team's supposed to start with him as the whole narrative, the whole storyline, the best player. We even built it earlier in the tournament that he's got this resume to be the GOAT of CSGO. Then shows it. This is the team outside of that one you were in forever with the same core, same players. Because that's the thing that people will argue against when they compare him with the Simples and the ZWOOs 10 years from now. They'll go, wait a minute, Simple had all these different teammates, all these different teams, maps from here to there. You just stayed in one group and went from team to team to team and then added pieces that were like legendary. That's what people argue against. So it's performances like this. Forget the level of Copenhagen Flames. It's what it means in this game. This is where you get your team into the playoffs. So on that third map especially, I want to see a monster Device performance.
Yeah, well, we're going to see it. We're going to take a quick break before that. But yes, there it is. It's going to be all the marbles after the break. NIP versus Copenhagen Flames on Ancient. Make sure you join us. Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. It's time for the last map of the day. And we're about to find out whether we will have a Swedish team playing in the Avicii Arena. It seems almost unthinkable that it might not happen. And I guess the signs, the omens are good for NIP, because obviously it is Ancient. We know they've been playing a lot of this map. We know that they like this map. We know they're willing to pick this map. So are they favorites, Janko?
I think you have to say that they are, but I think it's actually a 50-50 game. I was a little bit off. I mixed the maps up for Copenhagen Flames. They actually haven't played 25 times. They played Ancient 41 times in the last 3 months, being 27 and 14 on the map. NIP
Sometimes you just have to grind to be good, guys. There is no getting away from that.
And NIP has played it 8 times, winning 7 of those games, but hasn't played it yet here at the Major for, you know, which is something that we would definitely expect, especially in best of threes. Decided to go for Overpass against Navi, didn't work out. For Inferno against Gambit, didn't work out.
It's always the decider for them.
So this is the first time, and you know, that's something that for a coach you don't think maybe about it as much, but actually for your players that can be a little bit, it can add pressure, because you know, the first time you're playing it at the Major is going to be in the game that's going to get you to the playoffs, right? So this is going to be a true test of how good NIP's Ancient is.
Since they haven't picked it, my assumption was they still think it's a good map, so they want it as the potential decider, and they're going against teams that won't ban it second rotation. But that means they're not actually thinking it's a lock to pick it themselves, which to me, it's not even about NIP. It's more about the map itself. There are very rare teams. FaZe was one of the few that did it, and I think they only did it because the rest of their map pool was dodgy. I don't think teams actually feel confident. Even if they're really good Ancient teams, you can guarantee the win on the map. There are far too many elements that are sort of almost randomized, pushings, timings. Like, I think it's a really tricky map to just know you're going to win a half on.
I agree.
And one thing that if you're Copenhagen Flames, you absolutely need to be prepared for is Hampus and how he likes to sneak behind enemy lines on the T side. They're going to put pressure on the map after they take mid control first, and then they're going to try to sneak him behind, right, and maybe throw a small fake or just hit the bomb site so he can work. If for Copenhagen Flames, like, it's been a long day, it's late, you know, it's the final game, you need to have the focus to remember that whoever is the player rotating mostly, not to get caught by Hampus's flanks.
Yeah, but think about some of the individual performances we've seen out of Copenhagen Flames on this map. Like Nikodos seems to really enjoy it, and you know, very bold, happy to push around, go and get those fights. You know, all I'm saying is right now, I probably think just in terms of raw firepower across the board, as in if you were to line these 5 players up and have them like have 1v1 aim duels, I think Copenhagen Flames have got more firepower. I don't think that's a controversial statement.
The player I'm waiting for is Roy. He was shining throughout so much of the rest of the tournament. He's been fairly quiet, I felt like, the last couple of series. He hasn't necessarily been the top fragger, the big star. In fact, we barely had to discuss him in the context of the maps and even wins or losses. So he's another player that would be nice to see come back into the form he had earlier in the tournament. And I actually just hope, whatever the result is on this one, it's 2 good Ancient teams. Let's just have a blowout, really good third map. And then whoever gets through then, you won in a classic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it will be a classic series. It's been super close, obviously. They both held their own map picks. Ancient's super interesting decider. And just on the point about Roy, I feel I agree with you. The sleeper must awaken, right?
But when they played FaZe on this map earlier in the Legend stage, Roy was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
he had a good amount of kills, but also it seemed like every single kill he had was high impact, right? Either in the middle of the round to swing the round for his team, or some late round, you know, in a clutch or entry kills, right? So he's really a fundamental part for Copenhagen Flames on this map especially.
All right then, guys, this is it. It is time. We're about to find out whether it's going to be NIP or Copenhagen Flames that booked that final slot in the Avicii Arena. Take it away, Chad and Alex.
Yeah, I mean, just choose your favorite storyline. They're both brilliant, Ancient to decide it. It is a perfect setup for what could be a perfect final. I mean, you got yourself not only an easy nuke, showing Copenhagen Flames can hang with the big boys. I mean, that could have been it, Chad. I don't know if we should linger on Inferno. They've just been talking all about Ancient, but that could have been it.
Yeah, I think that was a very, very close game, right? So as we move into this one, it's, I don't want to say home turf for NIP, right? But it's a map that they've forged a lot of their big wins in recent history on, right? When you look back at the maps that they played throughout this Legend stage, it's not been there. It's not been there for them. So let's see, because if they were saving this, if they were hoping they could pull it out when the chips are down and they've been working on something new other than, you know, Hampus lurking middle and the Just Go B, this would be the time to show it.
I mean, the chips couldn't be any further down right now. I mean, down bad as well, just biting through what little fingernails remain, I'm sure, for the majority of Swedes who have got themselves tickets for the Avicii Arena. They are, well, hanging in the balance. NIP, yes, the turf is great. Hampus, online, Device saving you at times. LNZ, It's clearly unfazed by the pressure.
He's doing his work.
He is doing his work. Rez, more from you. Yes, that one Deagle survival round does seem to have pulled you into Ancient, but this is it. This is where you know it's do or die. It is do or die. That is going to be such a bleak and horrible feeling. I cannot even begin to fathom how it would feel, especially when you've been riding the high of that 2-0, dusting it off after the first best of 3, shrugging it off after the second. You're into your third. You're into the third map of it. It has to be now.
Yeah, you mentioned Rez as well. He's going to be instrumental over towards A, right? We're about to get this one underway here, but Rez is a key factor on the CT defense right now for NIP. We need to see him in full force. Let's get this one underway. Copenhagen Flames, NIP, Ancient, the pistol round. The 16 rounds separating one of these teams from the arena. Now we'll take a look into the buys. We'll draw our attention early to Plopsky, who has been gifted those Julies from LNZ, who has a kit equipped. You'll see him likely play over towards that cave position. Nikodos with a smoke and a flash, the same for Hooksy. But a molly on top, and they're heading over towards B early. 3 players from NIP to defend.
Yeah, they got the util to just exec through. They want to access LNZ's position. And Bouncy, Yabi doesn't stop the tracking. Good damage, and 3 already. Plopsky's Julies have delivered. Nikodos, is he up to the task? He's got Hampus peppering him. They want to take some space, but it's Plopsky that wants to take some heads. Pressure relieves just for a second, and this should be it. Hooksy doesn't have the health, and NIP one step closer to Avicii Arena.
I hope that really just sets the theme for the rest of this map right now. Both teams just wanted to stand and bang, just fight right there. That choke point of the B lane, everybody laying their body on the line. It looks speedy out of Yabi there. That bounce off his head and the bunny hop through.
Yeah, stand and bang. Can be an issue with blood flow. We'll see, though. Copenhagen Flames do look like they're just going to bend the knee to this one.
Interesting they're going conservative here, so we're going to see the AKs come out in the next round to play, and they do have a flash, so looking to turn their attention towards mid. The molly, they're going to need to run through.
Ooh, and they're ahead of it. They actually caught him out a little here. Hampus isn't going to be too phased and farming the cash. This couldn't have worked out better for him. Hang on, okay, all good. So 1,200 for Plopsky, 1,200 for Hampus. Everyone's happy. NIP, a dream start.
Yeah, now they're going to have to carry through some of these SMGs and the FAMAS into this round to play the bonus, as it's been dubbed, against the AK-47s with the early buy from the Flames here. So no plant, but they've took the eco, they've got the AKs out.
What are you doing with these SMGs?
Here's the thing, right? You could be playing aggressive with this up close towards mid, or playing in that cave area, trying to lock down the B lane. Or if you want, feign aggression early and then drop on back. There's a lot of choke points that you can play in with these SMGs where you're able to force the fight from the Flames. And there's the aggression from Hampus mid early, right? He takes that, takes the fight, sees that nobody's home. And the other SMG in the hands of Plopsky in this Lamps position.
This is a crucial responsibility. If Plopsky's up to the task, he'll be making that CT side flow. And we are still of the opinion, Chad, you haven't been too rocked by a couple of unusual results at this major, that the CT side is favoured heavily here.
Yeah, I think it started in the major as its own little microcosm, started to become a bit more of a 50-50, but coming into this, right, the CT bias was there, so we're being tested every single map we see.
Yeah, well, we're learning more and more every single time we get to see it at the highest level, and it couldn't be much of a higher level than this.
Quick note on this, they did drop a smoke onto the pocket Molotov here that is delaying Hampus's position, and Yabi, that's huge.
Booked.
They're still worried about a player in this smoke, but Hampus is dead. He's normally the mid player, so this is clear now, but a lot of utility, and Rez is pushing fast.
Well, that is a movement of confidence. I mean, he could be flanking the mid players if he keeps up this pace. 45, the commit to B is likely. They've got a 3-man defense of it. Yabi looking to slink into the back lines, and there's an opener. Nikodos takes off the head of Device, and looking for a response is LNZ. Stands and delivers 2 on the spray. And up to Plopsky now. He does have a lot on his plate. He'll hear the rotate, though.
Well, they know he's the keeper of the cave, and they're posted up. They've dealt with it. Great from Hooksy right there. That is noting the players you're up against, right? They know that Plopsky plays that position, and Hooksy, the in-game leader, of course, he's going to understand that. Just covering the bomb as it tries to rotate over towards A. And Copenhagen Flames, that was all through Yabi in middle there. Hampus, that is not an ideal fight to be taking with the MP9.
That's 2 rounds as well. He's been caught with a nade in his hands. You know, throwing out that smoke. We saw him lining up the same kind of thing towards Red Room in the first. This time, though, against a Yabi AK. Bang!
That's it. Yep. Nikodos as well onto Device. That must have been very snappy there.
God, I can't believe Red's done. I mean, Yabi's holding for the Red's flank. Hyper aware. Got a game on our hands here, folks. Plopsky again returns to his favorite room. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And Roy's really unfazed by those invisible tracer bullets have been thrown through. Smoke now deployed. That's a bit of a sign that Copenhagen Flames can start to progress up lane.
Yeah, everyone needs to be careful here. Very spammable position. You've seen a lot of that throughout this major. Bullets not landing just yet. And the smoke is going to start to rescind. So will Plopsky. Can't hang around here for too long. Mid control being worked on now. A molly towards pocket. And this is the default spread from Flames coming on through.
Okay, they bought their space. Cost him a bottle of flame. Campus tested and beheaded. Roy has so much room to maneuver, and so does his squad. Yabi accelerates into Device's defense, and he's not ready for this. Not at all. Gets clotheslined by the Dane. Round falling apart here. You can see that there's still that commitment. They aren't yet to commit to B, but Hooksy wants to imply that they are. And they look for answers. They lose at least another. Set for success now, the Flames. And they're flanking into B. This could be the full commit. It's Rez in mid. Careful, Roy. You got the bomb on your back.
Problems here for Roy. Rocking a hard place right now.
Yeah, they're kind of counting on the team to clear him out. Oh, and Yabi again onto Rez. He knows he's the A player. And this one is over. 2-2.
I love the way that the Flames are handling the situation there. NIP, you have to take that heads-up fight. You love the push into cave there because they need something. They're scrambling for information at that point. Get on through, get a kill, make it interesting. Rez was the linchpin of all that. If he was able to find Roy before Yabi was able to take him down, then maybe the bomb marooned, able to start working on a round. But that was not a great purchase from NIP, right? You saw the FAMASs in the mix. That was the lion's share of the rifles. It's not like they had all the M4s. It's not like the AWPs were in play, and now they will have to stomach a little bit of an eco. 5 USPs and a B stack. 4 players towards the second letter of the alphabet, and Hampus is on his lonesome just peppering bullets through that top mid smoke to feign some presence. But Hooksy, brave as you like, walks on through.
I think he knows the stakes of this round as well. Rank 10 indicative of that. He's just going to be able to take a couple of extra risks. His squad is strolling on in.
Hampus is about to get a rude shock here. Yeah, he's out of position. The smokes are in, the mollies are there, and this is Flames' round, right? The bomb will go down. This is perfect from them. They can set up their post-plant positions with the AKs, and if you're NIP, how are you going to get back into this, right? You'd love a kill, you'd love something, but realistically, there's nothing to find.
Yeah, they might try and group up and overrun. This is a very powerful angle Zyphon is in. He can hit that crouch key and essentially just camouflage his dome in with the bricks.
Stalemate here, but it does look like NIP want to fight on the way out the door to do damage. So this is about to get a bit chaotic in a moment.
Passing their first test, and here comes the rest.
Shooting gallery, right? That's what you want. Get a little bit more of the AKs warmed on up there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and Hooksy even gets to hold on to that MAC-10. So let's see if that factors into his calling, right? He could upgrade into an AK if he'd like, but also with that MAC-10 in hand, he might want to go for something a little bit faster, right? He's an in-game leader who likes to get stuck on in. But again, the buy from NIP with a couple of omissions, right? So far, no defuse kit has been bought on in. FAMAS for LNC. They've done their best to buy at whatever util they can. Light on mollies, right? Only 2 incendiaries here on the CT side, and they're heading towards A, trying to condition the other side of the map right now, and this is fast with that MAC-10.
Yeah, and Hampus is too far away. He can't hear it.
They're just running through.
He can't hear it.
They're already in.
Oh, but Rez contributes in a massive way. 3 on the spray. And the Flames completely extinguished. There's nothing left of them. Zyphon and Yabi, ouch. It gets worse. A bomb plant's great, but that'll be it. Hampus there nearly denies as well. Zyphon thrust into a very short-lived clutch. Well, you take those, don't you? Rez is beaming ear to ear.
Yeah, well, that there is a huge amount of impact just stalling out that A-rush, because you'd see the A-rush. Look at all these bodies just littered. The timing there of Rez to get in position and hold down the trigger.
I mean, I thought they were caught out, Chad. We cut to Hampus. Normally, he's calling 5 people stampeding through the halls, but he's looking to set up the lane play. Can't hear them. Rez just bails NIP out of what could have been a very uncomfortable round.
Yeah, and you can see that the Copenhagen Flames must have had a decent read of the CT setup, because to go for an all-in A, the only teams we ever see doing that at the moment are the CIS teams, and I think maybe FaZe had a quick execute that they like to run. But this is it, just like, he's the A defender, and he's just getting hit now. And that was at 1:40 on the clock. Like, you spawned very close to that site, so rotating in. Massive impact here from Rez, and a massive smile on his face as the guns will come back out for the Flames. Plenty of cash to splash.
Interesting, it's a nib timeout. Taking an extra second to get threat, perhaps strapping him in.
Yeah, I don't mind that here because you're going to have 4 here to go through. The other team are going to be using some as well. And if Threat takes these key moments, right, not only does he get to chime in for 30 seconds about the strats, maybe just to make sure that their heads are screwed on straight, right? It's going to be key here. He's going to need to micromanage some of these individuals and their mentality throughout. So AKs are plenty, 4 of which equipped for NIP with that AWP, and a default spread being lined up. Util exchanged in mid, as we've come to expect, and HooXi with some room behind that molly.
I mean, you say Util, look, it's pretty barren of T-smokes. They're not throwing the usual incendiary smoke combo to Donut, Red, unsmoked. It's just Roy up lane. Now they throw it out.
I think it's the pacing there with their cave smoke. So they drop that smoke towards cave, then they take lane, and now they work on middle here. So not limping out all the utility at the same time. But Yabi might have a fight against Rez here. This could be crucial for the round. So we'll keep tabs on that as the default spread continues. Mid, cold clear. Copenhagen Flames now know what they're working with, and they're going to go back towards this. Oh, hey, defense. Rez is forward. Yabi, out of nowhere, ready for it. Rez has just looked on in, and he's gone on down. The hero of the last is dead.
Yeah, and Hampers is going to be responsible for a lot here. There's surely a gap to be found for the Flames. Yabi's trying to pull a defense. And Hampus confirms that someone has taken his place. Blobski's greed gets the better of him. He wanted answers. He gets a bullet between the eyes, and they're coming back through mid here. Hampus, he made it clear he's on the site. LNZ in support with a flashbang, and Yabi does the dance. Hampus converts. They're here in time. Good find. Oh, and Hampus makes it 2. Now that bomb has to be planted. It is only Device up against 3. And he's wrapping all the way around T-Spawn. Does he even want to give it a go? He's not so sure, and this all started from that search for information. Rez wanted answers. There was enough absence from that presence in mid. Plopski the same. You know, he just wanted to get a little bit of answers, and the patience has paid off here for the Flames.
Yeah, it's curious right there. You wonder what NIP's homework is to have Rez going so aggressive like that, right? So he's done that twice now, one of which he did actually make the push, but Yabi still found him out from top mid. This time round, it was just a heads-up duel, and for Yabi, he's just parking the bus, waiting it on out. Are you going to push? Yeah. Very, very passive stuff, right? With the A main control on the T side, the fact that they haven't even gone in to get control, right? If you know to Rops, right, in his previous games, he would be actually in that position, locking it down to make sure there's no information given. Rez was already forward. It felt like he already had enough info, right? Guys, they're not A main. They're not executing anytime soon, but he oversteps the mark. He goes down. Unfortunately, Device will get away with the save. This is going to help NIP to go for a bye into round number 8, but trouble now because the way that Flames are playing this map, it's just feigning mid presence and they're getting kills coming their way. So maybe more conservative now from the Ninjas.
Nikodos wanting Hampus. And they want to boost over this. This could lead to an early frag. You can re-smoke that. Has to time it well. Looking to dismount silently, and a slower round established. Oh, I say slow. Device. Up against Nikodos. Left eye and does best him. Experience prevails in round 8. Device gives NIP a leg up, and in a broken bye, you know, you're on FAMAS, light nades. Needed that from Europa.
Now they're finding space in mid, so just worming around the map here, the Flames able to apply pressure here and starting to turn their attention back towards B. They mantle up Tetris. Hampus, once that smoke fades, we'll be able to call mid clear, so on high alert will be LNZ and Plopski over towards this site. They're about to have company. Plenty of Molotovs right now to get in their face. 40 seconds left. I feel like it has to be the B commit at this point.
Yeah, they can potentially punish Device's rotation off. He's miles away. Util implies they're coming. Good smoke to buy time. Here comes the commit. 30 seconds as the Flames do bide their time. They're smoked off for now. NIP tested. Bounty hops into the site. Roy, patient, does best. Rez looking okay, but Hampus is still laying down the law. It's all HooXi at this point, and that's the end of that. Plopski finishes it off. Will take the AK for good measure, but I mean, the safe door recovered with an opening from Device. And it's Hampus again, who has been a shining light for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, handled that situation there. One of the keys was holding onto that cave position, right? They were happy to forego a little bit more of long. It gave them something to fight from, and the time there, a big issue. Stifling Util coming out from NIP as well. And Hampus has really stepped things up, right? He's a key player. Like he puts himself as the in-game leader in a lot of these key positions. So now we're really seeing the best out of him. Same mid util, right? Hampus is up close this time, and well, I have seen him push through before.
That would be ambitious. Flash for him. He's ahead of it. Brilliant start. Can't finish his meal. HooXi gets away with murder. They know Roy loves his lane. Loves this on the ledge. Combined with a Plopski push, with the smoke still up, it's tempting. Device a lot on his plate as well. He's continuing to sweep through this. This patient play. Zyphon gets a full one-on-one here. And he's missed his shot. Surely Device down. Okay, problems now.
More aggression. Plopski needs to find some info here over towards B as well. And the Molly's going to hold him at bay. They're rotating back through spawn. Speedway is where LNZ greets himself towards top mid. It is going to be Rez pushed up towards the tall box. And does he just want to bide his time? Does he just want to wait this one out?
It's criminally undercleared.
They're gambling right now, NIP. They've completely left B.
Lot resting on the shoulders here of Plopski. Holds his crosshair, activates. Oh, and they line up. He only gets the one. Damage just isn't enough at this point. They do at least run into the den, as you put it, but LNC has lost his teammate. Rez cleared. He can hear the bomb leaving. But they're closing in to clear him, and that's a nice adjustment into Yabi. Get some style points, I guess. But yeah, Flames 5. Here on the T side of the 6 looks like a guarantee.
Yeah, they didn't overrun that situation. You could see how easy it would have been just to continue to run on in, but the fact that they run through Temple, then run on back, they take their time, they clear the site, they get the round, and they break NIP here. Check out the finances right now. About 2K, right? If we average it out, about 2K to work with. Now, loss bonus into the next, only going to be that 1900 mark. So, do they want a force spike? They will take a timeout here, the second so far from the Ninjas, allowing Threat to chip on in. Looked like Device was good for that, didn't it, right? And almost the double here from Plopski. Felt like he should have gotten that as well. Yabi ready, and that's the thing. Rez's position is no longer potent if they go mid to bloody A, right? Because he's going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
That's a good spot to find if they come donut and they come main. But the fact that they did that mid pressure, Rez is now looking a bit like a tit. So it is going to be the force spy right now.
Okay, well, they want to contest. HooXi's been thriving in middle. He's got a MAC-10, perfect weapon for the job. There isn't a helmet in sight. Smoke implies they're coming his way. Ooh, damage exchange. I think both players are happy to have gotten away with that.
Yeah, I think it's called multiple bodies as well. So, oh, crawling up B. LNZ confirms they're coming.
They're coming in a big way. Charging in. Kept at bay briefly, but...
Gap in that smoke.
LNZ, he has Plopski in cave. Plopski's just gambling. There's no pressure from the other side. He wants to deny the plant, and they have no bodyguards. And the keeps falling. LNZ, 2.5. It's Plopski that dunks. Whoa, this force buy would mean a whole lot to the Ninjas' grand scheme. Only Nikodos really with a signature weapon, and they're all here. They know the bomb is there, and AK would work better. Plopski's the first, but they've got crossfires established here. It's so hard to break through, and a cursory glance, chipping away. Rez will finish. Oh, and that's some flourish. NIP hoover up 3 AK-47s, but more importantly, they take a 5th, and they put all of their marbles into that.
That is massive right there. LNZ, that is impact and a half from him. That's a round that should have been the Flames, right? You consider the buy. Yeah, I know that NIP went all in with that purchase. But the fact that he's able to get those deagle kills, it looked like they were destined to just stroll on in. He slows them down. He makes them fumble. And they strike in unison there towards the top of the ramp. Great stuff from the Ninjas now to keep their head above water here. And look what that has done to the Flames. It's put them in a position where they can get the AWP out. Sure, the AK for Roy is there. Yabi can do the same. But Zyphon and HooXi this time round are going to be questioning their buy. That could be a pivot round here. It's forced them into a timeout. It's put the Danes in a position of discussion. How are they going to bounce back from that?
Well, you talked about a gap in the smoke as well. I didn't quite catch it in the chaos.
It was a bit deep. You could see where Linus was standing now. I don't know if they wanted to combo the smoke a little bit deeper with a molly to clear out that triangle side, right? But he was able to stay there, and that is why he was able to pivot in. The smoke didn't